The prelude to the story unfolds inside a cold and pitch-black stone cave, nestled deep among countless treacherous mountains and peaks. This place is so utterly dark that not even the tiniest glimmer of light can be found. A bizarre scene begins as Li Huowang, carrying a bellyful of frustration, stomps the pestle down hard into the medicine mortar. At that very moment, a young girl approaches silently and pokes her finger into his tool. His anger flares, and he shouts loudly, "I beg you, miss, please just give me a moment of peace, all right." However, ignoring his pleas, she only continues innocently poking her finger deeper into the bottom of the mortar. With her other hand, she stuffs her fingers into her mouth and sucks noisily, mumbling like a child, "Candy, I want to eat candy." Li Huowang is utterly speechless at her stubbornness, so he decisively and mercilessly shoves the girl's hand away from the mortar. The girl loses her balance and tumbles to the ground, and the noisy commotion immediately draws the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd. He speaks coldly, "I must inform you this is medicine, not sweets." This crude young man is none other than the medicine guide of Qingfeng Temple, named Li Huowang, who also doubles as the male lead of the story. As soon as he finishes speaking, he mutters to himself, "Never mind, even if I explain, her thick skull wouldn't understand a thing anyway." To his surprise, the girl is completely unfazed and instead grins widely, exclaiming, "Haha, this game is so much fun." In this godforsaken place, it's not just him, but countless other young men and women as well. The only thing they all share with Li Huowang is that each one bears obvious physical deformities. Some are albino, some paralyzed, some with other congenital defects. All of them share the same fate as medicine-grinding laborers. Gazing at the scene, which resembles an exhibition of freakish beings, he tilts his head back and sighs, "Heavens, why must I be lumped in with this circus?" Amidst this gloomy atmosphere, a woman's piercing cry suddenly rings out, grating on his ears and causing him to turn his head to look. What catches his eye is a burly man pinning a frail young girl to the ground, incessantly muttering, "Just let me have a tiny taste, just a tiny taste. I promise just one little bite, hee." The man utters these sweet words while wearing an utterly perverted expression, ignoring the poor girl's desperate struggles and cries, "Help, stay away from me." The man's raucous laughter immediately acts like a magnet, drawing the attention of the crowd, who gather around eagerly as if a thrilling show is about to begin. But before any good show appears, Li Huowang's blood boils from the grating noise, completely losing his focus for work. Deep down, Li Huowang constantly hypnotizes himself. "Trash, it's all just an illusion, don't pay any attention." Though his mouth mutters this, his hands are quite honest as they grab the stone pestle. He charges like a gust of wind and delivers a heaven-shattering blow straight to the big man's face, causing blood to gush out like pouring rain. The unfortunate recipient of the blow is immediately dazed and falls over. Meanwhile, Li Huowang's anger hasn't subsided, and he grumbles under his breath, "Illusion my foot, even if it's a dream, it still pisses me off." After receiving his gift of gratitude from him, the man clutches his bloody face, rolling on the ground and groaning. A moment later, the man struggles to his feet and shouts threateningly, "You're done for, kid. Do you know who my master is? When the old man finds out about this, you'll be meeting your maker." Li Huowang, annoyed by this, grits his teeth and retorts, "Who the hell is he? He's nothing, probably less impressive than the mold at the bottom of a well." As soon as these golden words fall, the man is so scared he stammers, You dare insult my master." Instantly, the entire stone cave plunges into a bone-chilling silence. No one can believe this reckless fool is so tired of living. In the midst of this heated standoff, a voice suddenly speaks up, "Are you two clowns done with your act? Li Shidi, Wang Shimei, the master is calling for you too." The candy-loving girl from before perks up at hearing her name, grinning from ear to ear. In contrast, Li Huowang stands frozen like a statue. The man who just got hit laughs triumphantly. "Haha, congrats on walking right into the lion's den. You're in for it today." Carrying a belly full of question marks, he reluctantly follows the summons. But before he can take more than a few steps, a hand urgently grabs onto his robe. It's none other than the girl he had just rescued, her eyes brimming with tears, shaking her head vigorously with a look of pure panic. "Please don't go, I beg you, don't go in there." However, Li Huowang coldly pulls his sleeve free with force and resolutely strides forward without a moment's hesitation. The two figures resolutely follow the messenger. Leaving behind the pitiful girl, her heart full of sorrow, gazing at the back of her rescuer. Stepping out of the preparation room reveals a massive complex of limestone caves, with crisscrossing passages connecting in all directions, resembling a gigantic ant nest. Li Huowang rests his hand on his forehead and thinks, "What's wrong with me? Why did I lose my temper over such a trivial thing? My true self isn't this hot-headed. I absolutely cannot let these delusional people manipulate my emotions. That is definitely not the real me." As he drifts in his thoughts, he suddenly flinches when an unfamiliar hand suddenly bumps against his sleeve. Though Li Huowang feels quite annoyed, he still tells himself to take a deep breath. Stay calm, keep an untroubled mind amidst a world of constant change. Seeing him ignore her completely, the girl pouts and delivers another painful poke to his hand. Losing his patience, Li Huowang grabs her wrist and growls, "What in the world do you want, miss?" She innocently opens her palm, revealing a glob of long-dissolved sticky goo. With an unbelievably silly expression, she invites him, "Brother, want some sweet candy?" Leaving Li Huowang with no choice but to scrunch his nose and frown. Knowing full well her quirky nature, he sighs and reluctantly accepts the already melted candy. As he reaches out to take it, the girl pulls out another piece, pops it straight into her mouth, chews noisily, and exclaims, "Hee, master is truly amazing, sticking with him always fills my belly." Hearing that, he is speechless and hangs his head as he continues walking. Suddenly, his pupils dilate in shock. Towering before him is a massive pitch-black alchemy furnace, blazing with intense flames. Sitting firmly on the ground is the back of a figure vigorously grinding medicine, but the size of his mortar completely dwarfs the tools of the rest of them. At that moment, the silly girl starts twirling around, her left hand grasping her right thumb as she kneels and bows deeply towards that back, her eyes shining with adoration as she exclaims, "Beloved master, your disciple is here." As soon as she speaks, the rhythm of the pestle stops instantly. A rumbling voice emanates from near the furnace, "Good disciple, come here and claim your candy reward." And that back turns around. Even though he had prepared himself mentally 10 times over, Li Huowang's pupils still tremble in shock. The true face of this Taoist master completely shatters the image of a lofty sage seen from behind. As dazzling as the back was from afar, the front is that much of a disaster. His hair is patchy and balding as if gnawed by rats, his mouth nearly toothless save for a few crooked yellow teeth. The old man grins threateningly and rasps, "My good disciple, you've kept your master waiting quite a while." With that, he leaps forward with terrifying speed. In an instant, he is standing right behind the girl. Simultaneously, a pungent smell immediately fills the air, and it's clearly no elegant perfume. To put it bluntly, it's the stench of fresh blood and flesh hitting his nostrils, terrifying Li Huowang so much that his soul nearly leaves his body, freezing him stiff as if his acupoints were sealed. Witnessing firsthand the old man violently reaching out and grabbing the girl by the neck. Before hurling her straight into the mouth of the massive furnace, he is completely at a loss for words. The Taoist master stands with his hands on his hips, laughing maniacally, his already ugly face growing even more grotesque. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifts the giant stone pestle and slams it down with heavy thuds, the sound of crushing echoing horrifyingly. In a bloodthirsty frenzy, he grinds with fervor while bellowing out eerie incantations. "Dian Chu shield me, Dian Hai protect my soul, Jia Zai guard my body, Jia Su fix my form, Jia Shen secure my life, Jia Wu steady my spirit, Jia Chen open my mind." Strangely enough, the girl stuffed inside the furnace acts as if she's soaking in a hot spring, not crying out but instead asking curiously, "Wow, is this a limited edition candy? Master, you're the best in the whole world." Her flattery barely fades into the wind before the stone block slams straight into her body. With an earth-shattering sound, the poor girl's entire internal organs instantly turn to mush, her eyes wide open, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. Contrary to this tragedy, the old man is ecstatic, shouting, "Open the furnace!" This balding, patchy-haired man is eagerly awaiting the finished product. On the other side of the battle lines, Li Huowang remains frozen like a statue, his face cold as money, completely silent and unmoving. But in the blink of an eye, he is so shocked his jaw drops, his eyes opening wide like two headlights. The reason is that he has just witnessed two figures with identical appearances pouring the freshly ground, disgusting liquid deep into the furnace. That gush of red liquid flows noisily into the belly of the bubbling, boiling cauldron. The owner of the furnace greedily inhales the foul stench with great satisfaction. Li Huowang's mind reels, hypnotizing himself. It's all an act, this smell is an illusion, that bald geezer is a fake too. Suddenly, a voice as cold as the netherworld reaches him. "I heard you dared to call me a piece of trash." The old man whips his hideous face around, fixing his gaze on him and growling, "Speak, did you say that or not?" Facing the old man's murderous demeanor, he calmly closes his eyes, breathing in ragged gasps, chanting in his mind, "Even this god-awful sound is just an illusion." Accompanied by the heavy footsteps approaching closer, the old man roars like a mad beast, "Gone mute, are you deaf? Why aren't you answering?" Li Huowang stubbornly remains frozen in place, a fierce internal battle raging in his head. "It's all illusions, all deception, this circus before me is all fake." Just as he struggles to force his eyes open, the dark demonic cave and the hideous old man vanish completely, leaving not even a fingernail trace behind. After a bout of struggle, he finally clears his vision. What greets his sight now is a brightly lit, spotlessly clean room. A pure and fresh atmosphere envelops every corner, but unfortunately, his lower body is tightly bound to the bed frame by straps. The steady beeping of medical machinery echoes incessantly. He feels lost and isolated within these four white walls. His mood is a mix of nostalgia and a jumble of confusion and disorientation. In the blink of an eye, a familiar voice speaks by his ear. "Well, well, finally awake, young man. How's your body? Any new characters in your latest illusion trip?" Li Huowang weakly replies. Same old background, same repetitive cycle of grinding medicine. Hesitating for a moment, he ponders and then mumbles, "But the thing is." Seeing this, the doctor asks curiously, "What is it, lad?" He confesses, "That girl, the one called Wang Shimei, have I ever told you about her?" This time, that Baldy straight up crushed her into mush right before my eyes. He gathered all her red, mushy remains and tossed them into the blazing cauldron. While listening intently to his patient pour out his heart, the doctor quickly scribbles notes, nodding his head in understanding. The doctor's fingers tap on the keyboard to finalize the medical records. Li Huowang still has many thoughts, so he cautiously asks, "Dr. Li, can you explain what kind of philosophy these random visions imply? What do they signify about my psychological state?" Receiving the question, the doctor merely shakes his head dismissively and clearly states, "No need, you don't have to waste your brainpower on that nonsense. The only thing you need to care about is how much time each illusion trip consumes. And also, whether your head can maintain the necessary clarity. Since you're undergoing regression therapy for hallucinatory disorder, please engrave this on your heart. That entire circus is just a backdrop. Program into your memory that everything that happens there is fake. You're gradually shedding this vague illness. If you do happen to stumble back into that matrix world, just play by the rules and act appropriately in that setting." Combined with the hospital's treatment plan, your release date is definitely within reach. After concluding, the doctor turns and leaves. Li Huowang frowns and mutters, "But what the hell does all that theory have to do with me getting my certificate of normalcy back?" Just then, a young woman bursts through the door, carrying a scolding tone. "Listen here. Did you hear the doctor's golden words?" Hearing that familiar, melodious voice, Li Huowang hurriedly raises his head and stares at the doorway. Standing before him is Yangzi, his childhood best friend. With jade-like glowing skin and cascading jet-black hair like a waterfall, her beauty is as pure as a freshly bloomed flower. She strides over and continues nagging, "Remember to be a good boy and listen to everything the doctor says, all right." Li Huowang feels as if he's been given sweet nectar, and all his confusion about his illness evaporates instantly. He says softly, "Nah." The girl steps closer and shyly sits down on the edge of the bed. Then she blinks her sparkling eyes, gazing deeply at Li Huowang. As for the infatuated guy, he just grins goofily, but to be fair, his smile looks rather fake and awkward. Yangzi sees this and flinches, then teases, "Please, that smile of yours is so stiff and offensive. Stop that smile right now and look over here at what I've brought." As she speaks, she quickly pulls out a stack of papers from her bag. After retrieving the treasure, she happily shows it off. Ta-da! A complete set of exam prep secrets personally compiled by our professors. Staring at the daunting stack of outlines before him, Li Huowang sighs dejectedly. "My dear Nunna, given our lifelong friendship, are you bringing this pile of books to torture me?" Yangzi seizes the moment to lightly smack his head with the papers, giggling. "No way, I'm not that mean." But that's not all, here's the main gift. She quickly pulls out a top-tier handheld game console, waving it teasingly in front of him with great pride. The moment he sees the sleek electronic device, Li Huowang's eyes light up like stars and he lunges to grab it. But Yang Na is no pushover. She cleverly holds it up high and taunts. Tit for tat, call me big sister and it's yours. Tired of being stuck in this mental institution, Li Huowang throws his pride aside and quickly obeys. Long live big sister. After shouting, he snatches the console from Yang Na's hand and yells excitedly, "Haha, you're the queen mother of my heart." Li Huowang immediately buries his face in the screen, mashing buttons frantically while complaining. You have no idea how boring it is rotting away in a madhouse. A sane person would go crazy in here. Watching him vent, Yang Na sighs softly and reminds him, just play in moderation so your brain can still digest that study outline. And don't slack off, you still remember our agreement, right? Li Huowang puts down the console, looks up, and locks eyes with her, his attitude suddenly turning serious. Of course I remember, how could I forget? We'll walk through the university gates together. After dropping that line, he inches closer to Yang Na, shooting her a deep, passionate gaze that makes her blush, her cheeks turning red. Then he gently embraces Yang Na. Perhaps amidst the overwhelming illusions, this warm hug is enough to soothe Li Huowang's frazzled mind. I promise I'll become normal soon, Na. Hearing his sweet words, her heart stirs. She struggles to hold back tears of joy, whispering encouragement, Stick to the treatment, I'll be here waiting for you. Feeling a bit tired, Yang Na gathers her things to leave. Li Huowang immediately springs up and volunteers. It's dark out, let me walk you to the guard station. Yang Na nods in agreement, sure. As they chat, he quickly slips his feet into the hospital's signature slippers. However, before he can even stand straight, another wave of illusions crashes over him, making his limbs feel like they're on strike. Li Huowang quickly holds his throbbing head, stumbling and swaying like a drunkard. As the world spins around him, his eyes catch sight of a medicine mortar sitting squarely on the table beside his bed, even though that prop is only supposed to appear in his dreams. Li Huowang's whole body trembles, and he stumbles back several steps, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His heart feels like it's been struck by lightning. A stone mortar, you've got to be kidding me, this script is all wrong. Seeing his face turn deathly pale, Yang Na's face also pales, and she rushes to him, questioning, What's wrong with you? Li Huowang, are you still with us? His mind is racing. I've been taking my meds like a good boy, so why is this damn illness acting up again? Thankfully, that tyrannical pain finally lets him go. Li Huowang quickly hides his frightened expression, forces a strained smile, and waves his hand. Haha, just putting on a little act, did I scare you? Hearing his shameless tone, she immediately flares up, turns away, and snaps. You childish brat, do you think you're still a baby to be joking around like that? With that, she stomps off angrily, leaving Li Huowang to scramble after her, trying to appease her. Hey there, my lady, calm down, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Then he secretly glances back at the table. Well, it turns out the so-called stone mortar was just his everyday rice bowl. Rubbing his eyes to confirm one last time, he heaves a sigh of relief. Must be my eyesight acting up. Reassured, he races after Yang Na, calling out, Na, please have mercy on me. Wait for me. As he drags himself to the spacious courtyard, Li Huowang still clings to her. My angel Na, please don't abandon me. I swear, I was just trying to make you laugh a little. Unfortunately, the cackling laughter of the other mental patients around suddenly triggers his paranoia. The figures of the surrounding crowd suddenly blur, warp, and flicker on and off like a glitching TV. Li Huowang staggers, steadying himself, and musters his last bit of strength to call out, Na, I'm sorry. Right at that cheesy moment, she also stops abruptly, though her neck remains stiffly turned away. He runs up close behind her, thinking to himself, oh no, she's really mad, she won't even look at me. After a few sly maneuvers, Yang Na finally whips her head around, presses a finger to his stubborn forehead, and gives him a radiant, heart-melting smile. She says softly, I'll come visit next week, remember to eat and sleep well, got it? Seeing the time bomb has been defused, Li Huowang finally breathes a sigh of relief, his mouth unconsciously stretching into a grin of pure joy. He clings tightly to the cold iron gate, his eyes glued to Yang Na's small figure until she disappears. She glances back a few times to wave goodbye before finally heading home. After seeing off the beauty, Li Huowang sluggishly drags his weary body back to his room, each step as heavy as if carrying weights. He analyzes as he walks. What the hell? Just a moment ago I clearly saw a stone mortar in my room. Is my brain completely fried? If I stay this messed up and can't get discharged before exam season, then my dream of going to the same school as her will vanish. But Dr. Li is confident he can fix my brain. My dad vouched he's the best doctor around. Weighing his options, he clutches his head and pulls his hair, cursing his fate. Damn it, this is so complicated. Suddenly, he stops dead, as if having a revelation. He stares intently at the breast pocket of his shirt, muttering, "Wait a minute, it seems there's some foreign object hidden in this pocket." When he reaches in to check, his eyes nearly pop out in horror. The bizarre object he pulls out makes all his hair stand on end. What in the world is this? Li Huowang's jaw drops, unable to believe his reality. This is definitely that melted candy from that loopy junior sister over there. Can props from a dream really cross over into the real world? Half doubting, he tremblingly brings the candy to his tongue. The moment the sweet taste slides down his throat, he confirms it's real sugar. Li Huowang's chest feels like a bomb is planted in it, his heart pounding violently. Instinctively, his first thought is to run and report this illogical incident to Dr. Li immediately. But just as he takes a few steps, his brain throws out a crazy alternative. Wait, what if that dream world is actually real? Meaning that illusory realm doesn't just produce candy, but might also hold countless heaven-defying opportunities for me. His eyes light up, shining as if he just found a winning lottery ticket. My lucky day has come. Instantly, the neat and clean hospital space warps and shuts down completely. The scene flickers into a treacherous forest with the familiar stone mortar. His brain immediately conjures up a business plan, a once-in-a-lifetime chance for me and none to rise from the ashes and shine bright, maybe even reach the top. But first, I need to personally investigate how this thing works. Thinking that, he summons his 500 fellow medicine-grinding brothers and sisters and interrogates them like a rapid-fire gun. Hey, any of you got any cash on you? Currency you don't understand? Gold, silver, diamonds, jewels, anything, spit it all out. Since you can't spend it in this dump anyway, lend it to me, young master, for a while. But no matter how much he flaps his gums and sprays saliva, that crowd just looks at him with blank, clueless expressions. Witnessing this bunch of fools, Li Huowang loses all enthusiasm and sighs heavily, muttering to himself. Oh, forget it, they're just ingredients for making elixirs, where would they get capital? Just as he's about to give up, a melodious voice speaks close by, Li Shixing. It's the girl he rescued earlier, who shyly whispers, "Could you stay here for a moment?" She then timidly tugs his sleeve and pulls him to a secluded spot. After that, she gently squats down. Seeing her strange behavior, he exclaims in surprise, "Miss." Before he can finish, she cuts him off. "I need to untie this first." In a flash, she removes her own anklet. Then she hands him the shiny item and happily asks, "Is this worth anything to you, Li Shixing?" The moment he spots the gold-plated bracelet, Li Huowang throws away all shame and snatches it with lightning speed. He examines the treasure thoroughly and evaluates. It's a bit small, but the material feels solid. Whatever it is, it's definitely pure gold. Overjoyed, he carefully stuffs the bracelet into his pocket and speaks gently. "This item is quite useful. I'll borrow this anklet for now, and I'll pay you back in full when I strike it rich. Oh, and here's some honey candy for you, try it, it's sweet and delicious." The girl grabs the candy like it's gold, grinning and nodding her thanks repeatedly. Yes, thank you so much, Li Shixing." Unfortunately, this intimate exchange catches the curious attention of the surrounding gossips. One of the onlookers snickers and taunts, Tusk, I thought there was a good show for free, but it's totally boring." At that moment, a grumpy voice cuts through the air, "What are you lazy bunch up to? Haven't you gone back to work yet?" Hearing the typical arrogant tone of an inner disciple, the crowd quickly scatters back to their posts, leaving Li Huowang standing alone like a stone pillar. His stubborn attitude immediately catches the disciple's eye, and he squints, calling out, "Li Shidi. You were lucky last time not to be taken as medicine guide material for the master. What a waste of resources." Li Huowang gives him an appraising look, quickly recognizing him as the errand boy for the bald Taoist master, apparently named Xuan Yang. Seeing the stubborn youth remain silent, the man clears his throat and barks, "Humph, everyone listen up. Get your heads down and work. If the medicine is late, the master will skin all of you alive." But those insults fall on deaf ears, as Li Huowang's gaze is completely captivated by the shiny green jade pendant hanging from the other's waist. He calculates in his mind, this treasure is definitely priceless. Look at that exquisite craftsmanship, it's a truly beautiful jade pendant. If I can snag this item and bring it back to the real world to pawn, I'd be rolling in money. Anyway, this thing is destined to become mine sooner or later. Saying is doing, that very night at the dead of the third watch, Li Huowang's sneaky figure appears at Yang's cave dwelling. Just after slipping out of the cave, he exhales a sigh of relief, thinking smugly, "Wow, I didn't expect this heist to be so easy. Tonight Yang skipped his shift, and if I can walk away with this treasure, it would at least cover the college tuition for me, and none without a worry." Deal done. Li Huowang strolls back, humming a victory tune. La 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 la, this jade is finally mine, la 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 la. But as he's gloating, a faint light flickers ahead. Li Huowang slams on the brakes, pricking up his ears to listen. His heart leaps and he mutters to himself, "Weird, is someone moving up there?" Before he can compose himself, a ghostly voice breathes right into his ear. "Li Shidi, what are you doing wandering around here in the middle of the night?" Li Huowang jumps in shock, whips around and cries out in horror, "Chuan Yangshixing. Why are you wearing the clothes of the medicine guide material?" Despite the dim light, he clearly recognizes the cheap outfit the other is wearing. Chuan Yang hears this and calmly replies, "Well, your luck seems to be running hot." Just as he says that, his expression turns urgent, and he grabs Li Huowang's clothes, dragging him along, urging, "Hurry up, run with us, we need to get out of this hellish place now. The gatekeeper brother has already cleared the escape route." Hearing this shocking secret, Li Huowang's mouth hangs open, and he finally manages to stammer, "Holy crap, so you guys have formed an escape group." Unfortunately, just as the naive question leaves his lips, Li Huowang receives a stinging slap right across his face. The man roars in anger, "If you're tired of living, you can rot here. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let you run your mouth to that old geezer." Facing this life-or-death situation, Li Huowang was a bit panicked, but kept completely silent on the outside, cursing with deep contempt in his head. What kind of hack director wrote this trashy script? But what the hell is there to be afraid of? I've got the ultimate skill to teleport back to the hospital anytime anyway. How could a bunch of mere side characters possibly make things hard for me? Having thought that, he tightly shut his eyes, hastily taking a deep breath to dispel the panic in his heart. As he slowly fluttered his eyelashes open, he breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that he was indeed safely sitting in the real world. The old, familiar room appeared before his eyes once again. Unfortunately, his body was still tied up like a mummy, while his fellow disciples from the other side had vanished without a trace. He wriggled with all his might and yelled out, "Is anyone out there? Come in here and loosen these damn ropes for me." After screaming his lungs out to no avail, Li Huowang had to swallow his tears and obediently lie as still as a log, waiting for dawn. He figured that at this hour, all the nurses and orderlies were probably fast asleep. He had to just suck it up. As for whether that jade pendant and the shiny gold anklet had tagged along with him back here, he'd just have to wait for another time to check. The only option now was to grit his teeth and wait, then find a way back to the other world to see what exactly was going on. Lost in his swirling thoughts, sleepiness washed over him, and he drifted off without even realizing it. Waking up with a start, he found his precious body sprawled across the freezing, damp floor of the pitch-black limestone cave once again. The spot where he lay was the exact same coordinate as before he teleported back to the hospital. However, the group that was around him had sneaked off ages ago. The place was dead empty, without a single soul in sight. Li Huowang rejoiced inwardly, smiling smugly to himself, "Haha, how could these cheap hallucinations ever harm a hair on my leg?" He stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket, fondling the jade pendant and the gold anklet just to double-check and secure his peace of mind. Confirming that his goods were still completely intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and peacefully went back to sleep. By now the sky on this side had also brightened. Suddenly, a flurry of heavy footsteps came rushing in, accompanied by a roof-shattering shout, "Get up, all of you get up right now. Stop lying around dreaming." Master just issued an order, demanding all brothers immediately haul ass to Huiyan Hall to assemble. That ear-piercing yell came from a Taoist boy wearing Taoist robes, his hair tied in an onion bun on top of his head, who rushed straight in from the cave entrance, panting heavily to deliver the urgent news. Sudden bad news left the whole group bewildered, their faces looking as if they'd fallen from the sky. But Master's orders had been given, and no one dared to defy them even if offered candy. In stark contrast to Li Huowang's unbothered attitude, the surrounding atmosphere was as noisy as a chaotic market. Is some serious shit going down? Who the hell knows? Just pull up your pants and run, guys. If we're late, we're gonna get beaten to a pulp. Amidst that chaotic, dog-eat-dog scene, he was the only one who maintained a stoic expression, treating everything as light as a feather. A moment later, at Hui and Hall of Qing Feng Guan, the entire gang of brothers had run there as fast as their legs could carry them and were fully accounted for. A bout of heavy, murky coughing echoed, making the crowd below instantly shrink back in fear, sweating bullets. The scabby old geezer raised his flat, indifferent voice and asked, "Well, is everyone present?" A giant question mark popped up in Li Huowang's mind, wondering what kind of bullshit scheme this half-dead old man was plotting now. Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, the old man announced, "At the hour of the rat last night, a few audacious fools actually dared to run away. Heartbreakingly, 2 of them were actually my very own inner disciples. How cruel." Kept whining and complaining about his endless sorrow, but his murderous face completely sold him out. He looked exactly like a ticking time bomb. Right behind his back, he was dragging along 4 dead weights tied up together, the very escapees from last night. Acting extremely rough, he tossed them tumbling down to the floor. The old man slowly parted the crowd and stepped into the center, loudly declaring, "The rules of our Shandong Hua sect have always been fair and square since the dawn of time. Great merits are heavily rewarded and sins are punished. Therefore, however, just look closely at the attitude of those 4 lying flat on the ground. They could only stare at him with desperate eyes, squirming hard like coconut worms, their faces twisted as if dying to cry foul. Unfortunately, the stinking rags stuffed tightly in their mouths blocked off all hope, making it impossible for them to squeeze out even half a word, no matter how hard they tried." Witnessing this comical scene, Li Huowang pursed his lips and thought to himself, Tusk didn't even make it far before getting dragged back by the neck. These bros' stealth skills are way too green. The scabby old geezer obviously had no time to sit and listen to these traitors pour their hearts out. He lifted the whole bunch as light as a feather and casually chucked them far away. He swiftly formed a Taoist hand seal, pointing it straight ahead, and let out a loud, gleeful shout. With a boom, the ground suddenly split open into a deep, gaping pit, sending the escapees plummeting straight down into the abyss. In less than a heartbeat, heartrending screams echoed up from that hellish bottom, mixed with choked-up howls. The most hair-raising part was the relentless sound of flesh being ripped apart and bones snapping crisply, witnessing this straight out of a horror movie performance. Quite a few Taoist boys were so terrified their souls left their bodies, their legs trembling uncontrollably, wishing they could go temporarily blind just to avoid looking. Meanwhile, Li Huowang's brain was running at full capacity to brainwash himself. "It's fake, it's all just cinematic CGI buffed up by my brain. Li Huowang, you have to remember, all this bizarre garbage is exclusively produced by your own imagination. So what the hell do you have to be scared of?" At this very moment, the entire crowd around him stood frozen like stone statues, not a single one daring to make a peep or move even half an inch. Suddenly, from the depths of that murky dark pit, a thick wave of darkness surged up, swallowing everything around it. From the bottom of the pit, a massive tangle of hideous-looking vines abruptly shot out like madmen, wildly lashing at the crowd as if ready to kidnap the whole village and hide them away. The most demonic part was that, amidst this chaotic scene, he alone remained invisible to those vines. The air was now thick with a brain-piercing, nauseating stench, the surroundings flooded with the smell of fresh blood rushing straight up the nose. Li Huowang froze for 5 seconds, his brain calculating rapidly, what the actual fuck is this? Could all this tangled mess also be drawn up by my rich imagination? Fake, way too fake. Hallucinations had never even bothered to touch a hair on my leg before. This bizarre turn of events is truly unprecedented. In stark contrast to that panic, the scabby old geezer on this side leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, looking extremely relaxed. He stood tall like a god amidst the vines wildly flailing behind him, declaring with an earth-shattering voice, "From this moment on, if any audacious fool dares to secretly plot a backstab, then pin this horrifying scene you've just witnessed today firmly into your brains. I, your Taoist master, will throw you some golden words. Draining yourselves to help me attain the Tao and become an immortal is the karmic blessing of your past 3 lives. If by chance one fine day I actually ascend to become a true immortal, I promise I won't let you suffer any losses." After spitting his bullshit, the old man slowly dragged himself right up next to Li Huowang, twisting his words in a low voice. "Last night, those traitors tried so hard to drag you into escaping with them. How come you turned them down and didn't bother tagging along?" Hearing the old man's question, Li Huowang almost blurted out an answer, but the string of reason in his head hit the brakes just in time, self-hypnotizing. Fake, just a hallucination. This decrepit old man plus all that hideous junk are entirely molded by my genius brain. At the end of the day, he's just a tiny fragment of consciousness squatting in my head. So why the hell should I be anxious or fed up with this trippy old geezer? But before he could even part his lips to utter a single word, the old man gently reached out to stroke his hair, slowly coaxing, "Good boy, your innate roots seem pretty badass after all. Starting from this very second, you are liberated from your days of toiling like a horse or ox in the medicine room, officially promoted to my named disciple, stepping up into the clouds to take full charge of the raw materials room." Swallowing these words, Li Huowang was completely stunned, suddenly picking up a high-ranking position. But his brain immediately shifted gears. A named disciple doubling as the raw materials warehouse manager? Smells incredibly fishy. I bet it's because this old fart just sent too many lives to the afterlife and is now short on staff to exploit right. Rubbing his chin in silence for a moment, the old man cleared his throat and announced, "Ah, right, since you can now proudly call yourself my disciple, such a status needs a badass Taoist title. Starting today, your alias in the martial world will be Xuanyang." Stuffing this ridiculously familiar Taoist title into his head, Li Huowang almost burst out laughing internally. How ridiculous! The authentic Xuanyang just logged out of Earth, and in the blink of an eye, I'm being forced to inherit this knockoff Xuanyang label. Right then, the old man casually tossed a tiny cloth bag right at Li Huowang, clicking his tongue as he said, "A new recruit joining the sect. As a master, I should spit out a little apprenticeship gift for the sake of protocol. Take it. These 5 radiant spirit pills are exclusive goods crafted by my own blood, sweat, and tears. Swallowing them not only automatically grants you an extra 10 years of lifespan, but they also buff you with unparalleled, bull-like strength for a short period, keeping you ready for when you need it." Ending his speech, he tilted his smug face up to intimidate the underlings. "See this shining example, kids? Eat a tiger's gall and dare to go against this Taoist master, and you'll just end up pushing up daisies early. On the contrary, whoever knows their place and dedicates themselves will definitely be drowning in gifts, an all-you-can-eat buffet." Meanwhile, Li Huowang glued his eyes to the magic candies in his hand, getting massive goosebumps, telling himself, "Hold up, could these pills be handmade from human corpses? Oh fuck, is my brain lagging or short-circuiting? Why the hell should I waste neurons worrying about these bullshit scripts in a virtual world? This clunky junk is 100% a scam. There's no way it's real. It's all an illusion, just smoke and mirrors. I absolutely cannot go down this confusing path anymore." A while later, feeling the deterrence act had reached its peak, the scabby old geezer waved his baggy sleeves, shooing the whole gang away to get back to their grinding. Right after that, Xuanyang slowly fluttered his eyelashes to make a U-turn back to the real world. When he laid his own eyes on the tangible treasures he had just dragged out from the dream realm, Li Huowang's jaw dropped to the floor, eyes wide and mouth agape as he screamed, "Holy Mother, can you believe it? I actually managed to smuggle stuff out. The first thing to do right now is grab this chunk of jade and the pure gold to get them checked out, just to see if they're real or fake. But assuming the gold and jade are all authentic goods, then do those crazy pills actually buff strength for real? What if I eat the spirit pills brought back from over there and they actually work? Would that ghostly world still be just a bullshit dream? What kind of demonic shit is slapping me in the face right now?" But thinking it over, if this stuff is 100% real, I have more than enough power to use it to save my life. And if I'm unlucky and it's just fake props, I still won't lose a single hair. While his brain was twisting in knots, Yangzi suddenly rushed over like a god from out of nowhere. The girl used her inner strength to bust the door wide open, her face panicked as she yelled, "Li Huowang. The moment I picked up your call, I ditched my self-study period, risking my life skipping class and climbing the wall to get here. You better have some important shit to report, so spill it quick. Otherwise, if I find out you're just messing with me, HMPH, watch your little life." Seeing that Yangzi had landed safely, Li Huowang immediately darted his eyes back and forth like a dog thief, scanning the surroundings with extreme caution before herding her all the way inside and casually slamming the door shut. This guy was even meticulous enough to yank the window curtains completely shut, creating a desperately shady and ambiguous atmosphere. Yangzi stared wide-eyed at her best friend's string of sneaky actions, her heart starting to thump wildly in her chest. Her cheeks involuntarily turned as red as a tomato, stuttering as she asked, Li Huowang, what the hell are you doing suddenly pulling the curtains shut? The nurses next door can catch all the sounds if they press their ears against the wall." The moment she spat out those words, the statusy speaker at the head of the bed eagerly emitted the dark, giggling laughter of the nurses. Heh, make yourselves at home, kids. We swear we're temporarily deaf and won't hear a single thing. Little brother Li, work hard now. Li Huowang sweated bullets, clumsily digging the piece of jade right out of his pocket and pressing it firmly right into the center of Yang Na's palm. Then the young man hastily yelled out to combat those nosy nurse sisters. Hey aunties, tone down the eavesdropping for me, will you? If you're so free, glue your eyes to the monitors and watch the ICU wards. Yang Na blinked, picking up the jade and examining it, twisting it back and forth with an expression of overwhelming curiosity. Oh my God, what kind of toy is this thing? Li Huowang hurriedly put a finger to his lips, shushing her, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Shut your mouth and don't cause a storm. Perk up your ears and listen to me drop some knowledge right now." After that, he leaned in and softly dropped every word into Yang Na's ear. Having absorbed that unimaginable script, the girl was so shell-shocked her eyes widened like two-car headlights. 1 day, 2 days, then 3 days sluggishly passed by. Time dragged its feet, making Li Huowang's mental state feel like he was riding a roller coaster, on edge and anxious to the extreme. Out there in society, even his own 2 parents pulled a U-turn and disowned him, everyone concluding that his nerves were snapped in half. The only lifeline he could cling to right now could only be Nana, because in this world, only his best friend was willing to sit still and swallow his bullshit words with complete sincerity. Huowang prayed silently in his heart, "Oh Nana, if you don't believe me either, I'm seriously going to jump off a bridge." Right on cue, the broken static speaker spat out that familiar announcement. Hey little Li, that cute shorty girlfriend of yours has come trotting over to visit you again." Hearing the nurse's news, Li Huowang bounced up like a carp leaping the dragon gate straight out of bed, instantly shooting a gaze of fiery love toward the door, screaming and howling with utter excitement. Nana. The young man bolted to the door like a god to welcome his girl, his heart blooming with extreme joy, knowing for sure that his muse hadn't ghosted him. But barely dragging himself a few steps out of his territory, Li Huowang accidentally met the eyes of 2 security uncles pacing back and forth, their faces scrunched up looking like ants on a hot pan. His nosiness flaring up, Li Huowang sidled up to probe. "Hey Uncle Zhao, is some big shit going down? Why does your face look so stiff?" Startled by the call, the security guard turned his head, scanned the area, and hurriedly warned him, "Little Li, listen to me. Drag yourself into your room and seal the doors shut immediately. You are forbidden from prancing around outside, you hear me? If your eyes happen to catch sight of that decrepit Lao Liu, you must scream and notify us instantly. It's 100% certain that old fart played the hide-and-spit-the-pills game again." Absorbing this hardcore news, Li Huowang broke out in goosebumps, nodding sharply as he replied, "Yes, sir, I understand the situation." The young man immediately made a U-turn, hopped into his ward and slammed the door shut, words racing in his brain. Lao Liu broke out of the severe patient ward. Where the hell did that frail, broken body find the strength to pull off such a stealth move? But whatever, screw him, it's not my circus, not my monkeys anyway. The life or death matter right now is to go meet up with Nana first. Snuffing out that tangled mess of thoughts, Li Huowang slipped out into the hallway, his eyes darting around like roasting peanuts to spot Nana's silhouette. The 2 youngsters sneaked into a dark, completely deserted corner behind the main building to chat privately. Nana spoke softly, "Hey Huowang, following your orders, I dragged some experts to appraise the jade and the shiny gold anklet you entrusted me with. Absolutely true to the rumors, that jade piece is $1 million real deal, a top-tier antique with terrifying value, easily swiping for no less than 400,000 yuan. And as for that gold-plated anklet, it is undoubtedly 10 out of 10 pure gold without a doubt." Swallowing Nana's rock-solid conclusion whole, Li Huowang ruffled his hair in a frenzy, his whole body violently twitching from the brain-melting euphoria, shrieking in delight, See. I proudly swore it was perfect and undeniable. I am absolutely not short-circuited. Haha, I'm normal, I am completely sane, not crazy in the slightest." The moment the words slipped from his lips, the young man was so thrilled he threw himself at Yang Na, hugging her tight, lifting her up and spinning her around like a pinwheel to unleash his joy. This surprise attack scared the living daylights out of the girl, her face flushed beet red as she grumbled, Hey, put me down, be gentle and handle with care, you brute." After a bout of wild, celebratory hugging, the 2 finally dialed back their hyperactivity. Li Huowang walked shoulder to shoulder with the girl, casually dropping lines, "So to wrap it up, my trippy superpower is totally real. But we have to take this to our graves. It is absolutely forbidden to blabber and leak this secret too early. Hey Nana, have you mentally prepared yourself to transform into a filthy rich little sugar mama? Hit by Li Huowang's incredibly smooth flirting, Yang Na's cheeks automatically switched to bright red mode out of shyness. She playfully punched him in the chest, pouting as she scolded, "Sugar mama, sugar daddy my ass. Your mouth is for eating, not for spewing that trendy bullshit, you stinky little bro." Cutting to a second later, her tone suddenly dropped, tearfully expressing, "Huowang, I swear I don't crave those piles of money and gold. Compared to that damn superpower, your health and your little life are the true loves of my life. You have to swear a deadly oath to me that you'll still obediently stay here for treatment, and secretly throwing away your meds is strictly banned. Otherwise, from now on, even if you beg on your knees, I'll hold a grudge forever, and you'll have zero chance of ever asking for my help again." Huowang could only mumble and nod like a chicken pecking at grain to coax the beauty. "Okay, I promise you on my honor." But alas, enemies cross paths on narrow roads. Right at that romantic moment, from behind the two of them, a pitch-black shadow loomed up, stealthily closing in. He suddenly shifted gears and sped up, crashing forward like a rabid beast, violently yanking and seizing Yang Na's petite frame. Instantly, he forcefully pinned the girl down against the freezing floor, drool endlessly dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disgusting. Catching that bastardly moment, hot blood rushed to his brain. Li Huowang flared up and let out a gut-wrenching roar, "Lao Liu." Then, quick as lightning, the young man lunged wildly forward. "Let go of my girlfriend right now, you miserable old bastard." But unlucky for him, before his hand could even reach the target, a brick flew in from nowhere with blinding speed, smashing a devastating blow right onto the crown of Li Huowang's head. A traumatic brain injury occurred instantly, bright red blood spurting out and pooling like a fire hose. The earth before his eyes suddenly spun madly. Li Huowang plunged headfirst, face-splinting onto the tiled floor. His eyes were gradually blurred by a blood-red haze, his skull aching terribly as if pounded by a sledgehammer. Knocked out cold on the ground, his pupils unfocused, he could only throw a heartbreakingly desperate gaze toward Yang Na, his trembling lips squeezing out word by word, "No. I beg you. Stop." Cruelly enough, his body was now protesting on strike. Even as tears fell, he couldn't lift his head to protect his lover no matter how hard he tried. Amidst that life-and-death moment hanging by a thread, the cassette tape in his brain suddenly rewound to the intimidating words of that drunken old geezer. "Once you stuff this spirit pill into your mouth, not only are you blessed with an extra 10 years of living lifespan, but it also directly pumps you with mountain-moving, sea-filling strength for a brief moment, to be used when you need to save your miserable life." The girlfriend accidentally caught the exact moment Li Huowang stuffed some sort of chunk into his mouth, making her eye sockets bulge wide in utter shock. In just the blink of an eye, that magic pill dissolved intensely into every single cell of Li Huowang. He immediately shuddered, realizing his whole body was blazing hotly. A scorching surge of true qi billowed up from his dantian, speeding and spreading throughout his internal organs and all 4 limbs. Having just buffed his strength, the young man accelerated and blasted straight like a cruise missile toward Old Wang's coordinates, completely ignoring the clueless old man who hadn't even processed what the hell was happening. A smash carrying the power of the Incredible Hulk was unleashed, slamming full swing right into the center of his cunning face. His interface immediately took the full brunt of the shockwave, twisting and distorting like a battlefield. Lips and teeth brawled in a chaotic mess, while blood sprayed from his nose and mouth like a fountain, flooding an entire corner. Li Huowang seemed to have completely snapped his restraint nerve, growling like a wild beast in a blazing rage, his hands throwing a relentless flurry of punches while his mouth roared like thunder. "I told you to let go immediately." A continuous chain of bones crunching rang out, extremely piercing to the ears. Old Wang's head right at that moment was no different from a bowl of mushy noodles, battered to a pulp and completely twisted to one side. Thighs etched with bloody red streaks and a face covered in terrifyingly fresh gore, Li Huowang smirked with extreme sickness and gritted his teeth as he swore. "Are you hard of hearing or just playing deaf, huh?" It seemed that from the second he shoved that magic candy into his mouth, the demon inside Huowang had completely taken the wheel, stripping away all reason. He had metamorphosed into a bloodthirsty, hyper-aggressive wild beast, and the owner himself couldn't care less. Oh my God, this feeling of beating someone up feels insanely satisfying. Then the bill to pay for Li Huowang's shocking trance state was him getting nabbed, locked up tight like a sausage in a straitjacket at the madhouse. The young man could only crane his neck and thrash wildly, screaming until his voice went hoarse, "Untie me and let me out right now." Clack, clack, the door of the isolation room slowly opened. Dr. Li walked in holding a mask, casting a gaze filled with sheer disappointment at him. Catching a glimpse of the doctor's silhouette, Li Huowang instantly panicked, hastily flapping his lips to salvage the situation and explain, "I already stated it clearly, it was just lawful self-defense. I struck to save Yang. It's 100% clear that old geezer pounced on Nana first." At the present moment, Huowang was under extreme lockdown in a VIP room exclusively reserved for aggressive, highly dangerous patients. Having digested that lip-flapping performance, the calm doctor gently pushed his glasses up his nose, sighing as he spoke, "You thump your chest and claim it was self-defense. What kind of self-defense aims to strip away someone's very life? Right now, that old body is still hooked up to a breathing tube, barely hanging on in the ICU. Your brutal boxing match earlier almost bought him a one-way ticket to meet the king of hell. You've been lingering in this hospital for quite a while. You're the one who knows the inside story of everyone here best. Before swinging your fists, did your brain go on vacation and completely forget about Lao Li's psychiatric record? I'm seriously so let down right now, because I always firmly believed you were an incredibly well-behaved and understanding kid. But to sum it up, I was blind and misjudged you." Caught red-handed, Huowang felt guilty and his face turned pale, his heart thumping wildly, his eyes automatically darting diagonally toward the pocket of the jacket he was wearing, his mouth stiffening as he stuttered, "That? About that?" Catching that sneaky, thieving demeanor, clearly hiding an earth-shattering secret, Dr. Li immediately gritted out every word to intimidate him. "Shake your brain thoroughly before you spit out any words. The thing I despise the most in this world is patients who dare to deceive and pull a fast one on me." Although the doctor's tone sounded as soothing as a lullaby, Li Huowang smelled an invisible murderous aura suffocating the entire hospital room. His brain worked overtime. Fuck, what do I do now? Take it to the grave? I absolutely cannot let him dig up any clues about those crazy candies. Standing at the crossroads with no fucking clue how to salvage the situation and smooth things over, a terrible idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Run away. Just ditch this real world and log back into that trippy virtual space and it's done. Just tightly shut my eyes, and all this messy bullshit will automatically be cleaned up. Ignoring Dr. Li standing outside shrilly calling his soul, "Little Li, are you opening your ears to absorb the lecture I just gave you? Little Li, hey you little Li," Li Huowang. In less than 3 seconds, Li Huowang found his mind plopping right back down into that same old familiar hallucination pit. Sitting comfortably on the dry straw in that unmistakable cave, Li Huowang mumbled to himself, "At the end of the day, vanishing into this place is still the best policy to dodge drama." This time he planned to set up camp and not even bother pulling a U-turn back to reality early for any reason, firmly deciding in his gut to just let that doctor patiently stand there growing roots and standing guard, and that would be the end of it. Before he could mess around for long, he was suddenly herded to an incredibly eerie coordinate, a corner he had never even set foot in since the day he was born. Out of nowhere, the droning chanting of the San Guan Jing echoed thunderously from every direction. Scabby old geezer was now clasping his hands, standing in an extremely serious posture in the middle of the hall, loudly reading every word. The Soul 3-in-1 Sage is a microcosm of the ultimate, universally enduring immense tribulations, upholding destiny and commanding responses, possessing boundless precious virtues, bestowing blessings and dissolving disasters, universally saving the living and the dead, his Tao penetrating all heavens, his grace covering the 3 realms. After chanting that super-long sutra, the old geezer strained his neck and howled loudly, "Xuan Yuan." This brat Xuan Yang is still wet behind the ears, having just joined our Qing Feng Guan. His mind is definitely still clueless about our numerous rules. Carrying the label of a veteran senior brother, you better hold his hand and show him the ropes, enlighten him, you hear me. The disciple who was just called out immediately scurried to clasp his hands and bow his head. Yes, this disciple understands, master. After spitting out those words, the old man hurriedly waved his hands to shoo them away like flies. All right then, the bloody time frame is over. Dismiss everyone, grab your bowls and scarf down your food quickly. However, there was a disciple sitting right next to the scabby old geezer, whose eyes kept shooting haunting, deadly lasers at Li Huowang without letting up. Li Huowang caught that lethal glare, his heart quietly doing flip-flops. Who the hell is this bro? What kind of debt do I owe him that he's looking at me like he wants to chew me up and swallow me alive? Right away, the 2 brothers leisurely strolled out of the main hall. On the way, Xuan Yuan slowly enlightened him. That guy standing right next to Master earlier was none other than senior brother Zheng Kun. Ever since senior brothers Zheng Can and Zheng Zhen formed a faction and rebelled, he's currently the last center of the universe favored by Master. In the future, while living in this dump, if you happen to bump into him, you better bow your head and be polite. That guy holds grudges and is petty like nobody's business. Swallowing this dump of info, Li Huowang patted his forehead, turning with a bewildered face to ask for guidance. Senior brother Xuan Yuan, since I've just had the honor of joining as Master's disciple, what's the next path I need to deploy? I'm counting entirely on you to enlighten my brain. Xuan Yuan casually decoded further. Even if Master granted you the special favor of taking you in as a disciple, conveniently tossing you the raw material warehouse manager position. But listen, if you're daydreaming about that old man pumping Taoist magic into you so you can cultivate and become an immortal, then I'm sorry, that dream is as far-fetched as reaching the sky to pluck the stars. Absorbing up to this point, Li Huowang froze for 5 seconds, his jaw hitting the floor as he shrieked, cultivating to become an immortal god. So the young man hurriedly dashed over and hugged senior brother Xuan Yuan tightly, firing off questions nonstop. Does our master really have the chops to transform into an immortal and ascend? Xuan Yuan was a bit startled by this overly aggressive close contact, pouting as he replied, "Why the hell are you acting all antsy like a trapped monkey?" He then rubbed the young man's shoulders to cool him down, smirking as he said, "Master's magical transformations and powers are, of course, absolutely badass. But that top-tier immortal cultivation manual is 100% strictly reserved for favorite inner disciples like senior brother Zheng Kun. They're the only ones who even have a chance to touch it." After processing this stream of information, Li Huowang's stomach practically erupted with fireworks of hope. Oh ho, cultivating to become an immortal. This hellhole seemed to be hiding a ton of priceless top-tier loot, no joke. Your grandpa here definitely has to seize this golden opportunity to mine this cave and rake in billions before heading back to make it worth the trip. However, the very moment he was led to the scabby old man's humongous pill-refining workshop, the young man had to immediately slap his own mouth, doing a 180-degree turn and smashing his previous shallow thoughts to pieces. Standing tall in a corner, the scabby old man contorted his face with an alien-like excitement, let out a roar, and popped the furnace lid. Instantly, the giant pill-refining sensor blew its top, shooting out a blindingly radiant beam of light that illuminated the entire area. Billowing clouds of white smoke surged up from the bottom of the furnace in rolling waves, drowning the entire atmosphere in an intoxicatingly rich scent of medicinal herbs and elixirs. A super-giant spirit pill slowly rose from the mouth of the furnace, enveloped by dozens of glittering, relentlessly flashing rays of light. Right after that, a magical gourd was tossed high into the air, opening its mouth to suck things up like a vacuum cleaner, swallowing the entire batch of pills into its belly. Following that momentum, riding on a stream of mystical golden true qi, flocks of pills from the furnace's belly lined up and parachuted straight into the gourd. Admiring his masterpiece, the scabby old man let out an obnoxious laugh that echoed through the cave. Ha ha ha, sweet as a peach. The quality is absolutely perfect. This jaw-dropping moment was exactly what opened Li Huowang's third eye, forcing him to format his entire cheapskate merchant mindset. Holy shit, earlier your grandpa was only focused on hoarding gold and silver. Turns out my vision was as thin and shallow as toilet paper. What if I managed to snatch this overpowered magical skill and drag it back to the real world? Then what other pleasure in this world could possibly top that? While he was lost in his sweet dreams, the sour voice of the scabby old man suddenly tore through the space, calling his name Xuan Yang. Li Huowang flinched, then flags and flowers bloomed in his stomach. Oh wow, got a job to grind already? This time I have to go all out and bootlick as smoothly as possible. Only with some skillful flattery might this old geezer spit out his divine techniques for me to feast on. Once his brain had locked in the script, Li Huowang obediently and hastily clasped his hands respectfully over his chest, replying with a fawning look, "Yes, master, whatever your holy decree is, just give the order to your disciple." The old man tightened his grip on the gourd full of magic pills, shot him an ice-cold glare, and declared, "You're currently sitting in the head of materials management chair, aren't you? Drag your ass over there right now and bring that medicine primer named Bai Ling Miao here to offer up her life." The moment the name Bai Ling Miao entered his eardrums, Li Huowang instantly turned to stone on the spot, his legs rooted to the floor, unable to force out even half a word no matter how hard his mouth was pried. His mind immediately replayed a high-def movie, clearly showing the silhouette of the little girl who had just shoved a golden anklet into his hands the other day. And bitterly, tragically, that innocent young girl shared the exact same name, Bai Ling Miao, the little life that the cruel old man was insisting on taking to use as a medicine primer. Seeing him frozen in place, the scabby old man aggressively lunged forward, pressing closely against Li Huowang, growling a threat, "Hey you brat, I am bestowing words of gold and you dare to play deaf." At the same time, a murderous chill radiated from the old man's body, violently crashing straight into him. Li Huowang had no choice but to let out a long, heavy sigh, resignedly squeezing his eyes shut. The moment he fluttered his eyelashes open, the surrounding space had instantly morphed into a hospital room filled with a hovering white hue. If it were the old days, he would have blindly followed orders without a second thought. The catch was, that hellish place might actually be reality. If he really handed her over, it would be no different from killing an innocent person with his own hands. His remaining shred of conscience left him relentlessly tormented. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing to hit his vision was the panicked faces of Dr. Li and his biological mother, both frantically screaming Huowang's name, Huowang, Huowang. Wearing a pale, weak expression, Li Huowang weakly whispered, "Mom, why is Dr. Li visiting me like this?" Before Li Huowang could even finish, his gaunt-faced mother rushed over to stroke her son's hair, agonizingly interrogating him. "People are saying you just got into a fight with someone in the hospital. Looking at your head bandaged up like a mummy, how could it not break my heart?" Li Huowang hastily comforted his mother, saying, "I'm perfectly fine, Mom, not hurt at all. Just rest assured because your son is still going strong. Even my illness has gotten a lot better." Hearing her son say that, the mother's anxiety somewhat eased. She let out a sigh of relief and affectionately scolded him, "You silly boy. Look in the mirror and see how battered you look, or is the hospital food so bad you can't swallow it?" His mother smiled and said, "Today I brought your favorite milk grapes. Open your mouth and let Mom feed you." And with that, she tenderly plucked each plump grape and brought it right to Huowang's mouth. He happily munched on the fruit, his mouth smacking as he tried to stop her. "Let's take our time eating, Mom. It's so rare for you to have free time to drop by and visit your son. Stay and chat with me a little longer, Mom." After finishing feeding him the fruit, his mother slowly stood up, a flash of sadness crossing her face before she sighed. "It's a good thing you woke up in time. Otherwise, Dr. Li was going to drag me off to negotiate compensation with the family of that old man you just brawled with." After a stifling moment of silence, Dr. Li had to clear his throat and say, "Ms. Sun, the family of patient Liu over there has been waiting for ages." Hearing that, she awkwardly pleaded, "I understand, Dr. Li. Please give me a few more seconds to advise my baby boy." Seeing this, Li Huowang mumbled in his own defense, "Mom, I've been wronged. I was only acting in self-defense. It was that Lao Liu guy who laid his hands on Yang Nunna first." His mother unhurriedly packed up the containers and stuffed them into her tote bag, gently reassuring him that the doctor had already explained all the details of what happened that day to her thoroughly. "My precious boy doesn't need to worry about a thing. Just rest and recover in peace. Even if the sky falls, Mom is here to back you up and handle it." Despite that, Li Huowang absolutely could not bring himself to smile. Looking at his mother's haggard, gaunt figure made his guts ache with indescribable sorrow. Just as she was about to leave, she still managed to turn her head back and remind him, "Mom's going to go handle the rest of this mess. Stay here, be a good boy and listen to the doctor. And take your medicine on time for Mom's sake, okay?" She seemed to have exhausted all her strength to hold back the brimming tears and all her sorrow and worry, bracing herself to play the role of a resilient mother so her son could convalesce in peace. But in reality, her heart was bleeding, her guts tearing apart because, as a mother, she was powerless, unable to split his pain in half to bear it for her own flesh and blood. A steely gleam suddenly flashed in those melancholic eyes as she secretly plotted in her mind. Later, when heading over there, this lady will definitely unleash a torrential scolding right in their faces just to let off steam. That very moment on this side, Li Huowang suddenly felt a tearing pain transmitted to his brain, striking down abruptly like a splitting hammer. His mother's weary figure gradually blurred, shattering into pieces of empty illusions. He lamented in utter helplessness, "Damn it, my soul is about to get hauled over to that bizarre spiritual world again. Mom's sudden appearance made me completely forget to strategize a way to deal with the scabby old man." Midst the boiling crisis, Dr. Li casually strolled up to the bed and said, "Well, little Li, our discussion session will have to be postponed until next time." However, the doctor's form also quickly contorted and evaporated without a trace. Huowang could only groan inwardly that if you want to keep chatting, wait until the next time I come back here. Right now yours truly has blood debts to settle that are 10,000 times more urgent than this nonsense. Quick as lightning, Huowang plunged back into the dream realm. He blinked a few times and peeked his eyes open, and instantly the scabby old man's shrill, drake-like voice echoed over, "Oh, this little brat has regained his senses, huh?" Li Huowang whispered back in an exhausted voice, "Yes, your disciple is awake, master." Just as he dragged his body up to sit, he had to face the old man's demonic mug. In his hands, the geezer was fondling some sort of lump that looked incredibly nauseating. Li Huowang's heart was restless and uneasy, dead set on wondering whether the matter of using Bai Ling Miao as an elixir ingredient had been successfully carried out or not. Without saying a word, the scabby old man lunged like a falcon, violently pinching his mouth and roaring, "Since you're awake, open that mouth wide for your master." Before finishing his sentence, he forcefully shoved that disgusting foreign object straight down his throat without a shred of mercy. Instantly, a bunch of squirming tentacles erupted from Li Huowang's throat, poking straight out. He turned pale with fright, screaming in his mind, "Just what kind of freakish thing did this weird old man just shove into my mouth?" The scabby old man's shrill voice poured into his ears again. "Good boy, if your mouth doesn't open wide, how are you going to swallow this premium hai tai sui, huh?" While Li Huowang was writhing in agony trying to gulp down that hideous lump, the old man's ghastly tone continued babbling endlessly. "Hai tai sui is a rare treasure, my child. Once it settles safely in your stomach, the madness in your brain will be completely extinguished." Huowang frantically shoved his hand into his mouth, using all his might to pry that repulsive creature out of his throat, his brain screaming frantically that "I won't eat it, I'm not crazy." After a grueling struggle, Li Huowang finally managed to fish that wicked thing out. His palate was now pitch black, as if ink had been poured over it due to the aftermath of the hai tai sui, sending a wave of nausea straight to his brain. Seeing him being such an eyesore, the scabby old man roared, calling for Chang Ming, Chang Ren. The two lackeys whose names had just been called suddenly loomed behind Li Huowang. They bowed and shouted, "Master, your disciples are here." Without hesitation, both of them whipped out their ice-gold swords, pointing the razor-sharp tip straight at Li Huowang's face. Then they lunged forward like a hurricane to lock his limbs in place, suffocating any hope of struggling. The scabby old man boiled with rage, growling a threat, "Won't swallow it, you brat. It was never your turn to direct this play anyway." Huowang cursed bitterly in his head, "Absolutely pathetic. Why is it that my own life isn't decided by me? I just need to squeeze my eyes shut and crack them open, and this whole circus will evaporate immediately. This old man is a massive lunatic, ha ha." Sure enough, a blink of an eye later, the world flipped upside down, and Li Huowang was startled to realize he had landed back on his beloved hospital bed. He sprang up in a panic, trembling, the lingering terror just like he had returned from a tour of the underworld. Materializing right in front of him at this moment was Yang Nunna. She leaned in to check on him with a face full of sorrow, then voiced her concern, "Huowang, are you okay? Is there anywhere that hurts or feels tired?" The moment he laid eyes on Nunna in the flesh, the myriad of terrifying obsessions within him evaporated completely in an instant. He tried to balance his mindset, weakly calling out Nunna's name. Right at that moment, Dr. Li pushed up his glasses frames, frowned, and strode toward the hospital bed before calmly questioning, "Little Li, in short, what the hell did you witness in that hallucination just now? Your emotional spectrum has been fluctuating a bit too violently lately." Taking the full brunt of Dr. Li's piercing question, Huowang shivered and shrank back, falling into a state of extreme panic as he asked himself in his head, "Hallucination? Ah, right, turns out I'm still trapped and haven't escaped that neurotic wasteland of a dream." At present, the doctor's figure was still blurry and smeared. Li Huowang swallowed his panic and frantically pleaded, "Dr. Li, is there any kind of medication that can help me suppress these illusions a little? I am dying for some peace and quiet to rest." After hearing that, the old doctor's face stiffened slightly, seemingly plotting some sort of scheme in his head. Then he turned around and walked straight out the door, responding, "There's still a bit of the old medicine left. I'll prescribe some more for you." On this side, Yang Nunna also scrambled over to the cabinet to rummage through it, certain she had left the medication there. The doctor added another piece of advice. "Listen closely, little Li, the method of taking medication is only a temporary fix. If you want to pull those bizarre hallucinations out by the roots, you absolutely have to strictly follow my treatment regimen." In a flash, Yang Nana had grabbed the pill bottle, gleefully bringing it right to the bed and offering it to Li Huowang. "Found the miracle cure, Huowang, open your mouth and I'll feed it to you." Huowang clumsily waved his hand in refusal. "No need for water or anything, just toss the pills over and let me chew them right now." The gritty, slimy taste of the pills scraping against his throat made him want to vomit, but he could only grit his teeth, shut his eyes, and gulp that disgusting mess down into his stomach, despite that ridiculous array of illusions still lingering all around him. Half-awake, half-asleep universe flipped completely upside down with no way out. Even so, the very second those pills slid down into his stomach, Huowang immediately felt a stream of cold air run along his body, his mind becoming as light as a feather. He let out a relieved, delighted sigh and said, "Phew, survived that disaster. As long as I obediently take my meds in full, that heretical dimension will definitely give up and stop tailing me." The moment he stopped talking, the surrounding space suddenly thickened like the realm of the dead. Yang Nunna looked at him with scrutinizing eyes, then snapped back, safe from what exactly? "Huowang, what kind of freakish thing did you clash with in your hallucination just now to be that spooked?" Huowang braced himself to hide his trembling, awkwardly making excuses. "It's no big deal, just some people from the underworld flapping their lips about some wicked stuff, mocking me for being chronically insane, and on top of that, pinning me down to shove filthy things down my throat to force a cure. Thinking back on it, it's honestly ridiculous. Could it be that a living, breathing young man in this day and age like me is just a figment of imagination completely fabricated by that medicine primer Li Huowang over there? Clearly, that heretical dimension is the real fake. But oh dear, before he could finish speaking, Huowang's body began violently convulsing, his brain doing flips, as a bizarre, slimy tentacle suddenly shot back up and burst out of his throat. In a split second, space was torn apart tragically, yanking that terrifying vision out into crystal-clear view. He growled in a mix of despair and horror, "I clearly just swallowed the medicine, so why is this neurotic wasteland of a dream still brazenly jumping out at me? Try to stay calm, I guarantee I won't lose a single hair. Just squeeze these eyes shut and immediately open them, and everything will be fine. Then this whole pile of bullshit illusions will vanish like the wind." Only catch was that ruthless reality punched him right in the face. Even if he squeezed his eyes shut and pried them wide open, that cultish cave still stood proudly right there, still featuring the hideous, nauseating face of the scabby old man sandwiched between his two disciples. The old geezer stroked his chin, clicking his tongue to mock him. "Tusk, tusk, your mouth babbles on about refusing, yet you almost swallowed your master's hand whole. Crazy to this extent, yet you still have the nerve to stubbornly argue and claim your innocence. Fine then, now that you've had your fun throwing a tantrum, pull yourself together and do some proper work for me, and engrave it into your bones that Qing Feng Temple is not a charity house that feeds useless trash. On the 1st of every month, automatically drag your corpse over here to beg for the antidote, hear me." After dropping his final verdict, the old man dusted off his robes and quickly slipped away, leaving Li Huowang standing there dumbfounded, his heart in a state of chaos and agonizing pain. Why did the script take such a cruel turn? Could it be that this demon-infested, heretical cave is the actual reality? So that civilized, peaceful world out there is, in the end, nothing but a fleeting illusion. Sinking into the bottomless abyss of a dead end, Li Huowang could only clutch his head and let out a tragic roar. Standing at the crossroads where reality and illusion blurred, he was currently like a cripple, completely devoid of any way to identify where the anchor of truth actually lay. Li Huowang was dead silent, his face slack, utterly unable to believe the horrific scene unfolding before his eyes. He laboriously squeezed out each resentful word, "There is zero chance it could be like this." The disgusting, slimy stretch of tentacle slowly slid out of his throat, yet he stubbornly clung to that paper-thin thread of hope, howling miserably that Nunna is absolutely not a hallucination. He collapsed onto the freezing ground in agony, frantically vomiting mouthfuls of bright red blood. No way, this absolutely, 10 million times over, cannot be reality. Midst the thick fog, a familiar silhouette etched deep into his subconscious suddenly materialized. She broke into a warm smile and softly whispered, "Huowang." He flinched, turning to stone for a few seconds. Li Huowang, tears streaming down his face, frantically perked his swollen eyes up to look at that silhouette, squeezing out a rare, radiant smile to say, "Nunna, so it turns out you still haven't abandoned me. You're still sticking by my side like a shadow, right?" But tragically, before the last word could even spill out, his pupils shrank, the whites of his eyes bulging as if he had just bumped into a vicious demon of death. Nunna's fragile form abruptly shattered into dust, scattering across the void, tossing him aside to stand there paralyzed, desperately watching while powerlessly unable to hold on to even a tiny shred of her. Li Huowang frantically grabbed at the air, but the only thing left in the palm of his hand was faint, unreal ashes. He went mad, roaring Nunna's name, Nunna, his vein-bulging hands clutching together, grasping desperately into the void. Li Huowang dragged his battered, blood-soaked body lunging forward, agonizingly raising his arms to flail blindly in the air. Towering flames of rage made him grind his teeth audibly, interrogating himself in his mind. What is the damn reason for this? He tilted his head to the sky and roared in grievance. Why is it that I've waded all the way down to this corner of hell, yet that crazy illness is still clinging to my heels, tormenting me? The atmosphere in the cave gradually plummeted to a terrifying level of gloomy silence. The crowd quietly turned on their heels, gradually sitting back down in their old spots around the medicine mortar. Bai Ling Miao silently carried 3 mantu and strode back over to Li Huowang, right as he was blankly leaning against the freezing cave wall. The girl timidly touched down in front of him, soothingly persuading, "Senior Marshal Brother Li, eat some buns to pad your stomach. It's been completely empty since this morning." Li Huowang glared at it, then decisively pulled out the jade pendant, lowering his tone to question, "What did you claim just now? How exactly did this piece of jade fall into your hands?" Bai Ling Miao answered without changing her expression, "It was Senior Marshal Brother Li who shoved it into my hands yourself. I rejected it and refused, but you insisted on pressing it into my hands anyway." A piece of gray memory rushed back into his head. "Nunna, I swear I'm not sick." At that exact second, Bai Ling Miao slowly recounted. "After you shoved the item to me, you even opened your mouth wide, laughing and howling that you didn't have any sort of illness whatsoever." Li Huowang displayed a reckless attitude, smirking as he continued to interrogate. "And then, what happened next?" She narrated it again, her facial expression completely unchanged. "After that, Senior Marshal Brother Wang seized the moment while you were having an episode, grabbed a rock, and smashed it against your head with all his might." 2 streams of true and false memories brawled chaotically in his brain. His sluggish eyes recalled the silhouette of a bloody, mangled face. Bai Ling Miao dropped her head, her hands furiously crumpling the hem of her shirt in resentment, her tone mixed with anger as she said, "Senior Marshal Brother Wang thought you had closed your eyes and kicked the bucket, so he tried to pull something with me." Upon hearing this, Li Huowang gritted his teeth and cursed out loud in his mind, "That bastard Senior Marshal Brother Wang, that despicable fatso with a cleft lip, huh?" Thinking for a few seconds, he leaped up to press closely against the girl's face, relentlessly questioning, "So where did that guy surnamed Wang vanish to?" Bai Ling Miao frowned, her face revealing a look of surprise as she replied, "He was beaten dead on the spot by you, Senior Marshal Brother Li. Could it be you've completely lost your memory? But to sum it up, what is going on?" In Li Huowang's messy memory of the bloody, brutal fight the other day, the guy he battered half to death was clearly Lao Liu. Racking his brain for a moment, he choked up and scolded himself. Turns out there never was any Lao Liu existing in this world to begin with. This body of mine is truly insane beyond cure. Li Huowang spaced out, staring up at the vast sky, while looming right in front of his nose was the super-giant sensor stained with hideous blood marks. He staggered to stand up straight, blankly dissecting the current situation. What if this torn-up world is exactly the cruel reality, then Junior Marshal Sister Li and that group of pitiful medicine people, oh, and not just them, every living soul in this nest is bound to be sent to meet their maker anyway. He slowly dragged his feet, his brain frantically scheming and plotting. The final boss pulling the strings behind this mountain of heinous crimes was none other than that scabby old man. Just as Li Huowang was wrestling with his tangled web of thoughts, the master's voice suddenly tore through the space. "Chuan Yang, looking at your face, it seems you're restless and want to pour your heart out to your master." Sudden remark scared the life out of him, panicking as he asked himself in his stomach, when did this scabby old man wade over here, being as silent as a ghost? Li Huowang hurriedly pulled himself together, obediently clasping his hands and bowing in greeting, "Master." Yet that old geezer poured a bucket of cold water on him, rushing him, "Hurry up and spit out your answer for me." Finishing his sentence, he whipped around, sticking out his bizarre, wrinkled face to extract a confession. "To sum it up, What kind of ghostly schemes and demonic tricks are you calculating in that head of yours, huh? Li Huowang frantically broke out in a sweat, stammering his reply, "Your disciple." Your disciple is. His brain calculated furiously, immediately giving birth to a slippery stalling tactic as he presented his case, saying that this disciple is incredibly worshipful of your divine pill-refining skills, which is why I was curious about which lifetime it would take for me to reach such an outstanding level. Zheng Kun, standing guard right next to him, caught that sentence and sneered in contempt, secretly cursing in his stomach, HMPH, what cheap and low-class fawning flattery. On the contrary, the old master, upon hearing it, was so delighted he tilted his face to the sky and laughed loudly, "Ha ha! For a strapping young man to have such drive for progress is highly commendable." Zheng Kun's face instantly darkened with scrutinizing jealousy, unable to believe that their majestic old master could easily swallow the bragging, bullshitting rhetoric of that little brat. On this side, the master stroked his treacherous goatee, maliciously weaving a tall tale. "It is not that your master is stingy and hiding his skills. The catch is that this path of cultivating external pills is indescribably arduous. Those ordinary pills are nothing to write home about, but once you have the ambition to attain true fruition in both internal and external pills, using the Tao of alchemy to ascend to heaven and attain the Tao then." Li Huowang slyly chimed in to gas him up with another sentence. Could it be that master is on the verge of transforming into an immortal? His mouth spoke like that, but his heart was throwing a festive parade. Thank God, finally managed to smoothly bluff my way past this gate of death. The old man leisurely stepped onto a towering rock, his face smug and arrogant as he declared, "To lay hands upon the immortal realm is naturally not simple at all, yet that golden throne of success must resolutely belong to this Taoist." He slowly cast his gaze downwards, slowing his tempo to probe. "Can you guess the reason why?" Li Huowang slightly lifted his head, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, and cautiously answered, "Your disciple has a tofu brain and does not know." The old man's gaze shrank at this moment, becoming profoundly unfathomable. Suddenly, Zheng Kun servilely stepped forward to whisper a reminder in his ear, "Master, the hour of the rat is about to strike. If we don't roll up our sleeves and prepare to refine the pills this very second, I fear we might miss this auspicious hour." Catching the warning, he snorted to assert his dominance and waved his hand, ordering, "Enough of this. Everyone urgently get your hands dirty and start things up for me." A whole flock of them scrambled, running frantically to get ready. Zheng Kun also took the chance to boss him around. "Xuan Yang, hurry up and drag yourself to the materials room to grab that medicine primer I told you about the other day and bring it here, quick." Li Huowang stammered, asking back, "Which medicine primer?" Zheng Kun furiously lunged forward, jabbing his index finger straight into his chest and berating, "You bastard. Were you sleepwalking last time? Master ordered you to bring the white medicine primer, yet you let it slip away, with the consequence of ruining Master's sacred pill-refining hour. Is your head in the clouds or something, for you to drop the ball so completely, huh?" Exhaustively instructed with great detail that the medicinal properties of the guiding spiritual elixir, along with the exact moment of lighting the fire, would directly determine the quality of the pills later on, there absolutely cannot be even a hair's breadth of error. He clicked his tongue, waved his hand dismissively, and said in frustration, "Whatever, drop it, wasting saliva explaining it to a moron like you is pointless. Piss off and get to work already." Li Huowang froze in place the moment those words entered his ears, his face portraying utter shock. A white medicine primer. So the tragedy of using Bai Ling Miao's physical body to refine medicine had not yet lowered its curtains in this corner of Qing Feng Temple. Turning toward the materials storehouse, the herd of medicine people were all terrified out of their wits, shrinking into a corner, every single face looking blank and utterly exhausted. Someone sneaked a glance into the pitch-black patch in the corner of the room, their teeth chattering as they whispered, "Is it that time again? There's no way to escape. In short, everyone here is eventually going to die a miserable death in this place." Li Huowang cast an emotionless eye over to Bai Ling Miao, who was sitting slumped on the squishy, wet dirt floor. He growled, "Bai Ling Miao, get up and follow me, quick." She bit her lip hard, swallowing her bitter tears as she softly replied, "Yes, Senior Marshal brother." The catch was, having only dragged her feet a few steps, she abruptly stuttered and called out, "Senior Marshal brother Li." The frail tone made him flinch and turn his head, quietly standing there to gaze at her. She raised her face, offering a tearful, pleading look, then choked back a sob as she begged, "Senior Marshal brother Li, if in this life you have enough fortune and a tough enough fate to escape this hellhole, I hope you can accumulate some merciful karma and help me pass a message to my family, could you? Bai Ling Miao dropped her head, hiding her tears, sniffling. My parents live at the foot of the Yuanzin mountain range in Liang State. Please tell them that. Her tears poured down like a broken dam, her tone hiccuping with each breath as she laboriously forced out that this unfilial daughter has no way and will forever be unable to care for her creators in their twilight years. Saying that, she sobbed uncontrollably amidst sheer, utter despair. Li Huowang spat out a freezing sentence, too lazy to waste even a single glance on her. I cannot shoulder this burden, your time is completely up. Bai Ling Miao froze for a few seconds, her eyes bulging as she stared at Li Huowang, a flash of extreme terror streaking across her face. He rolled up his sleeves, tightly gripped his short sword, and issued an icy command, strip off your pants for me right now. Bai Ling Miao's tears fell in drops as she stared at him with a tragic expression. She whimpered, Li, senior martial brother Li. At the same time, the old master was sitting imposingly atop the towering pill furnace, enveloped by a dark night dotted with streaks of bright red blood scattered everywhere. Li Huowang dragged Bai Ling Miao along and strode over. He dropped a curt sentence, Master, the medicine primer has been brought here. The old man heard this and immediately cracked a devilish grin. Heh heh, Xuan Yang, you've done very well. Good disciple, hurry and crawl over here. Cutting off his words, he stretched his arm forward. A stream of white power abruptly wrapped tightly around Bai Ling Miao's neck and yanked her away. She opened her mouth wide, flailing in helplessness. In a flash, her body had been sucked right into the palm of that cruel master's hand. He knitted his brows tightly, his face wrinkling in annoyance as if he had discovered something abnormal, and muttered. HMPH. Right at that moment, a streak of fresh blood suddenly dripped down along Bai Ling Miao's legs. Catching that scene red-handed, the old master smacked his lips and lamented, tusk, truly unlucky. The old geezer firmly believed that pile of blood was menstrual blood flowing from her body. Carrying a frustrated tone, he hoisted her into the air and roared in her face. Why did it have to get ruined right at this very moment? The medicinal properties of the primer are completely ruined now. Finishing his sentence, he fiercely hurled her down to the floor and issued a stern command. Xuan Yang, kick this medicine primer back to where she came from fast. Li Huowang bowed to obey the order, yes, master. He subtly smirked in a smile, got away with it. The next step is simply to sneak Bai Ling Miao out of this hellhole and we're done. But abruptly, the old man changed his mind. Hold on, Xuan Yang. If this medicine primer is expired, drag another one up here to replace it for me. I remember clearly there is still a backup medicine primer in the warehouse. Catching that verdict, his face went numb with shock. He bit his lip until it bled to suppress the rage threatening to overflow. The old man didn't forget to urge him, go quick and return fast. Do not delay this Taoist's auspicious pill-refining hour. Along the path looping back to the warehouse, another figure collapsed to the ground, howling and pleading, please, senior martial brother Li, I don't want to die. Gazing at the dripping tears of those innocent girls, it abruptly dawned on him. I was wrong. I never had the ability to salvage Bai Ling Miao, nor the wretched lives currently being minced inside that pill furnace. Streams of crimson blood had already dyed an entire corner of the dark, gloomy cave a glaring red. The old master, with a mess of fresh blood splattered all over his face, shot him an ice-cold glance and asked, aren't you incredibly thirsty to step onto the path of alchemy? Crawl over here and observe it clearly. He thought silently in his heart, if this old geezer keeps firing up this furnace, I will be powerless to save anyone's life. Tomorrow, and the day after, there will definitely be more medicine primers losing their lives in this mass grave. The old man let out a resounding roar to open the furnace. Instantly, a blindingly brilliant beam of light burst forth. Li Huowang told his conscience, your grandpa here absolutely cannot turn into an accomplice for this wicked scoundrel. Right at this moment, a blood-red elixir was successfully refined. The old man endlessly praised it as excellent, saying this batch was truly not bad at all and that none of the other disciples could learn his tricks like you. Pretending to be generous, the old man held the elixir out in front of him and said, this reward is for you. There was only one move left to make. Calculating in his mind, he submissively knelt down on the floor, holding out both hands to receive the pill, and obediently said, thank you, master, for bestowing this precious elixir upon your disciple. After finishing the pill concoction, the old man leisurely walked past Li Huowang. He muttered to himself that if he wanted to pull that miserable group of human medicine conduits from death's door, the first step was to drag his own life out of the mud. The old man even turned his head to remind his favorite disciple to swallow it quickly while it was still smoking. He bit his lip tightly, his eyes filled with absolute determination, concluding that the only path forward now was to end the old man's life. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Huowang swallowed the elixir straight into his stomach. But in less than a blink of an eye, he froze. It was a mistake. This pill clearly had a massive problem. He opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, his hands frantically tearing at his clothes as he screamed, "It's too hot! Oh, I'm burning up!" His whole body was boiling as if thrown into a roaring furnace, and his chest spewed out plumes of thick white smoke just like in those bizarre fairy tales. Watching him writhe in half-dead agony, the old man maintained a face as hard as stone, yet spoke with feigned care, instructing Xuan Yang to hurry back to his room and rest. The old man swept his sinister eyes over him to examine his condition, then leisurely explained further, "The amount of spiritual energy in this is terrifying. To fully absorb it, you'll need to spend quite some time." Gritting his teeth to endure the flesh-tearing pain, Li Huowang bowed respectfully and obeyed, "Yes, master." He struggled to drag his heavy feet step by step, while bizarre plumes of white smoke continued to billow and rise relentlessly from his body. His fingers dug fiercely into the solid rock wall, carving deep, sharp scratches into it. Just a split second later, Li Huowang, in a fit of extreme rage, punched a solid stone wall to pieces. His strength at this moment was absolutely terrifying, forcing even the sturdiest rocks to explode into dust and debris. A tragic fragment of memory suddenly flashed in his mind. The desperate pleas of innocent lives before their end, "Senior brother Li, I truly do not want to die." Those haunting voices kept looping over and over, pouring straight into his eardrums. His entire body seemed to be undergoing a violent mutation, convulsing incessantly in agonizing, tearing pain. In short, I have consumed an elixir squeezed from the very essence of human lives. Could clearly visualize an abundant surge of power exploding as that thing pumped into his body. Ironically, having swallowed just a single elixir, have I really gained such extraordinary strength that can shed my mortal shell and temper my bones? Burying his face and dry heaving a bizarre dark brown liquid, he felt a bitter sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. With this meager skill, how could he possibly hack that malicious, bald old geezer to pieces, a monster who had already swallowed dozens of priceless elixirs into his stomach? While his mind was sinking into darkness, a soft, fair hand suddenly supported him gently from behind. Bai Ling Miao caringly helped him up, her voice unable to hide her extreme panic. "Senior brother Li, are you all right?" He could only stammer, the words stuck rigidly in his throat, unable to form a sentence. Seemingly understanding the heavy burden in his heart, the girl whispered softly, "Senior brother, please stop tormenting yourself like this. Being pushed into this corner was absolutely unavoidable, even you don't have the power to decide your own fate." The space around the two of them momentarily sank into a thick, heavy silence. After a long while, Bai Ling Miao nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and called out softly, "Senior brother Li." Her expression suddenly shed its usual fragility, her eyes sparking with a blazing fire of hatred, and she asked clearly, "You are plotting a way to eradicate our master, aren't you?" Hit right in his darkest secret, Li Huowang jolted in surprise and stared at her wide-eyed. Unsure whether the young girl in front of him was friend or foe, Li Huowang frantically pinned Bai Ling Miao against the adjacent stone wall, placing a finger to his lips to hush her. "Are you tired of breathing? That old geezer is more than capable of eavesdropping on every single movement in this hellhole." However, Bai Ling Miao remained perfectly calm and whispered back, "Do not worry, senior brother. Today is the day Du Lao Jia must return to the mortal realm to go to the market, so even if Master grew extra ears, he couldn't eavesdrop on what we are saying." Li Huowang frowned and curiously interrogated, "What the hell is this Du Lao Jia anyway?" Looking around, thousands of people were slouching limply like soulless ghosts. Terrified whispers drifted into his ears. "Are they hunting humans to use as medicine conduits again? This time, we are truly dead meat." Li Huowang glanced at the crowd, thinking to himself, "Just as I expected, these people have already slapped me with the label of being an accomplice to that old geezer." Ignoring the buzzing sounds of complaint, he grabbed Bai Ling Miao's hand and pulled her away. "This place is not safe at all. Let's find another corner to talk." In the distance, a dirty, grime-covered peasant was awkwardly scratching his head and ears. Ignoring the many prying eyes following their every step, he nonchalantly led Bai Ling Miao toward a more open area. As they walked, he interrogated her, Keep talking. Who exactly is this figure named Du Lao Jia you just blurted out? The girl tilted her head and softly explained. Du Lao Jia is just Du Lao Jia. That thing is formless and invisible, impossible to see and impossible to touch. She slowly whispered into his ear. My grandfather once told me that only powerful beings with profound magic are capable of commanding them. The catch is, on the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month, Du Lao Jia must leave to attend the market. Absorbing this new knowledge, Li Huowang fell into a state of deep contemplation. He calculated under his breath. Du Lao Jia goes to the market on the 1st and 15th. That means on those 2 dates, the old geezer will lose his eyes that monitor the entirety of Qingfeng Guan. This is truly a juicy piece of information. Seeing Li Huowang remain completely silent, Bai Ling Miao decisively urged him, Senior brother Li, let's circle back to the main point. Do you truly want to settle the score with our master? Li Huowang pressed his lips together, his eyes blazing with towering resentment. Do you even need to ask? I hate him so much I wish I could chew the bones and drink the blood of that beastly old man. Instantly she replied, if that's the case, count me in. Bai Ling Miao gave a slight, smug smile, I want to crush him too. Right at the climax, a random voice cut in from nowhere, shattering the atmosphere. The newcomer waved a bizarre toy in his hand, let me join in too. Both Li Huowang and Bai Ling Miao jumped in fright, simultaneously snapping their heads back to glare with soul-crushing terror in their eyes. Guhua was clutching 2 foreign objects that looked like pebbles, his face beaming as he fawned over them. Senior brother Li probably can't even remember my face, right? Since I was born, I was never given a proper name, so you can just call me Guhua. Guhua excitedly sidled closer, offering the 2 grimy things in his hands. He, senior brother, senior sister, have a piece of cake for now. Bai Ling Miao scowled and snapped angrily. Did you eat a tiger's liver to have the guts to eavesdrop on our conversation? Guhua frantically waved his arms and legs, smiling ingratiatingly like a sly merchant. Not at all, I am wronged. My guts are as small as a fish's, how would I dare do such sneaky things? I originally meant to run over to ask senior brother Li for protection, but who knew my ears would catch junior sister Bai's concluding sentence so? Without waiting for him to finish his rambling, Bai Ling Miao cut him off, brimming with vigilance. Looking as clueless as a cow wearing a bow, on what grounds should we let you join our crew? Guhua nonchalantly put his hands on his hips and shrugged with total innocence. Well, I idolize senior brother Li. Could it be that wanting to be his shoe-carrying disciple out of admiration is also forbidden? Standing to the side, Li Huowang was utterly speechless, throwing them a weird look while inwardly lamenting. Oh, Xuanyang, could it be that in the past, you also used these childish tricks to pull martial artists under your wing? Brushing aside his tangled thoughts, he fixed his gaze on the person opposite him and spoke up. Guhua, do you seriously not find me disgusting at all? Guhua foolishly scratched his head and answered glibly, what the hell is there to sweat about? Senior brother Li only does what he does because the currents of life forced his hand. Hearing that quirky tone, Li Huowang burst out laughing and finalized the deal. All right then, you're approved for a spot, as long as you, Guhua, don't slap your thighs crying in regret later. Even so, deep down he kept praying anxiously, hoping he wouldn't follow in the tragically disastrous footsteps of the former Xuanyang. In the long, dragging days that followed, I kept racking my brain, digging for any method to send Dan Yangzi to meet the Lord of the Underworld. The only catch was, if I merely relied on my own meager strength combined with those 2 impish accomplices, the dream of butchering that old monster was truly more absurd than plucking stars from the sky. Midst that dark and gloomy period, those unlucky souls branded as medicine conduits in the storehouse kept being herded, one, by my very own hands to be delivered to the alchemy room. The only useless thing I could bear to do for them was to stuff my gut full of the dying words from every single life before they departed. Those cold-blooded days just slipped by, until escorting the 8th prey to the destination, Li Huowang still played his role perfectly, bowing and reporting to master, today's goods have all been prepared. The ulcer-headed old man blankly replied with an emotionless sentence, I know. Hey Xuanyang, your performance has been quite decent lately. The ancestral master once decreed that the ironclad rule of our Zishan Dong Hua sect is clear rewards and punishments, sharing meat together, bearing guilt together. Since you have inadvertently grown passionate about this alchemy profession, your master will make an exception and teach you the blood-nourishing elixir trick to get you started. L. Huowang froze upon hearing this, his mouth hanging wide open in sheer astonishment. Beside him, His senior brother was so bitter that his face turned deathly pale green, hating that he couldn't swallow him alive. The old geezer casually kept blabbering, "Don't you go frowning and despising it just because it seems easy-peasy. On the surface, it might look like common knowledge, but its roots lie in top-tier immortal magic copied directly from the heavenly tome." Finishing his words, Dan Yangzi personally spat out pearls of wisdom, passing down the secret technique to Li Huowang. His voice was as coarse as sandpaper. "Prick up your ears and listen. Human elixir 2 taels, Cyperus rotundus half a caddy. Supplement with actinolite 2 taels and 4 mace. Use sand for 3/4 of an hour to kindle the fire. Bathe cleanly to keep your mind pure and tranquil. I seeing through everything, breath faint, spirit gathering chi." Li Huowang exhausted his focus, not daring to miss half a beat, his eyes darting around to see if there was any scrap to use as a cheat sheet. Grabbing a piece of charcoal, he yanked out the hem of his shirt to act as paper, carefully writing down every single word exactly as said. The old man's rambling continued to echo steadily into his eardrums. "Next, use a gentle simmering fire to keep it warm. Wait exactly until the 4th quarter of the Mao hour to open the furnace. And just like that, the elixir will be freshly out of the oven." The very moment the old man finished speaking, he immediately shouted loud and clear, reporting to Master. "Your disciple has swiftly wielded his pen to jot down the entire formula right here on the hem of this Taoist robe. Please spare a bit of your precious time to cast a glance and verify if any words are missing." He thought he would be patted on the head and praised for being a good boy, but who would have guessed that what awaited him was a deafeningly brutal kick flying straight into his body. The kick, carrying destructive force, made Li Huowang cough up blood from his nose and mouth. His entire body flew several zhang away like a fallen leaf, then hit the ground with a bone-shattering thud. Gritting his teeth to endure the heaven-piercing pain, he complained inwardly, "Is this crazy old geezer possessed by a ghost or something? One minute he pretends to be kind, and the next minute he turns hostile and bites people. Although my meticulously written characters aren't as beautiful as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, they are at least plain as day to the eye." His brain suddenly flashed with a blinding light, as if his mental plumbing had just been unclogged. Li Huowang opened his eyes wide and muttered, "Wait a minute. Ever since I dragged my ass to this latrine pit, I haven't caught sight of a single scripture or calligraphy pasted anywhere in Qingfeng Guan. All the elite knowledge and writings from ancient times to the present were entirely transmitted via saliva. Could it be that this eccentric old geezer is actually an illiterate bastard?" It turned out he was as dumb as a rock. This earth-shattering discovery sent a basketful of questioning thoughts dancing in his head. If the old man didn't even know how to read, then what kind of ghost was spoon-feeding him the words from the mysterious heavenly tome that he kept blabbing about every day? Just as he was calculating this, Zheng Kun loomed out of some corner, the corner of his lips curling into a wicked smirk. "This is truly earth-shattering, isn't it, Xuan Yang? Even the top-secret formula in the heavenly tome was generously spat out by the master for you. It seems the old man is openly favoring you." Although his body felt like a pile of minced meat, Li Huowang still stubbornly fired back with a tongue as sharp as a knife. "Senior brother Zheng Kun, even if he treats me like the center of the universe, how does that affect your rice bowl? Even if he emptied out all his immortal magic capital and stuffed it into my head, what right do you have to meddle in my business? If you have so much free time that you're getting restless, please move your face out of the way. I'm still busy as hell cleaning up this battlefield of ingredients here." Those deeply sarcastic remarks lit the fuse of Zheng Kun's anger. He squawked in rage and instantly launched a palm strike that smashed straight into Li Huowang's body. The guy was treated to another flight through the air, his ears clearly hearing his ribs protesting with a crisp crack as they fractured. Zheng Kun violently lunged forward, throwing follow-up kicks like a sleepwalker, his mouth endlessly spitting out venomously jealous words. "You bastard, do you think you're the king of the world just because you lucked out and grabbed a raggedy prescription? Even the most elite cultivation method that the master has kept hidden from me all these years, how the hell was it exposed to a nobody like you? If you're so tough, throw the master's name out to scare me. Back when I was serving him, running around the martial world and hiding like rats, you didn't even know which crack you were nesting in." Beaten to a pulp as he was, Li Huowang still sullenly poked back. "Senior brother, your cultivation attitude is too much of a trash fire. You've been kissing the master's ass for all these years, and in the end, he just squeezed the lemon and threw away the peel. He didn't even bother tossing you a single scrap of a cultivation technique to chew on. This critical hit officially snapped Zheng Kun's nerve of sanity. He roared like a mad beast, his blazing hands throwing out a devastating punch, blasting Li Huowang away to stick flat against the rock wall with a loud slam, the concussive noise echoing throughout all of Qing Feng Guan. At this moment, a fellow disciple poked his head out to look at the victim's motionless body and let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "Junior brother Xuan Yang, why do you always love playing the straw hero? If it weren't for the master's elixirs saving your life, you might have kicked the bucket 8 lifetimes ago." He ran over and hoisted Li Huowang up by the armpits, grumbling, "I told you to keep your trap shut and give Zheng Kun some face. How full of yourself are you to go and set the house on fire like that?" Li Huowang still strained his neck to argue back, his eyes flashing with stubbornness. "So what? I dare him to take my life. If the batch of disciples in this cave keeps dropping off one by one, this Qing Feng Guan will close up shop sooner rather than later. Not to mention, Du Laojia is still sitting right here overseeing things." The concluding sentence left Xuan Yuan looking as bewildered as a cow wearing a hat. "Du Laojia? What kind of big shot is that?" Li Huowang paused for a few seconds. "Ah, so this guy is completely in the dark about Du Laojia's existence. It made sense, though. The time Xuan Yang's gang held hands to run away didn't land on the 1st or 15th of the month. Furthermore, that stingy old geezer wouldn't ever bother spitting out secrets to his core disciples like Zheng Kun." Thinking it over and over, that bald geezer didn't trust a single soul. With a mind as narrow as a needle's eye, he still tried his hand at being a master to the world. Thinking up to this point, he couldn't help but burst into hysterical laughter. Seeing that half-crazy state, Xuan Yuan was scared out of his wits and frantically pressed him, "Junior brother, the master gave you medicine already, right? Why are your nerves short-circuiting and going mad like this?" But deep down in his heart, Li Huowang was flying flags of joy. Finally, the knot had been untied. In the days that followed, taking advantage of his heated clashes with Zheng Kun, I intentionally leaked a pinch of top-secret information about Du Laojia into his ears. Catching that frown full of dirty schemes and cheap tricks on his face, I could bet 100% that a storm was about to hit. I kept hiding in the bushes and monitoring closely, but Zheng Kun just kept replaying his dull, tasteless daily cultivation script as usual. At the peak moment when I thought I had misread the pulse, that his greed hadn't ripened enough, a whole month slipped by. Exactly on the 15th of the second lunar month, the old geezer lugged his gear out to refine elixirs, while Zheng Kun vanished completely, absolutely not showing up at the Zhengyi Hall to cultivate anymore. Seeing this, Li Huowang stealthily tailed him like a shadow. The door to the old man's room was left ajar, proving that Zheng Kun had hired an ally to pave the way and break inside to investigate. He truly was a meticulous bastard breeding paranoia. Even in this boiling hot situation, he was still perfectly willing to wait outside and play the role of the gatekeeper. Mind-blowingly enough, the insider was actually him. It was none other than Xuan Yin, a random outer disciple of the establishment. Just as he poked his face out the door, the two guys put their heads together, whispering their shady, gray area plans. Afterward, they immediately channeled their energy to gather qi from the pores of their skin and flesh. Obscure mists of smoke reeking of wicked sorcery rose up. Then, with a whoosh, the silhouettes of the two thieves evaporated completely, not leaving a single hair behind. Clutching a basket full of doubts in his gut, Li Huowang let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, they finally bothered to scram. It seemed the formation locking this room's door had been dismantled by Zheng Kun's gang ages ago. Now it's time for this young master to show off his axe skills. Acting on his thought, the guy dashed straight into that shady tiger's den without even blinking an eye. As soon as he stepped foot inside, a foul stench of death slapped him straight in the olfactory senses, reeking like a 1,000-year-old decomposing rat corpse. Pinching his nose to ignore that destructive odor, Huowang tiptoed and weaved through the nooks and crannies. Every step he took was as tense as a drawn bowstring, his vigilance pushed to the absolute roof. Boom, Li Huowang's pupils lit up like headlights. His feet were rooted to the spot, his mouth mumbling to himself in front of the rock, this stone slab. It's highly likely that this is precisely the treasured heavenly tome that the toxic old mushroom loves to brag about. Looking at the bunch of hieroglyphics wriggling like crawling worms, he muttered, "The Gandharva of the universal sound chapter attains the widely spread universal sound like clouds, translating the wondrous good voice to command all to obtain the gate of peaceful liberation." So it turns out that this so-called ancient heavenly tome is 100% a Buddhist sutra. You couldn't divine half a word of a formula for concocting miraculous spiritual elixirs from it. Then what frame of reference was that toxic old mushroom using to distill his elixirs? Unless, in the midst of the freezing space, a piercing voice suddenly rang out, "You are birds of a feather with that guy from earlier, aren't you? Freeze, don't move a muscle. If I ring this bell even once, my father will swoop right back and snap your neck immediately." Li Huowang spun around to investigate, and what hit his eyes was the soul of a little brat locked tightly inside an earthen jar. She was pouting her lips and grinning in a highly insolent manner. However, how could those cheap tricks beat the grass to scare the snake when it came to Li Huowang? He curled his lips into a sneer, "Haha, so this is the real truth. Ring the bell if you have the guts. While you're at it, I'll expose to your old man that you are actually so ignorant you don't know a single word of this heavenly tome, and you've been leading him by the nose for all these years." Being called outright in broad daylight, her face turned ashen as she stammered, how could you blindly guess such a thing?" He rejoiced inwardly. Just as expected, the one pulling the strings and translating for the toxic old mushroom was this little brat. "But this isn't my fault. I look at that bunch of talismans on there and don't understand a damn thing either. The cruel part is that my father just uses his authority to force me to dub it for him to hear." Huowang poked her with another offbeat remark, "Aren't you terrified that one day he'll catch you by your weak spot?" She stuck out her lip and let out a faint, contemptuous laugh, HMPH. "My father is illiterate, so whatever I bullshit to him, he has to blindly bow down and believe it." In short, even the recipe of using human flesh as bait to refine spiritual elixirs was cooked up single-handedly by you to lead him by the nose. Absolutely correct. I conveniently remembered some random nonsense from the back of my mind, so I bluffed that it was a secret technique extracted from the heavenly tome and fed it to my father. You can sleep with a high pillow, swallowing that garbage won't make anyone ascend to heaven. I'm not foolish enough to harm my own father. I'm just dreading the scenario where my father finds out I'm useless and then ruthlessly throws me out into the garbage dump. Open your eyes wide and look. Right now, I don't even have a single limb left. Completely crushing any chance for her to cry poor and tell a sob story, Li Huowang swung his hand and tightly grabbed the earthen jar. Using all his strength, he smashed it directly onto the freezing ground. The earthen jar shattered wide open into 1,000 pieces, and a bloody red stream of plasma squirted out from its guts, flooding all over the floor. The brat shrieked miserably, her facial features scrunching up like a monkey eating ginger. "Oh mommy, it burns. The pain pierces the blue sky." On the contrary, Li Huowang's face was brimming with murderous intent. As he hissed word by word, "Consuming your garbage prescription might not actually kill a person with a tough life. But it is precisely because of this cheap formula you pulled out of thin air that the toxic old mushroom keeps frantically eating human flesh like a starving beast." Shifting the scene to dawn the next day at the old geezer's main hall. At this time, the whole cluster of medicine conduits, along with the entire cast of senior and junior brothers, had fully assembled. Suddenly, a roar carrying towering, unbridled fury echoed from afar. Which little brat dares to pluck the tiger's whiskers?" The hissing sound, full of murderous intent, was accompanied by the heavy, thudding footsteps that were rapidly closing in. Li Huowang had more than enough capability to taste the soul-shattering spiritual pressure spewing out from the old man's main body. The guy knew perfectly well what cause had made the old man's blood pressure spike like this, and he silently cheered in his gut. Well, the time to get on the chopping block has finally come. A human head dripping profusely with blood was dangling from the old man's hand. This was undoubtedly the murderer who caused the pet he pampered like a fragile egg to die an unjust death, unable to close its eyes in peace. The old man continued to squeal like a slaughtered pig. "Who is it? Which little punk dared to fish in troubled waters and sneak into my room while this Taoist was focused on refining elixirs?" Only response to his thunderous rage was a dead silence as blank as a sheet of paper. Absolutely no ghost dared to utter half a word. Seeing this scene, he ground his teeth audibly and growled, "You bunch like to keep your mouth shut for cash, don't you? Very well, this Taoist will dig you out one by one with my own hands." Having said that, he staggered over to stand in front of every single life to begin his fiery interrogation. His silhouette flickered dimly like a vampire prowling in the dead of night. He sounded the alarm. "Cheng Ming, Cheng Ren, while I was engrossed in refining elixirs, where the hell did you two bury your heads?" Suddenly called out, the disciple, whose face was pale without a drop of blood, stutteringly explained, "I am deeply wronged, master. The two of us always stayed firmly planted, defending the outer edges of Qing Feng Guan exactly as you ordered. Me and Cheng Ren, where would we two dig up the guts to be negligent for even half a tick? Listening to his disciple's bundle of excuses, although he still felt conflicted in his gut, the old man had to temporarily set it aside. Immediately he dragged his body over to the next prey to interrogate, and Chuan Yuan confessed right now. Wherever his footsteps pounded, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the area, leaving everyone shivering uncontrollably. Chuan Yuan also frantically trembled, reporting to Master, Aye. The guy mobilized all of his slippery cunning to squeeze out dozens of tragically dramatic excuses to whitewash himself. Standing in a corner, Li Huowang was deeply aware that his own neck was about to be put on the guillotine very soon. However, right at this boiling hot moment, no one noticed that buried among the gathered crowd of medicine conduits was a guy shivering uncontrollably like a puppy in winter. It seemed that in his brain he was brewing some sort of despicable scheme, but whether his transparent nature could completely hide his intentions was another story. One could only see his whole body convulsing in terror, his facial muscles scrunched up to the extreme limit. And then what had to come finally came. The decrepit old man dragged himself in front of Li Huowang and growled, "Chuan Yang, it's your turn. This morning, after you finished delivering the goods, where did you sneak off to?" The old man's face at this moment was twisted and distorted, looking so grotesque that it would make anyone's guts churn. Fighting in close quarters with that remnant of a face, Huowang also broke out in cold sweat that drenched his forehead. The guy tried to dry swallow a mouthful of saliva to regain his composure, then roared loud and clear, reporting to Master, "Your disciple remained rooted in the storehouse to prep the medicinal ingredients, standing by for your next batch of elixirs." Nevertheless, his brain was rapidly calculating. The old man's murderous intent was radiating so fiercely, no wonder guys like Cheng Ming or Xuan Yuan nearly wet their pants, let alone a ragtag amateur like me. Swallowing Xuan Yang's answer, the old man abruptly spun around to point the spearhead at the crowd. "Do all of you genuinely see with one shared vision and confirm that Xuan Yang stayed holed up in the storehouse?" Slapping back against his sarcastic question was still a silence that would disgust ghosts and repel demons. Not a single corpse dared to breathe out a word or twitch their body. The old man swept his gaze around, grinding out every harsh syllable. "It is best you turn your tongue 7 times before spitting pearls and dropping jade. Whoever can dig out the mastermind for me, not only will this Taoist set him free to go back to his hometown to herd ducks, but I will also generously bestow a bunch of travel funds to line his pockets." Just as she caught the signal of that juicy bait, Bai Ling Miao pumped herself full of courage to pop up and clarify. "Master, at that moment, Senior Brother Li was 100% planted right there with us. I myself will swear a toxic oath to stand and testify for Senior Brother Li." Unfortunately, Bai Ling Miao's sudden intervention to defend him only poured more oil onto the fire of the old man's paranoia. He spun on his heels and dug in. "You dare to use your head to guarantee for him, huh? And what about the rest of your gang?" Startling everyone from deep down in the dark corner of the crowd, a solitary arm sprouted up, accompanied by a shrill, piercing voice. "Respected Immortal, sir, I would like to expose this Xuan Yang. He hasn't shown his face in the storehouse for even half a step all day today." His offbeat testimony struck like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky straight into the heads of Li Huowang and Bai Ling Miao, dragging countless owl-like eyes to stare at the guy who had just excitedly spoken up. It was truly sickening, the scenario where one doesn't fear enemies as strong as tigers, but only dreads teammates as stupid as cows, or more accurately, taking the extremely painful betrayal of a backstabbing friend. "With this scandal, you've got serious business with me now, Li Huowang. I will personally send you off on a journey to the west." But how could Huowang ascend to heaven so easily and absurdly? After finishing his declaration, the traitor laughed foolishly, fawning and flattering. "Respected Immortal Grandpa, I have exposed the criminal, so could you please bestow your grace and let me return to my homeland now?" Ironically, shattering the elated, delusion-filled face of the Askisser was the earth-shattering fury of the old geezer. He crushed the skull in his hand to a pulp and howled madly, "You lying bastard. That batch of medicine conduits this morning was clearly escorted by Xuan Yang's own hands. If he didn't drag his face to the storehouse, then where the hell did he borrow the goods from? You're tired of breathing, so you want to fucking die right here, don't you?" The sky of hope that had just lit up was extinguished in the blink of an eye. The flame of survival that had just flared was ruthlessly stomped out, dragging his emotions into a freefall from the top of the tower straight down to the bottom of a bottomless well. With both legs as limp as spoiled noodles, the guy dropped heavily to his knees on the floor, kowtowing repeatedly as if worshipping the stars. "Immortal Grandpa, forgive me, I know my mistake. It was because pig fat blinded my eyes that I chased after fame and profit and barked lies. I've learned my lesson. I kowtow and beg the great and merciful Immortal Grandpa to spare me a way out to live." However, the sharp, cold gaze of the scabby old man now locked onto a new prey. How pitiful for that person, who was still foolishly unaware that a storm was pulling in right over his head, his mouth still curled into an incredibly triumphant sneer. A split second later, streaks of bright red blood poured out torrentially just like a sudden downpour. Just a moment ago he was so cheerfully beaming, but in the blink of an eye, he officially received a one-way ticket to the Yellow Springs. While that unlucky guy was still bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening in the world, the scabby old man flew into a thunderous rage, howling with complete indignation. The flame of fury in the old man's heart flared violently, incinerating every last bit of his reason. With bloodshot, spiteful eyes, he unleashed a barrage of curses right into the other party's face. "Just now when you saw Xuanyang being framed, you seemed pretty gloating and thrilled, didn't you? Your lips were curled up in such a hideous smile. What's wrong? Are you choking on your words now? Squeeze out a few words and let me see. Seeing someone suffer injustice makes you that delighted, huh? Xuanyin, you better explain this to me right now." As he roared and frothed at the mouth, the old man pressed his hideous face right up against Xuanyin's nose. Needless to say, he was scared pale, his whole body shivering like a leaf in winter. So panicked that his gallbladder nearly burst, he collapsed onto the ground, his mouth stuttering as he desperately tried to explain. "Ma master, I am deeply wronged. This matter absolutely has nothing to do with me." Pushed to the wall, he decided to bite the bullet and take a risk. Trembling, he pointed his finger straight at Zheng Kun and wailed, "It's Zheng Kun. It was that senior brother Zheng Kun who put a knife to my neck and forced me to play this cheap trick." Suddenly having his name called out, Zheng Kun's face instantly switched to a ghastly pale mode without a drop of blood. This time it was game over. Even if he grew a pair of angel wings, he shouldn't even dream of escaping this tribulation. Hearing the accusation, the scabby old man slowly turned his head, narrowing his eyes that sparked with murderous intent, glaring at Zheng Kun as if wanting to eat him alive. Over here, terrified that the dam had broken, the guy scrambled frantically, fleeing at breakneck speed in a desperate bid to salvage his last sliver of hope for survival. The scabby old man's fury hit the roof when he realized the backstabber was none other than his beloved disciple of many years. He ground his teeth and hissed, "Excellent, just excellent. Who would have thought the mastermind was you? I should have seen right through you from the very beginning. The formation in my room, who else besides you had the skill to break it? However, you were naive enough to delude yourself into thinking that I would implicitly trust you and let you freely stroll in and out of my deepest secrets." Saying that, he quickly pulled out an ancient coin from his robes, gripped it tightly in his hand, and raised it high. Without wasting another blink, he coldly flicked the coin high into the air. The moment the coin hit the ground, he ruthlessly raised his foot, preparing to crush it to pieces. At the same time, the coin-shaped seal right in the middle of Zheng Kun's forehead suddenly flashed brightly. He instantly petrified, turning as stiff as a statue. And then, as the old man's foot stomped heavily onto the ground, the seal on his forehead also shattered into countless fragments. Zheng Kun's body instantly suffered a catastrophic consequence. His limbs detached and fell off in a gruesome display. The scabby old man's ice-cold voice rang out, "You ignorant fool who doesn't even know his place." Only when death came knocking did Zheng Kun realize the unmatched ruthlessness of the scabby old man. He wheezed out belated words of repentance. "Master, I made a foolish mistake. Master, I have truly learned my lesson. Do you remember a while back, when High Master Zhengde was relentlessly hunting us down? Back then, it was my two junior brothers who laid down their lowly lives to pave a blood path for us to escape." Hearing this, the scabby old man merely let out a cold sneer and declared, "O my obedient disciple, whatever schemes your gravel-filled head is brewing, this Taoist master can read them with my eyes closed." At this point, Zheng Kun could only howl miserably in utter helplessness. "Master, I am now nothing but a useless doormat. Please be lenient and spare my dog life." But life is no fairy tale. A heinous crime cannot just be brushed aside. The scabby old man leisurely stepped forward, stomped his heel directly onto the top of Zheng Kun's head, and threatened through gritted teeth. You treacherous scum, and your 2 junior brothers are all wide-eyed wolves. Not in this lifetime could you ever be taught the meaning of loyalty." Finishing his words, he slammed his heel down mercilessly, crushing Zheng Kun's head flat, blood splattering everywhere and dyeing the area red. Ever since sending Zheng Kun to meet his ancestors, the scabby old man's trust in Li Huowang soared to a whole new level. Before the solemn ancestral tablet, the old man shoved 3 incense sticks into his hands, forcing him to kowtow 9 times in gratitude. Li Huowang, of course, obediently followed every instruction, not daring to utter half a word of protest. After bowing 9 times, Li Huowang slowly raised his head, turned around, and respectfully said, reporting to Master, "I have completed the formalities." The scabby old man nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Now that you have paid respects to the patriarch, from this moment on, you are officially promoted to this Taoist master's true disciple." As soon as he finalized it, the whole group kneeling below started clamoring and cheering, enthusiastically congratulating the master and the newly promoted senior brother. Guo's face fell like he was at a funeral, but powerless to do anything, he had to swallow his anger. On the contrary, Bai Ling Miao's expression was anxious, as restless as a cat on hot bricks. The old man cleared his throat again. "Now that it's done, Chu and Yang, follow me. The rest of you disperse and stop being a nuisance." Hearing this, Li Huowang rejoiced inwardly, thinking to himself that the perfect opportunity had finally arrived. "Sleep soundly, scabby old man. I will personally send you packing to the afterlife." A moment later, he led him straight into the secret chamber, the place where the forbidden heavenly tome was stored, an area where normally not even a fly could enter. Standing before that antique object, the old man slowly spoke up to probe him. "I remember correctly that you attended literacy classes, didn't you, Xuan Yang?" Li Huowang replied with a deadpan face, "Yes, Master remembers it accurately." He then waved his hand at the sky. A surge of black smoke fiercely gathered and then spread out, suffocating the entire room. He nodded excitedly. "Wonderful, knowing how to read makes everything as easy as eating candy." Saying that, he began murmuring some incomprehensible gibberish incantations. In a blink of an eye, the thorny vines tightly binding the heavenly tome began to loosen on their own, as if by magic. Right after, they swiftly retracted and obediently slithered up, wrapping themselves around his arm. At this point, the rows of ancient, squiggly text on the heavenly tome were clearly revealed. The old man looked visibly thrilled, waving his hand eagerly. "Hurry up and come study this. Let's see if you can digest any of the gibberish on this book." Li Huowang strolled closer, nodding slightly. Let this disciple broaden his horizons and take a look. While gluing his eyes to every page, Li Huowang's mind was racing. Those immortal cultivation manuals from before were all just Dan Yangzi's own fabricated nonsense. What if I can't translate a single word now? Wouldn't that be a dead giveaway? If so, it'd be safer to just wash my hands of it and say, "I don't know," from the start. Having skimmed through, Li Huowang loudly reported, "What luck, Master, this disciple can decode this mess." Hearing this, the scabby old man's blood rushed to his head, and he yelled frantically, "Then what the hell have you been mumbling about all this time? Whatever words you can read, spit them out for me to hear." Li Huowang scratched his head and ears, feigning foolishness, and slowly replied, "Master, how come I've looked until my eyes hurt, but I don't see the blood-nourishing prescription you taught me the other day anywhere?" Taken aback by the question, the old man suddenly froze like a broken record, his face dumbfounded as he stammered, What did you just say?" Li Huowang rested his chin in a thoughtful pose like a profound scholar, then leisurely continued his bluff. "Ah, so that's how it is. The squiggly lines on here are definitely a beginner's manual for cultivating inner essence. Clearly states here that an immortal cultivator must pinpoint the exact moment of the new year's transition when yin and yang converge. The old year hasn't left, and the new year is approaching, and then ingest a bunch of outer elixirs to stimulate advancement. Only by completing this whole package can one attract the heavenly Tao, fusing heaven and earth's spiritual energy into a mortal body to ascend as an immortal." Hearing this bizarre script for the first time, the old man's eyes went wide, and he stammered, "Wait, this cultivation method actually forces you to use outer elixirs too." Li Huowang took the chance to run his mouth flawlessly. "Exactly right, Master. These outer elixirs are also divided into various types. Let me inspect this more closely. This prescription requires 2 taels of cinnabar, 1 tael of white lead, 1.2 taels of bone marrow, and the most crucial part is that one must find exactly 1 tael of old man you to throw into the pot and boil together." But master, what kind of obscure tree root is this thing called Old Man Yu? Li Huowang blinked his big round eyes, asking innocently like a newborn fawn. Reaching his ears, these words hit the scabby old man like a bolt of lightning, yet instantly cleared his meridians. He mumbled to himself, no wonder. No wonder that wretched little girl kept insisting back then that if anything happened to the heavenly tome, we'd have nothing left to do but cry together. Oh, this is the reason why this Taoist master has been scraping by for so many years, waiting endlessly but never growing wings to ascend. Those insolent brats, daring to lead me around in circles, they truly have a death wish. With rage choking his throat, he jumped up and stomped the heavenly tome that he usually cherished more than his own flesh and blood to shreds. After stomping to his heart's content, he abruptly switched to a sickeningly sweet tone, glaring at Li Huowang with eyes as sharp as a butcher's knife, and whispered, "Oh, my precious golden disciple, that wretched brat having the guts to trick me is one thing, but don't tell me you're also plotting to string your master along." Li Huowang immediately pretended to tremble like a leaf and replied, "I'm innocent, master. This is clearly the one and only jackpot ticket for both of us to ascend to heaven. Where would I get the guts to deceive you? I myself am craving the title of immortal just as much as you are." Hearing this explanation, the old man kept dead silent, not bothering to utter a single word, only using a bizarre gaze to scrutinize every hair follicle on Li Huowang's face. On the contrary, the young man just stood there stiffly with a poker face, letting the old man examine his flawless handsome features all he wanted, while inwardly chuckling to himself. After glaring to his heart's content without catching any flaws, the old man appeared extremely satisfied, nodding and ordering, "Very good, excellent. Then hurry up and preach the level 1 curriculum for me to hear. Let the two of us practice it until we know it like the back of our hands, and then rolling up our sleeves to brew the outer elixir won't be too late either. In this operation, the two of us will just hold hands and soar up to become immortals." Thus, the scheme to brainwash the scabby old man and turn him into an obedient puppet had successfully passed its first step with flying colors. And then, after a string of top-tier bullshit that sounded as compelling as a real-life documentary, having single-handedly directed and acted out an utterly demonic curriculum on inner and outer elixir cultivation, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to slip away. He silently thanked heaven and earth for grinding so many cultivation novels in the past. Otherwise, this patchwork of theories would have been exposed, and he'd have been executed by that old man long ago. He casually carried his lantern and strolled down the pitch-black corridor, his heart rejoicing because the chess pieces were moving right on track. The day he achieved his goal seemed very close now. After a string of days enduring humiliation through gritted teeth, he finally salvaged a radiant ray of hope. As soon as he set foot back in the medicine room, just as expected, he saw the group staying up late, waiting wearily. Whole gang was still huddled in a corner, eagerly waiting for his silhouette to appear. Bai Ling Miao raised a blazing torch high, smiling brightly as she called out, "Senior Brother Li." Everyone's eyes lit up with an indescribable flame of excitement. It seemed they all tacitly understood that today's monumental event was the explosion that opened a new chapter, lighting up the path of survival for everyone. Pausing for a beat, he immediately returned to his usual calm demeanor, exhaled, and raised his voice to reassure them, "Calm down. Now that this young master has limped back here in one piece, the promise to lead you guys to escape still stands valid. Just hold on a little longer, everyone will definitely get a ticket back home." As soon as Li Huowang sealed the statement, everyone's hearts tightened with overwhelming emotion, wanting to burst into heart-wrenching sobs. The long-awaited dream had finally seen a true ray of light to guide them back to their loving families. An unexpected scene unfolded. Without anyone prompting, the whole group simultaneously dropped to their knees on the ground with profound gratitude. One person choked up and blurted out, "Senior Brother Li, you are truly our reborn parents, a living bodhisattva descending to save our tragic lives." Panicked, Li Huowang hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. Hey, what are you guys trying to do? Earlier at Yangzi Hall, if it wasn't for you brothers backing me up, I would have reported to the King of Hell long ago. Don't tell me I have to bring out a pillow and kowtow to worship you alive right now." Looking at the touching scene, where everyone's wrinkled faces bloomed with radiant smiles, a bizarre warmth suddenly surged in Li Huowang's heart. Who would have guessed that in this godforsaken place, he would have the fate to share life and death with this group of oddballs? Letting his thoughts wander for a few seconds, he cleared his throat to break the atmosphere. "Hey everyone, I have an urgent mission that requires your help." This job will determine whether we can smoothly slip out of this rundown King Feng Guan or not. Ling Miao's eyes went wide, clearly showing anxiety as she pressed him. Did something happen, Senior Brother Li? Are you still in one piece? Did that rotten old man give you a hard time? Hearing this, Li Huowang immediately thought of the scabby old man's crazy thirst for ascending to immortality. He involuntarily smirked. That old man is so desperate right now. He has to put me on a pedestal to rely on me to translate the gibberish on the heavenly tome, so how could I lose a single hair? Right now, even if I forced him to eat mud, he'd have to smile and chew it all up, haha. Saying that, he withdrew his mocking smile, put on a serious face, and questioned, among you here, does anyone know about any spiritual rumors or other demons and monsters? Like those extremely eerie legends similar to the story of Old Man Yu from before. Just as it was mentioned, Bai Ling Miao hastily spoke up. I do, aside from that Old Man Yu, in the past I also heard my grandpa tell stories about another bizarre species of monster. People usually call it De Lao Lao. Receiving the news, Li Huowang remained as cool as a cucumber, shrugging in response. Hearing this name De Lao Lao sounds pretty tacky, probably nothing impressive to speak of. Seeing him raise his voice, Bai Ling Miao panicked and put a finger to her lips, loudly shushing him. Senior Brother Li, lower your voice a bit. What if De Lao Lao tunes in and hears you right now? This creature is endlessly heretical and grotesque. First of all, regarding its appearance, whenever it falls into someone's sight, it morphs into a different shape. Some people rumor it to be a monster with absurdly long ears, but others swear that it looks exactly like an old man who just breathed his last. Even more terrifying if you keep blabbering De Lao Lao's name on your lips. Reaching this part, her voice suddenly got stuck in her throat, her face full of hesitation as if silenced by some dark force. That stuttering demeanor only made Li Huowang's curiosity boil over, and he impatiently urged, oh come on, and then what? Bai Ling Miao, turning pale, stammered in reply. De Lao Lao will lock onto the sound and crawl right up to your bed. Once you encounter it, you will also be infected and turn into a new version of De Lao Lao. Sounds disgusting, right, Senior Brother Li? Can this bunch of info about De Lao Lao be of any use to our plan? Adjusting the recent dump of knowledge, Li Huowang rubbed his chin in thought, letting out a soft breath, thinking to himself, just wandering near it a bit and you get taken away to become one of its kind. This garbage world is truly freakish beyond words. Anything terrifying can exist. Pondering for a moment, he nodded firmly in praise, approved. The profile on this De Lao Lao thing is actually very valuable. Saying that, he spun around to the crowd beside him, urging, have you guys dug up any other legends? Hurry up and spit them all out. Instantly, a forest of hands eagerly shot up, competing with each other. Senior Brother, I have some secret news. Another person chimed in, I also have a super juicy secret. Let me tell mine, me too. Guwa scratched his head and ears awkwardly, chuckling as he clung on. Senior Brother, I once overheard rumors in the martial world that there are human traffickers who skin live dogs and drape them over little kids, then force them to learn to dance and bark exactly like real puppies. In the end, they turn the kids into a pack of obedient dogs to bring to the market as a circus act for profit. This bunch inherently had slightly abnormal brains, so the stories they told were barely reliable. Hearing this, he outright brushed it off. I don't have time to listen to these disgusting street crime broadcasts. What I need are those eerie, surreal things like that Old Man Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, the King Feng Guan disciple named Zhao Wu jumped in to steal the spotlight. Senior Brother, I overheard a story about an ocean monster named Gong Po Yu. When I was little, I heard the elders in my clan rumor that this Gong Po Yu not only has a hideous face, but it only drags its carcass up to the water's surface during times of terrifying storms and devastating floods. Li Huowang's mind was calculating wildly, murmuring that this monster seemed exactly the kind of heretical stuff he was looking for. He nodded and concluded, all right, the news about Gong Po Yu passes the censorship test too. Immediately, an arm as thick as a thermos hesitantly went up. Its owner was a burly, muscular farmhand, but with an empty head, perfectly fitting the description of all brawn and no brains. In this corner, everyone was used to calling him the fool. He stuttered, Senior Brother, I also picked up a story here. Li Huowang couldn't help but let out a long sigh, patted the fool's shoulder, and decisively turned on his heel toward the door. Wasting his youth listening to gossip from a simpleton, he might as well play deaf and blind to save time. He squeezed out a forced smile and said, all right then, harvesting this much gossip just now is enough to use. I'm leaving first. You guys just keep your mouths shut and wait to watch a good show.
You're watching
Fool
a
had just
comic
opened his
recap
mouth.
on Lens
Words
Media.
hadn't even dropped from his throat before he was slapped with a verbal shutdown, feeling an endless disappointment in his heart, as if a whole bucket of ice water had just been splashed on him. No one wanted to care about what he had to say, and nobody bothered to pay attention. It turned out that his thoughts had always been as light as a feather, tossable anywhere. The harsh reality is, in this world, who would ever believe the words of a fool? It's just like no one would be out of their mind to hand the steering wheel of a ship to someone who has never learned how to navigate. Next morning, at the crack of dawn, Li Huowang was abruptly summoned into the scabby old man's room. The old man pondered and gave instructions. The other day you said my minor heavenly cycle inner and outer elixir cultivation method was about to reach its peak, right? Then now hurry up and reveal the rest of the procedure for combining the cultivation method with how to ingest the elixirs for me to see. Li Huowang walked straight to the heavenly tome, loudly bullshitting, we must pluck two of De Lao Lao's hearts, then stew them to extract the core essence inside. Suddenly he feigned innocence and scratched his head, wait master, what kind of ghost or demon is De Lao Lao anyway? The old man immediately jumped up and snapped, why do you care, just focus on reading. Li Huowang had to swallow his saliva and continue his bluff. The next step is to definitely find a gong po yu, cut out its gills, and then ferment them together with 2 taels of arsenic. Hearing this, the scabby old man frowned and calculated, carefully dissecting every angle, a look of sheer astonishment evident on his face as he muttered to himself. Arsenic by nature is an extremely cold substance. Therefore, to neutralize that medicinal property, it is mandatory to use the gong po yu species with its scorching hot attribute. Truly miraculous. On top of that, the heavenly tome even instructs to use De Lao Lao to brew the elixir. Why couldn't my brain come up with this trick before? It makes perfect sense. If a living, breathing human can be boiled into an elixir, then why should those grotesque underworld creatures be an exception? Once he finalized his thoughts, the old man immediately rolled up his sleeves and got to work. A golden light reeking of heretical aura instantly flared up from his hand that was as bony as a dry twig. In a flash, a tiny bronze bell sat imposingly in his hand. Honestly speaking, anyone who often watches zombie-catching movies would see this bell as no different from the jingling bell used to summon corpses back from the dead. While he was still dumbfounded, not understanding what kind of cheap magic trick was unfolding before his eyes, the scabby old man had already put all his arm muscle into violently shaking that demonic bell. Those piercing, jingling sounds stabbed straight into the eardrums, continuously echoing throughout the silent surroundings. Li Huowang instantly felt as if his mind was being pierced by a drill, hurting so much he thought his skull would explode. Out of natural reflex, he clamped his hands over his ears, rolling around in agony and crying out, my head hurts so much, what the hell is going on? Could it be that the old man has seen through my web of lies? In which scene did I slip up? That terrifying chain of sounds didn't just torture his ears, but also launched a direct assault on Li Huowang's vision. The scenery around the room began to distort and deform in a spine-chilling manner. The whole world felt like it was caught in a violently shaking earthquake. What on earth is this godforsaken thing? Directly opposite and right by the old man's side, a thick, pitch-black stream of aura was continuously gathering into a shape. A hideous phantom full of malevolent aura slowly appeared, hovering and trailing after the old man. It tore open its blood-stained maw, baring its jagged teeth to unleash an incredibly despicable, wicked grin. After surviving a tortuous half-dead, half-alive ordeal, only when that spine-chilling bell sound completely died down did Li Huowang faintly regain a shred of consciousness. He frowned and speculated, is this bizarre do the result of the old man's rusty bell summoning souls? Wait a minute, what kind of play is he planning to put on? Striking right into his line of sight at this moment was the scene of the scabby old man bending his back, scooping up a full handful of squishy mud from the filthy floor and stuffing it straight into his mouth. Just like that, he chewed with difficulty and gulped it down as deliciously as if he were eating premium delicacies. Witnessing this nauseating sight with his own eyes, Li Huowang became even more panicked and bewildered. Has this crazy old man snapped his nerves or what? Why is he grabbing mud and shoving it down his throat? Simultaneously with chewing the mud, he looked up at the 2 ghostly black figures while mumbling some incomprehensible language. That underworld-scented communication happened in a flash, in a mysterious tongue exclusive to him and the demons, leaving Li Huowang unable to catch a single word even if he perked up his ears to listen. The night shadow ghost stood there stiffly, nodding along for a few beats. And in a flash, they evaporated into the empty darkness, returning peaceful silence to the space. The old man thumped his chest proudly, no matter how tough those ingredients written in the heavenly tome are to swallow, they are mere mosquitoes compared to your master. As long as I catch the scent of where things are hidden, this master is ready to rob them clean." Hearing this, Li Huowang jolted and blurted out, "Rob." He muttered in his belly, "Don't tell me those two underworld soldiers just now doubled as ingredient scouting radars." He replied arrogantly, "Of course it's robbing. If we don't rob, do you think people are crazy enough to wrap them up with a bow and deliver them right to your mouth? That thing I rang the bell to invite up just now was Old Man You. This Old Man You has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. That espionage tracking stunt is just a trivial skill of his." Thinking back to the past, in order to snatch this bell, this Taoist master shed quite a bit of sweat and tears. He smacked his lips in reminiscence. "Back when I just turned 5, a bigger beggar snatched the stale, steamed bun right from my hands. At that fateful moment, I achieved enlightenment on the truth of life. If I'm empty-handed while others have their pockets full of goodies, what should I do?" Just the word rob immediately lit up brilliantly in my brain. In my radiant youth, I went and robbed people's wives, stole their horses, and swept clean all the gold, silver, and jewels. Later, when my skills leveled up, I pivoted to robbing martial arts manuals, stole magical artifacts and tools, poached disciples, and even this King Feng Guan establishment is the result of my own 2 hands plundering. He lifted his face and proudly boasted, "Take a look at that patriarch statue made of mud over there. Does he dare to utter a single word of objection? So hey child, when adults impart their experience, you better absorb it carefully. This Taoist master treats you like my own flesh and blood, which is why I'm spilling my guts to tell you this. This is popularizing survival knowledge so you become less of an idiot." Li Huowang still curiously pushed back, "But master, what if we meet a heavy hitter and can't outrob them? What card do we play then?" He couldn't even be bothered to answer, frowning and cursing inwardly, beyond saving, truly beyond a cure. How is it that your educated head is so disastrously muddled? If you can't beat them in a fistfight, then grow a brain and use schemes to rob them by any means. His blood pressure spiked, and he swung his arm to deliver a heaven-shaking slap. Smack! A loud, clear sound right across Li Huowang's face to vent his frustration. Then he ground his teeth and hissed out every word. "If one person can't beat them, get 2 people to gang up. If ganging up doesn't work, sneak around and use poison. If poisoning fails, then just ride the wave and resort to underhanded tactics." Facing his shameless philosophy of robbery, Li Huowang was rendered entirely speechless. He had to squeeze out a stiff smile, salvage his composure, and kiss up. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Master has indeed seen through this mortal realm. Those bastards dared to despise me for being illiterate, mocked me for lacking comprehension, and even falsely accused me of being demonic heretics, cursing me for having no Taoist heart. But just keep your eyes peeled and wait until I attain the Tao and become an immortal. I'll pry those bastards' eyes wide open so they can clearly see who is the one without comprehension, who is the one who lost their Taoist heart. Howling while grinding his teeth, his already ugly and deformed face now burned with a murderous aura wanting to eat people alive. Ignoring the fact that Li Huowang was totally clueless about who he was yelling at, just looking at this attitude, he was sure this grudge was as deep as the ocean. In the time that followed, Li Huowang and the scabby old man stuck together like glue, eating at the same table and sleeping in the same bed. Thanks to the days they stayed glued to each other, he freely painted, modified, added, and subtracted from the heavenly tome, molding the ascension process to sound as realistic and believable as possible. The heavenly Tao naturally takes from the surplus to compensate the deficit, while the human Tao takes from the deficit to build upon the surplus. The ancient immortals broke from their cocoons and transformed into gods through meditating in the realm of nothingness to achieve a state of selflessness. The white jade capital up in the heavens, the 12 pavilions and 5 cities are where immortals reign. I touch the crown of my head to receive immortality, casting aside the annoying mundane pleasures that defy the Tao and disturb the emotions. 96 holy lords treat fame and fortune as passing clouds. The 9 heavens' profound evil condenses into divine thunder. The might of heavenly wrath borrows the tip of a sword to guide the way. A profound ancestor of heaven and earth takes the myriad of energies as its root, cultivating through 10,000 tribulations to prove the position of the divine sect. However, the scabby old man wasn't just sitting around twiddling his thumbs either. In just a short while, every single bizarre ingredient that Li Huowang had bullshitted had been hunted down and hoarded by him without missing a single one. After closing his eyes and muttering his cultivation for a bit, Li Huowang slowly opened his eyes and called out gently, "Master." Shall we light the fire and open the cauldron to refine the elixir right now? However, right at the moment when Li Huowang was absolutely certain in his gut that the scabby old man would nod vigorously. Desperate that he would demand to fire up the refining furnace instantly, the old man dropped a line that made him fall flat on his back. What's the rush? After all, there's still half a month until New Year's Eve, so for now, let's just hit a year-end feast to warm our bellies first. True to his word, while Li Huowang was still dumbfounded and unable to catch up with the frequency, the old man had already eagerly set up a magnificently grand year-end feast. Deep down, Li Huowang's mind rippled with extreme confusion, wondering why he was sitting down to eat a year-end feast in this heretical corner. Amidst the fragrant smell of food steaming from all sides, he could only sit there petrified, letting his brain spin out of control in his own tangled mess of thoughts. His booming voice hit the eardrums again. Why haven't you brought out more bowls and chopsticks for the deceased disciples yet? Set them out cleanly here to welcome them back to drink together for the new year. In the blink of an eye, dining utensils for the entire lineup of disciples who had already become fertilizer for the grass were laid out everywhere, filling the table tightly. Admiring the fruit of his labor, he laughed heartily and cheerfully. "Ha, this is what you call letting loose. Everyone gathering around to eat and drink together, that's the true spirit of celebrating the new year." Down below, the surviving fellow Taoists, senior and junior brothers who were his disciples, had also been herded to gather in full force. Without hesitating for a second, he hurriedly picked up food and stuffed his mouth full, chewing loudly and incredibly deliciously. The pork crackling and chive dumplings emitted a fragrant aroma. The taste was truly top-notch. Indeed, in this world, only food remains loyal to us. His demeanor at this moment looked exactly like he was embracing the very meaning of his life. However, when he looked up and saw his disciples still petrified, staring wide-eyed at the plate of dumplings without daring to touch their chopsticks, he could only mumble while chewing with a stuffed mouth, "Are you all just going to sit huddled there like a bunch of statues?" Grumbled at by their master, the whole group of disciples tremblingly lifted their trays of dumplings, but everyone's face was extremely stiff and hesitant. It seemed this bizarre food had left too massive of a psychological shadow in their minds. He continued to run his loud mouth. "Getting to eat this is a blessing from 7 lifetimes, kids. Back in the day, when I was your age, I hadn't even had the chance to see what a dumpling looked like. At that time, I only got to hear the world's gossip that this thing was finger-licking good." Saying that, he dreamily recalled memories from years ago. Back then, exactly on New Year's Eve, the smell of food from the neighbor's house accidentally drifted past my nose. When I just crept closer, the daughter of that family took one look at my handsome appearance and immediately begged her father to let me join their table. The moment I showed my face, she hurriedly brought out a tray of steaming hot dumplings to invite me, incredibly enticing. And in that historic moment, I finally learned what a dumpling looked like. I will never forget it. That year they also made pork crackling and chive filling exactly like this feast. Oh my, it was mouth-wateringly fragrant. "Kids, eat up quickly. What are you waiting for?" Saying that, he immediately stuffed a massive dumpling into his mouth, making the filling squirt out messily around the corners of his mouth, a truly shudder-inducing sight. Seeing this, the group of disciples had no choice but to squeeze their eyes shut and eat vigorously. Among that group, only Li Huowang had tears streaming down his face, mixing with the food he was choking down. He bitterly told himself in his heart, "That's right, it really smells fragrant. After all, today is already the new year." Countless fragments of memories suddenly rushed back into his mind. That place wasn't just a tray of steaming dumplings, but it was also the moment of family reunion, gathering warmly together. Every piece of memory was so crystal clear. How could it possibly be a lie? Right at that moment, Li Huowang was agonizingly tormented by homesickness again. The silhouette of the young girl he loved the most kept appearing, making him unable to hold back his tears and burst into heart-wrenching sobs. The old man keenly noticed Li Huowang's unstable mood right away. He slowly stood up and leisurely walked over. Reaching out his bony hand to gently pat his disciple's shoulder, he offered words of comfort. "My good pupil, if you're crying while chewing, you must swallow slowly, or else you'll choke." Li Huowang was in a daze, seemingly unable to believe it himself. Am I really shedding tears? Right at that moment, the old man's voice rang out again. He dug out a stack of bright red envelopes from his clothes, beaming with joy as he said, all right, if you can't swallow it, don't force it down like Chuan Yuan. This lucky money is my blessing for all of you. Keep it carefully under your pillows when you sleep for good luck." As soon as they got the lucky money in their hands, the gloomy disciples instantly lit up. cheering loudly together, "We thank you, Master." He glanced around and chuckled, "What are you thanking me for? It's the new year, saying Happy New Year is the right way to do it." The disciple Xuan Yuan awkwardly scratched his head and pulled his ears, his mouth still smeared with pastry crumbs, as he stammered, "Yes, wishing Master a peaceful and healthy new year." Hearing this, the old man was thrilled, laughing heartily as he praised, "Excellent, excellent, wishing all of us a joyful new year." Not only that, he thoughtfully distributed shares to the short-lived disciples who had passed away long ago. He carefully placed each red envelope next to the empty bowls and chopsticks, muttering a prayer, "My poor children who lost your lives, everyone gets a share, not a single coin short. Hurry up and manifest to receive your blessings." After finishing the ritual, he glued his eyes to Li Huowang and asked subtly, "My favorite disciple, there's no need to give out your share, right? Our master and disciple Du is about to ascend to become immortals. When that time comes, we'll have eternal life on par with heaven and earth." Right after saying that, he bared his teeth in a smile so creepy it was haunting, showing off a jagged, uneven set of teeth that was an absolute eyesore. It was a look that could truly shock the heavens, discuss ghosts and demons, and transcend the universe. Facing his excitement, Li Huowang merely sneered, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Of course, Master." But who could have predicted what kind of nonsense cultivation manual this guy would pull out of his ass in a few days to keep spouting his bullshit? It's true that money can't buy everything, because there are still gold bars and diamonds out there waiting to be hunted down anyway. After that, the master and disciple buried their faces in the alchemy furnace like every other day. Thanks to following the exact recipe Li Huowang made up, the old man finally produced a batch of spirit elixirs radiating a brilliant glow. Right in front of him now were two huge, sparkling crimson pills, two flesh pills that wriggled like worms, along with two black pills that looked rotten yet strangely dazzling. Li Huowang thought to himself, "This batch of pills seems to have gone smoothly as usual. But that paranoid old geezer dragging me along to become an immortal is, after all, just afraid I gave him a fake formula." As if I'd be scared, though, he flashed a wicked smile, thoroughly pleased with his own homemade masterpiece. He just threw whatever came to mind straight into the pot. Swallowing such a jumbled mess of random impurities would only lead to a one-way ticket to hell. There's no way anyone could keep even half of their pathetic life. Placed right between them was a censer with 3 incense sticks releasing ethereal smoke. Li Huowang sat cross-legged, his expression as calm as stagnant water without a single ripple. Suddenly, the old man spoke up, "My favorite disciple, you swallow it first, I'll stand guard for you." Li Huowang calmly replied, "Thank you for your grace, Master." Deep down, he was mocking him relentlessly, this bald-headed old geezer, living to such an age only to be spun around in circles by my lies. Just keep clinging to that pipe dream and hold my hand as we march down to the Yellow Springs together. Thinking up to here, Li Huowang didn't actually care about his own life anymore either. To him, the boundary between life and death had long been blurred, because he didn't belong to this bullshit world from the very beginning. Without hesitating for even half a second, Li Huowang shoved the pill straight into his throat and gulped it down into his stomach. Sitting across from him, the old man squinted his eyes tightly, focusing entirely on scrutinizing every single drop of Li Huowang's expressions. Drifting along with the incense smoke floating throughout the room. In a flash, Li Huowang got into character perfectly like a true actor. He acted as if he was high, floating in euphoria and blending into the hazy smoke. In his mind, he silently muttered, "With such abundant spiritual energy, it's definitely the heavens blessing me." His eyes flashed with an arrogant gleam of triumph, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile of ultimate satisfaction. His unhidden ecstasy was etched into every gesture. A string of refreshing laughter rang out like a long bell, exactly as if he was embracing the most glorious halo of his life. He threw his arms up to the sky in extreme agitation, muttering, "I understand now, I've figured it all out. The gates of immortality are opening wide to welcome me." Dan Yangzi, squatting across from him, currently felt his guts churning with curiosity mixed with a bit of paranoia. Despite that, his hand still unconsciously picked up another elixir pill, muttering in his mouth, ascending to become an immortal. This Taoist also yearns to become a holy immortal. Right after finishing his sentence, he decisively tossed the pill straight into his throat. All around them, the smoke continued to spread hazily, enveloping the space, as if painting a vision of a glorious heavenly court about to descend to the mortal realm. But life is never a dream, Holy Mother of God, it was horrific. Li Huowang suddenly clutched his stomach tightly, rolling around on the floor before violently vomiting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Even though his internal organs were twisting in pain, forcing him to writhe and crawl on the ground, his lips still managed to twitch into a sinister smile. "Haha, do you still want to refine more pills, you ignorant old fool?" Immediately after, the young man opened his mouth wide to taunt triumphantly. That whole bunch of theory was completely cooked up by this young master from Yangzi novels, you know. Stop dreaming about becoming an immortal. It's high time you prepare to reincarnate as a hungry ghost. Right on the other side, the old man also began to convulse violently, writhing as the side effects of that shady pill started kicking in. Li Huowang struggled to crawl up, dragging himself step by step closer, already holding another red pill in his hand. With hands trembling so hard they were shaking like a leaf, Li Huowang mustered the last of his fading strength to shove that bizarre pill down his own throat. Instantly, the veins all over his body bulged rapidly, a terrifying burst of vitality exploding within every fiber of his muscles. Li Huowang now seemed to have his power boosted to the absolute max, his eyes bloodshot with terrifying red streaks. He swung his blood-red arm up and roared, "Are you deaf? Your grandpa is speaking here." Saying that, he swung a heaven-shaking slap right into Dan Yangzi's face, the brutal force so intense it caved the old man's face deep into a pit. Fresh blood spurted wildly from his mouth, teeth and gums falling out in clumps, while Li Huowang's handprint remained starkly visible on his bruised cheek. The old man just kept babbling like a madman. This is all an illusion of inner demons. This brat has succumbed to chi deviation." Before he could even blink, the old man rolled his eyes back, erupting with a horrifying surge of force that sent Li Huowang flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, he shrieked like a maniac, "Get lost! Don't even think about blocking this seat's path to enlightenment. I'm about to fly up to heaven and become a saint." Taking the full brunt of that launch, Li Huowang fell face first onto the dirt floor, utterly helpless and unable to move his body an inch. His bones felt like they were falling apart, his vitality depleted right down to rock bottom. Looking over at that corner, the old man had officially lost his mind, his eyes completely bulging out, burning with a wild gaze. His pupils darted around erratically out of agitation, the corners of his mouth twitching before pulling into a savage grin. He cackled hysterically like someone possessed by a ghost and howled, "The Grandmaster is bringing a palanquin down to pick me up." Watching that disgusting scene, Li Huowang smacked his lips. The old guy has truly lost his marbles. It was exactly that bogus desire to become an immortal that boiled his brain to the point of madness. His stomach clamped up as if someone was tumbling his guts around. "If I knew it would be like this, I should have kept a razor blade handy from the start to end it myself." That was just a thought, though. Right now, Li Huowang still had to grit his teeth and endure every wave of extreme physical torture. His consciousness gradually blurred, sinking into a delirium. Right at this moment, the image of the stark white hospital flickered past his line of sight again. Once again, Yang Na's heartbroken face appeared, frantically screaming his name, "Huowang, Huowang, Li Huowang." On the borderline of the illusion, he sluggishly reached out his weak fingers as if wanting to catch that phantom, whispering in reply, "Na, are you here to take me home? Even if this is just a trick of the mind, seeing you right now is comforting enough." But just a few seconds later, Yang Na's smile simply faded away and evaporated, making way for the familiar figure of his attending doctor. The man loudly barked out orders. "The patient in bed 14 is losing consciousness. Preliminary diagnosis is acute food poisoning. Quickly bring the electric pump here for an emergency stomach pumping." Li Huowang lay splayed out there in total exhaustion. Even so, his mouth still managed to force out a sarcastic curse. "What the radish is this? What stomach pumping? This is a mental asylum. Where the hell would you find a gastric lavage machine? Could the illusions you guys conjure up please act with a little bit of logic?" Ending his complaint, Li Huowang's mind shut off completely, fully disconnecting from all things. Surrounding him on all four sides was nothing but a stinking sea of red blood. Strangely enough, though, he felt an odd sense of tranquility in his heart, because at least the storm in his stomach had stopped wreaking havoc. He felt very clearly that his physical body was floating and gradually sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Echoing in his ears were only the sobbing sounds of Yang Na, "Huowang, Li Huowang, don't give up. You already promised me." Suddenly his eyelids snapped wide open, staring intently. Immediately after, he plunged his head toward the ground and violently threw up, purging all the scum from his stomach, vomiting so hard that even the green and yellow bile spilled out. A muddy battlefield of pitch-black liquid, dotted with a few disgusting tufts of hair tangled up in a mess of minced flesh. Even the mushy dumplings, along with a few bits of internal organs, were all puked out onto the floor by him. Li Huowang's brain was now spinning in extreme confusion. Thought I was logging out to meet the ancestors this time, who would have thought I still managed to keep this pathetic life in the mortal realm. Am I still breathing? How could there be such a miraculous thing? Wait a minute, if I haven't kicked the bucket, then could that old guy Dan Yangzi also? That horrifying thought flashed by, making Li Huowang break out in goosebumps, drenched in cold sweat. Like a survival instinct, he hastily cranked his neck back to check. It was unclear what kind of demonic entity the young man had just laid eyes on. All anyone knew was that as soon as his gaze landed, the guy instantly spat out a curse. What the actual fate? This is truly cursed to the core. So-called master had now evolved into a monster with a supremely disgusting appearance. Slimy tentacles sprouted profusely all over his body, his facial features shifting and jumbling into something utterly inhuman. The aura surrounding him instantly thickened with a chilling scent of death, resonating with a cluster of eerie sounds that kept groaning relentlessly. 3 flowers gathering at the crown, Nirvana transforming into an immortal, so this is the truth. As expected, the day for this seat to reap the fruits of ascension has arrived. I understand now, I have achieved great enlightenment. I have truly comprehended the immortal realm, I have figured it all out. Right after his loud shout, a burst of meat fireworks exploded with a deafening blast. The master's freakish form exploded with a boom, shattering into thousands of tiny pieces in the blink of an eye. Blood, flesh, and lungs splattered wildly, smearing all over the 4 walls of the alchemy room. The secret chamber of Qing Feng Temple was instantly turned into a horrifying and haunting crime scene. Li Huowang stood there with a blank face, his entire body dyed crimson by a rain of blood, covered in the gruesome remains of his very own master. Looking at that mushy mess, he was petrified on the spot, his brain seemingly frozen and unable to load this bizarre incident. He muttered to himself, weird, is the destructive power of those 3 elixir pills really this overpowered? In the end, was the chaotic mess that Dan Yangzi and I cooked up an immortality elixir or an explosive? As the shockwave from the explosion faded, only sparse piles of the master's minced tendons and bones remained scattered around the room, mixed with an overwhelmingly suffocating stench of blood. Given the lethality of that massive explosion just now, his corpse must have sublimated into hundreds of pieces splattered everywhere. Now the stone floor was only stained with a few mangled flaps of skin oozing fresh blood. Standing frozen for a long while before dragging his soul back, Li Huowang unconsciously pulled the corners of his mouth into a forced smile. Heh heh heh. Just stayed huddled there in a daze for a very long time, letting the motionless piles of flesh and blood surround him. Even the master's bronze bell had been warped and twisted out of shape by the pressure. Only at this very moment did Li Huowang dare to let out a sigh of relief, because that cruel old geezer had definitely secured a ticket to see King Yanma this time. But turning back to examine himself, he was struck by a massive question. How the hell have I not croaked yet? Drowning in the terrifying silence, he suddenly felt aimless, completely stumped as to how he should step forward on the path ahead. Li Huowang had always been certain that once he eliminated that threat, his inner self would be deeply at peace, yet when the dust had settled, he found himself swept into a vortex of sheer bewilderment. All this time, every scheme he plotted was solely aimed at sending Dan Yangzi to heaven, absolutely never having sketched out an escape route for himself. Currently, Dan Yangzi was dead, Bai Ling Miao was safe and sound, and all the burdens he took on had been handled smoothly. But in the end, what am I supposed to do for my next step? Bang, the room door was violently pushed open, abruptly snapping Li Huowang's vague train of thought. The disciple duo Chang Ren and Chang Ming, longswords at the ready in their hands, stepped in warily and yelled at the top of their lungs, "What kind of monster is hiding here? Quickly confess where our master is." Li Huowang tilted his chin toward the chaotic mess on the floor, speaking in a deep voice, "Your master is that pile of scum lying under your feet. 2 senior martial brothers, I am Xu and Yang." That blunt statement made the 2 guys jolt and look down at their heels. Hitting their vision directly was a gory, slimy mess of guts that made their pupils shrink to the size of pinheads. Unable to believe this harsh reality, both shrieked in panic, You better stop spitting blood to slander people. Master's magical power is supreme. How could he kick the bucket in such a lame way?" Seeing the 2 youths still half believing and half doubting, Li Huowang immediately grabbed the old man's wrinkled face skin and shoved it right up to their eyes, smugly saying, "Stretch your eyes wide open and admire it." That senile old fool is truly blown to bits. Living a life spreading malice and slaughtering indiscriminately, receiving this brutal logout ticket is well deserved for him. Upon hearing his speech, Chang Ming and Chang Ren glanced at each other with deep apprehension. No need to discuss, the two of them sheathed their swords with a clack and sprinted the hell out of there like arrows leaving the bow. "Hey, stop right there, hear me out before you run," Li Huowang yelled helplessly after the desperately fleeing backs of the two disciples. Without further delay, Li Huowang picked up the bronze bell and rattled it noisily, striding through every nook and cranny while continuously shouting out announcements. In his other hand, he waved the villain's tattered facial skin high in the air, yelling, "Everyone take a good look. The evil bald bastard is dead as a doornail. You're all free, you can pack your bags and go home now." Following that booming voice, in less than a moment, a whole crowd of medicine conduits came rushing over in throngs. Some burst into tears of liberation, others kept rubbing their eyes in disbelief, muttering to confirm, "That wrinkled patch of skin definitely belongs to that old demon, no mistaking it. It really is him, he's actually ascended to the clouds, let's bail bros. We finally get to return to our motherland." In a flash, the whole group of people huddled into a long line, running close on Li Huowang's heels. Joy and jubilation were vividly apparent on every single face. Merging in front of them was already the cave entrance. Blending with the heavy, rhythmic footsteps following closely behind, Li Huowang's rallying cries continued to echo out. "Everyone step outside quickly, Dan Yangzi is truly dead. Everyone is free to go home peacefully for a reunion New Year." Everyone's chests were pounding with excitement at the bright prospect of returning home. There was no happiness more fulfilling than setting foot on their ancestral land once again after those days of torment. That bloodthirsty evil bastard finally paid his karma. His soul is truly shattered into pieces now. "Hey senior martial brothers, in which direction are your hometowns? Let's form groups later and travel the same routes to make it livelier." Midst all that, Bai Ling Miao's clear voice rang out, laced with choked sobs, "We finally get to go home. Let's hurry and go home, senior brother Li." But unfortunately, right at this moment, as if his sharp hearing caught wind of something unusual, Li Huowang abruptly halted his steps. He swept his eyes around the area, suspicion brewing in his gut as he asked himself, "What on earth is that noise?" Instantly, the whole group began to tiptoe cautiously, holding their breath as they took step after step toward the source of the strange sound. Peeking out to look, it turned out to be the old master's three disciples splitting into factions, growling and glaring at each other. Everyone had gleaming weapons in their hands, pushing the atmosphere to a state of extreme tension, like bows drawn and ready to fire. Xuan Yuan, catching a glimpse of Li Huowang's figure, joyfully called out, "Junior brother Xuan Yang, hurry in here and lend a hand. Let's join forces and kill off these two eyesores of Dan Yangzi. Once it's done, we'll split the supreme heavenly tome." On the other side of the battle line, Chang Ming immediately roared fiercely, "If you don't want to die in vain, you better be smart and get out of our sight. That senile old fool only passed down his trash alchemy arts to you. In this confrontation, are you truly delusional enough to think you have the skills to go against two-sword cultivators like us?" Hearing their argument, Li Huowang finally understood the reason why these guys wanted to eat each other alive all this time. He let out a long, weary sigh, thinking to himself, so all this conflict stems from that torn-up heavenly tome. Having no other choice, he had to open his mouth to intervene. But how the hell is that thing an immortal cultivation manual? It's just a junk scripture book. The stuff I was spouting before was just to trick that bald old man. Don't be so blindly obsessed with a few fabricated lies from him anymore. What the hell do you mean some grandmaster descended from heaven to hand it over? That notebook is probably just stolen goods from some innocent victim he stabbed to death. Three senior martial brothers, wouldn't it be better if you all just let it go, pack up, and go back to your hometowns with us? The moment he finished speaking, the whole gang immediately snapped their heads around to shoot daggers at Li Huowang. Their eyes were bloodshot and webbed with red veins, glaring wide open and filled with a horrifying frenzy, ready to pounce and tear apart anyone who dared to stand in their way. "Junior brother Xuan Yang, if you don't care for this treasure, then get the hell out of here immediately and save us the trouble." Seeing that these guys were beyond saving, Li Huowang didn't bother wasting his breath and decisively turned away. "Very well. Then we'll take our leave a step ahead. You three senior martial brothers feel free to settle your grudges. Whoever wants to keep their lives and return home safely, stick close to me. Don't be stupid and look around out of curiosity. Those three senior brothers' swords and blades are ruthless. They don't have eyes to show mercy." As the sun of a new day took its throne, warm rays of morning light shone harmoniously all over the cave's exit, casting a radiant halo onto the faces thirsting for life. Groups of medicine conduits excitedly followed one another, rushing out of that dark hell. In the depths of everyone's eyes sparkled an overwhelming happiness and jubilation. Rioted to the heavens, jumping around wildly just like children waking up from a nightmare, constantly and greedily inhaling the cool, fresh air of freedom they had craved for so many days. Refreshing laughter woke up a whole section of the forest, intertwining with the chirping songs of beasts welcoming the early sun. We're out. We really get to go home. I want to return to my hometown. But in stark contrast to that festive atmosphere, one person carried an unusually still mood. Ignoring the stream of people scattering in all directions to head home, he remained rooted to the spot, blankly pointing his eyes up at the clear sky, muttering, "Is it already this bright outside?" So I was actually wrestling with that old geezer for an entire long night in that secret chamber. Suddenly Bai Ling Miao stepped up beside him, eagerly urging, "Senior brother Li, shouldn't we also pack our bags and hit the road?" Li Huowang gently took hold of her soft hand and instructed in a low voice, "Hold on a moment. This here gathers all the suicide notes and hometown addresses of the unfortunate brothers who lost their lives in this place. Once you leave this mountain, go find a proper courier station and ask them to deliver these straight into the hands of their relatives." Amidst the bustling sea of people squeezing past each other to head home, his lonely silhouette remained completely unmoving. An ominous premonition brushed past, making Bai Ling Miao's footsteps falter. She looked utterly perplexed, stammeringly probing, "Li, senior brother Li, aren't you planning to join everyone on the journey back home?" He merely let out a bitter smile, his heart twisting with endless sorrow. "Home? In this world, where else do I have a place to call home anymore? At present, what direction could I even drift towards?" Swallowing the lump in his throat, he couldn't be bothered to force out another word of explanation, and simply turned on his heels, silently sinking back into the profound darkness of the stone cave, leaving Bai Ling Miao standing rooted in a daze with a tangled mess in her head. In a flash, Li Huowang's solitary figure had completely submerged into the murky depths of the cave. Qingfeng Temple was now suffocated by a terrifying stillness. The only sound keeping him company was the echoing of his lonely footsteps. Li Huowang fumbled his way back to his old room. He tightly shut the door and lit a flickering oil lamp. Ignoring the patchy bloodstains still smeared all over his face and clothes, he let his body go limp and flopped onto the freezing stone bed slab, blankly gnawing on his own aimless existence. Calculating it in his head, today was already the first day of the month. For a whole month, my stomach hasn't had to contain that disgusting, slimy black fetus marrow. Perhaps the time limit to suppress these insane hallucinations has truly run out. Even if it's all just fake illusions, please just let me reunite with Nunna one more time, even if it's only for a brief split second. And so, in a state of unconsciousness, he just let go, allowing his entire soul and body to drift and submerge into the hazy realm of dreams. Suddenly, his body swayed violently as if yanked out of this cruel reality by an invisible energy. Everything around him began to blur and melt, exactly like a painting being scorched. The air suddenly condensed, suffocating him, making every breath feel heavy and laborious. Li Huowang flailed around, reaching out his hands hoping to grab onto a support, but what answered him was only an empty, freezing void. He felt as though his physical body was turning into a withered leaf, drifting aimlessly between different surreal layers. Right on that borderline of half asleep and half awake, echoing from the deep distance, Li Huowang heard someone earnestly calling his name. "Senior brother Li Huowang." Faintly appearing through the dense fog of his brain, he saw the figure of Bai Ling Miao reaching her hands out toward him, smiling as she urged, "Senior brother Li, let's quickly leave this place." But Li Huowang merely replied with a worn-out, indifferent tone, "No need to make things so complicated. This place is good enough for me. I've already gradually grown numb to the way of life here." All of a sudden, the room door cracked open again. Guhua tiptoed inside, stammering, "Well, if senior brother Li has made up his mind to stay anchored in this place, then we'll take the liberty to bid farewell and hit the road first. Is that okay, brother?" Hearing that disciple spout such unlucky words, Bai Ling Miao immediately snapped her head around, flying into a rage and yelling loudly, "You damn monkey, shut your mouth right now for me." Scolded, Guhua instantly went as quiet as a mouse, his face turning pale green like a leaf, keeping perfectly still without daring to utter a word of protest. Outside, a group of loyal medicine conduits still stubbornly planted their feet there, refusing to move. It seemed that deep down, they just couldn't bear to abandon their benefactor Li Huowang all alone in this deep, secluded cave. Turning to face him, Bai Ling Miao clearly showed her anxiety, her voice breaking in tandem with the tears welling up. Senior brother, if you truly have no way back, then just boldly come stay at my house. My home is extremely spacious. The row of wing rooms on the east side is still empty. So senior brother, absolutely do not do anything foolish. In this world you have never been a lonely person with no place to rely on. Staring intently at that rustic face streaming with tears, yet through Li Huowang's distorted lens, that figure was warping and transforming into Yang Na's visage. She was sitting right beside him, sobbing with heartbreak. Huowang, I've always been right here by your side. You are absolutely forbidden from giving up hope and torturing yourself like this. Are you even listening to my advice? The mental asylum setting flickered back into view. Right at this minute, he was lying paralyzed on his last breath on the familiar hospital bed, holding the hand of the lover of his dreams on one side and his hardworking mother on the other. She couldn't hide her panic, frantically trying to coax her son, my good boy, you have to live. If anything happens to you, how will your mom and dad ever make it through the days? Despite that, Li Huowang still lay there stiff and motionless. All of a sudden, a fragile butterfly crawled out from his eye socket and soared up. He sluggishly reached out his hands, aimlessly trying to snatch the phantom of that butterfly. However, Li Huowang's dull pupils at this moment were entirely packed with the reflection of Yang Na. He dazedly reached his hand forward trying to hold her back, his mouth weakly calling Yang Na's name. Is it really her? Right after that, a panic scream crashed into his ears, Li Huowang. At that exact second, the butterfly illusion also faded away and evaporated completely into invisibility. Suddenly snapped to attention, realizing he was lost amidst a chaotic space, everything around him distorted and blurry like a dream about to shatter. Right across from him, Yang Na's figure was weeping tears, her face etched with worry. Overwhelmed with heartache, he yelled out loudly, "Na." Without needing to think, Li Huowang lunged forward immediately, his expression twisting in pain as he pulled Yang Na tightly into his embrace. Her soothing, warm voice softly poured into his ears, "Huowang, promise me, no matter how hard the storms hit, you absolutely must not collapse. You have to try your best to live well, do you hear me?" Li Huowang immediately gave a firm nod, "Yeah, I swear it to you." Yet right at that moment, Bai Ling Miao's crisp voice suddenly rang out, shattering the illusion. "Li, senior brother Li, let's get out of this place. I feel extremely uncomfortable hanging around here." The moment he heard the noise, Li Huowang suddenly woke up. Discovering that the person he had been hugging tightly this whole time was Bai Ling Miao and not Yang Na, he felt so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into the ground to hide. Right then, Bai Ling Miao sheepishly dug out the crumpled pieces of paper he had given her from her waist pouch, softly saying, "Oh right, I'd like to return your things. None of us even know how to read half a word, so we'll have to trouble senior brother Li to deliver these 3 suicide notes yourself. Outsiders, after all, would find it hard to shoulder this heavy responsibility." Suddenly the idiot standing next to them eagerly chimed in, I know how to read." The words barely left his mouth before Zhao Wu clamped a hand tightly over his lips. He leaned close to his ear and hissed softly, "Even if your brain has a whole dictionary stuffed inside it, at this moment you have to play illiterate for me." Li Huowang stayed silent, his eyes glued to the tattered scraps of paper, not uttering a single word, leaving the crowd around him completely clueless about what scheme he was calculating. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao softened her voice to advise him, "Senior brother Li, you already stepped up and swore an oath to them. A real man whose word is as solid as a nail driven into the ground, how could he possibly go back on it?" Right at that exact moment, the fragile boundary between harsh reality and the hollow realm of dreams in his head churned and flipped once more. Eventually, Li Huowang reached out his hand and took the stack of suicide notes, decisively lifting his chin. "Fine, let's hit the road." He secretly swore in his heart, even if the heavens toss him into the deepest ditches and dead ends, he must grit his teeth and live a proper life. This effort to survive wasn't just for himself alone, but also for his loved ones, regardless of whether they were flesh and blood or merely products of his hallucinations. As soon as that final sentence was dropped, the whole crowd felt like a boulder was lifted off their chests, grinning from ear to ear in joy. Why would they care about Li Huowang's internal thoughts? As long as he nodded to pack up and leave this haunted cave, they were already thanking heaven and earth. Saying that, he turned his back and took towering strides forward. However, after barely dragging himself 3 steps, he hastily hit the brakes, turning his head back to instruct, "Wait a minute, gather every last bit of food and water here and bring it along. Lest we starve on the road with nothing to stuff our faces with." The whole pack shouted in unison like a breaking market, "Yes sir, senior brother Li." He continued, I still have one trivial matter left unfinished that I need to clean up myself." Hearing that, the crowd immediately scattered in all directions, busy packing their luggage and food, while Li Huowang alone trudged straight toward Dan Yangzi's alchemy room that reeked of tar. Glancing around cautiously, he frowned and muttered, "Truly bizarre. I've flipped this whole Qing Feng temple upside down, and the shadow of Hai Tai Sui has still vanished without a trace. Don't tell me that muddy lump of flesh grew legs and ran away ages ago. Without Hai Tai Sui, what the hell was he supposed to use to suppress the madness that was just waiting to erupt? This place was now left with nothing but the naked 8 trigrams furnace, where that old man once dreamed of enlightenment. Carrying a stomach full of schemes, he crept stealthily toward the freezing limestone cave where Hai Tai Sui was locked up. As soon as his face popped up there, he saw that lump of meat sluggishly dragging itself out of the pitch-black cauldron all the way to the door. This was probably the first time he had witnessed the full true appearance of the monster. It was a mushy pile of meat, slimy with thick black fluid, sprouting disgusting things all around its body just like hair. Dozens of long, dark tentacles grew closely together, interspersed with countless thin threads extending jaggedly. Overall, it looked no different from a hideous mutant maggot. Li Huowang couldn't hold it in and let out an exclamation. "Damn it! Why did this burden drag its carcass all the way out here? Did it catch a whiff of Dan Yangzi's mangled bait and hobble out here or what?" Suddenly, those tentacles shuddered and thrashed about, making his heart skip a beat. He panicked, thinking, "Wait, hold on, what the hell is going on here? Why is Hai Tai Sui's corpse shrinking and shriveling up like that? Don't tell me this evil meat lump's pathetic life is tied to Dan Yangzi's old life." As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, Li Huowang's face turned dead pale, his stomach churning in absolute chaos. Frantically grabbed one of Hai Tai Sui's tentacles and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Hey, snap out of it for my sake. If you shrivel up and evaporate, what the hell is my crazy sickness going to cling to for a cure? Weren't you drooling over Dan Yangzi's rotten meat earlier?" Saying that, he hastily snatched a random, mangled chunk of the old man's flesh left on the freezing ground. Without hesitation, Li Huowang shoved that piece of meat right into the monster's mouth. Frantically urging, "Hey, open your mouth and eat quickly, I'm hand-feeding you here." His trembling fingers swiped across its ice-cold lips, sweat pouring from his palms, mixing with the heavy stench of blood. Holding his breath, he kept his eyes wide open, waiting to see if it would react at all. After a few heart-stopping seconds, Hai Tai Sui finally twitched. It opened its mouth wide and chomped down loudly, seemingly enjoying a very hearty meal. Ironically, as soon as the bait slid down its stomach, its tentacles decided to retract inward. At first, they shrank slowly, but a few seconds later, they fast-forwarded like they had a motor attached, as if it was channeling its energy to suck all the spiritual essence from the meat. The whole meat lump violently shuddered for a moment. Staring wide-eyed at this rapid downward spiral, Li Huowang's guts felt like they were being ripped apart. He panicked and cursed inwardly, "What the hell is this? How did Hai Tai Sui's condition get even worse after eating Dan Yangzi's corpse? There was no way he would just sit back and do nothing. If the monster was going to kick the bucket, he had to at least get something out of it. Letting it go to waste would be a shame." Acting on his thoughts, he paused for a brief second before pressing his face close to that disgusting lump of flesh, his eyes bloodshot exactly like a starving hunter waiting to devour his prey. Meanwhile, after Bai Ling Miao finished packing up all the saddle gear, she hurried off to hunt down Li Huowang. As she walked, she mentally calculated whether she had gathered enough pack mules, money, salt, and a few spare sets of clothes. All the usable junk at Qing Feng Guan had probably been scraped clean without missing a single item. This much food and drink would at least be enough to scrape by for the upcoming journey. She wondered if senior brother Li had sorted everything out by now. The catch was, the moment she showed her face, she saw the whole gang of disciples already swarming the place. Every single one of them had a pale face, standing frozen stiff like stone statues with their jaws dropped, stuttering to each other, Is the earth-shattering matter that senior brother said he had to handle personally this eye-gouging scene. The scene laid bare before them was truly so repulsive it made people want to throw up. A few with weak stomachs had already puked their guts out onto the ground, whimpering and groaning that they'd rather eat dirt than eagerly run over to be nosy. Bai Ling Miao hurriedly squeezed her way to the front to see what was going on. The sight that smashed right into her face made her eyes roll back in shock. However, in stark contrast to the people shivering like wet dogs next to her, her heart remained steady as a rock, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. What caught her eye was Li Huowang passionately gnawing away at Hai Tai Sui's rotting corpse, completely ignoring the vomit-inducing stench and the monster's eyesore appearance. He just crouched down and chewed loudly like a starving ghost that had been locked up for 1,000 years and finally let out. Sticky drool seeped from the corners of his mouth, and his bloodshot eyes gleamed with a crazy, unstoppable thirst. Right now, Li Huowang looked no different from a hungry ghost crawling out of the 9 levels of hell, eager to swallow the whole world. A guy standing next to them was sweating bullets, stuttering and mumbling, "Mother, save me. What if halfway through the trip he snaps and pins us down to gnaw on? I'm so scared I could crap my pants." But Bai Ling Miao remained totally unfazed. She gently tiptoed right next to Li Huowang and softly whispered, "Senior brother Li, are you here?" He himself was actually clueless about when those little brats had swarmed over. He figured his savage-like eating posture had probably scared them totally pale. He shyly wiped his face and hastily made an excuse. "This lump of high-tai sway is the only lifeline to hold back my crazy head." But by some twisted fate, it kept shriveling up like a dried apple, on the verge of evaporating. I was so desperate that I had to pull this pathetic stunt. Hearing those gut-wrenching words, Bai Ling Miao felt like she could see right through to the absolute misery in his heart. She just stood rooted there in dead silence for a long while. A moment later, she considerately offered a brand new set of clothes, gently comforting him. "Senior brother's clothes are all covered in dirty mud. I was quick enough to grab a clean set for you. Double check and see if you're missing anything else you need to carry along." Li Huowang regained his calm demeanor, took the clothes from her hands, and thoughtfully replied, "Yeah, let's hit the road. There's still one more corner I need to go take a quick peek at." Without delay, the disciples kept their heads down and trailed closely behind Li Huowang, heading straight for the old man Dan Yangzi's study. As soon as he dragged himself to the doorstep, Li Huowang clicked his tongue and muttered, "It's pretty quiet here. Those 3 senior brothers must have fought it out to the bitter end." Standing on the porch, Li Huowang knocked on the door a few times just for show, then cleared his throat and called out, "Senior brothers, are you all done beating each other up?" But when he poked his head in to look, his face darkened, his veins bulging with tension. He dropped his jaw and muttered, "Did they all kick the bucket? Mother of God, they look brutally battered." What met his eyes was the sight of those 3 guys sprawled out in a pool of blood, their limbs twisted into terrifying shapes, and absolutely no ghost standing up to beat their chest and claim the title of the winner. The room was now only choking with a chilling scent of death and an eerie silence like a deserted grave. He quietly stepped in, picked up a sword rolling on the floor, and muttered, "Senior brothers, I guess you guys won't have the chance to use these toys anymore, right? Then this little brother will take the liberty of borrowing it for a few days." Safely storing the precious sword, he strolled over to the heavenly scripture stone slab, staring at it carefully while secretly running calculations in his head. If this heavenly scripture burden is left lying around here, and some busybody gets their hands on it, who knows how many lives will suffer a disaster. In a flash, he drew his sword, the sharp blade flashing with a cold light, and delivered a devastating slash right into the face of the stone slab. Surprise, surprise, the heavenly scripture remained completely unscathed, while the sword in his hand was shattered into pieces like mashed paste. Li Huowang cursed inwardly, seeing this. "Damn it, the sword is wrecked. Who would have thought this rock was that ridiculously tough? Looks like it could fetch a good price if I dragged it along. Whatever, I'll just carry this burden with me. Worst comes to worst, I can drop it at some random pawnshop to get a little travel money back, which is still a win." He bent down and hoisted the stone slab up to test its weight. Compared to his first glance, it had a solid heft to it, but it was still within the physical limits he could carry. Then, he grabbed a random piece of cloth and tightly wrapped the rock for easier transport. Before turning on his heel, he wandered over to senior brother Chang Ren's corpse and whispered, "Senior brother Chang Ren, seeing that you have an extra weapon on you, I'll take the liberty of scooping it up too. Just rest in peace and go reincarnate." At that exact moment, the disciples' frantic urging echoed from the cave entrance, "Senior brother Li, can we set sail yet?" He casually tossed back a sentence, "Let's move, get the hell out of this freak slaughterhouse right now." The whole flock snaked their way back out through the old path, but before dusting off their pants and leaving, they conveniently set a fire to burn the entire lair to the ground. In a flash, the entire Qing Feng Guan was swallowed by the fire goddess, thick black smoke billowing up to cover the whole gloomy area. Everyone ran for their lives like mad to keep their pathetic little lives, none daring to linger and let the fire catch their hair. About 3 incense sticks worth of time later, the whole group finally sprinted out of the caves. It had been so long, and only now could they open their mouths to catch a bit of warm morning sunlight. Li Huowang walked at the very front like a locomotive, a slight smirk on his lips, thinking to himself, just let the fire goddess swallow all the rotting things here. Who knows what kind of plagues or evil stuff I'll bump into in the coming days. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of excitement stirred in his gut. The golden sunlight shined straight onto Li Huowang's face, and he gleefully puffed his cheeks to take deep breaths of the cool, fresh air, making his previously gloomy mood instantly uplifted. Halfway down the road, Bai Ling Miao, who was trailing behind, suddenly covered her eyes with her hands, her face scrunching up like a monkey eating ginger, crying out, "Senior brother Li, hit the brakes for a sec, my eyes sting so badly." Hearing her whining, Li Huowang turned his head back, his brain immediately making a judgment. Could her albinism be acting up and blinding her? Although he wasn't a doctor prescribing medicine, Li Huowang still knew a few bits and pieces of trivia about this rare disease. In a flash, he drew his precious sword and sliced off a strip of cloth with a clean rip. Then he carefully tied the cloth across Bai Ling Miao's eyes, slowly instructing her, from now on, whenever you see the sun popping out, you have to use this piece to blindfold yourself. Remember to tie it tight like I'm doing. Hearing that, Bai Ling Miao scratched her head and asked cluelessly, but if I'm blindfolded like this, how am I supposed to know where I'm walking? Gently grabbing her small hand, Li Huowang lowered his voice and coaxed, "Don't worry over nothing. You have me to hold your hand and lead you." The scene quickly shifted to another gathering spot. From deep inside the bushes, a shrill, irritated, urging voice echoed out, "You little brat, why is your taking a crap taking so damn long?" It turned out there was a guy curled up in that corner answering nature's call. Turning red in the face from pushing, he grimaced and replied, Hey, it dropped. It's almost out." This guy turned out to be from the Lu family opera troupe, famously known as the young master Lu Ziukai. He let out a long sigh and grumbled, "My old man is unbelievable. A guy is just taking a dump, and he absolutely has to nag." Suddenly, he perked up his ears and heard a string of shady rustling sounds right next to him. Like a natural reflex, he jerked his neck back to look, clearing his throat and yelling loudly, "Who's there?" But after scanning in all 8 directions for a while and not seeing a single ghost, he rubbed his chest and sighed in relief. "Phew, scared the crap out of me, not a single trace. I probably just misheard." However, even if he racked his brain, he could never imagine that right behind his back, a looming shadow was taking shape as if it had crawled out from under the ground, straddling the boundary between ghost and human. All of a sudden, the shadow squeezed out a creepy, hee-hee laugh that gave him goosebumps, and instantly, a roof-shattering scream tore through the night. "Aw, mommy, a ghost. Save me." Panicked dog-like wailing immediately drew the attention of his 2 parents. He was so flustered that before he could even pull his pants up, he just ran but naked as fast as his legs could carry him toward his parents, his whole body trembling. His old man saw that posture and yelled out in annoyance, "Ghost my foot. In broad daylight, where would ghosts come from? Put your damn pants on." But before he could finish his sentence, that evil black shadow had slowly drifted right up to their carriage. At this moment, the eldest son Lu Ju-ren was pale as a sheet, sweating buckets, stuttering out, "Father, what do we do now, father?" The father, Lu Zhuangyuan, even though his stomach was doing flips, had no choice but to bite the bullet and step up to take the hit. He dropped both knees to the ground, crying and muttering, "I don't fucking know what to do either." Backed into a corner, he had to use his ultimate move. With the most tragic voice in the world, he bowed profusely, smashing his head into the mud and begging the bizarre shadow, "O great immortal demon, I beg you to have mercy and spare my family's lives. This family is just a bunch of dirt-poor peasants, dragging each other out onto the streets just hoping to find a grain of rice to stuff our faces with." Suddenly, the feet of that figure bobbed over and stood right in the old man's face. A shrill, bizarre laugh hissed by his ear, "He, old man, give it a guess. Do I look like a human or like a god?" What slammed right into his vision was a purely heretical, evil face, a chaotic hybrid of human and monster, so crumpled and distorted that no one could tell what kind of species it was. Its 2 eye sockets were pitch black like death pits, occasionally flashing with blood-red light, just like vengeful spirits scratching and screaming from the very bottom of the underworld. She wore a blazing red dress, but emitted a gloomy, bone-chilling aura. Sitting right in the middle of her chest was a massive rose, seemingly absorbing resentment from the underworld, radiating an eerie, evil magic. Lu Zhuangyuan trembled violently like he was having a seizure, thinking to himself, "This little brat is here to claim lives for deification. I can't just guess blindly. One wrong word and the whole family goes 6 feet under to play with worms." Swallowing a dry gulp of saliva, the old man stuttered and poured his heart out, "Why, you look like an immortal. Oh crap, not a human. You are 100% human. Oh mommy, my big mouth really doomed us. Right at that life and death moment, Li Huowang's gang just happened to stroll right into this territory by some stroke of twisted luck. While Lu Yuan was still bowing and scraping to the demoness, shivering like he had malaria. Sweating profusely like he was in a shower, death bells were ringing in his head. Did I just spout some bullshit? Are we totally screwed? Suddenly Guwa's shrill voice shrieked out, tearing through the suffocating atmosphere. Senior brother, I argued my lungs out with you. If you just follow the smell of that piece of shit, you'll definitely catch the guy. See, it's still steaming. The goofy guy standing next to him felt a chill from his neck down to his butt upon hearing that. Getting goosebumps, that's disgusting. Just hearing you describe it makes me want to vomit my guts out. Guwa curled his lips in a long pout, glaring and mocking. You blockhead, if it's that gross, why did you stick your nose right in it to sniff? Are you planning to slurp it hot or stir-fry it with rice? Right then Li Huowang threw his hand out to signal. His eyes wide as saucers, yelling in panic, hit the brakes, stand still. The whole gang collectively raised their heads to look forward, all their faces going blank like a pooping goose, thinking they just wandered onto another planet. Holy Mother of God, Senior Brother Li, take a peek over there. What kind of hybrid monstrosity is looming out there? One face stuck on the front, turning to the back reveals another face, the back of the head totally missing, just like this thing crawled right out of a two-sided convex mirror. What biological category does this even belong to, or is it some cheap toy bought from a flea market? Standing right in front of the gang was the ultimate mutated heresy, half-baked and totally freaky, looking even worse than kids failing at Ghost Month cosplay. Back on this side, Lu Ziukai's bladder had shrunk from panic, shivering violently like a wet dog in the rain, crying and howling, "Daddy, Daddy, save me." Dad, look behind you. Where did a whole pack of monsters pop out from? Who would have thought that the monster pack his mouth was howling about was actually Li Huowang's crew pouring in? Finding it offensive to his ears, Guwa flared up and screamed like salt was rubbed in his wound. You pale-ass brat, who are you opening your dog mouth to call monsters? You want me to pluck your eyebrows bald? Amidst this boiling chaos, Li Huowang remained as cool as a cucumber, waving his hand to stop them. Keep quiet, step aside, and let me clean up this battlefield myself. You guys just stay rooted here. Keep your eyes wide open and learn. Right at that moment, the demoness slowly turned her face, ripping her mouth open in a grin that reached her ears, dragging out her words like scratching nails on glass. Fresh meat, delivering itself to the cat's mouth again. I'm thrilled. Li Huowang hardened his voice and roared to threaten her. What kind of freak breed are you exactly? Hearing that, she let out a string of insane, uncontrollable laughter, opening her wide maw like a cesspool, her blood-red eyes bloodshot, shrilly replying, I'm a living, breathing human being. Are you half-blind that you can't see it? Li Huowang was too lazy to bicker, swinging his arm to pull out the sword tucked behind him, fiercely tossing out a curse to shut her up. You look like a piece of shit. That's what you look like. In his mind, he calculated extremely fast. To hell with what kind of plague breed this crazy chick was. He'd just chop her into 100 pieces and argue later to be safe. Without hesitating, he pushed off the ground to build momentum and dashed fiercely toward the demoness, exactly like an artillery shell ripping through eardrums, overwhelmingly majestic. The blade, sharp as water, thrust straight into her hideous front face, yet she kept grinning wickedly like a crazy woman who just struck gold. Only when the cold steel stabbed right through that ghostly body did the sick smile die on her lips. The catch was, this mortal slashing attack hit her like a mere scratch, not damaging a single hair. Sensing things were going south, Li Huowang hurriedly flipped his script, pivoting to use another move for the fight. He hastily grabbed the old man Dan Yangzi's bronze bell and shook it non-stop like a shaman summoning souls. Ring-a-ling. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling, the eerie bell chimes echoed, deafening the ears, almost tearing apart the eardrums of the crowd staring in shock. That evil monster writhed and roared shrilly, its flat, wrinkled face like a squashed slime slowly evaporating into nothingness without leaving a single trace. Watching this magic show, the whole gang was stunned, their eyes bulging out ready to drop, jaws wide enough to fit an egg, hearts pounding like lottery drums. Blood sprayed out violently, splattering everywhere just like pig's blood soup. When the curtain fell, the only loot left was that disgusting set of teeth still twitching violently. Li Huowang narrowed his eyes, smirking triumphantly as if he just picked up a secret martial arts manual. He secretly praised this scratched-up bell as a VIP item, totally worth the effort. In less than half a beat, the demoness's corpse rotted away into pieces and then vanished into smoke, just like ashes blown away by a storm. Her body dissolved, spewing waves of thick black smoke like underworld fog, rushing straight into the air, causing the temperature to drop tragically, chilling to the bone exactly like standing in a corpse-freezing room. When the pitch-black smoke drifted away completely, her figure vanished cleanly, wiped out without a single remnant left. At this point, Li Huowang was just like someone who had dragged himself back from the Grim Reaper's trial. Although his face was still green as a banana leaf, his eyes lit up like he'd found a lifeline. The old man frantically bowed profusely, kowtowing to show his gratitude. "Oh my God, you truly are a great immortal descended to earth. Thank you, benefactor, for saving this pathetic life. My family is dirt poor and has nothing valuable to offer you. Oh wait, I still have this." As soon as the old man finished, he reached his hand into his sleeve and pulled out a battered smoking pipe. A quick glance was enough to tell it was an antique that had survived through generations. The body of the pipe had some badly carved dragons and phoenixes. "This is our family's heirloom. Just one puff, and you'll fly up to cloud 9, even if your wife yells you'll turn deaf and not care. Now I offer this to you to show my gratitude." Looking at the completely wrecked pipe, Li Huowang frowned and waved his hand in strong refusal. "Old man, keep it for yourself. I don't have the hobby of smoking. But I want to hit you with a tough question. What the hell was that blob of mess just now? Its appearance has nothing to do with the textbook theories I used to study." Hearing that, the old man scratched his forehead and chuckled, replying as casually as if he were gossiping, "Oh my, I thought the little Taoist master knew everything. That pitch-black lump was clearly the monster you just beat back into its original form and kicked out. Obviously I smashed its face in, but the problem is I don't know what kind of freak it was." Li Huowang irritably scratched his head, frustrated like playing a game and accidentally skipping the cutscene. To cover up his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, let me ask you, do you have any maps of this area tucked away? We're from far away, sneaking around this godforsaken forest for days feels like ghosts leading the way." The old man hesitated, stroking his beard in thought, then clicked his tongue and confessed, "As for a map, I don't have a single piece. But I've practically plowed this land over. I could find my way with my eyes closed. If the little Taoist master doesn't mind this useless old man, can I join the group as your navigator?" In his stomach, the old man was hastily calculating. This little brat of a Taoist was pretty skilled, smashing monsters like pounding rice and smoothly using a magic bell to beat ghosts. Since that evil spirit had already targeted his family, he might as well shamelessly tag along with this sugar daddy to ensure his old life. Li Huowang let out a heavy sigh, his voice dropping. "I still have to plow through a lot of roads. This gang of junior brothers and sisters were all dragged out of the house by me. Dog lives are all hanging on my neck now. I have to break my back protecting them and sneaking them back home safely." At this point, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes dropping in gloomy sorrow. "And there's a whole bunch of brothers who already went to meet their maker, gone forever. I have to show my face at each of their doors to report their deaths. This job of delivering death notices to their families is too bitter. I just can't bring myself to open my mouth." Li Huowang took it in and nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's how it is." Without hesitation, he took a long drag from his pipe, blowing out smoke to sober up. Then squatted down and used the pipe to draw squiggles on the ground, acting like an old general pointing out a sandbox map. "Little Taoist master, come closer and take a good look. I've sketched out a rough map of the area here. Our current coordinates are rooted in Hushu territory." Afraid that Li Huowang's brain would twist into knots, the old man blabbered on explaining, "Shifting down a bit from Hushu's butt is Si-Chi territory, and sliding slightly to the left is our Nanping-Guo kingdom. The road ahead requires us to aim for Wu-Li Gang. Another trip will get us bumping into Jian-Yi. Once we stick a foot in there, the dazzling lands of Zhaijing will pop up." Li Huowang listened and felt his brain freezing up, cursing internally. What kind of shattered planet is this, torn into 5 pieces and battered like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms? Isn't there anyone standing up to clear the chaos and unite it all? The big shots sitting in the central seats must have been pushing up daisies for ages. He had to crane his neck and ask, "Old man, please enlighten me. If I want to trek over to Liangguo, which way should I walk?" As soon as he finished, the old man's eyes bulged out like he was electrocuted, roaring in panic. "The little Taoist master wants to sneak all the way over to Liangguo. Sweet mother of God. That place is located miles away in the middle of nowhere, measuring in the thousands of miles. What's more annoying is that just 2 years ago, they were still bringing out swords and knives to duel, beating each other bloody with our Nanping-Guo." Bai Ling Miao, who was squatting nearby eavesdropping, immediately turned pale. worrying herself sick and getting all anxious, like she just received a court summons threatening to confiscate her property. Seeing this, Li Huowang quickly pulled out a mouth-watering meat skewer and pushed it over. Smiling and coaxing, "Throw your worries away, you have me standing tall right here. I promise I'll carry everyone back home completely intact without a scratch." Li Huowang nodded along like a chicken pecking rice. "That's absolutely right. To drag yourself to Liangyu, you have to cross through Jianyi anyway. So instead of going our separate ways, we might as well group up for a crowd. With more people, you'll definitely feel more at ease crossing streams and passes." Hearing this, Guhua excitedly jumped up in celebration like he struck gold, joyfully shouting out loud, "Senior brother Li, my home turf is planted right in Jianyi. There's a post office there that does fair business. Just bite the bullet and dish out some spare silver, and you can get an express horse courier to zip a letter straight to Nanpingyu." Li Huowang pressed his lips and chewed on the words, "Jianyi, huh?" After just a brief moment weighing the pros and cons, he immediately finalized the issue. "No more hesitating, let's go." "Old man, our destination is Jianyi. The road ahead is by no means short. We'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Hearing this, Li Huowang showed pure joy on his face, beaming brightly as if he hit the jackpot. "Oh my, why is the little Taoist acting so politely with me? This little bit is nothing. Going out you need friends, just like eating sausages you need shrimp paste, am I right or what?" As night fell, the whole gang started packing up to move. They thought they had shaken off that haunting ghostly entity, but who knew life wasn't a dream? The demoness's shrill laugh still lingered in their ears, loud and persistent, exactly like the sound of fingernails scratching on a chalkboard, making people just want to explode. It wasn't until the first rays of morning sunlight hit that Li Huowang finally spoke up to break the silence, just to chase away the sleepiness clinging to him. "How has your troop's gig of earning a living been going lately?" Touched right on the sore spot, Li Huowang let out a heavy sigh, his face as gloomy as a creditor getting scammed. "Oh boy, in these chaotic times we basically eat dirt, little Taoist master. One minute it's skin-burning droughts, the next it's floods washing away houses and homes. The common folks are out of breath just trying to feed themselves. Where would they get the spare mood to sit and listen to us sing?" Li Huowang blinked in surprise. "Wait, so the filthy rich folks around here don't bother throwing money to book the whole show either, those fat cat merchants or big officials?" The old man's eyes bugged out at that, waving his hands frantically. "Rich folks. Oh dear Lord, that crowd squeezes water out of a stone. They'd be stingy enough to pawn their ancestors. Even for their own family's funerals, they penny pinch every copper, just setting out a few bowls of rice offerings to get it over with, no singing or chanting at all. They're truly a bunch with horns on their heads." Right when the two were having a lively chat about the world, their weird-looking squad attracted the locals' curiosity. A bunch of idle kids swarmed closer, their eyes shining bright like headlights. Unfortunately, the idiot of the troop suddenly lost his nerve of shame, baring his teeth to squeeze out a stiff smile that he thought was very friendly. Who knew that ghost-scaring expression would terrify the kids to death, their jaws dropping as they screamed at the top of their lungs. "Oh heavens above, a monster appeared, save me." Finishing their sentence, the two of them ran for their lives, their souls scared right out of their bodies just like dogs were chasing them, leaving the idiot standing frozen in the middle of the street having no idea what just happened. A few steps away, Li Huowang ignored the ways of the world, still busy spitting out a barrage of textbook-style flattery. "Oh please, how could lowly singers like us dare to beat our chests and compare to the little Taoist master? You truly are a young genius. Your path ahead is as wide and brightly shining as a lantern festival lantern." Being pumped full of sweet words, Li Huowang blushed deep red, hurriedly raising a hand to block the wave of flattery. All right, old man, you're praising me up to the clouds now." To change the subject, he pivoted. "Hey, let me ask you quietly, in this Nanpingyu, are there any martial arts sects that dominate the four corners? I mean the people. Who possess god-tier, ghost-crying talents, kinda like what I do?" The old man nodded like a chicken pecking rice, racking his brain before cheerfully replying. "Yes, why wouldn't there be? Rumor has it that way over in Zhaijing there's a sect with a very mysterious background. I heard whatever you pray for there comes true. As long as you sincerely light an incense stick, boom, you hit the jackpot, and your wishes come true right then and there. Whenever the little Taoist master happens to stroll through Zhaijing, just grab a random person and ask, you'll find it instantly." Far in the distance, a young man walking with his dad saw the crowded gathering and couldn't help but point nosily. Dad, look, what kind of crazy dance are they doing over there? Looks pretty lively." Dragging their feet until the soles wore out, a few dilapidated roofs finally blurred into view. Li Huowang's eyes shined like falling stars, straining his neck to roar out that they had reached their destination. Li Gang is right in our faces. Little Taoist master, hurry up and pick a nice spot of land for us to set up camp and build the stage. The Lu family troupe is getting ready to gear up, so this gang was planning to sing and dance a bit to earn some spare silver for the rice pot. Honestly, Li Huowang hadn't planned to slip away just yet. After walking a stretch of road that almost made both his thighs fall off, everyone was as exhausted as spoiled noodles. Getting a chance to camp and relax, why not enjoy it to recharge? As for this group's singing and dancing tricks, to him it was blander than snail water. Yet the troop members were fired up, everyone extremely excited as if they had struck solid gold. Some carrying poles, some stringing ropes, bustling around chaotically just like a colony of ants finding a sugar cube. In the blink of an eye, a makeshift stage was formed. With just a few tattered pieces of cloth and some patched-up ropes, the stage proudly stood up in the middle of the barren wasteland, just like a wild mushroom popping up after the rain. Meanwhile, the young man Li Huowang, the hero who had swung his hands to clear out demons with overwhelming killing intent, was now sprawled out lazily on a pile of straw that smelled like sunshine. He folded his hands as a pillow, facing up to count the clouds, but his guts were tangled exactly like a messy ball of embroidery thread. That place Jing, he had no idea what the roots of the sect there were like. Although the whole random praying thing smelled strongly of a hit-or-miss scam, daring to openly raise a flag and start a religion in a bustling place meant they probably weren't a bunch of scamming cultists, right? While his mind was up in the clouds, he suddenly noticed someone creeping closer. He jumped up in a flash, his heart skipping a beat when he realized it was Bai Ling Miao, still possessing the pure and adorable look of the obedient junior martial sister, but something was off today. Junior sister Bai, why did you take off your blindfold? It hasn't even gotten dark yet, has it? Girl grinned from ear to ear as if she had just hit the jackpot, excitedly holding up an item to show off. Senior brother Li, take a look, this bronze mirror is awesome. The opera singers often use this to apply their makeup. Look, you can clearly see every single eyebrow hair in it. He glanced at the girl and then glued his eyes to the shiny mirror surface, curiously leaning in for a closer look, only to freeze on the spot. Oh really? Yeah, I admit, it's clear down to every single wrinkle. Unfortunately, the more he squinted to look closely, the paler his face became, turning as white as a sheet of paper. A chilling sensation ran down his spine as if he had just fallen into an icy lake. Li Huowang jumped up, roughly snatching the mirror from the girl's hands, stammering, "Hold on a second." He gripped his own face, a hurricane of panic rising in his chest. His soulless eyes were glued to the person in the mirror. His appearance in this realm was so alien that it made his heart clench. After a long while, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Junior sister Bai, back when we hadn't sneaked out of Qingfeng Temple yet, did my face already look like this?" The little girl nodded immediately without even blinking. "Well, yeah, my senior brother has always looked exactly like this. Is something wrong? But why are you sweating bullets just from looking at your own face, like you've seen a living ghost?" Had to force a twisted smile and mumbled to brush it off. "Ah, it's nothing, I'm just a bit confused." Saying that, he looked down and glanced at his reflection in that antique for a little longer. It was the face of a man who had tasted all the bitterness of life, extremely mature and weathered. Yet deep inside his brain, he imagined his own appearance in the other realm. A scrawny kid with a baby face, probably only 17 years old. How the hell did he end up in this place, turning into a burly, haggard guy? Fragmented pieces of memories kept clashing against each other, shattering. Was this cheap script just the heavens dragging him out for entertainment in their free time? In the distance, the booming rhythm of drums began to echo, shaking the air to signal that the theater was ready to light up. Peasants from all four corners of the village gathered, crowding like it was a festival. Old men and women, handsome lads and pretty lasses, some wearing hats, others dragging along a noisy bunch of kids, swarmed in to fight for seats, packing the empty dirt lot tightly. The opening gongs and cymbals rang out, and Li Huowang stepped out with a face so heavily painted that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Gripping a massive broadsword, he swung and twirled it around fiercely, yet as flexibly as noodles. On the other side, Luo Huanhua played the role of a miserable female lead, sobbing and squeezing out tears that fell like rain, her singing voice heart-wrenchingly mournful. "Oh my, second granduncle, how could you be so utterly heartless as to kick our mother and child out onto the streets like this? This worthless life is no different from a ragged cloth dropped in the alley, ruthlessly trampled by anyone passing by. Now my child and I are starving, freezing to the bone, forced into a dead end, dragging our broken bodies to the crossroads to beg for a little pity from the world." While her mouth wailed tragically, Her hand sneakily gave a hard pinch to the thigh of the little boy she was holding. It hurt so much that the kid let out a screeching cry like a slaughtered pig. That incredibly professional crying and wailing act, as if she had been certified since she was in the womb, made the crowd below, who were just tearing up and wanting to wipe their eyes, burst into uncontrollable laughter due to its extreme comedic effect. At first, Li Huowang turned his nose up at it, firmly believing these cheap tricks were nothing. But gradually, his curiosity dragged him closer to check it out. Lost in the middle of the fiercely clapping and cheering audience, his eyes were glued to the bustling stage of dancers and singers. Suddenly, a funny thought rose in his mind. So this is how the Liu family troupe makes a living. Thinking about it, they really have to scrape their knees just to fill their stomachs. To scrape a few spare coppers and loose change from the commoners, these people also had to sweat blood and tears. His mouth was tightly shut, but his eyes had lost some of their initial cold arrogance. Right when the village festival was at its peak, the noisy banging of drums and cymbals never stopping. Suddenly, from behind the curtain, a head peeked in and out, eyes darting left and right exactly like someone being hunted by lone sharks. That person, of course, was none other than Lu Zhuangyuan. As soon as he spotted Li Huowang's figure, his face instantly lit up as if he had just found a stack of 100,000 cash. He bounced up, dashing headlong toward the young man as if chased by ghosts, shouting, "Oh my, the little Taoist of my heart is right here." He zigzagged at an insane speed, the tails of his robe flying backwards as if equipped with jet engines. As soon as he braked in time, his mouth hung open, panting like a blacksmith's bellows. "Your manifestation is spot on. You are truly the god of wealth bringing fortune to us. The situation is that a minor hiccup just popped up in my business deal. I wonder if the little Taoist could show some mercy and lend a hand to save me this once." Upon hearing that dramatic plea for help, Li Huowang scrunched up his face, dumbfounded, and bluntly cut him off. "Hold your horses, troop leader Lu. I am completely clueless when it comes to playing instruments and singing, and my weapon twirling is even more of a joke. How can an amateur like me handle this money-making gig of yours?" The troop leader panicked, waving his hands frantically like swatting mosquitoes, hastily explaining, "Nonsense, who in the world would drag you out to perform? You just need to play the role of a statue, standing silently in a corner, and I would be endlessly grateful." The young man frowned suspiciously. "Well, just standing there to make the lineup look good. The thing is, in Wu Li Gang, there's a prominent wealthy man surnamed Hu. He just sent an errand boy all the way here to throw me a request, wanting to book my entire troupe to perform a round of ghost opera." Li Huowang knitted his brows tightly, asking skeptically, "Ghost opera? Bluntly speaking, that means singing for the people of the underworld to watch, right?" Lu Zhuangyuan's face went completely pale, instantly denying it clean. Hey, where is the little Taoist's mind wandering off to, who has the free time to play and sing for ghosts and spirits? Long story short, it's just playing music before the altar in that family's ancestral hall, singing for their ancestors to hear, that's all. The folks just exaggerate the name to give it a more mysterious, spiritual vibe. Li Huowang mumbled in acknowledgement as if it sounded plausible, concluding in a cold tone, "If it's such a sweet and easy deal, where is the catch? Why don't you just swallow it whole yourself instead of dragging me into this?" Lu Zhuangyuan bared his teeth in a dry, desperate laugh, his eyes darting around like roasting peanuts, exactly like someone who had just hidden a heinous crime. "The bitter truth is that this is the first time in my life getting involved in this kind of singing and dancing for the deceased, so my stomach can't help but feel a bit chilly with goosebumps. Therefore, I took the liberty of scheming, dragging a top-tier expert like you to stand guard and suppress the evil nearby, certain that it would extinguish all fearful risks." Hearing that flimsy, patched-up detail, Li Huowang smirked dismissively, clasping his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the distant sky looking just like a saint about to enter nirvana. "Forgive me, but I'll have to pass on this gig. I can't handle it." Having said that, he made a sharp turn and walked away without looking back, his posture as decisive and ruthless as if he had just rejected a loan request from a childhood friend. In his mind, he calculated, "I can't even dodge these evil and unorthodox matters fast enough. Why on earth would I willingly jump into the frying pan?" His brain was still working perfectly fine, thank you very much. Trudging back to the gathering spot, before his butt could even touch the grass cushion, the deafening and piercing shriek of Bai Ling Miao rang out behind his back. "Senior brother Li, we're really doomed. The bottom of our troop's last sack of rice is about to show." Hearing the bad news, the young man turned his neck and stared blankly at the girl. "Is our wallet really empty? I still have a few fancy jade pendants tossed in my pocket here. Just throw them at a pawnshop to exchange for silver and it'll be settled smoothly." His junior sister wrinkled her face like a monkey chewing on ginger, stepping closer to whisper, "In this middle-of-nowhere place, where are you going to dig up a pawnshop? And even if you toss that lump of jade out, even if they sold this entire village, nobody could scrape together enough loose change to give you back." Li Huowang froze for a moment after hearing that. It turned out the entire team's secret stash had dried up to a red alert level. Right when a dead end appeared, like a script pre-written by the heavens, Lu Zhuangyuan thick-headedly crawled over to continue baiting him. From far away, he was already calling out in a sickeningly sweet, shrill voice, "Oh, my sweet mother, my precious little Taoist." Both Li Huowang and Bai Ling Miao turned around in sync, frowning and asking, "Troop leader Lu, what's the matter now?" The old man just braked, choking out a heavy breath like an overworked old ox, yet still trying to squeeze out the most radiant, flattering smile possible. "Little Taoist, please use a bit of your brainpower to reconsider for this old man. That rich master who is truly someone who burns money without a second thought, he is extremely generous, sir." Li Huowang smacked his lips, narrowing his eyes to grill him. "The bottom line is, how many coins is he planning to smash into our faces?" Seeing that the fish had taken the financial bait, the old man acted like he had popped a pill, his eyes shining brightly as he quoted the price immediately. 10 pure silver ingots without a single trace of impurity. 10 whole ingots, little Taoist. You just need to blink and say yes, and I will split it fairly down the middle, each side pocketing 5 ingots. You do the math, if we take these 5 taels to exchange for copper coins, we can scoop up 5,000 cash. That much silver is enough for the entire troop to stuff their faces to the brim for a whole month, without worrying about starving to death. The moment Bai Ling Miao heard that massive amount, her eyes flashed with coin symbols as she muttered in awe. "Oh wow, 5,000 cash could be exchanged for a fragrant mountain of rice, no joke." Contrary to that excitement, Li Huowang remained as mute as a clam. The microprocessor in his brain was smoking as it crunched the numbers: food money, accommodation, miscellaneous expenses. And the most crucial point was whether this mission involved any lingering spirits that liked to use the law of the jungle. Seeing the young man in front of him still as silent as a log, Lu Zhuangyuan hurriedly bit the bullet and cut his own flesh. "Fine then, a 60-40 split. You take 6, I'll just swallow 4. I sincerely beg you on my knees to raise your hand high and strike gently to help me out this time. In this miserable and ill-fated world, snagging a juicy deal like this is no different from hitting the jackpot, sir." Li Huowang still soaked himself in that dead silence to weigh the pros and cons. A moment later, he smirked and leisurely spoke. "Hey, troop leader Lu, around this middle-of-nowhere village, is there any place that hammers iron and melts metal?" The old man was caught off guard by the out-of-sync question and stammered, "Huh, what do you need a blacksmith for, sir?" Li Huowang reached into his pocket, pulled out a dented bronze bell and held it up to shake. "I accept this deal with you, but before dragging my body out to earn a living, I need to take this piece of junk to get reshaped first. Even if I have to cross bayonets or clash with ghosts, I've never known what fear is. But just in case, when things get heated, if I pull out the bell to ring it and it's a dud, it would be extremely embarrassing and the underworld would mock me to death." Without saying much, the old man grabbed Li Huowang by the armpit and dragged him straight to the one and only blacksmith shop in this land of Wu Li Gang. That place was actually just a rundown shack hiding behind a ragged corner of the market. Before even arriving, one could smell the pungent burning scent of hot iron perfectly blended with the sour stench of the blacksmith's sweat. Looming inside the forge was a burly, muscular guy with biceps as thick as temple pillars and a chest as broad as a wooden board, furiously smashing a hammer against an iron anvil with sharp clangs, exactly as if he were venting his anger on an enemy's face. As soon as he saw the 2 uninvited guests poke their heads in, he rolled his bull-like eyes and yelled bluntly, "What the hell is it this time? What kind of bullshit? It doesn't ring when struck, doesn't melt when heated, and now you bring this ancient cat collar bell here forcing me to reshape it. Which hole did you dig this demonic thing out of?" Li Huowang didn't even bother to nitpick the guy's foul mouth. He coldly replied in a voice as freezing as an iceberg, "So what if it doesn't melt or ring? The core issue is whether your craftsmanship is skilled enough to press this lump back into its original shape or not." Saying that, he pointed the jagged scrap of bronze, which looked like it had just been dug out of a landfill, right at the burly blacksmith's face. The blacksmith glanced at it for a second, then his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, letting out a heavy sigh. "Screw this trade, every damn day I get stuck with these impossible cases, no wonder it shaves years off my life." Although his mouth muttered curses, professional curiosity still won out. He clicked his tongue and took the job. All right, fine, move over here and give me a hand. Let me see just how tough this piece of junk really is. Dug out a massive pair of tongs from a chest, looking like a giant wrench, and gritted his teeth, clamping tightly onto the bell's edge. Seeing that, Li Huowang also clenched his jaw, grabbing the body of the bell tightly with both hands. One pulling, one pressing, the two men strained their strength, wrestling so fiercely that their faces turned as red as boiled shrimp, with blue veins popping out on their foreheads like roots of an ancient tree. But nope, not a single sound of breaking or deforming rang out at all. That lump of bronze scrap remained as stubborn as time itself, as if nothing had happened. The blacksmith was now so furious he was seeing stars, hissing, "Hey kid, did you even eat enough to use any strength?" Li Huowang also boiled over and snapped back. "I've squeezed out every ounce of my life's strength right here." The result was that both guys collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily like dogs in July. Lu Zhuangyuan stood watching this comedy routine, completely dumbfounded and clueless about what was going on. He scratched his head and tore at his ears, looking at the tiny piece of junk that two big burly men couldn't bend, intending to open his mouth to offer the little Taoist a word of advice. Who would have thought that before he could even spit out a word, the blacksmith howled in pure bitterness. "Damn it! What kind of metal is this thing cast from to be as hard as the earth's crust?" Lu Zhuangyuan squinted to examine it closely and then chimed in. "Little Taoist, back when you pulled it out, it was also chipped and warped like this anyway. It still works perfectly fine, it's not going to kill anyone, right? Just let it go, let's haul our butts over to the ancestral hall first, Master Hu is probably withering away waiting for us." Hearing this part, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed in Li Huowang's brain, and his eyes lit up. Reached into his waistband and pulled out a bright red pill, piping hot like a piece of coal, which was exactly the good stuff that the scabby old master had rewarded him with a while ago. Decisively and without delay, he shoved it straight down his throat and chewed loudly. Just a split second later, a surge of true qi billowed furiously around his body, his hair and clothes fluttering wildly just like standing in front of an industrial fan. The blacksmith stared at that scene, his jaw dropping, and stammered as he backed away. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to twist it barehanded. Two guys busting a gut didn't even make a dent. Do you think you're some kind of electric superhero?" Before he could even shut his mouth, ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out, making the entire forge shack tremble violently. Li Huowang right now was like someone who had just popped an explosive elixir, channeling all his physical strength into his 10 fingertips, effortlessly squeezing and molding the bronze scrap. In just the blink of an eye, that stubborn metal began to obediently bend itself back to its original state. Counting down 3 seconds, that discarded piece of junk immediately regained its dazzling, shiny look, without a single scratch, as if it had never been trampled. The blacksmith was completely dumbfounded, frozen stiff like a cast statue. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangyuan was overjoyed as if he had hit a big score, arrogantly turning to lecture the man. "See that? I told you this little Taoist has formidable magical powers, capable of summoning wind and rain. Are your eyes opened now?" The blacksmith still stood there with his mouth agape like a stranded fish, his eyes rolling back, muttering under his breath. Wow, this time Master Hu really invited a reincarnated deity. Magical artifact was now perfectly fine, leaving no reason for the two to linger in this place reeking of sour sweat. Li Huowang and Lu Zhuangyuan turned on their heels and headed straight for the Hu family manor, their demeanor as leisurely as taking a stroll. However, in their hearts, each was secretly calculating their own trivial matters. While Lu Zhuangyuan was busy hauling the props into the courtyard, Li Huowang took a detour to a dark nook beside the house. He stood huddled under a huge tree, letting a few dying rays of sunlight cast across his contemplative face. Pulling out the shiny tool to admire it, the bronze glare flashed blindingly under the setting sun. He nodded, planning to test out the new artifact before diving headfirst into the mud puddle. The exterior looked great, now he just had to do exactly by the book what the scabby old master had crammed into his head. Inhaling a belly full of air to build up momentum, he flicked his wrist gently, creating a string of crystal-clear chiming sounds. Instantly, the space was torn apart like a thin sheet of paper, and an eerie, whimpering echo poured straight into the night like the resentful wails of demons. From the crack in the artifact, a pitch-black, freezing smoke hissed out, covering the surroundings and making the scenery sway like a drunkard. Li Huowang sneered smugly, muttering praise that premium goods really hit different. Amidst that hazy fog, a pitch-black spot slowly floated up into the air. That figure was no stranger. It was the very ghost of Master Du that the scabby old master used to brag about before. Looking at the lump of soul hovering arrogantly over his head, the young man Li almost screamed out loud in excitement. Right on track. Even though he squeezed so hard just to summon a single soul to appear, this was already satisfying enough. Riding the momentum, he immediately applied the bizarre instruction manual left behind by his master. He bent over and scooped up a huge handful of dirt and dust right next to his shoes. Then stuffed it all into his throat, crunching loudly as if he were savoring a perfect dessert. While chomping on the mud and dirt, he squeezed out a bunch of murky, high-pitched noise like a broken cassette radio, shouting in that underworld foreign language. Nang Dao Jai Rui Mo Ta, can you comprehend the words I am conveying here? The ghost of Master Du hovered back and forth, replying in a slurred, raspy pitch exactly like a radio running out of batteries. Deep Ho Kai, I hear you loud and clear. Li Huowang widened his eyes, mentally slapping his thigh at how effective it was. He continued to chew the grit in his mouth and interrogated. Nguyen Nang Fun and Gan Tat Kai Kai Lo, are you willing to let me lead you around by the nose to run errands? However, his guts were twisting trying to hold back his laughter. Good Lord, how is this squeaky voice any different from a plucked rooster? What a pain in the ass this bizarre art is. The spirit of Master Du drew a figure 8 in the air and then threw the pricing rule straight at him. Our theme ti tho ho tu bang, meaning every flick of the bell trades for 3 months of mortal lifespan. Li Huowang almost choked on the dirt after hearing the quote. He howled, trying to bargain. Jio na en Hyatt, this expensive, is this a robbery? Lower it. Yet that underworld debtor remained stone cold, echoing exactly the same old chant. Our theme ti tho ho tu bang. 1 ring of the bell costs 3 months of youth, absolutely no arguing and no bargaining in any form. Li Huowang immediately flared up with anger after hearing that. He spat out the handful of dirt from his mouth onto the ground, cursing angrily in his head. This is absolutely ridiculous, just bossing around a lowly spirit, and it dares to extort a whole 3 months of lifespan. Do you think this master is some idiot easy to herd? Being rejected in the transaction, the entity of Master Du vanished into nothingness in the blink of an eye like thin smoke, returning the bone-chillingly cold space. Li Huowang dusted his hands in annoyance, gritting his teeth and reminding himself that next time he summoned these guys, he absolutely had to negotiate the price clearly from the start, lest he waste his lifespan for nothing before even getting a bite. When darkness completely enveloped the Hu family ancestral hall, the scenery here suddenly became terrifyingly eerie. Piercing cold drafts of wind slipped through the moldy roof tiles, letting out gloomy, howling shrieks. As soon as Lu Zhuangyuan heard the rustling footsteps approaching, he whipped around, his face instantly relaxing and beaming like someone who had just dug up a pot of gold, cheering loudly. Oh, my sweet lord, my little Taoist, you finally graced us with your presence. Hurry up now, step this way, sir. Li Huowang gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, casually asking how the preparations were going. Lu Zhuangyuan bustled around leading the way while hastily explaining. Master Hu mentioned that a few years ago, the family also hired a few other troops to perform, but absolutely no horror events happened. So you can just put your heart back in your chest and rest easy. Li Huowang let out an indifferent grunt to brush it off. Lu Zhuangyuan was now briskly waving his hand forward, raising his voice to make an introduction. Little Taoist, quickly cast your eyes over here. The gentleman standing over there is exactly Master Hu. Having said that, he turned his entire body to face that prominent figure, starting to drop praises as sweet as sugar cane. Respectable Master Hu, this is the young and highly talented little Taoist that I reported to you about. Tonight, with him standing guard, everything is guaranteed to go smoothly. Li Huowang cast his eyes to assess the other party's appearance, almost bursting into laughter. Hitting his eyes was a chubby middle-aged man, with a pudgy body and a face as round as a temple drum. His belly bulged out like a full basket of rice, and with every heavy breath, the chunks of fat on his cheeks jiggled fiercely. This look, no matter how much you nitpicked, only oozed one word: evil, exactly like those local tyrants who specialized in exploiting the common folk. Master Hu squeezed out a forced smile, his voice groaning like wind blowing through a door crack. He, tonight we must trouble you 2 great masters again. Master Hu sluggishly raised his voice to ask further. By the way, troop leader Lu, if my memory serves me right, your troop also has female actresses participating, doesn't it? Without needing a second to think, Lu Zhuangyuan spewed out a stream of words as smooth as running porridge. Reporting to Master Hu, you can just rest your head on a high pillow and sleep for eternity. I'll wait, sleep tight. All the female actresses are on standby in the outer chamber taking care of their makeup and getting dressed. They've done their makeup very meticulously. As for the strict family rules of your noble manor, we lowly ones have engraved them in our bones and hearts, guaranteeing we won't dare to step even half an inch out of line. Master Hu smirked slightly, flashing a sly smile of a superior. Although his exterior was soft, it carried a suffocating pressure. If so, nothing could be better. Troop leader Lu just arrange everything perfectly so our ancestors can sit in the front row VIP seats to enjoy. We descendants only have to offer sacrifices and invite the singers. Once done, we will automatically withdraw. As for this sacred ancestral hall area, I advise you all to curb your curiosity and don't snoop around, lest you see things you shouldn't see. He leisurely continued, his voice thin but freezing cold, making everyone break out in goosebumps. One more thing, for tonight's script, remember to pick some lively and humorous plays. The ancestors sent a dream complaining that the underworld is too boring, they need some bustling atmosphere to chase away the encroaching chill. Li Huowang was overjoyed, nodding frantically, slapping his thigh to show extreme agreement. Makes perfect sense, Master Hu. Our performance tonight is guaranteed to be hilarious from the mortal realm rolling all the way down to the underworld, so fun that even the spirits will have to sway to the rhythm. However, before the gongs and drums could even strike, the chubby old man cleared his throat and instructed with an extremely tense attitude. There's one more life and death rule. Once the actors have started singing, mortals are absolutely forbidden to open their mouths to speak or interfere with the progress on stage. Otherwise, if my ancestors get offended, then once. Li Huowang was so scared that his back straightened like a broomstick, his quick mouth replying yes sir without missing a beat. Yes, yes, Master Hu, just extinguish your worries. My underlings have always been as well behaved as puppies. We will definitely stick to discipline and absolutely won't dare to break the rules. Standing right nearby, Li Huowang remained as pensive as a stone statue, silently taking in the whole conversation. Although his exterior revealed no emotion, inside he was laughing secretly, assessing this situation and figuring it didn't seem like much of a storm. He just hoped everything would pass smoothly, water flowing and duckweed drifting, and that for the love of the heavens, it wouldn't attract another mess of spiritual trouble. The battle drums began to pound fiercely, the erhu and flute wailing in harmony with the rhythm. Li Huowang's troupe officially raised the curtain on the play with a blazing, extremely grand momentum. The high-pitched melodies were filled with yearning, sometimes drifting like 1,000 clouds, other times melancholic like the resentful cries of a past life echoing back. I urge my lord to drink for 1,000 days, pray listen to your concubine's song, let all sorrows melt into this mournful dance. Yi 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 yi, the tyrannical and inhumane King Liang forces the masses into misery and endless lament. Thankfully, the heroic champion Nanping emerged from the mountains, pulling the living souls out of the sea of suffering. Since the dawn of creation, whether in prosperity or decline, the burden of sorrow has always poured down onto the shoulders of the people. How pitiful are the nameless graves scattered across the battlefields. Every lyric sounded soothing on the surface, but pierced right into the depths of the soul. The echoes spread in all directions, as if those words were being dissolved into the freezing night mist of the underworld. Li Huowang remained firmly on guard at the entrance of the ancestral hall, taking on the responsibility of maintaining security for the night's performance. He strained his eyes to watch, leaving absolutely no gap for any evil creatures to get a chance to sneak in and cause havoc. He swept his eyes in a circle inside and muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, it's quite ridiculous. The stage is blazing with excitement, yet the seats below are as deserted as an abandoned graveyard. This atmosphere really sends chills right down the spine." However, the more he let his soul drift into each melody, the more he realized that the script of this opera was actually unexpectedly captivating and profound. While listening passionately, suddenly his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, slowly drooping down exactly like someone who had just been hit by some dark hypnotic spell. How bizarre, I was obviously listening to such a hyped opera, so why is this sleepiness rolling in like a tsunami? Ever since he stepped foot in here, his mind had felt woozy like he was listening to a mother's lullaby. In just a split second of distraction, he found himself helplessly slipping into a half-asleep, half-awake state. As his consciousness was slipping away into the realm of dreams, the life and death intuition he had honed for so long suddenly rang a blaring red alarm. Danger! You absolutely cannot fall asleep right now. You took their money, so you have to do your job properly. No slacking, no closing your eyes. But ironically, right in that critical moment, a bone-chilling underworld wind blew past the back of his neck. The whimpering singing from earlier suddenly fell silent, the drums and horns dying out completely. The entire space was left with only a goosebump-inducing, deadly silence. Li Huowang snapped out of his drowsiness, his eyes snapping wide open, brimming with vigilance. Something's wrong. Why did the play snap right in the middle of a smooth run? Darted inside like a bolt of lightning. The moment he stepped over the threshold of the ancestral hall, he saw the entire Lu family troop with their faces completely drained of blood, as pale as newly whitewashed walls. Everyone was trembling like wet dogs. High up above, a spirit was floating in midair, with soulless eyes and messy hair flying wildly in the ghostly wind. Evil, murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, so freezing that it threatened to ice over even the beat of a heart. The figure of the two-faced ghost he had encountered before was now proudly dominating the center of the Hu family's ancestral hall. One half of its face was grinning from ear to ear, while the other half was as cold as an iceberg. She rolled her eyes around and let out a spine-chilling laugh. Hee, great performance. This lady rewards you. Li Huowang sharply sniffed out the thick scent of danger radiating out. He slightly gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. It's this cursed two-faced demoness again. Wherever there's a heavy stench of underworld chi, she's guaranteed to be there, so damn annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil ghost waved her hand, raining down countless gold and copper coins, falling like a shower of lucky money glittering under the dim candlelight. Meanwhile, her figure remained floating in the air, her hair whipping around looking no different from shooting a shampoo commercial for the underworld. Lu Zhuangyuan's troop was completely speechless at this point, everyone frozen stiff as statues. Their limbs were as limp as soggy noodles. A few supporting actors were howling in their hearts. I'd rather go back to my hometown to herd buffaloes than stand in this godforsaken place. Lu Zhuangyuan's precious daughter was shedding tears like a downpour, her face deathly pale. Father, I'm so scared. Lu Zhuangyuan panicked and tightly clamped a hand over his daughter's mouth, his eyes darting around in fear. Shut up right now, child. If you scream, our whole family is going to take a one-way trip to the Yellow Springs. Harsh reality was that the more panic people got, the more excited the ghost became. She smiled, a smile that, despite her salty beauty, was an omen that someone was about to kick the bucket. Instantly, she teleported with a whoosh, pressing her face right up against the opera singers. The distance was so close she could clearly feel the trembling from the very depths of their souls. You performed very well, truly deserving of a heavy reward. She tossed money endlessly without tiring her hands, exactly like those sugar daddies frantically donating on a live stream. The gold coins on the floor had already piled up into a towering mound, yet her hands kept waving nonstop like a machine, as if she were carrying an entire money-printing press on her back. Before anyone could blink, the evil ghost dashed past, flying right past Li Huowang's face. The brain-freezing cold breath that wafted out made all the fine hairs on his body stand at attention. The female ghost landed, crossing her legs and sitting proudly with the demeanor of a queen waiting to watch a play. With an incredibly arrogant attitude, she tilted her chin to signal, "Do continue." Li Huowang widened his eyes, not blinking even once, and spoke in a booming voice. "Troop leader Lu, wasn't the rule that tonight's music is absolutely not allowed to be interrupted?" Lu Zhuangyuan's face was now ashen as if his soul had just been hooked away, his complexion as green as a banana leaf. He was trembling uncontrollably, tearing up as he forced out every word. Little Taoist, this has scared our gallbladders out. Where do we find the mind to keep singing and acting?" But Li Huowang was on a whole different level. He didn't tremble at all, didn't flinch, nor did he have any intention of backing down. He leisurely strode deep into the ancestral hall, his eyes so sharp they seemed to tear through the darkness, throwing out a cold yet majestically imposing sentence. "Then what are you still standing there staring blankly for? Hurry up and keep singing. Absolutely do not stop." He calmly sat down right next to the evil ghost, acting as if she were just a passing guest cracking melon seeds while watching a play. His voice rang out peacefully yet carried the authority of an absolute command. "The audience has tipped so heavily, you must keep the show bustling. How could you bear to let down such an esteemed guest?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuangyuan's knees turned to jelly. Deep down, the old man could only pray to the heavens and earth, hoping this was just a nightmare, and he would gladly wake up to find himself hoeing the earth and planting vegetables. His face was pale, his lips trembling violently. Even so, he had to risk it and drag his feet over to the troop, nodding repeatedly to signal everyone to continue playing the music. Though everyone was itching to throw away their instruments and run for their lives, when they met Li Huowang's cold, emotionless eyes, they had no choice but to swallow their tears and endure this tribulation. With the young Taoist master personally holding down the fort here, what the hell is there to be afraid of? Someone muttered, trying to hypnotize themselves through tears. And so, amidst the thick fog that felt like the underworld itself, the classic tune sluggishly resumed. Each disjointed lyric that rang out sounded 1,000 times creepier. A bright new moon rises in the east, missing a gentle mother, incense smoke swirls around the grand hall, I. Li Huowang remained firmly seated, looking just like a great general casually sipping tea in front of an army of enemies. His eyes were indifferent, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he calculated in his mind. I have braved life and death in King Feng Temple for so many years. Even that scabby old geezer was sent to meet the king of hell by my hands, so what chance does this little imp have? On the flip side, the female ghost remained silent, her blood-red eyes glued to Li Huowang. Every time the singing melody echoed, the corners of her mouth stretched a bit further. It didn't look like she was happy, but rather like she was counting down the time to tear her prey apart. At this moment, the actors just wanted to scream, "Li Huowang, you're playing too much. We are scared out of our wits over here." Meanwhile, the main lead still sat calmly in the dark, his eyes sharp as a butcher's knife, his mind secretly analyzing. This evil entity came all the way here just to sit blankly without making a move. What exactly is it plotting? But the subsequent development made even him stare in astonishment. The evil spirit, who had just been carrying overwhelming killing intent, suddenly began to clap rhythmically to the music. The smile blooming on her lips now looked strangely innocent, exactly like a child entirely engrossed in a fairy tale. A tragically comic scene that left people at a loss for what to do. The best option was to curl into a ball and pray for a swift end. Li Huowang appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was startled. Wow, it even knows how to clap along to the beat. Don't tell me this female ghost trekked all the way to the ancestral shrine just to watch a play and didn't actually plan on killing anyone. That exact moment, a thick, murky white mist began to pour out from where the ghost sat, as dense and freezing as if the air had been pumped straight out of a freezer. The frosty fog covered the roof tiles, slithered across the brick floor, and casually crawled forward like a giant, invisible snake. The surrounding space was immediately plunged into a chilling atmosphere, making it feel as if time itself had frozen to the point of suffocation. Li Huowang remained as unhurried as if he were meditating and admiring flowers. Oh, it even comes with fog effects. His nonchalance truly bordered on psychopathic. His sharp, eagle-like eyes remained locked onto every movement of that dark creature. Gloomy fog didn't just linger inside the shrine, but also spilled outside, extending its octopus-like tentacles toward the Liu family's theatrical troupe, people who were gritting their teeth and screaming to drown out their fear. Unfortunately, that freezing aura had no intention of sparing anyone. The surrounding air twisted as if about to freeze solid. Lu Ziukai, the guy who had been singing the loudest just moments ago, was now shivering like a fragile leaf in a storm. His knees knocked together relentlessly, his eyes welled with tears, and his mouth contorted into the exact expression of someone about to kick the bucket. And then, at that very second, he saw it. Looming right in front of him was a bright red figure, gigantic and bizarrely twisted. It was none other than the female ghost, but in this form, she looked 1,000 times more disgusting. Her face was wrinkled like a dried jujube, her mouth gaped wide to her ears, and her blackened teeth were bared under the flickering candlelight. That was also the final image he managed to burn into his brain before his soul completely left his body. It slowly reached out its hand. Its long, curved claws, sharp as daggers, slowly inched closer to him. Lu Ziukai stood frozen to the spot, sweating profusely, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to breathe heavily. He could only mutter all sorts of jumbled Buddhist scriptures in extreme panic. Amitabha Namo Bodhisattva, please save my life. O gods. Surprisingly, the evil spirit didn't pounce on him. It merely glided past his face, a few millimeters away, and gracefully plucked a burning red candle. Holding the candle in her hand, she stared at it passionately, exactly like a child who had just been bought a long-desired toy by an adult. Right after that, she opened her gaping mouth and stuffed the burning candle inside, munching on it crunchily as if someone were eating potato chips. Loud crunching and cracking noises echoing throughout the room sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ignoring the forced, awkward singing and playing that was still going on, the ghost proceeded to devour the entire sacrificial altar, from the 8 immortals' table, the spirit tablets, the candlesticks, down to the ceramic vases. Seeing this horrifying scene, the entire theatrical troupe turned completely to stone, clinically stopped breathing, and their singing choked in their throats. Uzukai sobbed and howled in despair. I'm so scared my gallbladder has burst. Who has the energy to play or sing anymore? Let's disband and quit this profession, brothers. Indeed, if they managed to crawl away with their lives after this terrifying night, they would definitely swear off the singing profession until they were 6 feet under. Amidst the suffocating silence, only the noisy, wet crunching sounds of the female ghost chewing on red candles like gummy bears remained. Combined with the sickeningly bloody smile on her face, anyone who accidentally looked at her was at risk of having a stroke on the spot. Lu Ziukai was stiff as a board, his feet glued to the ground as if set in concrete, his nerves stretched like snapping strings. His jaw dropped, and his trembling lips muttered a mindless mantra. "Oh, Mom, this is too terrifying, this is too scary, Mom, save me." Amidst the atmosphere that was as freezing as a morgue, the female ghost suddenly burst into high-pitched giggles, a shrill laugh that gave people goosebumps. He he he. That eerie laughter drilled straight into the marrow, making everyone tremble from head to toe. Yet, while emitting that bizarre sound, her mouth was still frantically chewing on the candle, her eyes squeezed shut in satisfaction as if she were feasting on a rare delicacy. But instantly, a streak of silver light tore through the space, flashing past with an extremely sharp swoosh. The red candle in the ghost's hand was immediately knocked far away. Before she could stuff another tasty bite into her mouth, it was snatched away, which was truly infuriating for her. The person who had just launched that intercepting strike was none other than Li Huowang. His pure white Taoist robe fluttered in the phantom wind, exuding a killing intent as cold as ice and snow. He slowly stepped forward, his eyes sharp as daggers carrying a terrifying pressure. "If you don't possess the twisted eating habits of a human, then I bet 10 to 1 that what you just chewed to a pulp wasn't a red candle, but their absolute terror. Did I hit the nail on the head?" Bang! As soon as he finished his sentence, all the spirit tablets on the altar shook violently as if swept by an invisible hurricane. The female ghost sprang up instantly, her entire body engulfed in a pitch-black cloud of smoke, emitting a freezing aura that made the space feel thick and suffocating. What the hell was happening? Her momentum suddenly deflated like a balloon. Just moments ago she was happily munching on candles, yet now she looked as pitiful as someone who had suffered a massive injustice. The wrinkles on her face scrunched up, her eyes welled with tears, and she wore a deeply aggrieved expression as if on the verge of crying. "Boo-hoo, why are you being so harsh to me? I haven't done anything evil." Honestly, if the one standing across from them wasn't an evil spirit, the actors might have softened up and gathered around to comfort her. Unfortunately, this trick was completely useless against Li Huowang. He merely threw her a piercingly cold glare and said in a mocking tone, "Oh my, you even know how to throw a tantrum. That means everything I deduced was spot on." Saying that without bothering to spare her another glance, he whipped around and roared at the theatrical troupe who were shaking like leaves. "Troop Master Lu, absolutely do not stop. If you're afraid the wind will sting your eyes, close them tight and keep singing." Master Hu gave strict instructions. His ancestors only liked boisterous excitement and despised this mournful, depressing atmosphere. "Just go all out for me, sing passionately, the wilder the better." The theatrical troupe at this moment looked as tragic as a school of fish lying on a chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. Stopping the performance meant a guaranteed one-way ticket to see the King of Hell, but forcing themselves to continue was no different from digging their own graves. But amidst this dilemma, Lu Ziukai, considered the boldest among the terrified group whose souls had fled their bodies, gritted his teeth and made a decision. Although his face was stark white, he still strained his neck and belted out the trembling tunes. "My tears fall upon the strings, what a pity for my jade-like beauty, while you valued money over my love." She had no choice but to step into the brocade palanquin. Alas for the severed red thread of fate, my husband is now a stranger. The one I loved turned out to be a philanderer. With every beat of the song, the female ghost seemed increasingly thrilled. She giggled shrilly while wildly twisting and bending her body to the melody, partying as enthusiastically as if she were at a hardcore music festival in the underworld. Suddenly she pointed her twisted hand, surging with evil energy and sharp claws, straight at Li Huowang's face, grinning a terrifying smile. "Why don't you open your mouth and judge? Do I look more like a human or a descended deity?" Li Huowang narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, and calmly fired back an extremely savage reply. "In my eyes, you look exactly like an asshole that has cultivated into a demon. Argue with that if you can." Entire ancestral shrine felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, the reluctant audience gasping in horror in their minds. Not giving the evil spirit a chance to process the insult, Li Huowang immediately swung his sword, slashing furiously. Slash, slash, slash. The frenzied and relentless strikes instantly chopped the female ghost into 100 tiny pieces. Black blood sprayed everywhere, accompanied by agonizing screams echoing back to the netherworld. But in just a blink of an eye, her body reassembled perfectly as if they had never parted, without a single scratch left behind or feeling any pain. That ashen face reappeared, the corners of her mouth curling into a ghastly smile, but this time there was absolutely no joy left in it. Time flew by as if someone had fast-forwarded it, and soon the bells striking the third watch rang out. On the stage, the mournful opera continued to echo in extreme sorrow.
You're
Below
watching
the
the dramatic
stage, Li
recap on
Huowang
Yangzi
leisurely
channel.
performed his demon-slaying sword dance as if strolling through a flower market. The razor-sharp blade in his hand unleashed freezing flashes of light, tearing through the thick night. He moved nimbly like an angel, sometimes leaping high, other times spinning to deliver a strike, carving out brilliant paths of killing intent. The heavenly tome of the scabby old geezer was also pulled out by him, emitting a blurry black aura like toxic fog. Yet his opponent was as fast as a tornado sweeping through a graveyard, making it hard for the naked eye to catch. Li Huowang roared angrily, "Get the hell out of my sight right now, don't make me look at your disgusting face for another second." But just as he finished his sentence, an unexpected accident struck. The sword in his hand suddenly slipped away, flying off and stabbing into the ground right next to Lu Zhuangyuan's heel. At the same time, the heavenly tome was also torn to shreds, its sealing cloth ripped apart before sizzling and popping with smoke, as if a whole jug of acid had just been poured over it. Li Huowang stumbled back a few steps in shock, but merely a fraction of a second later, he dashed forward, reaching out to forcefully snatch the heavenly tome back, fearing this item would fall into the hands of the evil spirits. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. The shockwaves from the clash caused the bricks to crack, the ground to become jagged, and the surrounding air to vibrate as if the building were about to collapse. The current scene was as eerie as an evil seance. Li Huowang stood like a towering mountain blocking the tiny female demon, making her look as fragile as a willow leaf facing a violent storm. Her entire body radiated a bone-chilling, flesh-cutting icy aura, her eyes as red as basins of blood, her mouth stretching into a horrifying smile as if she wanted to chew his head into 100 pieces. Suddenly, from deep within the heavenly tome, a stream of pitch-black energy erupted, carrying a terrifying pressure that forced the ghost to hastily retreat, her face contorting in disgust. Realizing she was extremely repulsed by this item, Li Huowang seized the opportunity, channeling his strength to yank the heavenly tome toward himself and clutching it tightly to his chest as if hugging a precious treasure. He himself was also stunned, his lips moving as he muttered to himself, "I can't believe this hideous artifact actually made her back down like that." His eyes blazed with fiery light, seemingly capable of burning away the entire night. Holding the heavenly tome tightly in both hands, the corners of his mouth curled into the triumphant smile of someone who had just found their enemy's weakness. "Ha ha ha, it's my turn to counterattack now." Li Huowang let out a roar like rolling thunder, his killing intent surging and erupting in all directions. Under the hazy moonlight, his figure stood tall like a demon god who had just broken its seal and stepped out of a tomb. His entire body was enveloped in a pitch-black aura, exactly like a messenger of hell descending upon the world. At this moment, he looked completely detached from mortal form. Even if 18 generations of the ghost's ancestors showed up, he was ready to send them all to heaven without sparing a single one. He talked a big game, but deep in his guts, he was still slightly trembling. Well, having ridden the tiger, it was hard to get off, so he might as well play the role to the end. On the other side of the battlefield, the ghost's appearance had become so twisted and distorted it was unrecognizable. She glared at Li Huowang as if wanting to tear his flesh and peel his skin. The resentment pouring from those eyes was more than enough to wither the surrounding plants in an instant, truly sickening to the core. The two forces crashed into each other in the dead of night, their power roaring as if trying to tear the very fabric of space apart. On one side was the boiling, blood-red resentment of the evil spirit. On the other was the thick, billowing black fog radiating from Li Huowang. Heavens shook and the earth shattered, broken bricks and stones flew everywhere. The entire courtyard of the ancestral shrine seemed to be sucked into a vortex of chaos. Li Huowang smirked, flashing an arrogant smile. He stomped hard to gain momentum and shot like an arrow toward the female ghost, his eyes burning with suicidal determination. "Tonight, I swear to send you to the Yellow Springs, otherwise I'll slit my own throat and go down there to keep fighting you." However, it seemed our Taoist master was a bit delusional about his own power. The female ghost merely twisted and glided aside like a wisp of smoke, resulting in Li Huowang's heavy punch slamming straight into the brick floor, creating an explosion that sent debris flying in a blinding cloud. Thick dust billowed up, and the courtyard floor shattered with countless spiderweb cracks spreading outwards. Even so, the dark energy emanating from the heavenly tome was more than enough to make the evil spirit frown and grimace. Her expression was exactly like someone forced to sniff a latrine that had been stewing for 3 months without a flush. Her face twisted, and so frustrated she was about to go mad. Li Huowang's face was as cold as a mummy in a tomb. He gritted his teeth and hissed with murderous intent, "Go to the grave, you vile beast." He swung his arm, and threw the heavenly tome straight at the ghost with ruthless precision. Unable to dodge in time, she took the fatal blow head-on. Her entire body exploded into countless tiny fragments, scattering all over in midair. Li Huowang was throwing a massive celebration in his heart, but outwardly he still maintained his cool boy facade. He merely gave a lazy smirk and let out a sigh of relief, like a groom who had just successfully escaped a forced marriage. Wait, what the hell was this? What appeared before his eyes right now was just a wall riddled with holes, revealing a deep, dark cellar pitch black as ink behind it. He peered down and exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, how on earth could it pierce straight through the wall? That's way too overpowered. But whatever, I'll just treat it as a quick escape to save my life." Suddenly, from behind the back of his neck, a familiar hoarse voice rang out, "Young Taoist master!" Li Huowang jerked in fright and turned his head. Entering his line of sight was Li Huowang, raising his precious sword high with both hands in an extremely subservient manner. He didn't put his guard up at all, reaching out to take it while smiling in response. "Oh, did my sword fly over to you? Thank you, Troop Master Lu, for picking it up." But then Li Huowang slowly raised his face. His eyes were bloodshot, radiating a blood-red light like an incinerator in the underworld. The corners of his lips trembled slightly before curling into an eerie smile, uttering words that chilled to the bone. "Why don't you take a wild guess? Do I ultimately bear the form of a human or the essence of a deity?" At that exact moment, Li Huowang's scalp went numb. A streak of cold air trailed down his spine, causing his desire for survival to fiercely ignite. His inner voice screamed, "Good heavens, this thing is 100% a fake." Without wasting half a second, he snapped backward, keeping a safe distance from that fake Troop Master Lu. Exactly as his intuition warned him, the old man's body began to twist, shrink, and deform in a sinister way. His 10 fingernails grew wildly long, as sharp as knives, while his lower half melted into a thick, pitch-black smoke, reeking of nauseating death. Quick as lightning, the female ghost lunged forward, sinking her freezing claws deep into Li Huowang's flesh. He gritted his teeth and endured it, his face scrunching up in extreme agony. The sensation of tearing flesh transmitted straight to his brain, yet he threw his head back and laughed maniacally like a madman. "Ha ha ha, at this point, don't even dream of slipping through my fingers." Clang clang. The resounding toll of the bell shook the surroundings. He raised the demon-taming artifact high into the sky, shaking it frantically as if performing a dance to summon the ancestors' spirits to possess him. The incense burner meant for worshipping the ancestors suddenly shook violently. The dilapidated altar pieced together from thorny bamboo began to drip with horrifying fresh blood. Each spirit tablet spewed out a ghostly, toxic green mist. All these bizarre phenomena blended together, erecting an incredibly sinister barrier. Right behind the female ghost, a grotesque figure gradually took shape. It was a mass of resentment reeking of darkness, radiating overwhelming killing intent that forced even the bright moon above to begrudgingly dim its light. On the gloomy boundary of the barrier, the faint yet majestically imposing figure of Master Du strode straight toward the evil woman. Would Master Du's manifestation this time help Li Huowang send the bitch to the 9 springs, or was this just an appetizer for a much more tragic beating to come? The moment she caught a glimpse of Master Du's might, the evil demon trembled like a leaf, frantically backing away, intending to flee. Would have thought Master Du had already loomed right beside her flanks ages ago. However, he didn't lay a finger on the shell of Li Huowang, but instead unleashed lightning straight upon the pitch-black shadow dragging along the ground. It turned out the true form of this monstrous hag was hidden right within that very invisible shadow. No wonder she had been walking around completely fine after Li Huowang had cleaved her in half earlier. In the blink of an eye, the Li Huowang disguise evaporated without a trace, exposing the repulsive true face of the vengeful ghost. She opened her gaping maw, wide as a broken basin, and unleashed screeches of absolute, agonizing misery. And in the end, upon that spot of dirt, all that was left was a paper-thin layer of skin, dried up and shriveled exactly like a piece of rice paper left out in the sun and forgotten. The borrowed corpse of Li Huowang instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, sprawling flat on the ground before slowly crumbling into ashes that fluttered away into the void. Witnessing this scene, Li Huowang mentally calculated it must be nearly 5 in the morning by now. Thank the heavens, this sweat-inducing solo battle was finally coming to a close. Would have expected the joy to be so short-lived. The grayish resentment spewed out by the bronze bell suddenly twisted together, flawlessly reforming the face of the female monster from earlier. Unfortunately, this updated version looked a billion times more hideous and demonic than before. On top of that, she bared her ghastly white teeth in a wide grin. The god of joy rejoices, the god of joy smiles brightly, the god of joy sings, the god of joy smirks, robes and hats bow in intimate harmony, the god of joy dances, the god of joy causes chaos, the red doors are stained with fresh ink. The moment he saw her face pop up, Li Huowang cursed bitterly in his mind. Joy and anger your ancestors, it turns out this she-devil is as stubborn as a starving leech. The bronze bell at this time was still acting on its own, ringing out deafening chimes. The afterimage of Master Du flew all around, ruthlessly hunting down and obliterating the dark shadow of the evil woman. But what the hell was going on here? From a single entity, she suddenly split into a pair of identical twin ghost girls. They drifted ethereally in midair, moaning and whining their grievances. The god of joy is furious, the god of joy is sorrowful, incense burners and lanterns glow brightly like an ocean current. From two, they expanded into three, and the swarm of vengeful spirits continued to multiply endlessly beyond control. Every single one of them bared their jagged teeth in mocking smiles, their repulsive demeanor making one just want to beat them up. Li Huowang stood dumbfounded, turning to stone for several breaths. Not to be superstitious, but exactly which corner of the sky did this plague-like species acting so smugly in front of him drop down from? The massive army of phantom shadows continued to rapidly spawn, becoming as crowded as a festival. These identical, evil entities surrounded Li Huowang tightly like a barrel. While busily breaking up their formation, they also took the time to part their blood-red lips into eerie smiles, their facial muscles twitching constantly with a full spectrum of emotions. Joy, profound sorrow, and flying into a manic rage were all present. God of joy is 9/10 starved. The god of joy is ravenously hungry to the point of tearing guts, hands playing with the heart and liver, hands toying with the lungs and bowels. Echoing in his ears was a rhyme that sent chills down his spine. The god of joy is starving, the god of joy is famished, left hand holding the heart and liver, right hand carrying the lungs and bowels. The village entrance welcomes the visit of the god of joy. As the ghostly chant ended, the flesh of the phantom soldiers simultaneously exploded into 100 scattering pieces, spewing out an incredibly disgusting, pitch-black slimy fluid. That slimy mess twisted and distorted all surrounding objects, dyeing the entire space pitch black as if a jar of ink had just been knocked over. Though he hadn't yet grasped the malicious intent of the demons, Li Huowang already smelled extreme disaster. The sound of the bell abruptly died, and he readied his stance to sneak away. Unfortunately, just a split second later, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead and glued to the ground. Moving even half a step was hopeless. A vague, dying stream of consciousness from some distant netherworld instinctively controlled him, making him soullessly look up at the sky. The current sensation was exactly as if he were tied to an invisible supreme, being by thousands of spider webs. Huowang panicked and thought to himself, "I'm done for, did I just step on a landmine?" Staring intently at the sky that was as thick as tar, Li Huowang was absolutely certain that there was an entity crawling through the silent night. His entire body slowly fell into a state of hazy oblivion, his facial muscles twisting to the extreme, stained with fresh blood that looked terrifying enough to make one's hair stand on end. Only for him to jolt awake as if splashed with a bucket of cold water. "This is bad. Even if I die, I'm not allowed to remember the name of that freakish thing." Under the freezing moonlight, the chilling opera tune continued to echo endlessly. Suddenly, a nauseating, foul-smelling liquid poured down heavily from the sky like a torrential flood. Huowang stared wide-eyed, his soul fleeing his body in terror. What kind of plague was this, being so utterly disgusting and goosebump-inducing? That bizarre monster seemed to be painstakingly trying to poke a hole through the vault of heaven, to show its face to the outside world. Li Huowang blankly glued his eyes to it, completely oblivious to the fact that fresh blood was streaming out from the corners of his eyes like a river. He gritted his teeth and mentally slapped himself. "Stop looking, you'll go blind, close your eyes right now." Li Huowang exhausted all his remaining strength trying to rub his eyes, but unfortunately, all his efforts to resist were completely in vain. At this moment, Li Huowang finally managed to behold the visage of the god of joy, if that mushy, pulsating pile of sludge even qualified to be called a head. Just as that entity was about to break out of the gloomy black hole and slither outside, a strange noise suddenly rang out. Knock, knock. In the blink of an eye, from the deepest abyss of darkness, a freezing, sharp-pointed arm reached high into the air, firmly grabbing the vast sky. The pitch-black space suddenly crumpled into a massive ball, exactly as if a hidden figure were using brute strength to yank it all the way down to the bottom. As fast as a blink, That dark, murky expanse of sky shattered into tens of thousands of razor-sharp fragments, leaving Li Huowang with bulging eyes, stupidly taking in that entirely horrifying scene. And then, just a second later, that earth-shattering nightmare suddenly evaporated completely, leaving not a single trace behind. Returning to reality, Li Huowang realized he was still sitting huddled on the chair, his eyes wide with shock like a fool who had no idea what had just transpired. The view ahead was empty and peaceful, as if the heart-stopping, terrifying moments just now were merely a summer afternoon's dream. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Oh, mother, I kept my worthless life. Thanks to that nameless arm showing up right on time, I managed to barely hold on until dawn. But seriously, which saint did the benefactor who lent a hand just now belong to?" All deep in thought, he lethargically stretched and stood up. The morning mist had already set in, and soon enough, the people of the Hu family would undoubtedly come swarming in to escort their ancestors back to the manor. Over in the corner of the stage, the actors of the Lu family were lying strewn across the ground, their mouths agape, panting exhaustedly. Screaming at the top of their lungs for a whole night would make even an ox collapse. Despite their minds being driven crazy by the disturbance of that sinister bell, those miserable people still hadn't dared to stop their mouths to rest for even half a second. Suddenly, behind his back, a rapid series of clattering noises rang out, caused by the pile of spirit tablets violently shaking as if having an epileptic seizure. Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and loudly asked, "Was it you guys who righteously stepped in to save this junior earlier?" Unfortunately, the only response he received was the wooden blocks swaying wildly, tumbling back and forth in all sorts of extremely violent postures. Huowang looked at that scene, scratching his head in confusion, and mocked. "Hey, even if it wasn't convenient for you to lend a hand, is there any need for such a violently defensive reaction?" The words hadn't even left his lips when, looming right behind Li Huowang's neck, an arm with long, lethal claws suddenly reached out and pointed straight at him. After enduring a night flooded with surreal jump scares, no less than a theatrical movie, the heavens finally decided to pull back the curtain and bestow the dawn. Rays of morning sunlight slipped through the leaves, resting on the moss-covered, fish-scale roof tiles, painting a tranquil rustic picture deeply imbued with a nostalgic breath. Inside the spacious ancestral shrine of the Hu family, flattering words crackled like firecrackers on New Year's Day. "Amazing, simply amazing. The opera sung last night pleased the ancestors' ears so much they were moved to tears. Just look, the incense and wax candles on the altar burned down completely without leaving a single speck of residue. How incredibly divine. Wealth and prosperity are knocking on our family's door." The guy loudly clapping and praising was none other than Hu Jianghe, the golden child of Hu Qinghe. After blabbering on, Hu Jianghe spun around, raised his wine cup towards Lu Zhuangyuan, and grinned broadly like someone who had just hit the jackpot. "Troop Master Lu exhausted his heart and strength last night. This junior would like to offer you this humble cup of wine. For the essence of art, for the roots of our ancestors, and for the honor of our family." Lu Zhuangyuan wore a compassionate and joyful expression, bowing and clasping his hands modestly. "It's just my duty, just my duty. Though my profession is lowly, as long as the elders above were happy and thoroughly enjoyed it, this old man's stomach is full." Right amidst that atmosphere overflowing with mutual affection, a childish hand suddenly yanked Lu Zhuangyuan's robe, and a shrill voice yelled right by his ear. "Hey, old man, the one dancing and singing opera in the ancestral shrine last night was none other than you. Admit it, and don't you dare deny it." This young master was hiding in the bushes and eavesdropped on everything without missing a single beat. "Your singing was quite fiery, hee." That punchable face accompanied by that slippery tone of voice belonged exactly to young Master Hu, the sole heir for 3 generations of Hu Qinghe, the lord of throwing a wrench in the works, and the village's #1 troublemaker. Lu Zhuangyuan forced a stiff, lopsided smile, trying to swallow his pride to keep the peace. "Ha ha, if young Master Hu was delighted, then it is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes for the Lu family troop." Suddenly, with an ear-piercing crash, the wine cup in Hu Jianghe's hand was slammed down onto the table, the sound echoing like a sledgehammer strike in broad daylight. The old man's face instantly darkened, as cold as a pot of congealed broth. "Someone, get your bodies over here and drag the young master by his neck back to the study for me, lock him up, and force him to memorize his lessons right this instant." Before his mouth could even close, a pair of servants sprang up like springs, each grabbing an armpit and dragging the young master away as if carrying a roasted suckling pig. The precocious little brat threw a tantrum, howling loud enough to bring the roof down. "Oh hell no, I refuse to study words. Let me go right now, I have to go listen to the opera, I haven't even secured the lead role yet. Li Huowang stood rooted to the spot, watching this awkward scene with a heart as pained as if he had just taken a blinding slap to the face. O sovereign heaven and imperial earth, the ones who thirst for words have their lives suffocated, while the ones who despise studying are tied down and force-fed knowledge all night long. The ways of the world truly are a bitterly satirical play that stings the heart. At that blush-inducing moment, Hu Qinghe cleared his throat a few times to smooth things over. The highly dignified and noble appearance like a true ascetic in meditation, he spoke in an imposing voice. Cough, cough, my lax family discipline has made you all laugh. Here are 10 taels of broken silver, settled fairly according to the contract without missing a single fraction. Troop Master Lu, please hold on to this warmly. This lord is still tied up with important matters in the manor and must take his leave, unable to chat for long. Li Huowang hurriedly bowed, spreading both hands reverently to receive the pouch of money as if catching a blessing from heaven, his mouth blabbering flatteries, deeply grateful for Master Hu's generosity in bestowing such an abundant reward. Having delivered his verdict, Master Hu flicked his silk sleeves and strode away with the majestic air of an immortal riding the clouds back to the mountains. Right at that moment, Lu Ziukai burst straight through the door into the inner hall, as swift as a mild hurricane. Her hands still tightly clutched the tattered attendance book. Even though she looked somewhat drained and dazed, her eyes burned like torches in the dark. Goodness, are you done rambling yet? I'm so hungry my blood sugar is dropping. Hurry up and serve the braised pork so I can devour it. Oh right, add some crispy roast chicken too, and make sure it's a whole, plump, and juicy one. No sooner had she spat out those words than she lunged at the feast like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. But before her hand could even grab a piece of meat, Li Huowang jumped out to block her and scolded her. Old man might be hunched, but his hands were as quick as lightning, snatching the entire plate of greasy meat, then trotting straight over to Li Huowang. He bowed low, presenting the dish as if offering an imperial edict. Yes, yes, please enjoy this hot appetizer, little Taoist master. Li Huowang was still adrift in a messy sea of thoughts, looking as bewildered as a sleepwalker who had just been slapped awake, and stammered in reply. What? Who's in the mood to eat right now? Oh, you all go ahead and dig in, don't bother worrying about me. Li Huowang burst into a hearty, unctuous laugh, conveniently using his chopsticks to grab a golden, fat-dripping roast chicken drumstick and dropping it right into his bowl. The feast at the Hu Manor is full of rare delicacies and exotic foods. If you miss out on taking a bite, little Taoist master, you'd be doing your stomach a great disservice. Li Huowang kept an indifferent expression, casually shaking his head to refuse, his gaze darting elsewhere. My mouth is bland, I don't feel like swallowing anything, Troop Leader Lu. Last night, your own eyes clearly saw all those ancestral tablets collectively collapsing, perfectly accurate, right? Or was that entirely a hallucination conjured up by my paranoid mind? A question as sharp as a razor slicing past the nape severed the lively atmosphere, throwing everything into an awkward, fearful silence. Li Huowang felt a guilty hiccup rise, raising his hand to scratch his head and ears while stammering. Well now, how could this old man possibly know anything about such deeply hidden mysteries? At that time, I had my eyes squeezed shut, screaming my lungs out on stage. The incense smoke was as murky as ghosts. My heart was just terrified of losing the beat and forgetting my lines. Even if I borrowed 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to randomly peek around. Oh, that was the root of it. Li Huowang nodded in understanding, but the gaze deep in his eyes was filled with piercing ice. He crumpled the hem of his shirt, his insides in knots over the mountain of piling mysteries. The raspy voice from last night might have just rustled through the leaves, but my ears swear on their life they didn't mistakenly hear some bullshit. That was 100% the foul mouth of Dan Yangzi. Despite drifting into this crazy universe, absolutely no one else but that damn old geezer would call me brat. The catch was, even if the whole row of tablets had a collective meltdown, or that hideous jumping corpse vanished without a trace, all those anomalies still couldn't unveil the immense suspicion that had been gnawing at Li Huowang's soul for so long. Could it really be? He unconsciously pictured Dan Yangzi's dying moments, when the old man's flesh contorted into a bizarre, grotesque mess, his cloudy, senseless eyes pairing with a chilling, goosebump-inducing cackle. A terrible premonition shot straight to his brain, plunging Li Huowang's expression into a terrifying darkness. Did that psychotic old geezer actually ascend to become a real immortal in one step? Good heavens. Absurd fucking absurd. From the fake secret manuals to those 3 counterfeit inner cores, they were all bullshit fabricated by my own hands. What fucking qualifications did he have to survive the tribulation and become an immortal? Even if he shed his skin to become some unholy abomination, what door could he possibly squeeze through to enter the real immortal realm? So in short, after that fateful night, what kind of freakish monster did he mutate into, and what dog hole is he hiding in? Why the hell is he clinging to me for dear life like a starving leech, refusing to let go like a vengeful ghost demanding a debt? His brain went into overdrive, making Li Huowang's head ache as if his skull was about to split open. His eyes darkened, reeking of gunpowder, as the flames of resentment blazed, burning up his liver. Li Huowang, standing on standby nearby, narrowed his eyes tightly, probing with hesitant suspicion. Little Taoist master, what worldly matters are you entangled in that you're frowning and racking your brain so hard? We're brothers in the same boat now. If there's any anchor stuck, just spit it right out, don't hide it. Thinly sweet word of comfort miraculously pulled Li Huowang out of the swamp of his thoughts. He drew in a breath of cold air to suppress his surging blood pressure, stood up straight, his gaze as sharp as a rock-cleaving blade. In his heart, he quietly finalized his plan. Whether it was a rumor or hard facts, the only move right now was to drag his body to Zhaijing City, sneaking right into the den of the Zhengde sect that Li Huowang had just been blabbering about to dig for information. Just in case Dan Yangzi really did score a ticket to heaven, those big shots over there might hold some clues. In this fucked-up, absurd world, my knowledge is truly like a frog at the bottom of a well, pathetically blind. Having cleared his mental meridians, he waved his hand, dusted off his butt, and walked away. I'm fine as fuck. It's just that my mouth is bitter and I can't swallow these delicacies. You guys just go ahead and feast until your bellies burst. Oh my little Taoist master, slow your steps and linger for a bit. You should at least pack up a little of these rare delicacies for the road. I haven't even had time to repay the debt of 6 silver taels from the other day. Hold on for this old man for a few seconds. Little Taoist master, wait up. However, ignoring Li Huowang's desperate calls that sounded like wailing at a funeral, Li Huowang just kept striding straight ahead until he disappeared, too lazy to even throw a shake of his head back. In the dead of the night, beside a campfire crackling and popping amidst the deep mountains and isolated valleys, Li Huowang's squad huddled together for warmth. Every single one of them was engrossed in devouring the fancy food they had never seen in their lives, looking exactly like refugees who had just escaped the desert of death. Having been starved to the point of seeing stars for 3 days and 3 nights, the whole group scarfed down the food like reincarnated hungry ghosts. Perching on a large tree branch, Bai Ling Miao tightly hugged a plate of shiny, crispy roast pork, her eyes blinking and sparkling like 1,000 falling stars. Senior brother Li, where did you swipe all these high-class snacks from? Long story short, what the heck happened last night? Li Huowang paused slightly and stuttered. Last night. Finishing the sentence, he then leisurely spat out each word, narrating the incident. He spilled the tea on an entire stormy night, overflowing with heresy, unrestrained thrills, and a basket full of bizarre anomalies that fucking couldn't be analyzed by logic. It was the textbook definition of a dragged-out, messy epic. Bathed in the pale moonlight, his calm voice hovered, tearing through the hazy mist. To sum it up, the tragedy blew up somewhat like that. Upon realizing the truth that Li Huowang had gambled his dog life just to exchange for 3 measly bits of broken silver, Bai Ling Miao's eyes welled with tears out of heartache. Senior brother Li, I apologize to you 1,000 times. It's our useless, incompetent bunch that's dragging you down. If you didn't have this burden weighing on your neck, why the hell would you have to throw yourself into such a humiliating death trap? Li Huowang turned his face away, patting her to coax her. Are you crazy? What the fuck does this mess have to do with you guys? That demonic creature crawled out from some corner of the Hu Manor's ancestral hall. It's 100% certain it had locked us in its sights a long time ago. Even if last night had been calm and peaceful, sooner or later both sides would have bashed each other's heads in and drawn blood anyway. He paused for a beat to catch his breath. Blinking, he mumbled as quietly as a mosquito. Besides, in the long run, who is dragging whom down will only be clear in the end anyway. Loosening the rhythm, he cheesily pressed his palm against the back of Bai Ling Miao's delicate hand. The little girl jumped in surprise, her cheeks burning like a bright red tomato, her chest pounding like a loud lion dance drum, hastily pulling her hand back exactly as if she had stuck her fingers into an electrical socket. A stealthy little smile peeked from the corners of her mouth, her inner self surging with tens of thousands of indescribably restless waves of affection. But then, after a few seconds of shyness to reload her heartbeat, she gathered her courage and pounced right onto his hand, a bright smile blooming on her lips. her eyes overflowing with countless ripples of unspeakable, infatuated love. Under the gentle moonlight, Bai Ling Miao timidly rested her head on Li Huowang's mountain-like shoulder. That honey-sweet moment was exactly like the starting gunshot for the young couple's sappy epic romance. Time flew by, and when the morning sun just blazed dazzlingly overhead, the rogue caravan clattered back onto the road to grind. Lu Zhuangyuan craned his neck back, grinning as he reported, "Little Taoist master, Wuli Ridge is just a stone's throw from the foot of Jianyi City. If we just cruise along at this speed, in 4 or 5 days at best, our crew will land safely." Catching that phrase, Li Huowang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, Jianyi City, huh? I vaguely recall that Zhao Wu's den is also located right in Jianyi, isn't it?" He glanced over to check in. "How about it, Zhao Wu? You're about to reunite with your family. Is your heart fluttering like a waving flag yet?" Zhao Wu dropped his eyes completely to the ground, his voice bitterly choked up and cold. "Return home? What's the use of dragging this crippled, miserable body back? My hands can't even hold a rice bowl steady, my shoulders can't carry a sack of grain, dragging myself back would only burden my wife and kids, breaking their backs to carry my karma." Gloom instantly descended and choked the entire squad, everyone deflating like day-old buns. Exactly like a knife slicing right into a festering wound, every pair of eyes drooped, brimming with a wretched tragedy no less than the dark days they used to scrounge and suffer through. Struck by this bleak scene, Li Huowang cleared his throat to salvage the atmosphere, loudly declaring, "Who the hell dares to call you useless, huh, Zhao Wu? Taking advantage of these days dragging along the road with nothing to do but sit on our asses, I will train you in the ultimate arts of pill refinement and prescribing medicine." Li Huowang patted Zhao Wu's shoulder, smirking to buff his morale. "In these times where you don't have to sweat and grind, you better open your eardrums and load up on some new knowledge. Whatever you can absorb is pure profit. Later on, when you drift back to your hometown and open up a quack clinic to save lives and help the world, you fucking won't end up going bankrupt and begging." Zhao Wu gave a bitter twitch of his lips and let out a long, heavy sigh. "Refining pills. Where is this penniless hobo supposed to dig up the capital to heat and refine anything?" Suddenly he jerked, snapping his head up, his eyes blazing with the fire of hope, his tone tougher than steel. "Senior brother Li, I don't want to forge medicinal pills anymore. Could you please eradicate my illiteracy? I'm dying to know what the faces of those letters look like." The moment the plea dropped, the entire crew went mute as clams in a split second. Then, as if charged with 100,000 volts of electricity, the gazes of everyone collectively flashed like thirsty car headlights, piercing straight into Li Huowang's face. No fucking need to be spoon-fed words, everyone's heart was boiling with the passionate fire for literacy. Li Huowang stood frozen, his brain loading for a few beats, then frowned in helpless exasperation. "Stop! Don't tell me this whole gang is planning to lap up some knowledge too." The whole bunch instantly nodded like chickens pecking grain, their vigor blazing like a crowd waiting for charity rice handouts. In another development, Li Huowang grew deeply confused and conflicted. What the hell, why does bringing up some letters make everyone act up so wildly? This map is truly the #1 heresy. Lu Zhuangyuan, eavesdropping and catching wind of this, frantically hauled his fat belly and charged over, his face looking as dumbfounded as a pooping goose. "Little Taoist master, you actually know how to read?" Li Huowang answered listlessly. "Yeah, well, I can squeeze out a few words. What's up? Are you addicted to this stuff too?" Lu Zhuangyuan suddenly froze stiff, his old eyes instantly soaking wet like a blind man who had just seen the sunlight again, his voice trembling violently. Can this old man also be permitted to receive universal education?" Li Huowang then threw away his fucking flippant attitude, majestically waving his hand to show off his authority. "Why would I forbid it? Any soul eager to learn, I'll take them all. If you want it, let's do it. Right this moment I will open an introductory course for you guys. No fucking dragging it out or stalling for a single second more." Lu Zhuangyuan immediately turned his ass around and veered off, grabbing his sandals and sprinting for his life back to where the brats were gathered at the tail end of the camp. Seeing his old man's terrifying, breakneck posture, his clueless precious son interrogated, "Huh, Dad, what toxic wind blew you all the way down here? Weren't you escorting Taoist Master Li up at the front?" Lu Zhuangyuan flusteredly waved his hand to cut him off. "Shut your dog mouth right now. Luo Huanhua, lug out all our family's reserve cured meat and hand it over, hurry up." Hearing this imperial edict, Luo Huanhua gave a massive jolt. Yes sir, wait for me to rummage around for a bit." A moment later, she clumsily dragged out 4 plump chunks of smoked meat, cautiously declaring, "Even if you wring out my guts, this is all that's left, Dad." Lu Zhuangyuan's hopes deflated slightly as he sighed heavily. Good heavens, how can it be so meager? Luo Huanhua irritably puffed her cheeks and pouted in protest. Well, sir, I also deeply crave to hoard enough goods to stuff our bags, but the catch is you gotta pump in more silver. This gig tour really did hit the jackpot, but you already shoved more than half the commission down that damn Taoist's throat, didn't you? It's plain as day that you single-handedly scripted those headline acts. We gritted our teeth and screamed our lungs out, yet the money went straight into his pockets. Having his little sister's complaints slammed into his ears, Lu Ju-ren panicked and waved his hands to hit the brakes. Shush, please swallow some of those precious words. You know full well our old man absolutely hates having his decisions questioned by anyone. Pausing, he hurriedly glanced over at his progenitor, clearing his throat to cover it up. Cough, oh hey dad, is our headquarters planning to grind on some smoked meat tonight? Lu Zhuangyuan roared grumpily, stuff your fucking face. This is the formal apprenticeship tribute I've put so much effort into preparing. Hearing Lu Zhuangyuan loudly finalize this, the present bunch of whippersnappers dropped their jaws, competing to gape and stutter. Apprenticeship tribute. An apprenticeship tribute to bribe who? Lu Zhuangyuan was too lazy to fucking bother with a long-winded explanation, his face putting on a deeply mysterious, secretive look. Looking at your dumbass faces, even if I explained it, it'd just be a waste of spit. Hey, you little brat, drag your body and tag along with me. We're gonna seek an audience with the little Taoist master in a bit. Whatever I say, you do it without question. Finishing his words, he waved his hands, gesturing for the youngest son to crawl over. Suddenly being called out, the boy nearly pissed his pants in extreme bewilderment. Oh lordy dad, what kind of action movie are we two gonna shoot? Lu Zhuangyuan growled and bullied. Whatever the fuck we're doing, no backtalk allowed. The little Taoist master is a deity descended to earth. Your dad is hustling just hoping to pave a way out for you. As long as you can cling to the little Taoist master's legs, your destiny as a performing minstrel can be considered wiped clean. Swallowing his father's lecture whole, the catch was that tens of thousands of massive question marks were still exploding in his immature brain. Did dad really want to kick me out of the singing profession? Handing the camera over to Li Huowang's hotspot, a gentleman's word is a team of horses that cannot be taken back. In a flash, Li Huowang had kickstarted the village literacy project for the core members of the Qingfeng Shrine of yesteryear. Li Huowang sat imposingly with his legs crossed on a massive boulder up top, while the crowd below was toiling away, using tree branches to scratch the dirt, sketching out squiggly, earthworm-like strokes. Coincidentally, Lu Zhuangyuan suddenly dragged his precious son over, his tone timid and bashful. Is the little Taoist master busy nurturing the seeds of knowledge? Troop leader Lu lugged his body over here to collect a debt. The old man squeezed out a twisted, awkward smile. Well, esteemed little Taoist master, please take a look. This old man has a tiny little matter to ask of you. Unfortunately, before the words could even fully vomit out of his mouth, a loud, clamorous shout suddenly echoed from the horizon. Troop leader, hit the brakes and wait for this young master. I've hauled my body out here to do a duet with you all. The entire collective simultaneously craned their necks to look, and what hit their eyes was a little brat waddling overhead first, panting heavily, his face as bright red as a monkey's butt. That little brat was precisely young Master Hu, the precious gold and silver nugget of Master Hu Qinghe. Troop leader Lu jumped in shock, hurriedly turning around to pacify and sweet-talk. Oh my God, young Master Hu, what is a pampered boy like you doing hauling your body out to the middle of nowhere? Quit messing around, make a U-turn back to the manor quickly, lest Master Hu suffers a heart attack right now. The little brat let out a depressed sigh, then suddenly opened his mouth to throw a tantrum that blew off the roof. No fucking way. Even if you beat this young master to death, I'm fucking not going back. I must follow your gang to practice the singing trade. I'm addicted to being a singer, I won't accept anything else, Back in those ignorant times, I was honestly completely clueless and couldn't digest what lofty, towering meaning the singing profession held. But in just the blink of an eye, reality slapped me so hard I saw stars, bringing profound enlightenment right to the marrow of my bones. The brat's dad, the man who always wore a dark mask frozen for 1,000 years, had sniffed out the scandal of his rebellious son skipping school to go party. He frantically tore the neighborhood apart searching, only for his face to turn as pale as scrap paper when he heard his little shit of a son naively confessing his goal. I plan to pack my bags and learn the singing trade, Dad. A second of silence crushed down, suffocating like a ticking time bomb. A tick later, the father howled madly, treason. I've poured so much blood, sweat, and tears throwing money for you to consume letters and cram your brain. It's bad enough you were stupid enough to skip school, but now you want to dive headfirst into this worthless singing den. This twisting and twirling karma is the absolute dregs, the filthiest and most ragged of all ragged things in this world. You don't fucking want to sit on a throne of brocade. You'd rather stick your nose into being a low-life dog, huh? The catch was his precious son just cowered, trembling like a wet dog, stammering like a broken record, and unable to squeeze out a single word. Yes I. Completely out of fucking words, the old man didn't drag it out, slapping the little brat's face with an earth-shattering blow to clear his head. Brat threw a tantrum, crying tragically, crawling, rolling around, and howling in a way that tore at the heart and liver. Ouch, ouch, spare my life, Dad, I've learned my lesson for good. I'll cut all ties with that singing crew, is that enough? So that was the truth. No wonder back in the old days, after several bouts of exhausting theatrical performances, my dad fiercely isolated us, strictly forbidding us from creeping near and socializing with the circus troupe's boss. All, in the hawk eyes of the tycoons, our miserable bunch just boiled down to a pile of social trash, low class and dirty, no different from cats and dogs entertaining for a few loose coins. But what fucking law did artistic labor violate to be so heavily criticized? We had to peel our skin and scrape our scales, bash our heads, bruise our knees, and swallow humiliation, even coughing up blood and destroying our vocal cords just to scrape together 3 measly silver coins to get by. Did we live like dogs like those damn landlords, perking up their mustaches sitting around sipping fish sauce, sparking the fuse to suck the marrow dry from the miserable peasant masses? But on the other hand, getting involved with a few letters and meanings has always been a lofty, pipe dream for this gang of ragged beggars. No wonder right at this moment, when Li Huowang fired the amnesty shot promising to pass down letters to the whole basket of them, everyone's eyes, 10 out of 10, blazed with the fire of desire, exactly as if they had caught the bright moon and dropped it right into their chests. The scene suddenly fast-forwarded to some nameless, middle-of-nowhere corner, where Li Huowang was trudging all alone through the deep mountains and isolated valleys. He cast his eyes around, an overwhelming sense of utter bewilderment flooding his heart. What the hell is this place? Where on earth did Bai Ling Miao's group drift off to? Suddenly, a faint, blurry beam of light flickered right ahead. Li Huowang immediately widened his eyes, squinting hard to see the situation clearly. Hitting straight into his line of sight were murky shadows, unclear whether they were human silhouettes or monsters from somewhere. Therefore, Li Huowang decided to take a gamble and step closer to investigate the truth. Each hurried footstep gradually closed the distance with the Bizarre group as he cleared his throat and asked, "Sorry for bothering you, did you folks happen to see?" But just as the words reached his lips, Li Huowang turned to stone on the spot when he discovered that the people standing opposite him were his mother and Yang Na, and alongside them was the presence of Bai Ling Miao. All 3 of them turned their heads simultaneously, bestowing upon him smiles that were strangely gentle and warm. Li Huowang let out a sigh of relief. What incredible luck, it turned out they were all acquaintances. But just a split second later, his entire body went stiff, as if his acupoints were struck when he realized a heaven-shattering absurdity. How on earth could Yang Na and his mom brazenly appear in the same place as Bai Ling Miao? What kind of freakish situation was playing out here? A feeling of extreme unease suddenly surged, strangling Li Huowang's soul. Quick-witted, he bowed his face to the ground, not daring to peek up, telling his stomach that this was far too wrong, absolutely forbidden to take even half a step forward. The catch was, even though his brain was still bright and aware of the situation, his body was acting exactly as if some evil force was pulling the strings. His legs protested and refused to stop, his limbs completely losing control, just aimlessly marching forward. Suddenly, from the void, a chillingly familiar voice rang out. Very good, you did exceptionally well." "Aha, my precious little medicinal catalyst has finally found his own way here. Surprised, huh?" Striking straight into Li Huowang's eyes was the freakish, grotesque appearance of the mangy old geezer right before his ascension. Well, not necessarily dead, maybe he really did achieve the Tao and become an immortal, but that mess of a situation has no explanation anyway. His chilling voice kept lingering by his ears. "Be a good boy and become an immortal with me." Right at that soul-scattering moment of terror, Li Huowang jolted awake. He glared with wide eyes, sweating as if bathing in the rain. It turned out that the horror movie from just now was only a terrifying nightmare. Li Huowang sprang up in a panic, and Bai Ling Miao, who had been standing guard beside him since God knows when, gently called out with deep worry, "Senior brother Li." Senior brother Li, you got caught in a nightmare again, didn't you? Li Huowang kept silent, not bothering to reply. He raised his hands and scrutinized them, secretly planting a massive question mark in his gut. Was it really just a dream? Not missing a beat, Bai Ling Miao swiftly brought out a plate of steaming hot buns, saying eagerly, "Ah, senior brother Li must have an empty stomach. I prepared some buns here. Do you want to take a bite?" Staring intently at the plate of buns, Li Huowang bulged his eyes in surprise. "We're clearly out of pocket money. Where did you dig up the silver to buy this plate of buns?" Suddenly interrogated, the girl was momentarily flustered, stuttering for ages before squeezing out a few words. "Yes, this actually I took that gold bracelet you gave me a while ago and sold it." Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's brain suffered a tremor, utterly astounded. That gold bracelet, didn't I hand it over to Yangzi with my own hands? But very quickly, Li Huowang pulled himself together. Wrong, too wrong. How the hell could Yangzi be present in this remote corner? All that bullshit was just a mirage hallucinated by my own head. So it turns out, I had returned that bracelet to Bai Ling Miao with my own hands. Patched hazy memories from all this time were instantly as clear as daylight. The air in the room suddenly grew strangely awkward. Bai Ling Miao kept her head bowed, her voice choking and trembling. "Senior brother Li, all this time you've broken your back working so hard for everyone, and I'm so useless and can't help with anything, so I could only contribute this tiny bit of effort for you." Li Huowang hastily dropped words of comfort. "What silly things are you saying? You've already helped me with a mountain of tasks. Just wait until the waves calm and the sea is peaceful. I absolutely promise I'll buy you another gold bracelet, one that's way bigger and more gorgeous, okay?" That promise moved Bai Ling Miao so much that her two cheeks turned as red as a tomato. "Yes, sir, I will definitely wait for you until my eyes grow tired." Camera swiftly panned to Jianyi Town, an undeniably bustling and prosperous metropolis. Carts and streams of people moved back and forth endlessly like weaving shuttles, the clear cries of street vendors mixing with the gongs and drums calling for customers to paint a noisy yet vibrant picture of human life. The whole crew decided to drop by a roadside inn to blow off some steam. Stepping inside amidst the lively atmosphere of gossip, Li Huowang opened up to probe. "Troop leader Lu, earlier you mentioned a sect way out in Zhejiang. Aside from the label of being responsive to prayers for children, did you manage to eavesdrop on any other divine effects?" Lu Zhuangyuan chuckled, waving his hand to reply bluntly. "Oh, please, to be blunt, this old man has never even shown his face there. How would I know? But according to my deduction, at most, that place just has one old monk with 3 little novices, monotonously knocking on wooden fish and chanting sutras every day. Where the hell would they pull out any earth-shattering miracles?" Bai Ling Miao then blinked her eyes, her tone mixed with a lingering reluctance to leave. "Senior brother Li, are we really not planning to put down roots in this Jianyi town for a few more days?" Li Huowang answered dryly, his manner as bland as snail water. "No need. Anyway, all those core last words of the Nanping Kingdom have already been tossed to Zhao Wu to transport. That guy is more than capable of borrowing the hands of the escort agencies to spread the news everywhere as fast as lightning. Therefore, if we stubbornly stick around here, idle hands will only do the devil's work. It wouldn't achieve anything useful." Suddenly, from way over there, a shy, stammering voice rang out, tearing through the bustling atmosphere. About that." Zhao Wu awkwardly raised his arm to beg for a little attention. The guy scratched his head and ears in utter embarrassment, explaining in a voice as tiny as a mosquito. "Senior brother Li, to put it bluntly, I still haven't hauled my ass home yet." Upon hearing that, Li Huowang startled and whipped his head around, his eyes bulging as big as goose eggs. "Whoa, good heavens, Zhao Wu, since when did you lug your face back here so quietly?" Zhao Wu stayed dead silent, too lazy to justify himself with half a word, only bowing his head with an ashen, melancholic expression. Right at that moment, a figure sharing the table suddenly smacked their lips loudly, then raised a mocking voice reeking of sarcasm. "Oh please, what other reason could there be? It's just that he was shunned by his own biological father as useless trash, so he got kicked out of the door mercilessly, that's what. I warned this Zhao Wu ages ago. Time before, there was no fucking way he got kidnapped by thugs. It was blatantly obvious that his old man ruthlessly sold his son off for cash. That gender-neutral figure, sporting a prickly, hairy appearance like a porcupine goblin, was none other than the medicinal catalyst Chun Zio man. The person who once clung to Li Huowang's heels for dear life to escape the devil's den of the Qing Feng shrine back in the day, was now also trailing the crew all the way back here. Li Huowang slowly took a thin sip of tea, speaking leisurely with a tone meant to pacify both sides. Even a fierce tiger starving to death wouldn't eat its own cub. Don't rush to assumptions and force the blame on his father as being that utterly devoid of love and loyalty. But the moment the words slipped from his mouth, Chun Zio Man instantly reacted exactly as if a sore spot was poked. Her eyes rolled back, flashing with rays of hatred deep to the spinal cord. She bawled out, sobbing with deep resentment. "Look at me, I myself am living proof of being heartlessly sold off by my biological parents. They discarded me dryly like selling a pig or a dog at the market. Right until the moment they turned and walked away, they didn't even bother to give me a single parting glance as charity. So like I said, it's all just because senior brother Li always holds on to this delusional pipe dream that everyone in this world is good and kind." Absorbing those harsh words fully, Li Huowang could only swallow his tongue. It turned out the ungrateful world out there was always scattered with bitter injustices. Maybe those who were parents were also just forced into a dead end. Human destiny was inherently set up as an open hand of cards like that. Those born at the finish line just lazily enjoyed themselves, while the poor and lowly resigned to thrashing about in the mud. Chun Zio Man still hadn't vented all the anger in her chest. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, her voice trembling and choked. The world likes to babble that a fierce tiger doesn't eat its cub, but the reality of this life produces species that are 1,000 times more cold-blooded and bestial than animals. Witnessing that depressing scene, Bai Ling Miao tiptoed closer, softly pouring honey to coax her. "Zio Man, don't tear at your own wounds anymore." Zhao Wu, squatting nearby, also sniffled, his eyes red as he tried to hold back tears. "Zio Man, cool down, don't torment yourself like this anymore." Li Huowang let out a long, drawn-out sigh, his gaze harboring 10,000 parts of bitterness. Because his own self could search until his eyes tired and still have no refuge to crawl back to. Yet someone with roots and a home refused to turn around and return in glory. So Chun Zio Man, do you genuinely want to U-turn back home anymore? Chun Zio Man snapped her head up, her eyes streaked with a blazing fire of indignation. "Of course, I have to haul my face back. I want those people to taste the karma for what they've done." "And you, Zhao Wu, what are you calculating? What's the plan?" Zhao Wu scratched his head, stammering. I plan to keep clinging to everyone. I'm truly sick of the thought of dragging myself back to that house." Li Huowang squeezed out another long, depressed sigh. "All right, fine. If everyone has closed their books like that, then let's just fill our stomachs first. We'll figure other things out later." Sealing the sentence, he waved his hand and shouted out loud. "Boss, let's order. This young hero is starving his guts out here." Hearing the call, the old innkeeper scurried out on 3 legs and 4 feet, hastily wiping his hands on his apron, his mouth smiling as bright as a blooming flower. Yes, I'm here, coming right away, dear customer." Li Huowang added, "Everyone, try to get some shut-eye. After filling our stomachs, I'll go gather some supplies and then we'll set off again." Everyone obediently nodded in agreement. Fully fed and watered, the group resumed their wandering life, covering quite a distance. As the evening sun slowly set, the group decided to set up camp in a desolate forest, where the dense canopies of ancient trees intertwined, weaving together like a green net that completely blocked out the sky. While the group rested in the shade, Li Huowang showed off by picking a towering branch, sitting leisurely as if he were an immortal being transcending the mortal realm. From the ground, Lu Zhuangyuan craned his neck and shouted, "Young Taoist, come down and take a breather. We still have a piece of pastry left down here. Fill your stomach first before you continue. Leave the guard duty to this old man, it'll be fine." Finding it reasonable, Li Huowang flipped and landed on the ground with a thud. He tilted his head and asked, "Has anything happened in the camp so far?" Lu Zhuangyuan calmly reported, "Well, everything is calm and peaceful, except for that tall, lanky guy. He sneaked into the deep forest ages ago and still hasn't returned. Should I let Lu Ju Ren and Lu Ziu Kai take a lantern and go look for him?" Li Huowang waved his hand to decline. "Guild Master Lu, you just sit tight and keep watch around here, that's good enough. I will personally go catch our own man, I wouldn't dare trouble you guys." Lu Zhuangyuan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Then be careful on your way, young Taoist, remember to watch your back." Without wasting another second, Li Huowang executed his supreme Lightfoot technique, disappearing into the dense forest like a flash of lightning. Riding the wind, he strained his neck and shouted, his voice piercing the wind and passing through the bushes. "You idiot cow Neo. What corner are you hiding in? Can you hear me calling? Stop with this nonsense." However, even though he ran until he was out of breath searching every nook and cranny, the only response was the mournful howling wind and the rustling of fallen leaves. Li Huowang hit the brakes, a huge suspicion rising in his gut. What the hell, what exactly was that blockhead doing wandering into the middle of nowhere, and how the heck did he run so far away barefoot? While darting through the treacherous forest, Li Huowang accidentally spotted a silhouette bobbing behind the trees, and immediately hit the brakes to a sudden halt. Suddenly appearing in Li Huowang's line of sight was a lanky guy whose figure, at a glance, looked exactly like that blockhead. He was wearing a beggar's ragged, tattered outfit, and his head was smooth and shiny, completely shaved without a single strand of hair left. Li Huowang automatically switched to a defensive stance, maintaining a safe distance before raising his voice to interrogate. "Who is hiding in the bushes over there? Are you a human, or are you that idiot again?" Catching the sound, the guy slowly turned his neck to glance this way, his lips twitching as he mumbled a few words. "Amateur blessings." Did the benefactor go through the trouble of finding this poor monk to give some instructions? Li Huowang felt both curious and speechless inwardly. What the hell was amateur blessings? He cleared his throat and continued interrogating. "Are you a disciple of Kong Men?" Sluggish guy straightened his back, patted his chest, and declared, "Exactly so. This poor monk is indeed an eminent monk, a direct disciple of Kong Men." Right after spitting out those words, he pretended to be dignified and brushed the dust off his ragged cassia. His eyes suddenly lit up, just like the look of attaining enlightenment after stumbling upon a 7-course vegetarian meal. "May I ask, Grandmaster, which ancient temple did an enlightened eminent monk like you come from? Which noble world-honored one do you currently worship?" Li Huowang probed with extreme caution. However, a basket full of doubts rose in his gut, because looking at the old man's dilapidated appearance, he looked more like a long-starving beggar than a true enlightened cultivator. How the hell would this poor monk have any temple background? The old monk frantically waved his hands and feet, as if shooing away flies. "Lately, I've been walking north to find a temple to take shelter in. I heard rumors in the martial world that temples up there sprout like mushrooms, and they even provide free vegetarian meals, so I plan to sneak in there to freeload and practice my cultivation conveniently." "As for the world-honored one you were just rambling about, wait, turns out the world-honored one is also divided into many different ones." Hearing these utterly ignorant words, Li Huowang immediately set off red alarm bells. He groaned inwardly. "Good heavens, a guy claiming to be a monk but completely clueless about Buddha, how is that any different from a chef cooking a pot of pork and then asking if it's edible?" Though speechless, he still tried to squeeze out a bit of politeness, softly warning the other party. "Whether you are a real eminent monk or a fake, my final word is don't you dare touch and put those grave offerings meant for the dead into your mouth." Unexpectedly, before he could even lift a foot, the old monk shoved his moldy face right up to his nose, his mouth firing off rapidly. "Who did you just call a fraud? This seat has officially received the certificate of taking refuge in Buddhism. Buddhist disciples swear a solemn oath never to spout lies and lead others by the nose." Li Huowang furrowed his brows tightly, his face full of suspicion. "You're completely clueless about the name of the Buddha you bow to every day. Your brain only knows how to hollowly mumble, amachuofo, yet you dare to thump your chest and claim to be a direct disciple of Buddhism." The old monk was choked up to the point of freezing for 5 seconds because he lacked the vocabulary to reply. Then in the blink of an eye, he swerved his tone exactly like a criminal interrogation, trotting around Li Huowang and questioning him relentlessly. "Then if you're so smart, tell me, how exactly should a Buddhist disciple practice to be considered standard?" Taylor Wang said cultivators are strictly forbidden from taking a wife, so I haven't even bothered getting married. Lao Liu from the grocery store advised that monks should avoid killing, so I haven't laid a finger on a single shred of meat. Then I saw people clasping their hands and mumbling amachuofo, so I tried my best to copy them exactly. If I act that precisely, what else could I be but an eminent monk? While the old man was still spitting saliva and talking nonstop, right at that second, from a corner in the bushes, the idiot with a smudged face and a few grains of rice stuck to it suddenly rushed out. His mouth shouted joyfully as if he had just dug up a pot of gold. "Senior brother Li, there's incredibly delicious food in the forest. It's offering rice." Hearing that, Li Huowang's blood boiled with anger, green veins bulging all over his forehead. He lunged forward and delivered a solid punch right into the idiot's stomach. The heavenly force made him fall backward to the ground with a thud, just like a dropping rice sack. "Rice my ass! Those are clearly offerings taken from the graves of the dead. You're bold enough to stuff that cursed food into your stomach without fearing the ancestors returning as ghosts to snap your neck into pieces." Utterly speechless at this dead-end stupidity, Li Huowang could only sigh, grabbed his collar, and dragged the idiot away from the scene. "Forget it, pack up and follow me back quickly. For this godforsaken fool to survive until today, his ancestors must have broken their backs protecting him, no joke. At this moment, the fake old monk was still sitting there with a blank face, lost in thought, as if his paper-thin Tao heart had just received a resounding slap. His brain was completely twisted up in knots, unable to comprehend it, because he felt that he had clearly imitated the exact cultivation template passed down by everyone. Why in the end did no one acknowledge him as a true Buddhist disciple? How strange could it be that nowadays one has to take an exam to get a certificate to become a monk? After cleaning up the mess, the whole group geared up and continued grinding the road. They formed a long, winding line like a dragon, looking just like theater troupes eagerly heading to a spring festival. This bustling atmosphere of people coming and going made Li Huowang unconsciously recall those well-known ancient wuxia movies. He quickly turned to ask Guildmaster Lu, "The crowd pouring into this intersection is getting denser by the day. Are we about to crash into the Zhaijing territory?" Guildmaster Lu slowly placed his pipe to his lips and took a satisfying drag, his half-closed eyes looking profoundly thoughtful, his demeanor exactly like an immortal standing up high observing the mortal realm. "Exactly, it's not far now, young Taoist. We just need to persistently walk for about 10 more days and we'll reach our destination." But in the blink of an eye, his expression suddenly tightened like a string, and he added extremely seriously, "Even so, this scene of people gathering as thickly as ants might not necessarily be a good omen." Hearing that, Li Huowang's eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted out to argue, It's so crowded and bustling, how could that turn into bad luck?" Guildmaster Lu shook his head wearily, letting out a long sigh. Humans huddling together is no different from a flock of fat sheep gathering into a large herd, and whenever a sheep herd swells, it's bound to invite hungry wolves to bring their snouts over to pay a visit. Right at that sacred moment, everything happened as if the gods themselves had backed up the old man's prediction. A tragic, ear-piercing scream tore through the space from far behind. "Bandits! The mountain bandits are here! Run for your lives, everyone!" The moment the scream ended, the entire crowd instantly exploded into chaos just like a broken beehive. Some frantically gathered their tattered luggage, others tightly hugged their sacks, while some quickly grabbed their sandals and ran for their lives. That chaotic scene, in short, was only missing people hugging each other and crying their eyes out. Far in the distance, the bandit boss was standing majestically on a high mound, overseeing the grand scheme. He grinned from ear to ear as if he had hit the jackpot. Well, today's net caught a bunch of plump little sheep." Li Huowang instantly turned on his righteous hero mode, drawing his dazzling sword from its sheath with one hand, clearing his throat, and shouting with momentum, "Guildmaster Lu's prediction is as accurate as a god. The mountain bandits really came. Everyone, quickly retreat safely, just leave this battlefield to this young hero. I'll handle them all." Ring the command, the horse carriages scrambled to speed away. Lu Ziukai and Lu Juren frantically supported each other and leaped onto the carriage bed. Right behind them was Guildmaster Lu, who was being carried under the armpits by the servants in a situation both funny and sad, his pipe falling apart before he could even put it in his mouth. Amid the chaos, Luo Huanhua tightly hugged her infant to her chest, turning her head back to cast a gaze full of anxiety. Forest wind blew past, making her hair flutter wildly, giving off a strong vibe of an extremely dramatic action movie. "Young Taoist, we will hide in the dense forest around here and wait for you. Quickly clean up these rebel weeds and then hurry over to regroup with us. This old man will take the liberty of leading everyone to safety first." The instruction was merely a few words, but Guildmaster Lu's firm and decisive tone made a sense of immense admiration rise in Li Huowang. He almost bowed 3 times and shouted, "You truly are an old fox full of experience." But unfortunately, the situation was a matter of life and death. Where could he find a moment to kneel in admiration? 'Cause exactly 1/10 of an incense stick later, the ear-piercing cacophony of thundering horse hooves echoed like bursting war drums. The ground trembled violently as if some earth dragon was preparing to surface and catch the breeze. Before the commoners could even squeeze out a panicked expression, the bloodthirsty bandit gang had already appeared imposingly. This bunch held sharp broadswords in their hands, their eyes. "Chop these little runts clean for me. Absolutely do not let a single one escape." And thus, a bloody, dismembering tragedy officially raised its curtains. Mournful cries piercing the heavens and the shrill neighing of warhorses intertwined with the sizzling sound of swords and sabers slicing flesh, echoing throughout the main road. Innocent commoners panicked, trampling over each other to flee in all directions, painting a bleak and disastrous picture no less terrifying than hell on earth. Right at the boiling point of the crisis, a frail old woman, her legs trembling and unsteady, missed the beat and couldn't run fast enough. The old woman was simply left behind, at the very tail of the crowd, running desperately for their lives in boundless despair. The thud, the old woman tripped and fell flat on her face. Before her clumsy old body could scramble up, a black horse, as massive and strong as a mad buffalo, dashed over. On the horse's back was a mountain bandit with a rather stylishly trimmed beard. He cold-bloodedly swung his blade down, smirking and muttering some nonsensical philosophy. With legs this slow, the only path for you is reincarnation, old hag. Just when it seemed the old woman's life script was about to end as blandly as a sudden power outage, from some corner, the fake old monk suddenly rushed out as fast as lightning, shoving the old woman away to neatly dodge the grim reaper's scythe in the nick of time. The unexpected plot twist forced the rebel weed to rein in his horse and brake hard. He narrowed his eyes, acting as if he had just found a fascinating new toy. His gaze upon the old monk exuded extreme bloodlust, his lips curled into a cruel smile, looking forward to the bloody scene of dyeing the cassia red. After all, for this kind of villain, slaughtering wasn't just a livelihood, it was an eternal passion, an elegant hobby to nurture his life's ideals. "Is this old geezer tired of living?" he sneered disdainfully, swinging his broadsword without even blinking. The gleaming steel blade slashed a sharp line across the old monk's back, causing fresh blood to immediately squirt out, dyeing the patch of cassia bright red. But in exchange, the old woman managed to preserve her little life. Amichuofo. In contrast to that flesh-tearing, bone-shattering slash, the old monk's face remained strangely calm, as if it were merely a surface scratch. He loudly uttered sanctimonious words. The old painter once taught, saving one life creates boundless merit, which is much better than building dozens of pagodas. Hearing that sentence, the bandit burst into maniacal laughter and swung himself down to the ground. The broadsword in his hand was still dripping sparse drops of foul blood. He sauntered closer, exactly like a wild beast locking onto its target, dropping sarcastic words reeking of contempt. "Not bad, your comprehension is pretty awesome. Let your granddaddy here mercifully help you achieve enlightenment and become a Buddha a few years ahead of schedule. I'll finish off this tough old geezer first, then snap the lives of those wenches. I'll use your skulls to stack up a pagoda for fun just to satisfy my cravings." However, at the exact moment the bandit was about to swing his blade to reap the old monk's soul, a figure flew over like a rocket. The breakneck speed was so fast that no one could clearly see his face. They only heard a cold swoosh of wind brushing past their ears. The bandit unconsciously froze mid-action. Suddenly, a roar echoing from far away slammed into his ears. "Break right now, that Taoist is too demonic, absolutely do not step over there." The bandit widened his eyes as big as gongs, his face turning pale and clearly displaying sheer terror. In the blink of an eye, Li Huowang was already looming right at his nose, coldly pointing the sharp tip of his sword straight at the enemy. Li Huowang's razor-sharp gaze made the guy unconsciously shudder, a chill running down his spine. Motherfucker, this Taoist's cultivation base really had something extremely bizarre about it. Before his brain could even regain its composure, Li Huowang's sword tip plunged deep into his skull, tearing a horrifying gash that split his entire face open, causing blood and flesh to gush out torrentially like a hydroelectric dam releasing a flood. There was absolutely no mercy. Li Huowang's ruthless sword path simply slashed with a screech, splitting the guy's body into two distinct halves, blood pouring out in torrents and splattering exactly like a water spout. It's a safe bet that right up to his dying breath, that guy still hadn't fully grasped what had just hit him before being turned into a wandering, feral ghost. The remaining rebel weeds stared wide-eyed at that barbaric scene, completely frightened out of their wits. They hastily stuffed their fingers into their mouths and blew whistles frantically to call for reinforcements to save them. "Boss," the boss kicked the bucket, "this guy is too terrifying. Brothers, quick, let's haul ass and retreat. This Taoist reeks of being a henchman of the giant Tianxi." Before they could lift their legs, Li Huowang had already activated his full-body power enhancement state, thanks to the medicinal effect of the pill specially crafted by Dan Yangzi. This forced the bandits to realize the bitter truth that they had poked a terrifyingly wrong fire ant nest. A guy who could effortlessly send a mountain bandit flying blindly like a kite with a snapped string just by randomly striking. A series of harsh colliding sounds echoed thunderously like firecrackers. Some broke bones, others had their faces smashed. In just a few breaths, the entire gang of bandits was beaten to a pulp. Despite this, the fact that some innocent commoners became collateral damage and lost their lives was unavoidable. A pitiful little girl knelt on the ground, wailing tragically beside the corpses of her parents. It was a pain piercing the blue sky to watch the ones who gave her life pass away so unjustly. Catching sight of this painful scene, The old monk tiptoed over, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and mumbled chants, acting as if he was playing the wooden fish to pray for the salvation of the deceased. His ears itching with curiosity, Li Huowang leaned in close to eavesdrop, discovering that this old monk was just looping the exact same hollow chorus over and over. Amichuofo, Amichuofo. The hilarious part was that he mispronounced the words entirely, and his tone was extremely off-key and ironic, sounding no different from a wooden dummy reciting a secret code. All around them, corpses were strewn haphazardly across the freezing ground, squeezing out a bleak picture that was so suffocating it was hard to breathe. Perhaps it was because the lucky remnants of the rebel weeds who escaped had spread the bad news throughout the martial world. For the entire rest of the journey towards Zhaijing, the group didn't stumble upon a single bit of trouble blocking their path. As for that delusional beggar pretending to be a Kong Men disciple, he just kept mumbling chants endlessly, tagging tightly along behind the group without leaving. Our entire group was forced to grit our teeth and chew on wild greens, temporarily gnawing on some dry mantu supplied by the locals to stay alive day by day. After trekking persistently for a dozen days on their own 2 feet to the point where the soles of their shoes were almost worn out, finally, a supermassive, gigantic fortress slowly emerged into their view, its level of magnificence completely crushing Jianyi City. It was none other than Zhaijing City. Defensive wall system built from blue bricks stood toweringly high like a myriad of mountains. Standing at the foot of the wall and looking up brought a suffocating pressure, exactly like the feeling of kneeling down to be punished by the sect leader right in the middle of the sect's courtyard. Up until this very moment, Li Huowang was finally able to truly let out a long sigh of relief. Honestly, this whole trip was a terrifyingly life-risking experience. Had to deal with the mountain bandits, and was also stalked by a fake old monk demanding to eat grave offerings. Now, they had finally landed safely. Regardless of whether that Dan Yangzi was ultimately a human or a ghost, or whether that terrifying sound back then was a hallucination or reality, all he wanted now was to get to the bottom of all the truth immediately. Zhuang Yuan trotted closer and tipped him off. "Young Taoist, you absolutely cannot just randomly sneak into the inns inside Zhaijing City to sleep. A moment of carelessness, and you'll be scammed out of every penny. Let this old man lead the way and drop you off at a resting place with a cheap price but guaranteed quality. The rooms are bright and shiny, with a view looking straight towards the temple." Nishing his words, the old man tried to grab his hand and drag him away, but was firmly held back by Li Huowang. His face hardened as he replied briefly, "You just heard everyone to find a place to stay first. I'm still stuck with the most crucial mission that needs to be resolved on this trip." Guildmaster Lu slightly furrowed his brows, bringing a hint of curiosity mixed with confusion as he spoke. "What matter is so urgent that it burns your eyebrows, young Taoist?" "I'm going to find some clues regarding a sect. I'll come out and regroup with you guys later," he answered decisively and concisely like hammering a nail, not bothering to beat around the bush with another half-word. Thanks to a few clear directions from Zhuang Yuan, Li Huowang simply marched single-handedly straight towards Zhengde Temple, an ancient temple famously known for its sacredness and boasting one of the most crowded numbers of worshippers in Zhaijing. Midst the prosperous metropolis, with streams of people coming and going like weaving shuttles, Li Huowang silently observed his surroundings and pondered to himself. Usually, cultivators prefer to build temples and shrines deep within secluded mountains and obscure valleys. Who would have thought this sect would show off by sitting majestically right in the navel of the bustling city? Not to mention, the pilgrims coming here to burn incense were as densely packed as attendees at a festival. Zhengde sect, he racked his brain to recall. It seemed that before taking his last breath, the guy Chuan Yin had weakly mentioned this place. Maybe this place has some deep-rooted connection with that old Taoist Dan Yangzi. But the thing making his heart skip a beat right now wasn't whether there were many guests or few, but rather the 3 words Zhengde sect pounding loudly in his chest. Blending into the crowded stream of people, Li Huowang climbed the smooth, worn-out stone steps one by one to enter the ancient temple. Striking his eyes immediately were the majestic, colossal great halls. For a moment, he felt himself as fragile as a leaf amidst the bustling stream of life, bringing along an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. The tricky puzzle right now wasn't finding the temple, but rather how to smoothly sneak into this lair. If his mouth went too far, and he accidentally declared himself as Dan Yangzi's favorite disciple, he was certain that, before he could dig out a single word, his severed head would already be used as a sacrificial offering for their ancestral masters. This method was too painful, offering fat right to the cat's mouth was a massive taboo. He had to rack his brain to squeeze out another, safer scheme. Just while Li Huowang was rubbing his chin plotting his scheme, a cassia-wearing figure gently parted the waves of the sea of people and stepped forward. This monk wore a pristine, bright white Dharma robe, his plump and gentle face looking exactly like a Buddha statue wearing human skin. Compared to the beggar old monk back home, they were truly worlds apart. The monk clasped his hands respectfully, speaking in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Greetings, benefactor. Amichuofo, this poor monk Jian takes the liberty to bow to you, benefactor." Li Huowang tilted his head to examine the first genuine bald monk he had encountered since birth, and then hastily bowed back as a conditioned reflex. "Greetings, Grandmaster, it is an honor. This one goes by the name Xuan Yang." Jian bared his teeth in an incredibly friendly smile, slowly asking further. "Benefactor originally has the background of a Xuan Men disciple, yet the dragon visits the shrimp's house by dropping by this Kong Men place. I fear you aren't here merely to burn incense, bow to the Buddha, and pray for destiny, are you? Since you have the intention, please move your steps this way, benefactor." Li Huowang was momentarily stunned, his chin almost dropping to the ground because he couldn't have imagined that everything would slide through as easily as eating candy. Two silhouettes simply passed through a series of solemn, chilling shrines. The chaotic noises of the commoners attending the festival out there gradually faded and completely died out, making way for a silence so profound you could hear a mosquito flying. Every footstep tapping against the bricks felt as if it were dragging them deeper into a bizarre dimension, completely isolated from the mortal realm. The final stop was right under the canopy of an ancient ginkgo tree, so massive it would take a dozen people to embrace it. Golden leaves competitively fell in flurries along with the rustling autumn wind. Placed right under the tree was a set of stone tables and chairs so simple it couldn't get any plainer. "Please take a seat, benefactor." Jian leisurely sat his bottom down on the chair, his hands meticulously pouring a steaming hot cup of tea with a demeanor as smooth as flowing clouds and running water, then gently pushed it towards Li Huowang. The bizarre part was that this bald monk, even if his mouth were pried open, wouldn't bother asking which corner he had popped out of, the name of his sect, or what on earth he waited all the way here for. It seemed that the trivial curiosities of the mortal realm had been tossed straight into the corner by him, considered unworthy of mention within the pure Zen doors. Even though he gave off a refined and elegant vibe, this exact game of testing nerves through silence created an extremely savage mental torture, making the person sitting opposite sweat bullets even more than being interrogated with a knife pressed to their neck. Li Huowang slightly furrowed his brows, his brain running at full capacity to calculate how to kick off the conversation to make it less awkward. Eventually, gathering the meager bit of courage he had left, Li Huowang dropped a bombshell. "Dan Yangzi has kicked the bucket." Crack. The teacup sitting peacefully in Jian hands instantly shattered to pieces, boiling water splashing wildly all over the table. The friendly smile on the fat old monk's face vanished, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as if someone had just stepped on his tail, his glaring eyes revealing a sky-piercing terror that he didn't even bother to conceal. Seeing the old monk react so fiercely, Li Huowang secretly nodded in his gut. It's a sure bet, this temple definitely has some illicit affair with Dan Yangzi. This fat old monk had certainly drank with or mingled and interacted with that ox nose. There's no way around it. The old monk screamed out loud, his voice shrill from pure shock. "That ox nose is dead. This is a heaven-shaking matter. Please, benefactor, kindly tell this poor monk every single detail from head to toe so I can listen in." Li Huowang perfectly understood that to lure the tiger out of its cave, you must drop a fat bait. Thus, leaving out the part about looting the heavenly book, he unleashed a barrage of explanations, detailing every single event that occurred at Qing Feng Shrine, so meticulously that not even a crawling ant could slip past. That tragic situation, is there any chance for Grandmaster Dan Yangzi to achieve enlightenment and become an immortal? Li Huowang leaned forward, his gaze drilling straight into Jian face, pressing, or did he grow horns and a tail, transforming into some kind of monstrous plague breed? An icy wind blew past, shaking loose a few ginkgo leaves that fell in flurries like a round of applause signaling a bad omen. Jian remained dead silent for a long time before weakly asking back, "Is the benefactor truly possessed by ghosts, hearing old Dan Yangzi's voice echoing in your ears?" Li Huowang nodded vigorously, confirming 100% that this wasn't paranoia, because this trick also dragged along a basket full of bizarre spiritual phenomena from Zai Shen. Upon hearing the final verdict, Beads of sweat had already covered the old monk's forehead. He frantically clasped his hands, hastily reciting a bunch of scriptures, and then hurriedly explained. Benefactor Xuan Yang, this poor monk doesn't dare to arbitrarily thump his chest and decide on this complicated case. Please plant your feet here and have some tea for a moment. Let me haul ass inside to report to the sect master first. No need to split hairs. Just looking at his breathless, running for his life posture was enough for Li Huowang to see clearly that the trouble involving Dan Yangzi had truly spawned a massive issue this time. It wasn't just a comedy act. He looked up to watch the clouds and sky, muttering to himself. Just as expected, the storm still refuses to let me go. Before even half a cigarette could burn out, Jian Du came waddling back, sweating profusely. Dangling in his hand now was a brand new set of prayer beads. His bald forehead was shiny with sweat, but his eyes lit up like headlights. Benefactor Xuan Yang, this way. Our abbot is sitting on pins and needles, wanting to personally meet you. Zheng De Temple was indeed gigantically massive, like a mind-boggling maze. The two men led each other, weaving through all sorts of zigzagging corridors and tiny shrines, ultimately dropping anchor in front of an enormously huge great hall, its aura overwhelming even the blue sky. Two ironwood doors of the great hall were wide open like a giant mouth. Sitting majestically inside were 5 colossal golden Buddha statues in a cross-legged meditative pose, so toweringly high that one had to crane their neck to the breaking point just to see the top. Each statue wore its own exclusive expression, both majestically awe-inspiring and as cold as ice. It felt as if they were scrutinizing every single hair of any mortal who dared to drag their body into the hall. Perched on a meditation mat right at the feet of those 5 giant Buddha statues was an old monk with hair as white as frost and a long beard reaching his chest, his back turned to the door as he chanted with a deep, resonant voice. Each syllable he uttered created a surging sound effect that spread across the hall's walls, bringing an indescribably solemn and sacred atmosphere. He chanted loudly, Central Diamond Realm Vairocana Tathagata, Eastern Akshobhya Tathagata of the Fragrant Realm, Southern Ratnasambhava Buddha of the Joyous Realm, Western Amitabha Buddha of the Pure Land Realm, Northern Amigasiti Buddha of the Lotus Realm. Gathering these 5 directions forms the 5 wisdom Tathagatas. Amichuofo. This poor monk is inner sect Xin Hui. Li Huowang felt as if he was crushed by that terrifying aura. His 2 legs automatically hit the brakes and slowed down, obediently bowing his head and clasping his hands in greeting. This one Xuan Yang pays respects to the abbot. May this junior take the liberty to satisfy his curiosity. Does the sect master know what kind of demonic shape that Dan Yangzi has molded into by now? The old man slowly spat out his words. Benefactor, the root of the matter here is not what kind of burden he has turned into, but the money shot lies in what species your own brain is making him out to be. Li Huowang secretly cursed in his gut. Playing tricks. This old man is planning to use literature to baffle my mind. Damn it, if I could figure out what kind of monstrosity that Oxnose turned into myself, would I drag my body to the middle of nowhere just for show? Cursing inwardly as he was, on the outside Li Huowang still played the shy act, timidly throwing out a probing question. So in short, has Dan Yangzi really grown wings and flown up to become an immortal old man? What? The old monk's face remained as cold as a floating iceberg, not even bothering to twitch his lips an inch, blandly pronouncing, Amichuofo, whatever shape you draw him as, he will mold into exactly that thing. The karmic seed that Dan Yangzi sowed, God knows, when has now grown roots deep into your very marrow. Li Huowang cracked his clenched fists. Listening to these hollow words made his ears itch to death, exactly like those pretentious lines from ancient operas. But when his brain suddenly sparked, playing back the smug, grinning face of the old geezer Dan Yangzi, he could only hurriedly swallow his frustration, regulating his breathing to regain his usual badass demeanor. Li Huowang patted his chest to reassure his fragile soul. Take a deep breath, calm down, absolutely no self-hypnosis to scare yourself. Who says my fate is actually that tragic? Having thoroughly advised himself, he tilted his head out of curiosity and continued to ask. May I ask the sect master, is it possible that Zheng De sect and Dan Yangzi had some past-life blood feud like stealing a wife or killing a father? The old monk didn't bother to hide it, briskly nodding in agreement. Spot on. Back in the day, that bastard relied on his strength to bully the weak, sneaking out at night to kidnap and slaughter innocent civilians like frogs, muddying the waters of this mortal realm so much that not even chickens and dogs could sleep in peace. I also dispatched a few core disciples to bring their swords and knock his head a few times, but that guy was as slippery as an eel, every time managing to flee quietly with a bloody head. Hearing the old man reveal this deep secret, A cold sneer tugged at Li Huowang's lips, knowing he had found an ally in the same boat. He immediately puffed out his chest, boldly making an offer. Listen here, even if that old Dan Yangzi has been banished into a dog, a pig, or whatever monster, at the end of the day, he is still a thorn in both our sides. Letting him roam free outside the law like this is truly a bad omen. Does the sect master here have any brilliant master plan to completely clean up that piece of trash, Dan Yangzi? Xin Hui froze in silence after hearing the question. Then the old man slowly extended his withered hand forward. Benefactor, please come a bit closer. I need to carefully examine your insides first. Hearing this shady proposition, Li Huowang got goosebumps, a chill running down his spine causing him to automatically step back a few paces to put up his guard. The old man maintained his plain, emotionless voice. Benefactor Xuan Yang, if you are afraid that I will backstab you, then it would have been best not to drag yourself into this hall in the first place. Li Huowang bit his lip, weighing the pros and cons for a few seconds, eventually letting out a long sigh and nodding firmly. Fine, let's play. I agree to let you test it out. Before the word out could even fall from his lips, Xin Hui's bony claw tore through the wind faster than lightning, planting a thunderous strike right in the middle of Li Huowang's forehead. Deafening ringing echoed straight into his eardrums. The world around him suddenly lit up in a dazzling weave of 10,000 colors. His entire body instantly felt as light as a deflated balloon about to be blown away by the wind. That surreal feeling was exactly as if Li Huowang's soul had just been grabbed by an invisible hand and thrown out of his mortal flesh. His true self just wobbled and spun amidst a siege of ancient, mysterious auras. Deep within Li Huowang's eye sockets, an incredibly sinister, gloomy blue light suddenly flashed by. A basket full of massive question marks flashed through his mind, accompanied by utter terror. What the hell is this? Is this game already set to end? Am I going to die in such a lame way? No way, I absolutely refuse to accept this tragic fate. Xin Hui's eyebrows twitched, and an unpredictable, eerie gleam flashed through that freezing gaze. Make no mistake, this sect master was definitely a powerhouse with the superpower to bend space itself. The old man gently spoke in a coaxing tone. Benefactor Xuan Yang, the root of the mess inside you has been thoroughly understood by this poor monk. This matter is of utmost importance. I must summon the elders of the sect for a round-table meeting to find a way to untangle it. Benefactor, you can stay the night at our sect, and when morning comes, come see me again. I guarantee I will give you the most satisfying answer. Li Huowang didn't hesitate to spit out the worry in his heart. The problem is my friends are still waiting eagerly outside the city gates. If I don't return in time to report that I am safe, I fear their insides will be tied in knots. Xin Hui didn't bother forcing him upon hearing this. He merely stepped back slowly, throwing out a casual remark. Your feet are your own. Whether you stay or go is entirely up to you. The doors of our Zhengde sect will be wide open to welcome you at the hour of the dragon tomorrow morning. However, before that aged shadow disappeared behind the door, the old man didn't forget to turn his head back, adding a spine-chilling reminder. Benefactor Xuan Yang, you yourself must be aware that this fatal disaster is still deeply rooted and has not been eradicated yet, right? Whether it affects you personally or the lives of the common people in the world, ultimately, it remains a major catastrophe with unimaginable destructive power in the future. Li Huowang also turned and walked away sullenly, his voice dropping, tinged with a melancholy philosophical sorrow. If I were the one in control, these trivial illusions wouldn't have made both my body and soul so sick that I have to grit my teeth and bear this agonizing torment. Jian Du, who had been lurking outside for who knows how long, quickly opened the door upon seeing him step out, bowing in a highly professional, welcoming posture. Benefactor Xuan Yang, please follow this way. At that exact split second, the flesh behind Xin Hui's neck suddenly twitched and convulsed repeatedly as if a worm was wriggling inside. Yet the mouth on the front of his face steadily chanted profound mantras. If I desire such forms, I shall not desire such forms. The scalp behind his neck suddenly split open into a crack, popping out a bloodshot, veiny eyeball that frantically darted up and down, inspecting everything. Ignoring that gruesome mutation, Xin Hui's front face remained as calm as if nothing had happened, continuing to mutter. I shall not desire such forms. Acting according to emotion is suffering that must be stopped. A chilling wave of unease rushed straight to his brain. Li Huowang's sharp instincts caught a whiff of something wrong. He immediately twisted his neck to look back and verify. But alas, what struck his eyes was just a quiet, empty space without a single abnormal speck. As he cautiously felt his way forward step by step, he couldn't help but scratch his head and question himself. Good heavens, Could that horrifying moment just be me seeing things and being paranoid? As soon as he dragged himself back to the inn, Li Huowang immediately directed his gang of brothers to spread out and pry open the mouths of the local commoners to dig up the truth about the Zhengde sect's background. Anything involving the old monster Dan Yangzi could lead to fatal disaster at the slightest slip, so he had to act with extreme caution, walking lightly and speaking softly. Outside the borders of the capital, the commoners were bustling back and forth like a weaving shuttle, and the atmosphere naturally became much more lively and noisy. The moment Guhua caught a glimpse of Li Huowang arriving at the door, he excitedly rushed out, blabbering his report. "Senior brother Li, I finally sniffed out some clues. This Zhengde sect is absolutely the most massive and formidable Buddhist cradle in the lands of Zhaijing. The number of pilgrims coming to worship is like dragons and snakes soaring into the clouds, extremely prosperous." Then Zhao Wu also strolled out from the room, cleared his throat, and added, "The underworld is also whispering that even the top-tier elites in the imperial palace frequently visit the Zhengde sect every few days to pay their sincere respects to Shizun. We might even get lucky and have the chance to meet the emperor himself." The fool serving as the human palanquin carrying Zhao Wu on his broad back also took a confused step forward, stammering an addition. Emperor." Chun Zio Man also dragged her body over, her face showing severe exhaustion and lack of vitality, whining as she cut in. "But we heard rumors that the disciples of the Zhengde sect practice very strictly. Everyone devoutly keeps themselves pure, with ironclad rules and ascetic discipline." Bai Ling Miao slightly furrowed her brows, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. There's a rumor that recently a disciple secretly ate meat in the backyard, and the moment he was discovered, he was immediately expelled, kicked out of the sect without fail." Her face clearly displayed a massive question mark, along with obvious anxiety. "Senior brother, what made you go crazy, ordering us to run ourselves ragged just to dig up information around that Zhengde sect?" Facing her probing question, Li Huowang could only silently lower his head in deep thought. He didn't dare breathe a word about the earth-shattering news that Dan Yangzi might not be completely dead yet, lest the whole group fall backward in panic and fear. Wrapping it up, he gently shook his head, throwing out a dismissive excuse to brush it off. "It's nothing major. Everyone has worked hard today." Having said that, Li Huowang decisively turned his back and walked to his room, trying to add a final reminder before disappearing. "Everyone, go find a place to recharge and rest to recover your strength. In the next few days, I plan to personally haul myself to visit the Zhengde sect one more time." Burying himself in thought, a profound idea began to sprout in his head. Based on the current reality, it seems this Zhengde sect nest is squeaky clean with no suspicious signs. I also can't find a reasonable excuse to refuse the sect master's offer of cooperation. Bai Ling Miao stood rooted to the spot, her sparkling eyes filled with sorrow and a hint of gloomy melancholy as she silently followed Li Huowang's gradually fading footsteps. Time flew by like a shuttle, and before he knew it, he had dragged himself to the agreed location, standing blankly in front of the towering pagoda piercing the blue clouds, sitting majestically in the middle of the temple grounds. Li Huowang finally couldn't suppress the itchy curiosity in his heart and roared his question. "In short, what the hell is this thing you people keep calling calming the mind?" From deep inside the pagoda room, Xin Hui still clasped his hands together, acting like an enlightened master standing quietly before the sacred Buddha statue, calmly replying in a bland voice. "We are having to take on the burden of organizing an extremely massive universal salvation ritual to purify and clean up Dan Yangzi's karmic grievances. But before the grand ceremony officially commences, the burning urgency right now is to completely cure benefactor Chuan Yang's illness of a restless mind." Li Huowang, hearing the word illness, blood rushed to his brain, his eyebrows furrowed tightly in anger, his voice twisting into a growl. "Illness? Who are you calling ill?" Then he braced himself and shouted loudly, articulating every syllable with ironclad certainty. "No, I am as healthy as an ox. What damn illness is there to cure?" Catching his loss of composure, flailing about, and acting so crude and vulgar, both Xin Hui and Jian Du simultaneously darkened their faces. The two old men shot glares as sharp as butcher knives at him, just like a severe, unspoken warning. Witnessing this extreme tension, the blazing fire in Li Huowang's guts automatically cooled down a bit. He stealthily lowered his voice to a safe level, slouching slightly and acting submissive to get the conversation back on track. "If I may ask the sect master, in short, how do I cleanse this mind to make it pure and peaceful?" Xin Hui didn't bother with long-winded text either, tossing a scripture book at him with a thud. "Take this, 5 skandhas our empty book and get out of here. Just bring it out to chant every day at the exact 3 meals of morning, noon, and evening, and you'll naturally be at peace. Li Huowang dumbly reached out to catch the book, his bewildered face showing clear disbelief. Just babble these lines. No need for cultivation, flexibility training, or any extra martial arts. Xin Hui nodded slightly, spitting out 4 highly concise words. Just reading is enough. The old man didn't forget to add a final blow filled with veiled threats. Benefactor Xuan Yang, during this sensitive time, it would be best for you to obediently stay inside the temple. If you keep running your ass up and down like this, you'll be exhausted to the bone, and we won't be able to live in peace either. Li Huowang glued his eyes to the book in his hand, thought deeply for a moment, and then smacked his lips, casually agreeing. Fine. Days passed swiftly, and in a blink of an eye a few days had gone by. Li Huowang was still confined in his closed room, sluggishly crossing his legs and turning the crisp pages with an exhausted look, his dry lips mumbling the scriptures. The pure life is established, what needed to be done has been done, no further existence is experienced. Chewing up to this part, he suddenly felt frustrated, stifled, and his blood boiled. He smacked the book right onto his face with a thud and frantically rolled back and forth on the wooden bed. Nevertheless, deep down in his brain, he stealthily admitted a thought. How ironic, this boring woodblock knocking and sutra chanting actually kicks in and brings real results. These past few days, my sleep has clearly improved and become peaceful. After whining and throwing a tantrum to his heart's content, Li Huowang sat up straight, his eyes flashing with a deep, calculating gleam. Just endure the humiliation and wait for Dan Yangzi's mess to be neatly sorted out, then I will immediately set off to hunt down Hai Tai Sui at all costs. As long as I can shackle and control this damn illness, who knows, I might have a chance to enjoy a peaceful life in this crazy world. Just as he was letting his soul soar, the corner of his eye caught a black shadow flashing past the door crack. Li Huowang instantly switched to high alert mode, the nosy curiosity boiling fiercely inside him. He tiptoed stealthily, holding his breath and silently tailing behind like a shadow. Scrutinizing that familiar figure from behind, he couldn't help but scratch his head in self-questioning. This build, isn't that the good disciple of the Zhengde sect? Could this guy have been sent to tail and scrutinize my whereabouts? Without the slightest hesitation, Li Huowang hiked up his pants and continued to stick to his every step without leaving him for half a second. The night was pitch black, the space so quiet it was bizarrely sickening. The black shadow tiptoed and squeezed into a nearby room. Li Huowang also quickly grabbed a hiding spot right behind to take cover, hesitating and calculating for a few seconds. This is tense, I absolutely can't play the hero and rush straight in to catch the bullets. Stubbornly waiting for the time to ripen, he finally hunched over and crawled closer. He used a finger to lightly and gently poke a tiny hole through the paper window. Ndi then pressed his eye flat against it to spy on the activity inside. Right before his eyes was the image of a woman kneeling flat on the cold dirt floor, devoutly bowing and praying. Li Huowang stood dumbfounded for 5 seconds, slapping his forehead with a smack. So this place is actually the Shizun Hall. The woman clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her face smeared with tears as she kowtowed and wailed in earnest plea. Greatly merciful and compassionate Shizun, please have pity on me. Please do me a favor and grant me a son to carry on the line. If I misfire this time and still can't squeeze out a boy, my husband at home will kick me out and sell me at the market. Rooted to the spot snooping from the outside, a massive doubt surged in Li Huowang's gut. In the dead of night, when the chickens have already gone to roost, what is this auntie doing dragging her feet here to bow to Shizun? Right at that moment, a pitch-black shadow silently closed in on the woman from the dark corner. In just a blink of an eye, her eyes were tightly blindfolded, blocking out the sun. In the very next frame, a hair-raising horror show began to air. Round that woman, a dozen dark figures suddenly emerged, swarming and tightly surrounding her like ants on a piece of fat. The lights in the room also snapped off with a click, giving way to the darkness that swallowed everything whole. Li Huowang stood frozen stiff on the porch, waiting for a few seconds before an earth-shattering conspiracy theory flashed in his mind. Don't tell me this is the legendary miraculous efficacy that the people keep gossiping about. While he was busy analyzing, the intuition antenna in his head suddenly twitched with an extreme red alert. Wait a minute. He immediately threw his head back to look behind, and alas, the bald Jiandu had been standing tall like a planted tree behind him since who knows when. Thus, his sneaky whereabouts had been completely busted and exposed. Jiandu didn't utter a single word, merely using his deep, razor-sharp gaze to silently glue onto his face. Then, the old man lightly waved his chubby hand to signal a command. The suffocating, silent atmosphere of the night just heavily and slowly ticked by bit. Jiandu dragged Li Huowang by the neck to a dark, desolate corner with no one passing by. Only then did he slowly speak up to break the silence. "I can read you like a book, benefactor. I know exactly what you are doubting. Are you directing your own play, thinking that the disciples of our Zhengde sect are impure in our 6 roots and have filthy souls?" Jiandu gave a wry smirk, his tone still trying to maintain an untainted, noble facade. "But benefactor, have you ever placed your hand on your forehead and wondered why those pilgrims have to crawl here to beg Shizun in the middle of the night?" The old man arrogantly started lecturing. "They have a burning desire, praying with all their hearts to squeeze out a son to continue their family line, and we open our arms to act as midwives to help them fulfill their wish of having a boy. Our Zhengde sect is clearly doing good deeds, accumulating merit, and saving the common people." Hearing that stinking logic, Li Huowang rolled his eyes, throwing a sour, highly sarcastic remark straight at his face. "Yeah, if that's really the case, then you guys must have raked in a basket of merit as big as a communal house by now." Dropping the curse, he decisively turned his body and walked away without looking back. "No need to nag and explain things elaborately to tire my ears. I don't have the free time to stick my nose into the filthy business of your spider cave. I just hope that, when the day of the grand universal salvation ceremony comes, no blunders or accidents pop up, and that will be a blessing for 3 generations. Jiandu let out a soft, menacing chuckle, and a gloomy, eerie gleam flashed deep within his squinted eyes. "Remembering the old days before I shaved my head to take refuge in the Buddhist sect, this seat also used to hustle as a lowly Taoist priest, so laying all the cards on the table, whether it's the Xuan sect or the Buddhist sect, the core nature is just birds of a feather." His voice suddenly dropped to a creepy pitch, reeking of deterrence and gunpowder. "Because of that, benefactor, you had better know your place and not look down on our Buddhist sect." Li Huowang was fed up to his neck after hearing this, only able to let out a long, disheartened sigh. This place is unbelievably filthy and scum-filled. He tilted his head up to gaze at the towering starry sky, a tragic, ultimate despair surging in his guts. Good heavens, is there really not a single truly pure and elegant corner left in this mortal realm to live in? The chain of commotions was thus quietly swept under the rug and slipped away smoothly until the next dawn. A young monk knocked on his door with a clatter, his high-pitched, gentle voice announcing, "Benefactor Xuan Yang, the Grand Universal Salvation Ceremony is about to hit the start button. The setup and decoration work this time is costly and extremely busy, so please, benefactor, kindly refrain from running your ass all over the place for the next few days." Li Huowang didn't need a sliver of thought to nod instantly. "All right, please relay to the sect master that I heard him loud and clear." The monk clasped his hands and bowed swiftly. "A die de fat." Waiting until the old man's shadow completely vanished, Li Huowang stood rooted, watching him go, his heart pounding with a bellyful of deep suspicion. The old sect master is setting up a grounding order for me again. In short, is he afraid that I'll sniff out more of this sect's fly-infested dark corners, or is the old geezer plotting to ambush me? While he was busy hanging upside down on a tree of vague deductions, a drawling voice rang out from the alley, ruining the mood. "Hey, little Taoist priest." Li Huowang hurriedly turned his neck to look out, his eyebrows knitted tightly together. "Old beggar, why the hell is your face looming in this corner?" He dropped his jaw in shock, stepping forward to ask urgently, "Who gave you a free pass to squeeze through that guard gate?" The old beggar raised his filthy hand to scratch his messy hair, baring his toothless gums in a sheepish smile. "What does a little kid know? This Zhengde sect is full of living bodhisattvas dropped down to the mortal realm. They pitied this miserable old body of mine, so they made an exception to carry me right into the inner sect to carry things, sweep leaves, and do odd jobs to earn a meal." Hearing this, the wrinkles on Li Huowang's forehead squeezed even deeper. A random old beggar with a shady background and unknown origins, and these monks just easily scooped him into their house so leisurely? Or were they really possessed by saints and doing a good deed? He cleared his throat, hesitantly probing. "So, have you been living a bit better these past few days?" The old beggar patted his plump beer belly, grinning broadly and cheerfully. "It's absolutely wonderful, kid. 3 square meals served right to me, and I even got plenty of warm clothes to wear. The only tiny downside is that I haven't been let out of the cage to do good deeds and save the world like before, so my body feels itchy and restless like I'm going crazy." Li Huowang scratched his head and pulled his ears, tiredly advising him, Just stop worrying over nothing. In these chaotic times, having a bite stuffed into your mouth to avoid starvation is already a huge blessing. Maybe I'm just too sensitive and severely paranoid. Before he could spit out another philosophical sentence, the old beggar lunged forward, grabbed his hand tightly, and dragged him away roughly. "Hurry up, little Taoist priest, haul your ass and follow me, I'll take you to see my workplace." Li Huowang was startled, trying to dig his heels in to resist. "Hold on a second, old man, the sun is splitting heads right now, going next time won't kill anyone." But the old beggar's bony hand suddenly clamped down on his hand like iron pincers, bursting with brutish strength and dragging him along like a puppy in an extremely abnormal way. Li Huowang stared in shock, frowning. Did this decrepit old man eat a magic elixir or something? Why is he so damn strong? In a blink of an eye, a bizarre demonic cold aura snaked down his spine, spreading all over his body. The old beggar was still as carefree as if taking a stroll in the market, just dragging him gliding swiftly down the street, his mouth babbling incessantly. "Put your mind at ease, just keep your mouth shut and follow me, I guarantee you will never regret it. That place is a blast, countless interesting things are waiting for you." Li Huowang hurriedly pulled himself together, darting his eyes around like roasting peanuts to observe his surroundings, a sense of ultimate doubt rising in his heart. Just now, what kind of curse did I get hit with to freeze up like that? Right at that moment, the old beggar let go of his hand with a smack, cheerfully turning around to introduce. "We've arrived, little Taoist priest, the landing spot is right here, nowhere else." Li Huowang craned his neck to stare at the towering stone statues in front of him, asking, "You grind away at this dump. It looks bland, what the hell is so special about it?" Hearing that, the old beggar's wrinkled face immediately smoothed out with proud arrogance, reaching out to point at the chaotic pile of statues in front of him and boasting. "My profession is a stone carver. These majestic and awe-inspiring statues all have a contribution from my golden hands, hammering away at them." Li Huowang pondered deeply. How could the Yangzi sect alone use up such a massive amount of stone statues? Or did they cast them to do business and sell to the commoners everywhere? While he was lost in thought, the old beggar had already dragged him right up to a massive set of doors, gleefully bragging, "The outside is nothing. The inside is where they are truly countless. Hey Taoist priest, hurry inside and wash your eyes." However, the moment his heel bumped against the door sill, a wave of cold air ran down Li Huowang's spine, causing his cold sweat to pour out like a shower. Deep down at the bottom of the pitch-black room, a series of spine-chilling noises suddenly drifted over, exactly like an invisible claw waiting to squeeze and tear his heart to shreds. Holding his breath to peek inside, he was horrified to discover a massive monster looming right in the heart of the Yangzi sect, its sharp fangs blood-red, looking 10,000 times hideous. Wrapped around that mushy flesh body were dozens of fetuses, with distorted human forms, continuously budding and sprouting. Their terrifying rate of reproduction was so fast that they shoved and pushed against each other, cramming up an entire space. That slimy mess crawled all over the ground, clinging tightly onto the supporting pillars of the hall. Struck by that nauseating sight, Li Huowang's feet felt like they had taken root in the ground, crying out inwardly, "What kind of messed up situation is happening here?" Right behind his neck, the old beggar silently reached out an arm as scrawny as a dry twig. He stroked his chin, murmuring enchanting melodies into his ear. "Open your eyes wide and admire it, Taoist priest. There's a whole pile of majestic and awe-inspiring Shizun statues in here." Snapped back to reality, Li Huowang ruthlessly swatted away that filthy claw, abruptly turned around and stomped away. Seeing his prey about to slip away, the old man frantically tailed him, screaming, "Hey Taoist priest, wait a minute. It took so much effort to drag you here. Why are you tucking your tail and running in such a rush?" Li Huowang kept his back straight and walked on, dropping a cold, sharp sentence, "If there's nothing left to do, I'll take my leave first to keep the water clear." The moment he was out of sight, he threw his legs over his shoulders and bolted like he was being chased by ghosts, his mind spinning chaotically. So that sweet-talking old geezer was just a fraud. What grand, universal salvation ceremony was he even bullshitting about? Blocking me from wandering around was ultimately just because they were afraid of exposing their earth-shattering secrets. It turned out this renowned Yangzi sect was a lair of demons. The image of those solemn, ethereal statues in his head instantly shattered and twisted, stripping away the truth to reveal a bunch of red-skinned monsters reeking of blood. At that very moment, the tyrant freak hiding in the main hall also resentfully hauled its bulky body out the door, kicking off a cutthroat chase after the boy. Just stealing a glance behind him scared Li Huowang out of his wits. That hideous slimy pile was actually a living thing. He gathered all his might and unleashed a kick, smashing the wooden door blocking his way. Then he buried his head and bolted outside to find a way to survive. The fire was already burning his ass. He had to immediately bail from this demonic corner fast. Unluckily, right at the boiling point, a black shadow popped up in the middle of the road to block him. Jian Wei calmly clasped his hands, spitting out each murky chanting word, a da fat. Li Huowang, who was running headfirst, had to brake hard because his sole escape route was firmly locked. Jian Wei put on a face as stiff as a statue, slowly opening his mouth. Benefactor, your heart seems to be rippling with murky waves. With no time to listen to sutras, Li Huowang immediately drew his sword from its sheath, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Sandwiched between two bosses, above and below both monsters, taking one step back meant going to the grave. Now his only choice was to put his life on the line and fight to the death. Settling the score, the blade in his hand tore through the wind like lightning. In just a mere blink, Li Huowang twisted his body and spun, cleanly sending Jian Wei's head flying into the air. The opponent's bare neck crashed down to the dirt floor, and as a result, the mushy meat monster behind him automatically froze, halting its murderous pursuit. Li Huowang used the momentum to vault onto the tiled roof, looking down at the messy situation below as his brain rapidly crunched the numbers. Wow, did this guy lose his life in such a lame way? Does this script seem a bit too smooth? And for what reason did those demons go on strike and stop biting me? Suddenly, the surrounding space shook violently like an earthquake. Foul winds rose, howling and shrieking, echoing across the sky. Li Huowang stood rooted on the roof, holding his breath as he watched every strange shift in the environment. Around him, the majestic crimson pavilions and purple towers instantly turned pale, shattered, and evaporated cleanly into the void as if it were an optical illusion. Li Huowang's eyeballs were now covered in bloodshot veins because his nerves were as taut as a bowstring. The demonic entity taking root in the Yangzi sect at this moment suddenly bloated and expanded, as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky into its stomach. Li Huowang tilted his face up to look, spitting out each steely word filled with pressure. This oversized creature is way beyond the reach of my battered body. What am I waiting for? I need to flee this Yangzi sect shithole right now while it's hot. If I keep dawdling here, I fear the tens of thousands of citizens in this Zhaijing city will sooner or later suffer the collateral damage and bear the karma. Having fully admired the disgusting beauty of that Shizun, Li Huowang bent his knees to gather momentum, blindly stepping on the floating tiles in midair as springboards to vault himself and escape the battlefield. He glided smoothly, landing as light as a feather on the ground after a series of masterful swinging maneuvers. However, the moment the tip of his shoe touched the ground, Li Huowang's eyes were met with a figure that had been standing guard down there for who knows how long. That character was exactly Xin Hui. He was clasping his hands and chanting sutras, but his face was as gray and pitch black as the bottom of a pot. No need to overthink. Li Huowang swung his sword with all his might. Move aside, don't block my way. He immediately activated his ultimate move, borrowing the formless eye. Ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, and formlessness achieved. Scent, taste, touch, and dharmas intertwined into a stormy combo of strikes pouring straight into Xin Hui's face. But to his dismay, the sea was calm and the waves were quiet. No brawl took place at all. Li Huowang stared blankly down at his bare 10 fingers. Where did my sword just vaporize to? Looking up, he saw his weapon obediently resting in the palm of Xin Hui's hand. The old man stroked his beard and spoke leisurely. A dai de fat, benefactor Chuan Yang, your 6 roots are covered in worldly dust, and your 5 skandhas are stubbornly blocked. This poor monk humbly thinks it would be better for you to stop waving swords and knives around. Right at the critical moment of 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread, a swarm of disciples from the Yangzi sect rushed out like a broken beehive, forming a tight circle blocking all paths. Found his face. It's exactly this cursed Taoist priest. Brothers, surround him tightly and don't let him sprout wings and fly away. Xin Hui grumpily extinguished the chaotic crowd. You inner sect disciples, how are you behaving, causing a ruckus like a broken market? Where did you throw all your dignity? A young boy clumsily stepped forward and reporting to the sect master, we are so wronged. It's because this Chuan sect butcher suddenly went crazy and bit senior brother Jian Wei. We surrounded him just to force him to spit out a decent explanation. Xin Hui went mute for a few seconds, then glared at Li Huowang with half an eye, lowering his tone evenly. Benefactor Xuan Yang. For what reason did you resort to thug behavior with this poor monk's disciple? Or was it because he served your tea and poured your water a beat too late that he became an eyesore to you? Li Huowang scanned the crowd, his pupils twitching constantly. Sect leader Xin Hui, could you drop the good guy act for a second? These filthy, disgusting rejects crawling out of the grand hall, this humble Taoist's 2 eyes have already seen them clearly. Upon hearing his exposure, Xin Hui's face went completely blank, his eyes turning pitch black and murky. If that is the case, this humble monk humbly asks Benefactor Xuan Yang, what exactly have you seen? Li Huowang turned his head to look back, but strangely enough, his vision suddenly became as clear as normal. He looked dumbfounded. Wait a minute, when did that gigantic, grotesque pile of flesh vanish? Just what kind of hellish script is the director spinning here? After that moment of bewilderment, Li Huowang was escorted back inside the Yangzi sect. Hitting his eyes directly was the very Buddha statue he had hacked to pieces earlier. Xin Hui stood behind him, his arms folded, uttering words as cold as ice. Benefactor Xuan Yang, you stubbornly insisted that the stone statues and the disciples of our temple turned into a pile of black feces chasing you to death. Even that statue over there, you severed it with your own hands. Why don't you drag yourself over there now and touch it to see its quality? Li Huowang tiptoed closer, cautiously swiping his hand across the surface. The tactile feedback clearly indicated it was just a rough, lifeless block of stone. Xin Hui flicked his sleeves, continuing his tone. Please, Benefactor Xuan Yang, follow this humble monk. With that said, the whole group trailed one after another, diving deep into the belly of the Yangzi sect. Both Xin Hui and Li Huowang craned their necks to look up at the ceiling. The old man's raspy voice began torturing his ears again. Benefactor Xuan Yang, you must have witnessed the filthy miasma lurking in this place by now, haven't you? Li Huowang's entire body froze, his mouth hanging open, unable to digest the eerie thing looming right before his retinas. How the hell could there be such a surreal thing? It was crystal clear that the script was entirely different just a moment ago. Filling his field of vision now was an oversized, massive Buddha statue. Every carved line and sculpted detail exuded absolute majesty and awe. In an instant, anger swelled like a balloon, compressing his chest. Li Huowang strained his neck and roared, his tone filled with boundless frustration. Clearly, just a moment ago, my eyes saw it vividly. Why has everything suddenly become fake special effects? Xin Hui shifted his gaze, dropping a sarcastic tone. What kind of terminal illness does the benefactor carry in his body? This humble monk thinks you should know better than us outsiders here. Li Huowang stared blankly into his palm, his mind completely tossed upside down. Could it be that after swallowing a whole pile of Hai Tai Sui, his limits could only drag on until this point? On the outside, the flock of disciples gathered and whispered loudly. Oh well, it turns out this guy is an asylum escapee. Let's kick him out quickly, brothers, lest he relapses and bites us again, then we're screwed. Xin Hui nodded, as if wanting to close the book on this mess. The sin of the benefactor sneak attacking the disciples of this temple, this humble monk can turn a blind eye to. But the scandal of insulting the world honored one cannot be washed clean no matter how hard you scrub. Therefore, please light a few sticks of incense for the world honored one to apologize. Li Huowang turned to stone on the spot, his face completely blank. Xin Hui shoved the bundle of incense into his hands, pushing him once more. Benefactor, what are you still hesitating and regretting for instead of making your move? Li Huowang remained silent, obediently snatching the incense sticks from the old man's hands. He raised the incense close to his forehead, pushing his mind to the limit to scan the surrounding space like a radar. Unfortunately, in that exact blink of an eye, the massive Buddha statue in front suddenly hissed out a thick, foul-smelling aura of malice. Without lingering, he turned around and walked away briskly. Lighting it like this means the job is done, right? Xin Hui clasped his hands and bowed to see the guest off. Amitabha, Benefactor Xuan Yang, please treat this place as your home, make yourself comfortable. Sneaking out of that den, Li Huowang's brain was like a blender. From the boulders to the people, it was all a bunch of frauds. This entire world is full of fakes. Does that bald geezer Xin Hui plan to use this illusion to brainwash me? What a joke. For so many years, I've struggled and tumbled between the boundaries of reality and illusion. Why wouldn't I be able to distinguish this little trick myself? This body cannot stall for even another minute in this Yangzi sect. Perhaps this whole plot of land in western capital city has no place left for me to pitch a tent. Acting on his thoughts, Li Huowang ran for his life back to his hideout. Bai Ling Miao's eyes widened as soon as she saw his face pop in. She cried out, "Senior brother Li, where did you go and how did you get back so fast? Or have you already cleaned up that mess at the Yangzi sect spotlessly?" Li Huowang turned a deaf ear, his hands wildly packing luggage with rattling noises, yelling, "If you stand there explaining now, we're all going to eat dirt. Gather the clothes quickly, carry your bodies out of here right now." Bai Ling Miao frantically agreed, but troop leader Lu is still wandering outside without a trace. Li Huowang couldn't care less. He grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Waiting means certain death. Call Gu Hua immediately to grab the bags and run. Bai Ling Miao looked bewildered and asked softly, "Senior brother, exactly where are we drifting to?" Li Huowang threw back two chilling words, "Leave the pass." Matching that exact time frame, deep in the core of the Yangzi sect, Jian Dun dragged his body in, sweat soaking his bald forehead, reporting to the sect leader that Xuan Yang has escaped. Xin Hui still maintained his nonchalant demeanor, his hand caressing something as if at peace. Ran away. The trick of the 5 skandhas being empty still couldn't interfere with his 6 roots, quite commendable. The old man immersed himself in thought for a long time, then raised his chin and issued a cold order, "Step closer." Jian Dun bowed and agreed, "Understood, sect leader." Nestled snugly in Xin Hui's palm right now was a tiny little girl. The cruel old man mercilessly threw the girl, hovering into the air. His mouth mumbled incantations, "The moon hides the jade rabbit, the sun hides the crow, sorrow naturally has its return." The girl's physical form immediately twisted like a lump of dough, a heart-wrenching scream echoed out, "Fake the reversed 5 elements, deeds entirely depend on actions." Right in the middle of a blinding halo, carrying the bruised red color of blood. A dark entity suddenly emerged, howling madly, its limbs tightly bound by golden chains, just like a vengeful spirit being roasted in the dark hell. Jian Dun stood on the sidelines, his complexion suddenly turning ashen like lead. Xin Hui tossed his head and dropped the next secret order. Jian Dun humbly received it. Xin Hui gritted out every word. "Since he is unwilling to be a stepping stone, drag your body out and capture that Xuan Yang back here." The old man crushed the containment jar. Inside that jar, the little girl had been molded into an evil demon constantly writhing and roaring in extreme agony. "However, his eyes can see through my magic, walk carefully. A misstep means losing your life." Jian Dun cracked a sinister smile, "Understood, sect leader." Having finalized the deal, he turned around and slipped away. Xin Hui leisurely tossed the jar back to its original place, a cold, murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "That old Dan Yangzi is damn lucky." Inside the jar, pitiful sobbing and weeping still moaned tragically, like a choir of permanently imprisoned souls. Who knows where that old fogey dug around to fish out a rare Zinsu product like that Xuan Yang. At the same time, at another coordinates, by the dying campfire, Gu Hua cheerfully brought a steaming bowl of noodles right into Bai Ling Miao's hands. "Senior sister, have a sip of the broth. This masterpiece bowl of noodles is incredibly delicious." Unfortunately, she just dejectedly shook her head and waved her hand, whispering, "You eat, I have no appetite to fill my stomach." Gu Hua slurped the noodles loudly while asking curiously, "Senior sister, are you anxiously worrying about senior brother Li?" Bai Ling Miao nodded tearfully, her sorrowful eyes blurring. "He went out of his way to carry us and drag us out of the inner city, yet now he heartlessly threw us to languish in this corner." Gu Hua hastily chewed the noodles and chimed in, "I bet there's a trap ahead. Senior brother Li figured we were a burden blocking his way, so he dumped us here to lighten his load. Well, let's just pitch our tent here and wait for him to drag his face back, and everything will be fine." Deep down, the kid told himself, although these words sting a bit, as long as it locks senior sister Bai's feet from acting up and going to find senior brother Li, it's a good deal. Bai Ling Miao replied softly, "I know that all too well," but a strangely resolute fire ignited in her eyes. "If it wasn't for senior brother Li lending a hand to save our lives, the 2 of us siblings would have gone down to the underworld to dig graves 8 lifetimes ago. Even if I die, I have to repay this debt of gratitude." Her voice began to tremble, yet every word that fell out was as solid as nails. "If he trips and something happens to him, I won't care to drag out a miserable existence in this mortal world anymore." At that exact moment, a blood-red beam of light tore through the night sky like a slash, black chi billowed up, and malicious energy surged like a massive flood. Guhua flinched, looking up at the blue sky in astonishment. An earth-shattering noise of this magnitude. Is senior brother Li fighting a bloodbath with the Grim Reaper? Bai Ling Miao jumped up furiously. He fell into a trap, grabbed the swords, and let's go. Guhua timidly pulled her shirt to stop her. But sister, with our trash-tier strength, showing our faces there will only make us meet shields. Bai Ling Miao turned her head and glared, her pupils already drenched in tears. I know this crippled body all too well, but even if the sky falls, I must go. Rewinding to 10 minutes ago, lost in the middle of a toxic deep forest, Li Huowang was standing alone, his heavy eyes deep in thought. My current strength is too trash. To live long in this battered world, I must force myself to train and get stronger. He clenched his fists until they cracked. Even that old geezer Dan Yangzi dominates the martial world so terrifyingly. Why should I be burdened as a useless piece of trash like this? Unfortunately, a grotesque foreign object suddenly flew straight at him and embedded itself into his body, bringing along a puddle of slimy green mucus. Li Huowang took a highly toxic hit, staggering and bracing his hands to stand firm. This time it's really over. Could it be that this chess game has no way to turn around? His face began to contort, 10,000 needles pierced through to his spinal marrow. No, even if I'm beaten to death, it can't end in such a lame way. Right when the boundary of life and death was imminent. A string of babbling evil incantations suddenly tore through the night, echoing persistently and eerily. That murky, chilling voice came as if summoning souls from the underworld. Li Huowang's heart jolted, his pupils dilating to the maximum. The lackeys of the Zhengde sect had finally caught his scent and found him. Peeking behind the hazy mist, a colossal mass of flesh loomed up. Amitabha, his flesh was as massive as a small mountain. Looking closely would make one want to vomit because stuck all over his body were dozens of corpses of Xuan Yang Amitabha. This benefactor, your heart seems to be still very clouded. Li Huowang sneered disdainfully, throwing it right at the opponent's face. You bunch of filthy scum. In a flash, he burned all his true essence to pull up the raging power from the bottom of the abyss. Summoning a massive wraith radiating a thunderous, murderous aura, his throat was hoarse from exhaustion, completely worn out but still stuffed with contempt and disdain for the scum in front of him. So you beasts have torn off your disguise and aren't bothering to play the good guys anymore, huh? Li Huowang lunged forward and pointed right at his face without missing a beat. You filthy, freakish scum. The moment that colossal spirit beast is let out of its cage, it means the opponent is about to have their corpse collected under Li Huowang's wrath. Blending with his exhausted demeanor was extreme contempt, so finally you guys have laid your cards on the table and stopped dancing around. He roared a command, devour him. That disciple of the Zhengde sect plotted to capture and bind that spirit alive, yet just a few seconds later, he suddenly played dumb, benefactor Xuan Yang. This humble Taoist hears thunder in his ears and has no idea what you are spouting. He was arrogant and absolutely believed that he had more than enough power to predict and block that domineering aura, until his jaw dropped watching that majestic white spirit slither along his arm. Then boom, a devastating explosion occurred, his arm shattering into 100 pieces before the frantic, bulging eyes of the victim. Li Huowang rested his chin on his hand and watched, his mouth curling into a satisfied smile because his anomalous power had successfully fed the enemy dirt, crippling a piece of this Zhengde sect guy. Fueled by adrenaline, he swung his hand and unleashed a whole bunch of souls at once. Begging for alms and kneeling high, raised their heads to come alive, sacrificing another year of his mortal lifespan. His mouth split open exactly like an aluminum basin and loudly bellowed, benefactor, the karma of Dan Yangzi is haunting your body. If you wander off, how can the sentient beings bear the disaster? Obediently carry your body and follow me back to the Zhengde sect. Not in a million years would Li Huowang submit to being tied up. He swung his sword up into a defensive stance to engage in battle. If you want to, drag your own face back there. This seat doesn't have the free time to trail behind you. Those demonic sounds from the Zhengde sect groaned like possessed spirits again, repeating that moldy scripture over and over, Anatar Samyak Sambadhi. A stroke of blind luck, the sword blade suddenly turned into a bloody, raw chunk of arm that incessantly sprouted flesh. He stared wide-eyed at the magical artifact, screaming internally, what kind of demonic power is this? Quick as lightning, Li Huowang threw the sword straight away like tossing trash. Cold sweat poured out like he was taking a bath. It's really over. Even the bell has been corrupted. Even the batch of wraiths he just conjured were drowning in a puddle of red syrup, excess layers of flesh sprouting competing like mushrooms after the rain. He roared an earth-shattering blast, that sound tearing apart the spatial fabric, shaking the very layer of grass under their feet. Right after the howl ended, that Zheng sect guy charged over like a madman, dragging along a thick, pitch-black mass of evil qi. Booming like roaring thunder, a pillar of dark energy clawed open the void. Li Huowang began to panic in the face of this demonic power. This trick of forcing flesh and blood to sprout is indeed troublesome beyond words. He panted heavily, completely drained. The bell and sword skill set could be considered tossed aside, useless. He leisurely clasped his hands to pray to Buddha again, his mouth mumbling, Amitabha. The entire lump of flesh of the Zheng sect reeked of blood so sickeningly it made one want to vomit. He coquettishly enticed, "Stop being stubborn, benefactor, carrying your body back with me will make everything smooth." But no matter how much honey was poured into his ears, Li Huowang remained rooted to the spot, stiff as a stone statue, unable to budge an inch. He splashed a bucket of cold water in his face. "I don't care to go. If your Buddhist sect has good intentions for me, then move aside so I can slip away quickly. Doesn't your Buddhist sect open its mouth to talk about delivering all sentient beings?" Standing to intercept the blazing evil qi slapping right in his face, although Li Huowang's shadow was tiny and his stomach was doing flips, his spine remained straight and proud. He clung to the last straw of courage to lock in the plan to flee, knowing the limits of his crippled body. If they kept bashing each other like this, his life would definitely be ruined. The only card left was to run for his life, but it was unclear if this monster could chase fast. On the body of the Zheng sect guy, bulging blood vessels suddenly sprouted, red slime splashing everywhere like a rain shower. He roared a bitter tirade, and instantly a multitude of treasured swords grew out like porcupine quills on his back, exuding an overbearing, barbaric scent, exactly like a demon breaking loose from the 18th layer of hell. Even he himself couldn't process this scene fast enough. Thousands of sword tips, sharp as razors, pointed straight at Li Huowang's face, waiting to skewer him. They crisscrossed into an oversized prison cage, locking down the space. The Zheng sect guy cracked a sinister smile. "Benefactor Chuan Yang's judgment is spot on. It is precisely because of this compassionate heart that I cannot let you go." Trapped in the cage flooded with crimson blood, he was hogtied by the giant pile of swords. Even though his battered body was mashed to pieces, Li Huowang still raised his head proudly, struggling frantically to find a way out. His eardrums only echoed with the squelching sounds of the squirming, blooming lump of flesh. When licked and covered entirely by that muddy mess, Li Huowang gritted his teeth and screamed, "Wait, don't touch me." The Zheng sect guy exposed his deadpan face and concluded, "Nobody will die if the benefactor is too lazy to walk. I have more than enough capability to carry you." Hearing that sentence, he roared in fury, "You stop your hands right now for me." Suddenly, a cluster of lime-green light flashed blindingly, making the guy flinch. Immediately, the Zheng sect guy frantically raised his hands to cover his eyes, his mouth stammering to appease. "Hold on, wait a minute, benefactor Chuan Yang. I wouldn't dare backstab you, please cool down." He hastily swung his arm straight up to the sky, loudly shouting to hit the brakes. His eyes only saw the monster's bloody snout slowly opening wide. Li Huowang was panting like a bellows, his brain rapidly calculating what the hell was being broadcasted here. His eyes lit up full of curiosity, muttering calculations. Even this freakish breed knows how to sweat bullets." Right on this corner of the yard, the Zheng sect guy was acting out the posture of clasping his hands in worship, cowering and uttering an invitation. "Does the benefactor have some free time to gossip with this humble Taoist for a bit? I am confident I have more than enough ability to clear your mind, so you'll tag along back to the Zheng sect." Hearing those empty words, Li Huowang blankly lashed back instantly. "Are you planning to do stand-up comedy on live broadcast?" Simultaneously, a storm of suspicion brewed in his stomach. What trick is this god of plague plotting to play? With his dominant power suppressing my level so clearly, what disease makes him draw out these cumbersome things? He only saw the guy's forehead drenched in sweat, but his face remained as cold as money. Speaking loudly and clearly, "This humble Taoist has no interest in joking. Benefactor Chuan Yang is a player who lives very strictly by the rules. I hold a guaranteed winning ticket in terms of persuading you." Li Huowang leisurely shook off the dust clinging to his robes, telling himself that the time he was cuckolded at the Zheng sect was exactly the same. Old Zin, who he had the upper hand by far, but still liked to pull out those dirty, underhanded schemes to lead him by the nose. Having seen through the situation, the corners of Li Huowang's mouth curled into a sly smile. Then he narrowed his eyes and playfully gave a blunt verdict, completely wrong, stripping it away. The truth is, you bunch absolutely don't dare to send me to see the king of hell. Even when it comes to plucking a single hair of mine to threaten me, you pull your heads back into your shells, am I right? After hearing that sentence pinning right on his dark secret, the Yangzi sect guy's sweat dropped heavily, stammering defensively, "Benefactor, what the hell are you babbling about?" Li Huowang also threw away the habit of beating around the bush, striking straight at the core. "Because you know full well, if I get even a tiny scratch, Dan Yangzi, the old man you guys lick the heels of and call world-honored one all day, will pop up and mow down the whole gang, right? Your true nature is a bunch of cowards scared of Dan Yangzi." Being completely stripped of his mask, the guy jumped up and tried to cover it up, absurd. Immediately after, the Yangzi sect guy flushed red and shouted angrily, "Does this seat fear a mere Dan Yangzi? Benefactor Xuan Yang, stop drawing deer and apes." At that exact moment, he shifted his pupils to the sword pinned deep into the ground, his lips curling into a refreshing smile. "Suddenly, I feel much more enlightened. Dragging Dan Yangzi along to act as a bodyguard is a fantastic move. Anyway, he is my true master. Dragging him out to hack you right now would be too bland." Without delay, Li Huowang strode closer, reaching out to grip the sword hilt tightly. Next, he straightforwardly uprooted it, ignoring the Yangzi sect guy who was glancing nervously with a cautious and fearful look. "Oh, Benefactor Xuan Yang, that old Dan Yangzi doesn't just haunt you alone. If he crawls out, he'll bring disaster to this whole village. Are you planning to?" Upon hearing that, Li Huowang flicked the sword backwards, giving an extremely savage, mocking smile. "So how about you carry your face over and present your case directly to my master?" He had only caught half the sentence when cold sweat soaked his clothes, his pale face frantically crying out, "Face to face directly? Oh, Benefactor Xuan Yang, hold your horses for a second. In short, what the hell are you planning to do?" He only saw his eyes bulge, blood-red veins crisscrossing in a blazing euphoria, roaring and repeating the final statement. "I said if you have any hidden grievances, drag your body over to Dan Yangzi's nose and bark." Just after spitting out that chilling declaration of war, a gory, bloody film scene blossomed brilliantly as bright red blood sprayed messily in every corner. His entire body fell backward, the sharp sword slipping from his hand and dropping to the floor. Accompanied by a deafening crash, Li Huowang fell face first completely onto the freezing ground. The pupils that were glued to the void also wearily closed. At that exact moment, amidst the blue sky grew an oversized face, the mouth splitting into a sinister, magical grin typical of Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang faintly saw that, whispering his last breath, "As expected, you have crawled over here." The scene cut abruptly. All things around fell dead silent in a spatial domain so quiet it made one's hair stand on end. At that same moment, going back in time to 1 minute ago, only Bai Ling Miao was seen running for her life, her face twisting with doubt. "Gu Hua, are you using a compass at all? Is it definitely around this corner?" Gu Hua stuck to her heels, panting heavily but still thumping his chest. "Senior sister, if I pointed wrong, just chop my head off." Finishing his words, the kid glanced sideways and smugly added, "Obviously you also went cross-eyed seeing the thick smoke and flashing lightning shooting boom boom in this direction earlier, didn't you?" Upon hearing that, she frowned and muttered, "Well," before the words could fall from her lips, an earth-shattering explosion tore through their eardrums. Bai Ling Miao's heart jolted, her soul flying away as she shrieked, "What kind of demonic sound just dropped down?" Gu Hua stood nearby, waving his arms and legs frantically, hurriedly urging, "Senior sister, look this way, quick." Following the direction of the kid's finger, what welcomed Bai Ling Miao's small footsteps was a crushed patch of grass, reeking of bright red bloodstains. She cautiously tiptoed closer to the silhouettes back ahead, her voice trembling softly, "Senior brother Li." At that exact second, Li Huowang's razor-sharp voice slashed down, "Stop right there for me." Captured completely in Bai Ling Miao's vision right now was his terrifyingly demonic appearance, accompanied by a gleeful smirk, as if he had won the lottery. She covered her face in panic, tears welling up in her eyes, choking out, "Senior brother Li." The setting shifted to the checkpoint area of the Nanbing Kingdom. Currently, there was a sea of people lining up like a dragon into the clouds, wearily inching forward every inch to enter the city. The guard glared at the item nestled in his palm, then waved his hand as if swatting evil spirits. Done, get lost quickly out of my sight. Guhua rejoiced as if he had struck gold, bowing his back and thanking him profusely. Thank you for your leniency, sir. Right after that, the kid ran towards Bai Ling Miao, clutching the deflated, paper-thin coin pouch. He panted and reported, "See that, senior sister? With money, you can even buy a ferry. The tragedy is those soldiers saw us traveling in a massive crowd like a festival, so they squeezed us to pluck double the feathers." Hearing that, Bai Ling Miao felt like her heart was about to drop out, shouting, "Two taels of silver! Is this daylight robbery?" She wailed mournfully, "At this rate, not even a rubber band will be left, our pockets will be completely drained. At best we can last another moon cycle." Huddled inside the rickety carriage compartment, Li Huowang knocked knock to urge, "Speed up your pace, pass the checkpoint quickly out of sight." Guhua trembled in fear, responding obediently, "Yes, yes." Bai Ling Miao lunged right to the edge of the carriage, frantically checking in, "Senior brother Li, are you doing okay?" Meanwhile, Guhua had already zoomed off to a distant corner, holding his stomach and vomiting green and yellow bile. Li Huowang lay flat in the carriage, looking up sluggishly and waving his hand. "I can't die yet, let it go. Pump in the rest of the unfinished story from earlier for me to hear." He frowned, full of skepticism, questioning, "Seriously though, that dark night, you guys turned the place upside down and only saw my lone life lying there?" Bai Ling Miao nodded like a chicken pecking rice, guaranteeing firmly, "Absolutely correct, only you were lying flat there, utterly devoid of any other trace of anyone else." Li Huowang's brain felt like it was struck by lightning for a moment, screaming internally that there was no way in hell that made sense. Were these guys totally blind to not see that demonic cult? He aggressively pressed further. "So at that time, did you hear thunder booming and tearing the sky apart?" She blanked out for a beat, scratching her head and answering blindly, "Well, I left my brain at home for this case, I can't remember a thing." Li Huowang popped up and sat straight, the corners of his eyes hardening sharply. "Not good at all, it's completely botched. Even if he went crazy and took drugs, how could he have more than enough power to beautifully hack that behemoth Buddha as easily as peeling fruit?" A familiar name suddenly etched deeply into his mind like a branding iron, Dan Yangzi. He lowered his nasal voice, firmly probing, "Since the time we sneaked out of Qing Feng Shrine until now, have you noticed my essence and spirit being thrown off or my personality changing?" Bai Ling Miao shook her head vigorously, "Not a single bit. But why are you suddenly asking such a random question?" Li Huowang just brushed it off to drop the subject. "Nothing, just asking randomly." The lake's surface was flat, but his guts were churning with a storm. He sniffed out that the cunning old man was plotting a dirty scheme to steal his body soon. The people of the Zhengde sect had already ridden the tiger and couldn't get off now. They gritted their teeth, determined to fight a life-and-death battle to send him to the king of hell at all costs. While his mind was spinning around deploying troops and formations, he realized he had to quickly dig an emergency escape route to save his life. Suddenly, Li Huowang laced his hands and grabbed Bai Ling Miao's 10 soft fingers. This plot twist made her face turn as red as a gak fruit. She flusteredly whispered, "Senior brother Li." He then gently coaxed, "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, my back is already in front to catch it for you." Enduring hardships deep in his heart right now, he locked onto only one vital resolution. Even if his corpse had to be exposed in the fields, he must chop old Dan Yangzi into a pulp. When the night mist swallowed the earth and sky, the entire entourage gathered their heads around the blazing red fire to warm up. Li Huowang spoke up to break the ice, "We've escaped Nanbing, the next stop is the Siqi Kingdom. Is there anyone here who is a native from over there?" Xiao Man softly admitted she was a native of Siqi. Yet her hands squeezed the knife handle tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Li Huowang tilted his head and wondered, "So over in Siqi, are there any arrogant, big-headed factions similar to the Zhengde sect?" Xiao Man shook her head like a pinwheel, saying that since she was little, she had always been stuck in the kitchen corner and never waded past the village gates. She only vaguely remembered around age 9 hearing some gossip about a Tio de Shen descending to the mortal realm. Li Huowang perked up his ears as if catching a signal, enthusiastically urging, "Tio de Shen, keep spilling the tea for me to hear." She sluggishly recounted, back then in the village, a guy who was struck by an evil spirit came over, rolling in the mud barking woof woof like a rabid dog. Unexpectedly, right after the Tio de Shen shaman finished dancing and chanting, the next day that guy was carrying his hoe to the fields, as healthy as if there was never a parting. Li Huowang stroked his chin in deep thought for a moment, then finalized the question. So does this group gather factions, claim titles, and establish a roster? She immediately replied that she hadn't heard a ghost of a rumor about that. It seemed like everyone was closing their doors and staying isolated in their own homes, hiding in corners to worship and serve the immortals for convenience. He frowned in wonder. Immortals? Ultimately, what kind of grand heroes are they? Do they have proper titles? She nodded, stamping the seal. Standardly, yes. However, just as the words dropped from her lips, from behind, a clattering sound of footsteps on the grass unexpectedly echoed, dragging along a dry, unprovoked voice cutting in, reeking of a bandit crashing the party. Hang Huang Bai Liu Bai. Hearing the strange incantation, Zio Man's limbs went weak, spinning her neck to look like a spring. She shrieked to interrogate, what kind of ghost just crawled out? The entire gang immediately bristled like porcupines, taking a defensive stance, shouting loudly to interrogate which random nobody was snooping around. The dark figure, seeing everyone in an uproar, leisurely raised his hands in surrender, acting as if he was in a deserted place. Ladies and gentlemen, please cool down. The 4Cs are all brothers after all. He slowly pulled down his hood, making excuses that he was groping around in the dark and accidentally bumped into them, blinded by the fire, so he stopped by to catch a bit of warmth. Who would have thought fate pushed him to catch the exact drama about the Tio de Shen, the corners of his mouth curling into a cunning smile. Everyone look, this kind of serendipity is clearly a prearranged script, isn't it? Tossing those words, he swung his hand and threw the hood completely behind him, coquettishly declaring his title. This one is a member of the Zhengde sect, and hiding nothing, hitting the nail on the head, I also play the role of a true Tio de Shen. Zio Man glanced and recognized the merchandise immediately, frantically turning to inform, Senior Brother Li, I remember clashing with this exact type before. It's the real deal, he is a genuine Tio de Shen. On the contrary, Li Huowang stood stiff as a log, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead in buckets. His gaze condensed into ice, his pupils shrinking tiny as they piercingly scrutinized the pitch-black area far behind the guy. In that corner dimly lingered a grotesque crimson figure, as motionless as a dead statue. Seeing this, Li Jai sneered coldly, so what? Do you folks still consider my words to be full of crap? Fine then, today I have some free time, I'll let loose and put on a spectacular show to open your eyes for fun. Saying is doing, he quickly pulled out a small drum, whistled a long drawn-out note, and beat the rhythm like a sewing machine. His flesh convulsed violently, twisting like a junkie having a crazy fit. The drum beat rushed like a machine gun, tearing apart the dead silence of the night, transforming the once freezing grass patch into an eerie, goosebump-inducing ghost-gathering spot. Falling right into this routine, Li Huowang had already braced himself and donned his armor for battle, his right hand crushing the sword hilt, his left hand supporting the smoothly polished bronze bell ready. He channeled his strength and slammed the bronze bell, making it ring out clanging sounds, triggering tons of spiritual energy rolling and gathering like a tsunami. The formless sound wave rode on that and blasted out in all 8 directions, rolling wave after wave with boundless majesty. The Qing Feng sword dragged and sparked fire on the ground, screaming out a disgusting, eardrum-tearing sound. Without bothering to think for even a second, Li Huowang released the safety and charged forward like a cannonball, tearing through the wind. Yet just as he reached the tip of the opponent's nose, his brakes locked up tight. It turned out Li Jai had swiftly clamped his 10 razor-sharp claws like iron pliers tightly onto the sword blade, then stuck his face up and laughed maniacally as if he hit the jackpot. Oh, true immortal, what kind of comedy genre are you exactly planning to perform? Li Huowang glared with daggers in his eyes, freezing the entire space. That is exactly what I should be feeding right into your face. Show your true colors. What kind of evil wandering spirit have you been praying to and welcoming here all this time? Hearing the scolding, Li Jai furrowed his brow, pretending to be innocent. He tossed back a heavy tone reeking of sarcasm and mockery. Looking at this appearance, I bet my bottom dollar that the true master here ain't a native rooted in Si-Chi, right? People were just itching to perform a little magic trick for fun, no need to be so uptight. Li Huowang kept quiet to thoroughly observe every sway of his hips for a moment, then sluggishly retracted his sword, exuding a chilling breath. It's already the dead of night with roosters crowing and ghosts wailing. You'd better tone down this creepy circus act, lest you catch people's eyes the wrong way and get your face smashed in over a misunderstanding." He spun on his heel abruptly, tossing back a bland remark, "Get lost, please." Li Jai stood frozen like a statue for a few seconds, then nodded like a conceding superior. "As you wish." He turned his ass and strolled away. But before disappearing without a trace, he didn't forget to raise his crab claws and wave bye-bye. "I, Li Jai of Tio de Shen, beg your pardon to reschedule freeloading off you folks for another occasion." Zio Man crept closer, whispering softly into his ear, "Senior Brother Li, next time make sure to keep a close eye on his chipped drum. Whenever the Tio de Shen gang pulls their fire-dancing stunts to invite immortals, they always bring out the drum to bang on." Li Huowang took note, nodding like a pecking chicken. A short distance away, the shadow of a woman wearing a glaring red silk dress slightly twisted her shoulders, turning her neck to pierce her bloodshot eyes, reeking of death, straight towards his flank. Bai Ling Miao unconsciously crumpled the front of her shirt, feeling her heart pound frantically like she was about to have a heart attack. A sudden chill hit the depths of her soul, running down her spine. Could that crazy hag be piercing her gaze right into her face? The pitch-black curtain of the nocturnal song was now gradually torn apart by a few streaks of morning sunlight. A faint pink glow covered the horizon, like a starting gun, triggering a chain of stormy tragedies threatening to knock on the door. In the blink of an eye, time had kicked its way to the dawn of the next day. The blood-red sun clumsily crawled up from the rolling mountains at the edge of the clouds. Li Huowang scrambled up, cracking his joints to shake off the fatigue. Then he cautiously touched the scar on the corner of his mouth. The scrape had miraculously scabbed and healed to an unbelievably absurd extent. Right at that moment, a sly giggling sound echoed from the side, wishing the true master a filling morning. Bumping into the other guy's smirking face, Li Huowang roared as if stepping on a nail, "Why has this old geezer taken root here? Didn't we swear to lock the door against thieves?" Gu Wa's face crumpled like he'd lost his life savings, hands holding a bowl of noodles for Li Jai who was slurping loudly, while his mouth stammered an explanation. "Senior Brother Li, we were out of moves, they just showed up knocking at the door at the crack of dawn." The kid clicked his tongue and added, wiggling his index finger toward Bai Ling Miao. "On top of that, they voluntarily surrendered the drum, then nonchalantly took root and slurped noodles at the same table with us." Li Jai changed his tone to a mournful whine. "True master, yesterday I tossed and turned all night. Could it be that my wild dancing accidentally made you wet your pants?" After throwing that sarcastic jab, he and the red-dressed hag beside him abruptly bowed low to the ground, putting on a dignified and saintly front. "So bright and early, I dragged my corpse over here to bow deeply and apologize to everyone." Li Huowang turned his face away, as if sulking, disdainfully ignoring his cheap theatrical charade. However, Li Jai dropped all shame and clung around to the back of his head, squeaking please. "Oh my, stuffing one bowl earlier didn't even fill the gaps in my teeth. Can I devour another one to warm my stomach?" Unfortunately, Bai Ling Miao had just sneakily crept closer, pursing her lips and murmuring, "Senior brother." She awkwardly glanced around at everyone's expressions, then hesitantly instigated, "How about we make a run for it and split up?" Li Huowang cracked his neck and shook his head, coldly finalizing, "It's too early, just keep your mouth shut and see what happens." Bai Ling Miao suddenly pulled out a dry stick, shrinking her neck and asking, "Senior Brother Li, this burden is the inner cultivation method of Tio de Shen. See if you can squeeze any benefit out of it." Blurting that out, she frantically hugged the wooden stick tightly to her chest, burying her face in the ground and mumbling a confession. "My smooth brain just slipped up. If only I could be as badass as you." Li Huowang ruffled her hair with affectionate indulgence, coaxing her softly. "Don't stuff your head with that nonsense. If you're keen on grinding to help me when we have free time later, I'll cram into your head how to use the double pupils." Bai Ling Miao was thrilled, nodding like a pounding hammer. "Yes, okay." In the hidden corner behind, that woman silently swallowed the entire cheesy melodrama into her eyes, yet still maintained her clam-like silence, not bothering to spit out even half a word. An hour passed at the new coordinates. The whole wandering gang was wading through a babbling stream. Li Jai's mouth was too itchy, so he buted in, "Is the true master leading this whole entourage of wives and followers to collect debts?" Li Huowang calmly threw back a short, ignoring response, "To Liang Guo." Li Jai clicked his tongue in awe. "Mother of God, trekking that path will break your legs." Li Huowang glared slightly and shot back immediately. "And what about you, Senior Brother Li? Where are you aiming to drag your corpse?" Li Jai let out a long sigh, as if he was about to stop breathing. "In a few days it'll be San Tai Nai Nai's birthday. I gotta drag myself there early to catch a bite of her birthday cake and fruits." Eavesdropping up to this point, Li Huowang pushed forward to dig for more info. "Senior brother Li, sly spirit mediums like you guys, dancing with drums to call immortals down to the mortal realm, what exactly do you do for a living?" Li Jai rolled his eyes at the clouds, racking his brain before leisurely spitting out words. "Oh man, we sweep up everything from the finest gold to the lowest dirt. From exorcising ghosts and catching demons, prescribing medicines to save lives, begging for wealth, to all those funeral and wedding gigs, fortune-telling for good or ill, or scoping out burial plots. Bottom line is, we take on any damn thing." Li Huowang dropped his jaw in awe, praising him to the skies. "You can jump into any field. Even magicians would call you grandpa." Li Jai smugly hummed to show off. "Well, the skill level of each old immortal varies. But if we happen to hit a case too tough and our own immortal waves the white flag, we just haul our asses over to borrow the neighboring immortal's prestige to help crush it." Gossiping to this extent, he suddenly broke into a wide grin. "The true master is investigating so strictly. Are you itching so badly to switch careers and become a spirit medium too, or what?" Li Huowang was startled, waving his hands like shooing flies and denying it completely. "No way, I'm just bored out of my mind and collecting drama." Li Jai leisurely snapped his fingers. "To put it squarely, even if the true master is drooling for it, this door ain't easy to open. Our spirit medium profession isn't something you can just buy with money. It entirely hinges on a sudden burst of good karma." Murky darkness deep behind his back suddenly thrashed wildly. A sticky, evil aura began spewing out in all directions. Right in the midst of that swarming, deadly killing intent, a raspy, grating voice abruptly roared. It was so hoarse it made one shudder and gave them a splitting headache. "If you're eager to leech off a spirit medium's fame, first this battered body has to be gasping for air on its deathbed. If your ancestors carry you hard enough to survive the ordeal, the immortal will manifest in a dream and snatch back your dog life. And to repay that life-saving debt, you must sign a contract to sell your soul and become an eternal hunting dog for that immortal." Tasting that entire pile of words reeking of the graveyard, Li Huowang froze on the spot. His face went blank like a soulless fool, unable to squeeze out any expression fitting for the situation. Li Jai slightly lowered his chin, slowly feeding him more knowledge. "But let me smear it first to open your eyes. The label of a spirit medium disciple ain't fragrant at all. You're just bringing a massive burden of bad karma upon yourself. Take a tiny example. Every time we wander around, the rules strictly limit us to counting exactly 50 measly copper coins in our pockets." Li Huowang jumped up in shock, his jaw dropping as he yelled frantically. "What the hell, stuffing exactly 50 loose coins in your pocket, and that's it?" Li Jai's gaze suddenly turned freezing cold, as deep as a dried-up well, as if harboring a billion years of bitter resentment with nowhere to vomit it out. The life of a spirit medium disciple, to put it bluntly, is just being a servant wiping feet and sweeping floors so the immortal can enjoy the perks. Wages are distributed according to the standard quota of exactly 50 coins. This ragged contract was sealed 3 centuries ago. On top of that, those lofty old immortals couldn't care less about sniffing the filthy paper money of the commoners. Li Huowang was so nosy his insides were itching. He bombarded him with questions like a hairdryer. Rejecting money, then what exactly do those old immortals living in luxury snatch up in the end? Li Jai choked for a second, hurriedly suppressing his voice, looking around furtively. "The guts of this matter, I don't dare spill it all out. But roughly speaking, the things they steal are never blinding worldly trash like gold and silver." Catching that exact awkward moment, his 2 marble-like eyes lit up like headlights, latching onto a familiar figure dragging itself over. "Oh hey there, young master, is it time to hand out dinner so we can take a bite to ease the craving?" Guwa put on a stiff, bored face, waving his hands to shoo him away repeatedly. "Go wander somewhere else, please. The sun is only halfway up the pole and you're already screaming to stuff your face with dinner. What kind of decency is that?" Li Huowang buried himself in dark deductions, calculating that this old spirit medium disciple's sly skills were more than enough to beat old Dan Yangzi to pulp. The catch was how bitterly steep the bill for this service would be. That was still buried in the dark. Before exposing every nook and cranny of the truth, he strictly forbade himself from being trigger-happy, lest he bring disaster upon himself. Right at a sharp turn, Bai Ling Miao emerged from nowhere, panting heavily like a bellows. Her wobbly legs dragged every step as if wearing shackles. "Senior brother Li, I'm totally giving out. Can we drop anchor and set up camp right here for today?" Li Huowang's limbs went weak as he shrieked, "Good heavens, did you get hit by a curse or something to drain your battery so miserably? Hey, wait, let me look at your face. Why is your skin flushed red like a boiled shrimp? Bai Ling Miao's eyes started to glaze over, drifting aimlessly. I can still carry on, it's probably just the wind and dew making me a little achy. Right as the tail of her sentence choked in her throat, her entire skeletal frame turned as mushy as spoiled noodles, collapsing headfirst onto the freezing dirt. Bai Ling Miao, Li Huowang roared frantically, losing his mind. His voice tore through his heart, filled with gut-wrenching panic. Yet deaf to his ears, Bai Ling Miao remained dead still like a senseless mud statue clinging to the slippery ground. Far off at the distant horizon, the blood red of the dying sunset was fading out, yielding to a nauseating dark purple velvet carpet that enveloped all things, just like a massive jinx breaking out of its cage and lurking about. Inside the crammed rat hole, Li Huowang sat hugging his knees like a soulless man right by the edge of the bed. His guts were churning, praying to all directions, hoping Bai Ling Miao would pull herself together and salvage her life. He reached out his trembling, clumsy hand to lightly touch her forehead, which was burning like a brick kiln. Sweat was oozing out, making a clump of hair at her temples sticky. His eyes carried a ton of sorrow and a billion tangled thoughts he hadn't yet vented. In contrast to that scene, Bai Ling Miao kept releasing faint, agonizing breaths, starved of oxygen. Xiao Man, staking out by the door, jumped out to report urgently. Senior brother Li, I took a spin gossiping around the neighborhood, and the basket of news I scavenged is exactly the same as the bullshit Li Zhai leaked. She rapped rapidly, full of haste. The corner we're pitching our tent in is called Ban Yue Kaio. Surrounding this place is a desolate wasteland where monkeys cough and storks sing. We'll have to hike up our pants and run like crazy for 10 to 20 solid days before snagging the next camp stop to catch our breath. Pausing for a few anxious beats, Xiao Man fed him another clue. And here's the hot stuff. I pricked up my ears and overheard that Li Zhai is arranging a gig to set up an altar for a local family right in the belly button of this village. Li Huowang's fingers froze abruptly, and he questioned fiercely, Li Zhai is planning to set up an altar to clean up ghosts. Xiao Man nodded continuously with certainty. Spot on. Rumors say a house on the east side of the village is being severely haunted and messed with by a spirit. Guhua rallied his close bros and sneaked out there to tail them and spy on the situation a while ago. Li Huowang sprang up, intending to dart off, but catching a glimpse of Bai Ling Miao lying limp and delirious on the rotting wooden bed, he swerved and instructed. Take root here and watch over Bai Ling Miao properly. I'll drag my ox-like self over there to spy and see what's happening. Xiao Man frantically waved her hands to block the way. Senior brother Li. How about we just scheme and wait for old Li Zhai to finish his ghost-busting dance, then grab him by the head and drag him over to diagnose and cure senior sister Bai once and for all. Li Huowang halted his steps for a split second, frowned to brainstorm for a bit, then waved his hand to blow the whistle. Let me creep over there to survey and lock down the actual situation first, then we'll calculate the next move. Drifting out onto the main road, clusters of commoners were swarming like ants in front of a family's fence, their mouths chattering noisily to catch the scandal. A flash of dread crossed everyone's face, yet they couldn't hide their burning nosiness, pointing all their prying eyes straight toward the deepest corner of the house's kitchen. Li Huowang bulldozed his way through and whistled. Guhua, are our people camped out here? Guhua turned his neck and waved. Senior brother Li, you dragged yourself over, dart over here and take a look. The moment Li Huowang dipped his heel into the edge of the yard, the picture looming up instantly turned him to stone. A few burly men were struggling to pin down a twisting woman on her back. Her entire skeleton was bouncing and convulsing nonstop, her eye sockets glaring wide, open showing only the whites, vividly portraying sheer manic madness. A middle-aged man groveled face down, bowing and wailing tragically. Grandmaster Li, I beg you to reach out and salvage my daughter-in-law's life. Li Zhai picked his ear while sporting a grumpy, annoyed face, grumbling, I heard you, so tiring. Money talks, I'll unleash my moves and save her. He gave the patient a sideways glance, then muttered in his throat, textbook case of being struck by an evil spirit, no doubt about it. Then in the blink of an eye, he pivoted his flank toward Li Huowang, flashing a bright, beaming smile as if he'd just found his soulmate of 1,000 years. Has the true master graced us with his presence? Scoot a little closer, what's the point of hiding way out there? He waddled his chubby body over, shrinking his neck to babble and whisper. How about us brothers seal the deal and collaborate on this gig, pull it off smoothly, bump the price up a bit, then split it 50-50 fair and square? Li Huowang waved his hand, counterattacking and cutting him off instantly. "I'm completely clueless about spells and rituals, you swim on your own." He hardened his face, glaring a warning, "But if you know what's good for you, make your hands dance a little faster. That crazy chick is about to snap her own spine into pieces." Li Jai got startled and flinched. "Holy crap, yeah." He rolled up his sleeves, begging pitifully, "True master, do me a solid and lend a hand. This place is swarming with noisy peasants. Lift her by the neck and shove her into the room quickly." It sounded reasonable to Li Huowang, so he nodded and closed the deal. The drooping shadow of the setting sun fell, draping the dilapidated corner of the house in a suffocatingly gloomy, burnt orange hue that was so depressing it made it hard to breathe. The rapid-fire drumbeats echoed thunderously like pouring rain, smashing the desolate and lonely space into pieces. Li Jai kicked off his trance dance to welcome the Immortal's descent. In less than half an incense stick's time, the phantom of Lan Shi slowly exposed its tail, revealing its true form. Carrying a treacherous, bleeding face, the incense smoke billowed thickly like a burning factory, red and blue embers tangled and writhed, hovering while reeking of demonic aura. Several streams of resentful energy burst forth, slashing and clashing into each other, sparking blazing fires. Li Jai chopped at the drum like pounding rice, straining his neck muscles to scream his lungs out. This master takes command to muster the troops, inviting Huang Tian Ba, inviting Huang Tian Cheng, inviting Huang Tian Zia, inviting Huang Tian Hong. The pale, murky, viscous smoke completely filled the room, making it overwhelmingly suffocating to the max. The ribbon of smoke swirled into an expanding spiral. Lan Shi thrashed about furiously, straining her neck to screech, "Get lost, clear out all this garbage for this old lady." Unfortunately, after struggling endlessly, it still ended up eating dust and gasping for air against that overwhelming magical power. After taking a heavy beating for a few rounds, it swerved to find a sacrificial spare tire as a scapegoat. And its eerie pupils locked their target, gluing onto Li Huowang's face. Li Huowang shivered, cursing internally about what the hell this was, as bad luck struck when Lan Shi darted fiercely like a throwing dart straight at him. "Li Jai, what kind of shady trick are you pulling again, old man?" Right at that critical do-or-die moment, Li Huowang's hand danced like lightning, whipping out the copper bell and shaking it vigorously. The cold timbre of the bell echoed in all 8 directions, forcing Lan Shi to slam on the brakes and freeze instantly. Hiding behind the blur of smoke, Li Jai's icy voice shrieked, "Old Immortal, if you insist on taking a stroll, I won't waste my breath stopping you, but it's 0 hour to drag your corpse back to the mountain." Thunder and lightning crashed wildly. A massive vacuum hole erupted, creating a tornado that swept everything away. That wave of force grabbed Lan Shi by the neck, dragging it and spinning it like a pinwheel straight into the sky before cutting off the broadcast. Just like being swallowed whole by a sea monster's mouth and dropping right into a cosmic black hole. Charade of warding off evil and welcoming spirits officially closed up shop right here. Li Jai cracked his neck, looking away, and broke into a bland smile as if he had absolutely nothing to do with the mortal world. "Oh my, I was so caught up in the gig of welcoming the Immortal earlier that I went deaf and totally missed the true master calling me." Li Huowang stood rooted in a corner, his messy hair drooping down to hide half of his face, which harbored a massive pile of extreme, sorrowful resentment. At that same time zone on the grassy yard, the swooning woman from earlier finally managed to pop her eyes open and return to the living. She sat in a daze, as quiet as a log, tightly surrounded by the nosy crowd, while Li Huowang burrowed back into his stream of vague thoughts. This chick didn't seem to have lost a chunk of meat or a drop of blood, so what exactly did that old sly fox of an Immortal pick up to pocket for his cut? This time, Li Jai hurriedly turned to scare that poor family, saying their daughter-in-law had been tainted by murderous evil energy, so her very core was shriveled and depleted. Not to mention, the family's feng shui dragon vein was busted wide open. If they didn't grab a shovel and patch it up, they'd end up hugging a tomb in the future. The old head of the house nearly wet his pants from the threat, banging his head, bowing, and begging frantically. "Then how is this family supposed to dig out our hearts and livers to pay for our lives?" Li Jai exhaled a breath reeking of acting, dropping a light suggestion. "Well, why don't you guys temporarily bring home a Bao Jia Xian statue, slap on a talisman, burn incense, and serve it every day to see how it goes?" Before he could even clear his throat of spit, he pulled a tiny, minuscule statue out of his bag. Then he clumsily dragged it over and tossed it onto the towering altar glued right against the ceiling. Just let it sit peacefully in this corner. From now on, he'll throw a blanket of protection over this whole rat hole of yours so you can live without a care in the world. Li Huowang dragged his eyes up to inspect the Buddha statue. His chest was pounding, planting a whole basket of lingering suspicions. Right in that fleeting split second, that dead-looking lump of clay suddenly shed its skin into a bizarre, starving ghost, glaring with a pair of sickeningly bloody red eyeballs. A cold gust of wind from Ershen sneaked up right behind his back, whispering faintly, "Don't drop your eyes to stare intently into that corner anymore." Li Huowang caught the words and threw a glance over. "Are you choking on some words you want to spit out to me?" Ershen stirred and raised her crab claws. Her demeanor was exactly like someone plotting to rip off the torn rag, hiding her face, and expose her true identity. Carving a vague, wicked smile, ready to pop the seal. But right at that very sacred moment, Li Jai cleared his throat and coughed gruffly, blowing the whistle to muster the troops and weigh anchor. He spun on his heel, cornering the old master of the house, demanding exactly 50 copper coins for tea money. The payout for closing the deal was also exactly 50 coins. He snapped his neck back, waving and smiling obsequiously at Li Huowang, making up an excuse that his whole family and flock of geese had to drag their corpses to beg for overnight lodging, dropping a bye-bye to see the guests off. Li Huowang couldn't even be bothered to twitch his lips or grunt. He just stood rooted, playing deaf, his eyes glued to the retreating asses of the group. Pitch-black darkness shut down and enveloped everything. A torn, waning crescent moon hung precariously and lonely at the peak of the sky. Li Huowang dangled his legs, sitting majestically on the roof, furrowing his brow and racking his brain. Because in that previous exchange, it was 10 out of 10 clear that Ershen was about to spit out some pearls of wisdom and leak a secret, yet she slyly dodged old Li Jai's presence entirely. Could it be that these guys aren't actually close partners, sharing the same blanket? At that exact moment, a faint voice from the room below suddenly rose up, softly calling for senior brother Li. Li Huowang panicked, hastily throwing himself down, sprinting inside on all fours and clumsily replying, "I am here." Bai Ling Miao weakly fluttered her eyelashes open, whispering out fragile words one by one. "Senior brother Li, am I about to meet my maker?" Li Huowang immediately plopped down next to her to comfort and soothe her. "What nonsense, you just caught a little cold. Swallow this pill I needed with my own hands, take a nap, and you'll bounce back up and dance around in no time." Hearing that, Bai Ling Miao tremblingly clung to the hem of his shirt, her tone filled with utter bewilderment. "I don't want to close my eyes this early. I still desperately want to stay and serve you." Li Huowang was stunned, his throat feeling choked up. He couldn't squeeze out half a word. He sorrowfully lowered his face, letting out a sad sigh. "Yeah. How could you close your eyes so easily? We will all live healthily." Time flew by in a flash. Before they knew it, the dawn was already radiating blinding sunlight in the east. "True master, hearing the news that your little sister is sick in bed, do you need this humble monk to roll up my sleeves and lend a hand?" Li Huowang casually rejected him. "No need to trouble you, I stuffed some pills for her to swallow already." Hearing this, the guy's eyes popped as he exclaimed, "Only using pills, treating her like that is way too careless." "True master, back in the day I once met a prodigy specializing in drawing golden talismans. You just had to burn it to ashes, mix it with water, and let the patient drink it." And just like that, in a split second, the illness vanished completely. It was incredibly potent. Look at her now. Soaking in sickness for this long, she hasn't gotten any better at all. In my humble opinion, for this case, we gotta invite the immortal to descend and whip up some magic to smooth things over. The old immortal of Bai Jia has always been world-renowned for prescribing medicine. If my wife and I join forces and dance up a storm, I guarantee your little sister will be cured instantly. Li Huowang frowned in surprise, trying to play the healer saving lives now, huh? "That's right, but first and foremost, I need to lock down exactly who the person you're sheltering really is." "True master, what's the hidden meaning behind your words?" "Fine, if you're going to be so cryptic, I might as well lay it all out squarely. Is your wife really just a simple, mortal soul?" Hearing this, the guy immediately burst into wild laughter. "Haha, the true master really suffers from excessive paranoia. Bearing the title of a cultivator, would anyone expose their trump cards for the world to see? Right. Just like how I absolutely don't bother interrogating which corner you picked up that ragged bunch of followers from. To sum it up, true master, my wife and I are just bored and acting on a whim. with a completely kind heart wanting to help you set up an extremely professional exorcism altar. It's best if we both know our places and don't snoop around digging up each other's dirt. How do you see this deal? Li Huowang replied leisurely, Brother Li, I acknowledge your kindness, but the catch is our girl is just suffering from a minor ailment. There's really no need to call the great immortal down and waste resources. Not to mention the sacrificial items you folks demand. Dirt poor guys like us couldn't afford it even if we sold our entire fortune. Li Jai was hit right in his dark heart, so he choked up and stood frozen on the spot. Only after a long while did he scratch his head and force a laugh. Haha, your calculations are spot on. Troubling the old immortal over a tiny nuisance would indeed be a loss. Deeply sorry for accidentally bothering your wife, so we'll excuse ourselves and scram first to keep the water clear. Guhua glared resentfully at his back, fuming inside, and grumbled, what kind of trash is this? Slurping down a delicious bowl of someone else's noodles, then being too lazy to even swish the bowl clean. Li Huowang's face darkened as he ordered, Guhua, those items I told you to gather this morning, hurry up and arrange them carefully tonight. Guhua frantically nodded in agreement. I got it, senior brother Li, but what kind of past life grudge is there exactly between you and that spirit medium? Li Huowang replied with a face as cold as hard cash, there's no grudge at all. I just like to build the fence before the cow goes missing to avoid inviting disaster upon myself. And so, when the pitch-black night swallowed the space hole, from the corner of the ruined house, waves of spine-chilling dark energy suddenly rose up. That demonic aura charged forward at lightning speed, closing in right on the spot where Li Huowang stood rooted. But even with death dancing at his ear, he remained as steady as a rock, his face not changing color. Just as a sinewy hand with bayonet-like claws lunged forward, Li Huowang still leisurely shouted coldly, Stop right there. If you've got guts, let's meet at the edge of the forest. I'll trek out there to settle the score right now. Hearing this, the hideous arm hastily retracted as if it got burned, then disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Li Huowang finally muttered softly in his mind. Finally, this damn hour is knocking at the door. Hopefully, the pile of tools we set up all night won't be tossed in the trash. Just a cup of tea later, the moment his shoe tip touched the rendezvous point, he cleared his throat and yelled loudly, Lady Shen, I've dragged my corpse here to settle our grievances as promised. The only catch was, answering Li Huowang was just the silent chirping of crickets. Suddenly, his eyes widened to the max, dead silent at the performance in front of him. Because striking his vision right now was Li Jai's wife looming into view. A chilling mist rose around her as if she had just crawled out of a grave. Li Huowang furrowed his brow in doubt, so it turns out Li Jai really didn't dare to show his face. Trying to salvage a bit of composure, Li Huowang stepped up to probe Lady Shen. What exactly are you trying to warn me about in my dreams? Right upon hearing this, the crazy woman plunged her long claws into her palm and slashed a bright red line herself. The dark red liquid just oozed out everywhere. It didn't drip sparsely drop by drop, but poured out into a long pool of blood, looking incredibly gruesome. Li Huowang froze like a log, his lips twitching, unable to utter half a word. Just a few seconds passed, and that horrific liquid started slithering on its own, forming distinct characters on the cold ground. You must preserve your life from Xin Suxian. Looking at that disgusting line of text, Li Huowang blanked out and blurted, What in the world is Xin Suxian now? As soon as she heard his question, the woman suddenly went into a furious rage. Quick as lightning, she lunged her whole body at Li Huowang's position. She aggressively clamped her hands around Li Huowang's throat as if wanting to snap it, then hoisted his entire body suspended in midair in an extremely vicious manner. She growled, spitting out each bitter word, I wasted half a day probing, turns out your sage label is just a fake. Since that's the case, when you go to the underworld, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as her lips closed, a razor-sharp gust of wind slammed straight into her without mercy. The owner of that fatal strike was none other than Li Huowang. Thanks to that phenomenal sneak attack, he dodged and slipped out of her grip. Li Huowang smoothed his collar, saying sarcastically, So the true face of Shen is only capable of this much. Turns out every clown show from beginning to end was single-handedly directed by Li Jai. Immediately, the creepy space around them suddenly flipped into a state densely packed with an eerie stench. A few streaks of freezing killing intent hovered and pierced through the space, accompanied by a chain of extremely familiar, ear-splitting sounds echoing back. As soon as he pinpointed the direction of the noise, Li Huowang spun around, muttering to himself to plot his next move. It's the drumbeat, it's really over. That guy Li Zhai is definitely lurking around here somewhere. Li Zhai's face began looming out from the fog. He smirked wickedly and then droned out a chant, inviting gods down the mountain. The sun sets, the black night rolls in. Every household locks their doors and bolts. Masters know how to ride the tide of fate, while petty folks try to learn dirty tricks and harbor their own schemes. At the same time, the face of the woman in the corner twisted and convulsed, looking utterly repulsive. Looking at that horrific sight, Li Huowang remained completely unfazed, his mouth curling into a disdainful line. Oh, so you like putting on a play. You racked your brain to probe my strength, so why wouldn't I play the game of giving you a taste of your own medicine to expose you right back, huh? Rewinding time a bit, at this moment, the guy Li Zhai was grabbed by the neck and caught red-handed, so shocked his jaw dropped and he couldn't utter a word. Li Huowang's entourage immediately swarmed in and cornered him tightly. Guhua slapped his thigh and laughed in delight. Luckily, senior brother Li was a master schemer who ordered us brothers to set the trap early. Sure enough, this sly bastard was sneaking around here. Li Huowang stroked his chin profoundly. I've tasted the bitter fruit of those Buddhist sect guys before. Travel a day, learn a basket of wisdom. Now, whenever I smell something twisted or supernatural happening, I have to lock down my brain to be on guard. The whole gang didn't bother dragging it out. They grabbed the back of his neck, slung Li Zhai upside down over their shoulders, and dashed for their lives toward Li Huowang. Run fast, guys. It'll be a pain if we make our senior brother wait till his beard grows out. The moment they dragged their bodies over, Guhua grinned widely to claim credit. Senior brother Li, we caught this guy alive. Li Huowang glanced around lightly, then kindly asked, did you brothers lose a piece of meat? Oh please, how could we possibly get chipped? Exactly as Chun Zio Man had mocked, this guy is all talk. All his flashy tricks rely entirely on that heretical drum over there. This is accurately his tool to make a living. Seeing the mindless drum rolling in the mud, Li Huowang paused slightly, frowning in thought for a moment. Meanwhile, the guy Li Zhai thrashed about resentfully, screaming in despair, no, stop right now. But shouting was useless. Li Huowang flicked his hand, thrusting a sword strike that pierced right through the torn drumhead. Not showing any mercy at all. Through that gaping tear, streams of filthy black smoke massively spewed out and flew everywhere. Li Huowang thought to himself smugly, spot on, as long as I can pluck this slippery shaman, that Shen puppet will automatically shut down. Li Huowang immediately spun on his heels. Pressing the ice-cold spear straight against Li Zhai's throat, he glared and bellowed, what on earth is a Xin Su? Why do you lot insist on sticking the Xin Su label on me like your lives depend on it? This was the very knot that had been tearing at his insides for so long. A whole gang out for his blood definitely meant there were hidden motives behind it, not to mention this Xin Su title had been chewed over and over to pieces. Li Zhai let out a long, heavy sigh. So you really are completely clueless. The other day, I was severely duped by your blood-soaked appearance. Li Huowang fiercely yelled in his face. Cut to the chase, what the hell is a Xin Su? Li Zhai nonchalantly mocked, your brain works pretty fast, doesn't it? But tough luck for you. How could you ever compete with Lao Xian? In a split second, a spine-chilling phenomenon erupted. Li Zhai's eye sockets swelled up, turned blood-red and bulged completely out, looking utterly mutated. Rough, bristling spikes grew backward out of his flesh, looking as piercing as a runaway hedgehog. Li Huowang roared to the heavens, charge and finish him off for me. A brief moment passed, and everything sank back into a dead silence. Guhua was still clinging tightly to his thick wooden club, gulping down his saliva before timidly asking, beaten into such a bloody pulp, he must be completely dead, right? The fat guy standing nearby also trembled and chimed in, his soul has definitely scattered. Guhua craned his neck to look at Li Huowang. Senior brother Li, how do we kick off our next move? Hearing this question, Li Huowang also snapped out of his daze. His mind was a tangled mess. Could it be that these shamans were this fragile and weak? How could taking him down be so exceedingly smooth and easy? The catch was, he had no idea that Shen was slowly crawling up from behind. At the same time, Guhua sensed something was off and turned his head to look. Senior brother Li, that Shen is escaping. His drum has already been pierced to shreds, so why can Shen still move? Dead wrong, that is not Shen. The one running for his life is Li Zhai, and that hacked-up corpse of Li Jai has turned into Shen, so it was a switcheroo trick. They know how to use the golden cicada shedding its shell to swap identities. Li Huowang immediately raised his guard. You guys guard that Shen corpse on the ground for me. If it twitches, just pound it without mercy. The whole gang shouted loudly, "You can rest assured, senior brother Li." Without wasting another half-second, Li Huowang gripped his sword tightly, sprinting like the wind to stay right on Li Jai's tail. "Without your drum, let's see what kind of tricks you can pull now." But life is not a dream. Contrary to his excitement, Li Jai did not drop a single bead of panic sweat. He calmly unfastened the dazzling red cloak from his back, then hurled it with a dizzying, lethal force straight into Li Huowang's face. Survival instincts kicking in, Li Huowang twisted his wrist and delivered a clean, wind-tearing sword slash. With a rip, the cloak was split in two, hovering in midair. But just as those torn rags fluttered to the ground, Li Jai slammed on the brakes. He didn't even bother to keep running. He calmly turned around to face Li Huowang, his eyes so quiet they were gloomy and murky. "Li Zhenren, small fry shamans like us don't have it as good as you people. There are some tricks I am truly powerless to interfere with. Do you think I'll hear a few of your pathetic words and be moved by compassion to spare your life? Spit it out. Why do you lot keep shoving this Xin Su label down my throat?" Li Jai chuckled hoarsely in his throat. "Haha, so you're still bitterly dwelling on this matter, Li Zhenren." Saying that, he madly clawed at the flabby skin of his own belly, squeezing and kneading it until it bloated up. He casually added a chilling sentence, "Don't be so stupid as to think that shamans like us go out carrying only one single drum." Hearing this, Li Huowang's guts suddenly churned violently, cursing in his head. "This is bad. I absolutely cannot let this old man play any more music." Suddenly, the madman swung his hands, viciously slapping with extreme force against his own bloated flesh. Then he howled at the top of his lungs, "Invite the gods quickly." Without missing a beat, Shen's severed head suddenly stretched out in a zigzag pattern just like gummy candy, shooting straight toward Huowang. Catching a swooshing noise from his flank, he swiftly activated his defensive stance and threw a glance over. But it was too late. Shen had already managed to bite off a massive chunk of flesh from Huowang's shoulder. Guhua panicked and rushed over as fast as his legs could carry him, screaming, "Senior brother Li, watch out. This freak is moving too fast." The hulking subordinate nearby hurriedly raised the rotten piece of firewood in his hands and bellowed, "Leave it to me." An earth-shattering smash came crashing down right on the top of the head. Huowang glanced at his mangled shoulder, missing a whole patch of skin, forcing himself to bite his lip until it bruised to suppress the agonizing pain. Guhua rolled his eyes back, shouting in panic, "Senior brother Li." His eyes remained fiercely locked on Li Jai's sneaky, fleeing figure in the distance. He strained his neck and shouted resolutely, "I'm still very much alive. I'm going to take care of Li Jai. You guys just focus on jumping that ragged Shen." Guhua dragged the gang of disciples along, immediately taking up a combat stance, orders received. A short time passed. Right in the heat of the moment, his eardrums were tortured once again by that bizarre evil melody, "The sun sets, the darkness falls." 10,000 houses bolt their doors. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Muttering calculations, that bastard Li Jai is definitely hiding in some corner around here. That god-awful voice kept droning on in his ears. Lao Xian brings along 3 treasures. The immortal trapping net. The immortal binding rope. The scenery before Huowang's retinas suddenly blurred like a watercolor painting caught in the rain. Bewildered, he questioned his own brain, "Where am I drifting to now?" Instantly, everything turned dizzyingly upside down. What struck his eyes was the scene of Huowang standing right there in the modern era. He weakly stared at his hands as they gradually morphed into bizarre shapes, his mouth twitching as he questioned his own conscience. What the hell is going on? Is this the Asylum patient uniform of the parallel world again? Dr. Li's silhouette suddenly emerged from the illusion, loudly calling out Li Huowang's name. He stood completely still, unconsciously murmuring the names of his acquaintances, Dr. Li, Lao Liu. He aimlessly scanned his surroundings, his gut twisting as he asked himself, "Have I returned to my old place?" Dr. Li kept giving orders without pause. "Zio Su, drag Lao Liu out of here quickly." The nurse nodded in understanding. "Yes, yes. Lao Liu, be good and follow me back to the recovery room." Lao Liu's walking stick tapped lightly with a clack against the floor. But alas, the echoing sound was an intense, rapid drumbeat. He instantly caught on to this extreme absurdity. It was undeniably the sound of a shamanic drum. It was all fake and deceitful. Every last bit of it was just a despicable, manipulative script by those slippery immortals. A vicious sword strike pierced straight through Lao Liu's body. He roared with full resentment, "I'll give you a drum beat." Li Jai immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, groaning hoarsely and miserably. Without mercy, the young man decisively yanked the blood-soaked blade completely out. A wave of internal qi, as scorching as volcanic magma, spewed out relentlessly. Whatever other deceptive tricks you can still concoct, let them all out right here. Haha, it seems this poor Taoist has truly lost everything this round. Li Zhenren, I bow my head 1,000 times in apology to you. The Grim Reaper is already knocking at your door, yet you still have the free time to play the role of a good person. Then who was it that was scheming to take my life just a moment ago? It truly is the end of the road. This poor Taoist has no room left to struggle. I give up completely. Ever since I packed my bags to follow the shaman's path, this poor Taoist knew I was driving a stake in and embracing this inescapable mud pit. Right at that moment, two disheveled figures rushed over. Did senior brother Li slip away through this alley, guys? Exactly, it's this corner. This thing suddenly went completely mute, not struggling at all. The bottom line is that senior brother Li has already neatly wrapped up that phony bastard. How the hell did dozens of densely packed eyeballs suddenly sprout and mutate deep within Shen's pupils, squirming and overlapping each other? Li Jai choked and coughed a few times, then let out a heavy, weary sigh. What can a mortal body use to compete with gods and immortals? The immortals sit up high with their legs crossed in the heavens. I tried my hardest to resist too, but in the end, it was all wasted effort. So to sum it up, what exactly is this Xin Su theory you've been blabbering about? Those who carry Xin Su within them were shaped from the primordial chaos. They have distinct physical bodies, but have yet to crystallize into a perfect entity. That type is called white Xin Su. Xin Su is the core foundation for building all things, but the tragedy is that it remains stuck halfway, refusing to evolve completely. Hey now, even if you pin me down to interrogate me, I'm completely helpless. All this academic knowledge was brainwashed into me by the immortals. A rustic bumpkin like me could strain my ears and still never fully comprehend such profound concepts. But this is the first time this poor Taoist has seen those higher-ups howling so joyously. So I took the liberty of deducing that Xin Su must be something incredibly marvelous. He furrowed his brows in suspicious frustration, reflecting on himself. Could it be that in this place, I'm some rare, hard-to-find creature? Damn it all, aside from the mental illness label, no matter how closely he examined himself, he couldn't find a single oddity setting him apart from a mortal of flesh and blood. There is a hidden catch. Dan Yangzi's painstaking search for a medicinal catalyst was absolutely not by chance. Those sick cultivation methods might not have yielded true results if they lacked a specialized catalyst like him. Li Jai, now frail and weak, strained his cloudy eyes and pleaded, "Li Zhenren, I beg you to lend a hand and help me with one small matter, could you?" He replied as cold as dry ice, "Just say it. The 22nd of next month is exactly the Kingaming festival. Could you kindly burn some joss paper for this poor Taoist to keep in my pockets? I've endured a life of abject poverty, and I really don't want to become a poor, starving ghost when I crawl into my grave." Li Jai suddenly spat out a massive mouthful of blood and collapsed with a thud. Cough, cough, there's one last thing. Earlier, you boldly declared your desire to cleanse filth and exorcise evil, didn't you? Just trek straight south and look for those nuns dressed like black crows. Reluctantly speaking, that bunch can still be classified as the benevolent sort. Li Huowang frantically jerked the corpse opposite him, yelling loudly in a panic. Nuns, what is the name on their sect's signboard? Is their demon-slaying and ghost-catching skill really that good? Hey, wake up, Li Jai. Li Huowang froze in disbelief when he realized something. The other party had officially breathed his last in that very split second. Guhua looked down closely, anxiously wondering, are we brothers supposed to dig a hole and bury them ourselves? I bring this trouble upon ourselves, senior brother. This bunch is clearly a gang of evildoers who kill without blinking. Li Huowang pondered for a few seconds before slowly saying, this Li Jai guy wasn't really to the point of being called purely evil. Feeling a tinge of sorrow, he regretfully told himself, if Li Jai hadn't gotten tangled up in this shaman business, maybe the two of them could have even become friends. He coldly spun on his heel and walked away, not forgetting to order, bury him. Once the hole is filled, we withdraw. Guhua subserviently bowed in obedience. Yes, your orders, senior brother Li. What the hell? The two pupils on that soulless corpse suddenly inflated and blistered, then popped right out of their sockets in a flash. The brazen eyeballs hovered in midair. Right within that grotesque eye, a disgusting, slimy tentacle unexpectedly squirmed and poked out. The scene now shifted to a quiet roof, faintly glimmering under the starry night sky. See. On that eyeball flew straight into the bedroom, trailing a long, lingering line of fresh blood behind it. It sluggishly drifted in midair, darting straight toward the wooden bed, whereby Ling Miao was snoring soundly. Ling Miao talked in her sleep, mumbling, my senior brother Li. Suddenly, a deep, chilling voice pierced her ears. Do you crave it? And that very question startled her awake. This voice is absolutely not senior brother Li's. Who are you and where did you crawl out from? What is this demonic place? Do you desire to possess the ultimate power of the immortals? Open your heart to accept me, and you will have the ability to command all of our power. Ling Miao was utterly shocked, beads of sweat pouring out until she was drenched as if she had taken a bath. She timidly parted her lips and murmured, ultimate power. So how exactly should this mortal body act? The moment she finished speaking, a repulsive arm lunged straight at her, scaring her out of her wits. That freakish hand grabbed onto her arm tightly, roaring outbursts of hair-raising laughter along the way, haha. My sweet, obedient little darling, quickly strip everything and hand it over to me now. Cutting to the early morning of the next day, when the first warm rays of sunlight shone into every corner of the small village. From outside the village gates, Guhua was already smiling so hard his eyes crinkled, waving his hands wildly and bellowing, Senior Sister Bai, our whole bunch has returned in triumph. At that precise moment, his eyes went wide with astonishment when he looked closely at Ling Miao. He showed visible frustration, snatching the water bucket right out of her hands, fiercely interrogating her. You're running a burning fever, so why are you busting your ass carrying water? Get in the room and rest right now. I got over my illness a long time ago. If senior brother Li doesn't believe me, you can check for yourself. He grunted and then pressed his hand against her forehead to check her temperature. Sure enough, it was cool to the touch without the slightest hint of a fever. Could it be that the pill I crafted with my own hands brought about such top-tier effects? Are you sure your body isn't having any issues? No harm at all. With my body like this, who could do anything to me? But the other day, you were clearly still. She shyly turned her head and ignored him. Stop spouting nonsense, senior brother Li. Right then, that mysterious entity surfaced again to meddle. She is healthy again. Isn't that wonderful news? Few days passed, landing right on the Qingming festival. The whole gang gathered, standing silently by the edge of a desolate, remote river. Guhua swung his arm forcefully. For the first round, let's just burn the joss paper for Li Zhai. For the second round, we'll push it over for his wife, all right. Anyone bold enough to jump in and scavenge, prepare to be reincarnated as a beast to learn your lesson. Seeing the young man act like this, he leaned in and murmured, you're shouting until your throat goes hoarse. Does it actually do any good? It's extremely effective, no joke. This trick is a secret transmission that my third uncle poured his heart into teaching me. By roaring loudly like this, it guarantees that those wandering spirits and wild ghosts will be terrified out of their wits and won't dare to show their faces to snatch the joss paper we're burning. He whispered softly to confirm, is that really true? He let his gaze drift along the endlessly long river. The bitter truth was that once Li Zhai stopped breathing, he feared nothing would be left behind at all. He even lost the chance to become a starving ghost. He let out a soft sigh. In the end, not a single trace would be retained in this mortal world. Absolutely no trace left behind. The young man suddenly shivered, a chill running right down to his spine. He stammered and bristled defensively. Senior brother Li, you dropping words like these sends chills down my spine. After Li Zhai and his wife passed away, it's 100% guaranteed they'll be shaped into wandering ghosts. Then they'll grope their way down to the underworld for the reincarnation process. That cycle is a natural law of life, after all. He furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, so based on what logic are you locking in that conclusion so firmly? Did you catch it with your own eyes? Guhua sighed softly because the whole world simply believes in that truth. Right at that moment, Ling Miao came running over in a panic, shouting, Senior brother Li, I've dug up a clue. He snapped his head around to ask, so what information have you found out? Those nuns dressed in pitch-black robes that senior brother Li has been hunting for day and night are rumored to be stationed at Mount Hanghua. Besides the black outfits, did you girls gather any unusual, peculiar traits about these nuns? Like the rumors of highly effective prayers for children at Yangzi sect, for example. A distinct trait. I only accidentally overheard that the nuns up there are all plump, jiggly, and extremely fat. He was floored and questioned. Extremely fat. Is an oversized body supposed to be considered a distinct, unique trait? So did you girls manage to grab a route map leading to Mount Manhwa? At that exact moment, a wooden boat leisurely cut through the waves, approaching the shore. The whole gang jumped up, cheering noisily. The boat is docking. We craned our necks waiting forever for this boat to arrive. What incredible luck. Zio Man babbled on, explaining, buy a ticket to board the boat crossing this lake, stroll for another half a month or so, and we'll set foot on Mount Manhwa. This crowd is entirely made up of refugees fleeing the draft and drifting to the other shore. All we brothers have to do is stick closely to their heels. The boat owner, Yuan loudly herded the passengers. Come on, hurry your feet and get into the cabin. The ferry fee is 17 copper coins per head. The group of refugees surged forward, screaming and practically throwing stones in protest. For what reason are you charging 17 coins? Earlier, the agreement was only 10 coins. The person next to them also joined the uproar. Exactly, gouging the price like that is way too expensive. The old boatman pouted disdainfully. HMPH, take a look at yourselves. The war is about to blow up right here, so what if your granddaddy raises the price a little? If you have money, take the boat. If not, go ahead and bring your own float and swim across. Bai Ling Miao frantically nudged his shoulder and whispered, Senior Brother Li, how do we handle this? Just throw the money at him. Rather than adding another problem, it's better to avoid one to save us the trouble. About the time it takes to finish a cigarette later, the entire crowd of passengers had filed onto the boat. Why is the surface of this lake so murky and pitch black, looking so terrifying? He threw out some words to probe the boatman. Hey boat owner, there aren't any man-eating freaks soaking at the bottom of this lake, right? The guy was startled, forced a laugh, and shook his head. What nonsense are you sprouting? I've stuck to this lake to make a living for 20 solid years, and aren't I still alive and kicking right here? Brush that worry aside. Those few garbage rumors were all just made up by some idle people with nothing better to do. They're all just nonsense rumors, huh? I hope the truth is exactly as you say. Suddenly the boatman shouted, Big bro, we've arrived at the rest stop. He frowned, muttering as his brain worked, could we have docked at the opposite shore this quickly? Yuan nodded, smiling smugly, that's exactly right. Landed right at the toll spot for boat repairs. Right after throwing out that sentence, both slippery bastards plunged straight into the cold water. The entire crowd of passengers panicked and screamed, someone fell into the water. It's the two boatmen, the boat is about to capsize. He went crazy, roaring at the top of his lungs, everyone plant yourselves and sit down right now. Do you lot want the boat to flip over right this second? Who would have expected that at that moment, a razor-sharp arrow hissed through the air, darting straight over. The arrowhead slammed into the wooden plank with a thud, making even him flinch in panic. Out of thin air, 4 boats suddenly appeared and closed in for a melee. The leader pointed his snout and yelled, Oh, esteemed guests, if you know what's good for you, toss all your bags, luggage, and gold jewelry over to this side right now. Bandits who rob the rich to feed the poor like us brothers guarantee that not a single hair on your legs will be harmed. But unfortunately, if I search and find out anyone dared to secretly hide even a single copper coin, at that point we'll just have to send you off to the Yellow Springs early. Ling Miao was extremely terrified. Senior Brother Li, those people are water bandits. He nodded in response, yeah, and they even brought their whole entourage of wives, old and young, big and small, along to rob. Looking at this scale, it's a textbook family startup model. He tightened his grip on his sword and spoke loudly, You friends better be smart and back your boats to the shore. This poor Taoist will close his eyes and pretend he never saw any of this farce happen. Hearing him say that, they fell silent, their faces falling flat and dumbfounded. The ringleader curled his lips in a contemptuous sneer. Are you also in the business to be so bold? Announce your name and age. Let's hear it. He tipped his chin coldly. Speak human. Get lost right now and drag our boat to the shore. Yuan held his belly, laughing uproariously in mockery. Oh my, turns out he's just a greenhorn who doesn't understand how the world works. The lackey also joined in the taunting, bullshit. His feathers haven't even fully grown yet. Ha ha ha. He bulged his eyes fiercely and roared. You little brat. Your granddaddy here has already bashed the skulls of 6 or 7 fake Taoists just like you and sent them to heaven. I spit right in your face. This entire lake region is the Jiangshan territory of our Yuan family. Even if you are a dragon, you must kneel, and if you are a fierce tiger, you must bow at my feet." Li Huowang let out a weary sigh, his hand slowly reaching deep into his pocket. "It's over. Seems like both sides are out of words. There's no room left for negotiation." Suddenly, he scooped up a handful of dirt, shoving it straight into his mouth and chewing roughly. His hand frantically shaking the bell, his mouth howling brutally, quickly weed them all out for me. Witnessing that bizarre spectacle, the water bandits clutched their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. Did this fake Taoist get so scared he went crazy, suddenly grabbing dirt to eat raw and ringing a bell so loudly like that? However, the joy was short-lived. The entire gang of Yuan family robbers choked to death, tragically sinking to the freezing bottom of the water. Right at this moment, the patriarch of the Yuan family finally showed his face slowly, raising his whining voice, "Esteemed expert, if only you had announced your name earlier, even with 10 courages we wouldn't have dared to block your path. Or perhaps your mood wasn't good today, and you intentionally wanted to spill a little blood to blow off some steam, huh?" Li Huowang ignored him completely, turning to loudly ask the crowd on the boat, "Does anyone here know how to row a boat? Come over here and lend a hand." Seeing this, the Yuan family patriarch immediately dropped a sinister threat. "Our dog lives are indeed cheap, but for you to send a whole bunch of Yuan descendants to King Yama and then expect to just brush off your pants and walk away, I'm afraid that's looking down on us a bit too much." Guhua suddenly stuttered in fear, screaming, "Li, senior brother Li, look. The people over there are throwing all their pigs, cows, and sheep into the lake." "Wait, why is there a child too?" Hearing that, Huowang jolted, blurting out in shock, "What did you say?" The Yuan family patriarch ruthlessly hoisted the pitiful child by the neck, straining his voice to yell, "Our Yuan people rule this marsh. Even if we meet an overwhelmingly strong enemy, we will absolutely never let anyone walk all over us. We invite Hebo to manifest." Instantly, the child was thrown straight into the freezing currents, screaming in terror with heart-wrenching cries. Beneath the icy, pitch-black water, the lake's surface suddenly boiled fiercely, perilous bubbles rising up rapidly. A series of massive, bizarre, jet-black tentacles surged up from the depths, tightly binding the pitiful child. Guhua screamed in panic, "Senior brother Li, our boat is shaking terribly." He hurriedly stood up, shouting, "What the hell kind of demonic thing is going on here?" Bai Ling Miao stared in horror into the lake, calling out tremblingly, "Senior brother Li, look down at the surface of the water." Immediately, thousands of ghostly purple eyes flashed brightly, tightly encircling their fragile boat. He froze, his whole body trembling slightly, secretly astonished in his heart. Could it be that this burden is Hebo? Before he could steady his mind, a giant tentacle pierced through the mist, shooting up from underwater. The hideous appendages of Hebo intertwined, crushing the wooden boat into tattered splinters. Li Huowang was instantly dragged down into the deep watery abyss, his entire body sinking amidst the bone-chilling cold. Seeing Ling Miao also slowly sinking, he frantically screamed in his heart, "Bai Ling Miao. And Gu Hua too. And all the others as well. This is bad. I absolutely cannot lose my life in such a senseless way." Suddenly, an ice-cold appendage tightly squeezed his body. Right after that, the true form of Hebo slowly revealed itself, a repulsive, freakish shape covered in densely packed, bizarre purple eyes. The vengeful spirit of Dan Yangzi suddenly surfaced right behind him, flashing a sinister smile. "Kid, just toss the rest to your master to handle." The scene suddenly shifted rapidly to the shore of the lake. The man tied up like a stuffed sausage knelt flat on the ground, trembling as he apologized, "Great Patriarch, this disaster is all due to my stupidity. I impulsively sent the troops to throw their lives away without investigating the roots and background of those people. But clearly just earlier, the second brother carefully tested the secret signals with that Taoist, yet that brat didn't match up with anything at all." Suddenly, a sharp stream of black chi ruthlessly pierced his eye socket, splashing blood all over the ground. The Yuan family patriarch swept a sharp, cold gaze over him, grinding out every word, "If you're wrong, admit it. Yet you still run your mouth shifting the blame to others. Truly a bunch of useless trash. Men, drag him by the neck down into the water immediately. Instantly grant him the carp leaping over the dragon gate punishment for me. If his fate is strong and he can endure it, we'll call it even, but if unfortunately he drops dead, just bury him alive to save us the trouble." The lackeys shivered violently, hastily bowing their heads flat, yes, obeying the patriarch's orders. He slowly added another order: wait until tomorrow morning when those bloated, rotting corpses float up, then go fish them out. For now, just pack up and head back to camp. Who would have expected a pale-faced underling to rush over screaming loudly? Patriarch looked down at the lake quickly. The patriarch frowned in annoyance, snapping, "What the hell is it?" He focused on the marsh water, which was now dyed a deep, sinister red. He mumbled in shock, "Is this demonic thing blood?" The patriarch suddenly widened his eyes, his entire body jerking violently. "This is bad. This is He Bo's blood. Could it be that our water god has been turned into minced meat by someone else?" At that very second, Li Huowang's silhouette loomed up. A razor-sharp sword was deeply embedded in his neck, yet he casually stepped on the lake's surface, which was now thick with fresh blood. The lackeys were scared out of their wits, their eyes bulging in utter terror. "No, are you kidding me? It's definitely that crazy Taoist." Each of his steps danced around the faint cyan mist as he slowly advanced toward the mainland. The water bandit screamed frantically in fear. "How is this freak's life still hanging on so stubbornly? Be quick with your hands, bring out the bows and arrows and shoot a hole through his skull. Absolutely forbid him from ringing that damn bell." Yet in just the blink of an eye, Li Huowang moved at an earth-shattering, demonic speed, violently grabbing tight onto the patriarch's skull. He coldly gathering his strength, he snapped it with a crack, entirely uprooting the old man's head from his neck. Fresh blood sprayed relentlessly, dyeing a whole patch of space red. Seeing this, the remaining troops went weak in the knees, looking at each other with eyes of absolute despair. The next second, the whole group competed to throw away their weapons and armor, running for their lives as fast as their legs could carry them. "Run, run quickly, brothers." Dan Yangzi's ghostly tone hissed beside his ear again, "Good disciple. The rule is if you don't kill, let it go. But if you take a life, you must pull out the weeds by the roots, scraping everything completely clean." Streams of fresh blood splattered everywhere, splashing a fiery red across a corner of the gloomy night sky. In just a moment, the entire quiet, ancient forest was engulfed in a horrifying, foul red hue. The ground was smeared with terrifying pools of fresh blood. Echoing behind were the heart-wrenching, gut-tearing cries of a child, "Wah, wah, wah, mother, save me." The woman clutched her stomach in agony, pushing the child away with all her might. "Run, my child, hurry and hide." The child sobbed and stubbornly refused. "Mother, I won't leave you." Yet a hand stained with foul blood mercilessly lunged forward, tightening its grip around the mother's throat. He watched blankly with an emotionless expression, lifting the woman's frail body to hang in midair. However, deep within the abyss of his subconscious, Li Huowang was screaming madly, "Stop your hands. Please do not slaughter any more lives." When he dazedly raised his head to look forward, it turned out the one cold-bloodedly strangling that woman was actually Dan Yangzi. "You brat, what gives you the right to act almighty and demand to kill here?" He was suddenly stunned. His brain was now entangled with only one single thought: kill. Suddenly, a nameless rock grazed past and smashed into his head. "You scumbag, get out of sight, don't touch my mother." The weeds must be pulled out by the roots. On what logic do these river tyrants have the right to slaughter our compatriots, while I am not allowed to send them down to the Yellow Springs? The woman fell with a thud to the ground. Li Huowang suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously with bitter irony. "Ha ha ha, this damn logic indeed." He glared sharply right at the kid, maniacally roaring the word kill. But just when life and death hung by a single thread, Ling Miao suddenly lunged over and screamed loudly, "Senior brother Li Huowang." "By Ling Miao. Senior brother Li, this sword stuck in your neck, can you handle it?" He blankly raised his hand, gripping tightly onto the sharp, cold sword. Then forcefully yanked it entirely out of his throat, but ironically enough, the illusion shattered. The girl standing before him wasn't Ling Miao at all, but Yang Na. "Li Huowang, please wake up from this dream. I beg you, don't tear yourself apart any further." "By Ling Miao, you aren't dead yet." Dr. Li stood nearby, frantically urging, "Hurry up, miss. Just play along with his question quickly. Cooperate well for the treatment." Yang Na swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment in deep thought. Then she hesitantly chimed in, "Yes, I am a great swimmer, senior brother Li. Back in the day there was a pond at the end of my alley. I used to dive in there all the time when I was little." He immediately threw his arms around her tightly. "Thank God. This is wonderful. You are still alive and well right here. What incredible luck." The girl gently patted his back. "Yeah, as long as you are safe and sound, Li Huowang." The desolate night cast a dim veil over the human realm, hanging a sorrowful crescent moon in the empty sky. The man writhed and screamed bitterly as he was repeatedly dunked into the water. Hee, boss, don't hold a grudge against me when you go to the underworld. If our ancestor catches us going easy on you, the whole gang will be dead meat. At the end of the day, it was all because this guy made the wrong move, causing our gang members to be torn to pieces. Now that karma has caught up, you just have to bite the bullet and take it, absolutely not daring to blame anyone. But wait a minute, what is that lumpy thing bobbing over there? Without a doubt, the skull of the Yuan ancestor just drifted right up against the side of the boat. Right after that were scattered corpses of the Yuan family bobbing on the waves. The man screamed his lungs out in absolute terror. Mother of God, what the hell is this? The camera suddenly switched scenes to Li Huowang's group. Bai Ling Miao bit her lip and bowed her head, her voice choked with suppressed grief. My swimming skills and junior brother sons aren't too bad. When the boat sank, we both fought desperately against the water bandits. But there were still 2 lives we couldn't drag out of the water. Sun Baolu showed a clear look of torment, crying as he apologized, I am sorry senior brother Li, out of the lives we managed to pull up, 3 had already stopped breathing. Even Dummy drank too much water and passed away. Dummy's corpse lay spread-eagle, completely stiff on the cold grass. Li Huowang stared blankly at his cold, dead friend, bitterly blaming himself. This foolish guy, I really have a jinxed mouth. Why did I have to call you Dummy every single day? I should have at least given you a proper-sounding name so you wouldn't feel so pitiful when they carve your tombstone. Li Huowang angrily slammed a heavy punch into the boy's chest. Hacking these beastly bandits to pieces 10,000 times still wouldn't be enough. Who would have thought that frustrating blow actually made Dummy vomit out a whole bellyful of water? Dummy instantly choked on the water, coughing violently in fits. Guhua was scared out of his wits, jumping way back, his limbs turning to jelly as he pointed, oh my god, the zombie came back to life. Li Huowang hurriedly helped Dummy up, frantically asking, you are okay, right? Dummy cried out loud, feeling wronged, senior brother Li, my stomach is completely flat and starving. Bai Ling Miao and the crowd then finally breathed a sigh of relief and jumped for joy, absolutely wonderful, Dummy, your little life is still kicking. Li Huowang gave a gentle, kind smile, then turned and cleared his throat to give an order from this moment on. No one is allowed to call him Dummy anymore, he must be called Gao Zhai Jian. Guhua looked back with a dumbfounded face, holy shit, Gao Zhai Jian really. Meanwhile the little guy was still whining, senior brother, I am fainting from hunger. He then threw an arm around Dummy's neck and dragged him along. Okay, let's go find something to stuff in your mouth first to fill your belly. The camera shifted to the time of 1 incense stick later. Guhua excitedly pointed around, his face glowing, senior brother Li, if we loot all the treasures in this lair, even a whole ox cart wouldn't be enough to carry it all. Li Huowang waved his hand dismissively, just scoop up all the gold, throw away that pile of scrap silver. Wait senior brother Li, this whole pile is 100% pure, blindingly bright white silver you know. I told you to only snatch the gold, toss it all on the pushcart, and the whole group makes a run for it immediately. Oh wow, yes, is senior brother Li on his period today? Not looting the silver is one thing, but what the hell is he getting so worked up for, like stepping on a nail? Li Huowang stood frozen like a statue, staring blankly at his hand that was faintly trembling. Things are really messed up. Even my emotions and mind are being manipulated by that trashy thing. We must quickly dig up the whereabouts of the nuns that Li Zhai tipped us off about. Right as his train of thought ended, a bizarre bloody shadow came whizzing towards him. He jolted in surprise and snapped his head back to look. That cursed thing grazed past, tearing a hole right through one side of his shoulder garment. Bai Ling Miao was terrified and hurriedly asked, what is wrong with senior brother Li? He urgently strained his neck and shouted, everyone scatter right now, find some cover and hide immediately. There are still bandits left in this base. He swiftly reached behind his shoulder, violently yanking off a strange object. He stared blankly into the palm of his hand. Inside was a stark white bone fragment. What the hell is this freakish thing? From the thick fog, a fat guy lumbered out, insolently taunting, where are you little brats scurrying off to huh? Come out and play with your grandpa. Turns out there is a day you also have to scurry around like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. He stepped back to use his back to shield his fellow disciples, silently calculating in his head, what kind of evil sorcery is that bastard using anyway? The bandit held up a rusty pair of pliers right to his mouth and said shamelessly, "So you are too scared to bite back, huh?" Then the bandit forcefully used the pliers to pull out his own disgusting tooth by the roots. "Then get ready to drop dead, kid." As soon as he finished speaking, the guy spat the rotten tooth straight at him, its power no less than a copper-jacketed bullet. He twisted his body to hastily dodge the vicious attack. His brain went into overdrive. What kind of dark magic is this that plays a game of wasting teeth? Twisting his own tooth out so smoothly, without even knowing a flinch of pain. If we are comparing apples to apples, Master Yu is still considered quite tame. Three spirits immediately rushed forward, full of murderous intent. The bandit smirked with a murky laugh. He thrown the spear already, huh? Looks like this little brat really wants to fight to the bitter end. He raised the tattered bamboo scroll high to show off. You think you are the only one with toys. The guy then initiated a dark cult sacrificial ritual, his mouth mumbling a chant. All things turn the wheel, all approach the great heavens. Li Huowang was startled and looked around in sheer panic. Have I gone deaf? The sounds in all directions completely evaporated. Next, the fat guy groveled before the pile of bamboo slips, roaring like a wild beast. The wondrous realm attains its extreme, no words can transmit it. The vengeful spirit struggled madly, screaming tragically. Master Yu was tightly bound. Then the bandit violently jabbed his fingers to gouge out his own remaining eyeball. Heaven's good gods and ghosts must not declare it. He shuddered violently, his stomach doing flips from a bad premonition. What the hell is that punk playing at? It reeks of death. I have to shut him up quickly. The guy tilted his blood-covered face to the sky and barked loudly, "My supreme lord." Suddenly, he froze in terror, looking up at the sky, beads of sweat pouring out, drenching him. A colossal black shadow covered in bloodshot eyes growled as if tearing through space. Who dares to disturb me? He stood dead still like a scarecrow amidst the blood-red, nauseating fog that was closing in from all sides. Li Huowang panicked as he saw his own body undergoing a deformed degeneration. I am here. What the hell is haunting me? I heard the sound. Oh wait, not smelled it. Wrong. It should be saw right through it. He staggered and stumbled backward. His stomach overflowing with anxious panic. Everything is completely ruined. I have entirely lost my senses. At that extremely critical moment, the bandit suddenly gripped the hilt of his own sword. He madly plunged the sharp tip of the sword straight into his own stomach, then screamed amidst the tearing of flesh, "Ba Shi!" Li Huowang froze, directing all his attention to the man, muttering in extreme doubt, "Ba Shi? What kind of great demon is that pathetic thing anyway?" After the scream, his entire form was unconsciously hoisted up, suspended in a spatial void thick with gooey dark energy. I am screwed, shut my eyes tight, absolutely forbidden to peer into that. At that moment, his soul left his body when he looked down. His fleshy arm had somehow turned into a clump of dry straw. Just glaring for 1 second, and my arm is already this mangled. Does that punk really want to drag Dan Yangzi over here? In your dreams, if Dan Yangzi goes up against that evil burden, he wouldn't even be fit to carry its shoes. The level gap is way too huge. I have to rack my brains for a plan. I can't just sit here twiddling my thumbs waiting to die. On this side, the fat guy was still wailing continuously in excruciating pain, because his innards naturally spilled out and hung dangling over the tattered bamboo slips. Quick as a flash, that spatial dimension that was wriggling like a snake suddenly froze. Has this disgusting chain of mutations powered down? The fat guy wailed tragically, "Damn it, I don't feel pain, I can still keep fighting." Li Huowang immediately lunged forward, delivering a sword slash that sent his head flying far away without even blinking an eye. The chaotic multi-layered dimension also began to retract and then spat back to its original calm state. He softly muttered in sheer disbelief upon seeing his straw arm revert back to its original form. Is this whole messed-up ordeal finally over? He anxiously turned to shout at his fellow disciples, "How are you guys doing? Is anyone hurt anywhere?" Bai Ling Miao spoke with a trembling voice. Just now, what kind of ghost story just popped out to scare people? I felt my body suddenly turn into a hideous caterpillar. Has everything around here really returned to normal, making all that flashy show just to end in such a dud? He abruptly snapped his head back around. He lowered his head to look down. What in the world is the origin of this godforsaken bundle of bamboo slips? Bai Ling Miao eagerly turned to ask, "Chun Zai, oh man, are you okay?" The little girl just groggily whispered in reply, I can't ascend to heaven just yet. Bai Ling Miao was startled, her heart pounding. Senior brother Li. Gently picking up the bundle of slips, he frowned and spelled out each character: white ring, true path, swallow its stomach, rip out its bones. She curiously chimed in, Senior brother Li, what are those squiggly words on this bamboo slip about? He slowly explained, this trash is called De Tian Lu. It looks like a martial arts manual, but calling it an exchange contract would be more accurate. All the tricks in here teach you how to mortgage your flesh and agonizing pain to some faceless demons in exchange for overpowered spells. The cheapest price is just teaching people how to use a bamboo stick to pry off their fingernails as bait for sacrifice. Or how about biting up a basket of rusty iron filings and swallowing it down into the stomach? There is even a lesson on slicing off all your own fat to finalize a psycho trade with some random dark entities from outer space. Guhua chattered his teeth and asked tremblingly, wow, Senior brother Li, those bandits just dumped this cult stuff on our heads. Will it leave any brain-rotting aftereffects? We won't be cursed or haunted by spirits or something, right? He snapped the bamboo bundle shut and declared bluntly, cursed my ass. That fat punk was too cowardly to endure the physical torture while chanting, so he had to let go and cancel the deal halfway. Thanks to that, our whole gang managed to keep our dog lives. Hearing this, Guhua softly let out a refreshing sigh through his nose. Oh, I see. He stared intensely at the thick black clouds in the sky, his mind racing. Could it be that under the shadow of this sick De Tian Lu, there hides a demonic sect as big as Zheng de Men? Li Huowang smirked and muttered with a face full of questioning, Ba Shi. A moment later, he stood silently like a statue at the bow of the wooden boat. This boat seemed to not have a single flaw, so ordinary that there was nothing special about it. He quickly raised his voice to instruct Gao Zhaijian, you hurry up and gather all the treasury in the camp and bring it out here, we will take it all together in a bit. The guy hastily nodded like a chicken pecking rice, yes, yes, senior brother. Guhua approached with a fame-hungry face and suggested, Senior brother Li, you rejected the ragged name dummy and changed it to the badass Gao Zhaijian. Why don't you also show some mercy and grant me a decent name too? I am not picky at all. Just toss out any name that sounds a bit domineering. The more fierce and handsome it is, the more satisfied I will be. With a face like yours, you still want to butt in and demand a loud-ringing name. So if I call you Cao Cao now, is your fate tough enough to bear this title? Oh wow, this word Cao Cao sounds absolutely resounding. It tickles the ear quite nicely. Uwa excitedly jumped up and down to show off. From now on your grandpa is changing his name to Cao Cao. Hey you, I already gave you face by calling you Gao Zhaijian, so from now on you also have to call me Cao Cao, you hear me? The foolish guy rubbed his head and wondered, Cao Cao Cao. Guhua nodded firmly, absolutely right. Time flew by like a shadow of a horse passing a crack in the door. The pitch-black night gradually receded to make way for the brilliant morning sunshine of a new day. Bai Ling Miao loudly called out from afar, Senior brother Li, all the luggage has been neatly packed. Li Huowang smirked and nodded in satisfaction, good job. Let's go. In the blink of an eye to the next morning, the whole delegation had trudged on foot to a peaceful little town, nestled right at the foot of the mountain. The crowd successively pushed their way through the sea of people bustling with buying and selling at the Hang Hua town market. He glanced left and right through the jam-packed crowd, feeling restless and confused inside. Is this godforsaken place some kind of treasure land? Why are the folks gathering here thick as ants? Senior brother Li, your brother Cao Cao is a master of gossip here. Today is exactly the first day of the month, falling on the market day, so the folks from the poor surrounding villages are flocking here like dragons and snakes to grind for revenue. He strolled on, his forehead less furrowed. Oh, so that is why, no wonder this corner is swarming with people like ants. Suddenly, the filthy, terrifying corpse of Dan Yangzi reared up over his shoulder and rubbed against him. Oh, my dear naive disciple, this market isn't just filled with the scent of humans you know. Right on the money, today is the first day of the month, so Master Yu's gang will also drag their faces here to follow the trend of attending the market. The damn spirit of Dan Yangzi buzzed around, pretending to shake a bronze bell with a cheerful ringing sound. Try to guess, disciple, if Master rings the bell once in the middle of the market, how many labels of Master Yu will pop out from the people here, huh? And when those starving demons crunch the commoners clean, this market will definitely be peaceful right away. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang rolled his eyes back, his brain throbbing with agonizing terror. Ring, ring the bell. By some stroke of luck, Bai Ling Miao raised her hand and patted his shoulder, calling out softly, "Senior brother Li." She hurriedly tugged at his clothes, dragging him forward. "We are at the inn's door, let's go inside to have a sip of water and take a breather." As soon as he dragged himself inside the tavern, he fell back into a black hole of deep thought. The waiter bustled over, flattering, "Welcome, esteemed guest. What kind of snacks would you like this lowly one to serve?" He chattered like a magpie to promote the menu. I swear I am not exaggerating at all. Specials like twin dragons playing with a pearl, 3 rams bringing prosperity, or carp leaping over the dragon gate at my shop are the absolute best in this land. But he merely waved his hand indifferently to cut off the guy's mental masturbation. "Waiter, put the food aside for a moment. I will ask you this. Have you heard any rumors about the group of nuns dressed entirely in black up on that Hanghua mountain?" The waiter scratched his armpit with a rustle, mumbling, "Does his honor mean the CIAM? That place has cold incense and dying smoke, as desolate as a deserted temple. There is no way their customers can compare to my local earth god temple. Why would you waste your energy snooping around there?" Right after finishing his sentence, the waiter hurriedly caught a glaringly bright piece of gold that he tossed over. The guy's face froze in shock as he cried out, "Oh wow." He glued his wide eyes to the shiny piece of metal rolling in his hand, squealing like a stuck pig, shiny gold. His mouth immediately switched to fawning like a puppy. "Taoist priest, you are truly a god of wealth. You hit the jackpot getting info from me. The wife of my second great-aunt's eldest grandson is currently shaving her head and becoming a nun at that in CIAM." Without letting him catch his breath, he relentlessly interrogated, "Then do you know the reason why those nuns at CIAM only like to drape themselves in black rags?" The waiter smacked his lips and let out a long sigh. "Oh please, they are not inherently black at all. At the end of the day, it is all because of their eternal laziness, never taking a bath or changing their clothes, so those green clothes fermented and turned completely black like that. The other day some nuns came down the mountain carrying pigs to sell. I accidentally saw one of them rubbing her neck. Oh my God, would you believe it? She scrubbed off a ball of black dirt the size of a marble." The crowd standing around listening to the gossip grimaced, feeling nauseous and completely speechless. He scrambled up to his feet and asked, "Just hiking up the mountain on the side of this town will get me to CIAM, right?" The guy hurriedly bowed, deeply saying yes profusely. "Absolutely correct, sir." "Senior brother Li, do you really want to drag yourself to reek at that in CIAM? This trip isn't about strolling to look at flowers on the street. Tagging along will just get in the way." She quietly lowered her head, her face turning sullen and sad before his decisive attitude. He let out a sigh, feeling inside that his words were a bit harsh, so he decided to make a getaway. Tossing another piece of gold on the table, he ordered, "Bring out a portion of whatever delicacies this tavern has." The waiter obediently agreed. "Oh boss, just sit tight right there and wait for me a moment." He carefully laid out his precautions. "You guys just set up camp in this town and wait for me. If I am still missing in action by the second watch tomorrow. By Ling Miao, you must herd this entire rowdy bunch out of this place for me. Got it?" She softly and obediently replied yes. The girl secretly hid her thoughts, "But senior brother Li, I am no longer a useless dead weight now." 2/4 of an hour later, he was sweating profusely, dragging his feet up the steep stone steps in the deep mountains. He panted heavily, whispering, "God, stubbornness finally got me to the destination. And CIAM. The rumors say those nuns are incredibly lazy pigs, but with a cliff this steep, how the hell do they roll pigs down the mountain to make a living?" Li Huowang stood frozen, foolishly staring at the worn-out stone steel blocking the path. Scratching his head in frustration, is this thing real writing, or some evil magic talisman? Why can't I digest half a word no matter how much I stare at it? He kept a straight face, but his steps were extremely firm as he strode right inside. Li Huowang swept his owl-like eyes around, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Is anyone taking a break in here?" The only answer amidst the thick, eerie atmosphere was the mournful cawing of a crow, piercing the absolute desolate silence. Empty without a single ghost, huh? Could the whole bunch of nuns have held hands and slid down the slope together? Who would have thought? A bizarre snore like a pig's squeal lashed out from the dilapidated main hall. What kind of freakish sound is scraping against my eardrums? It is clearly popping out from that abandoned building. He lowered his head, silently tracing the path to squeeze into the main hall area that was overflowing with the stench of death. "Hello, is anyone home?" Taoist priest Xuan Yang from the Qing Feng Quan is here on a secret mission to seek guidance. The terrifying snoring rhythm poked out plainly again, S. Carrying him pale, there it goes again, is the sound falling out from the Buddha statue. It is not, that echoing sound is coming from the back of the Buddha statue. Like a falcon, he sprang up, jumping way over his head. Then swinging himself in a somersault, he landed his heels extremely firmly on the ground. What kind of battlefield is this? Hitting his eyes was a messy pile of fat nuns snoring loudly, sprawling all over the ground. He landed with a face scrunched up like a monkey eating ginger. This corner stinks to high heaven. He swept his eyes across everything, then adjusted his tone to be booming and clear. Hey you sleeping masters, Xuan Yang of Qing Feng Quan brings a matter of life and death to seek an audience. The lazy fat woman didn't bother to reply, only groaning and snorting, moaning in her slumber. Like water off a duck's back, huh? Is she trying to play deaf to piss me off? Finding it an eyesore, Li Huowang wound up and slapped the nun's chunk of fat with a loud smack. Hey master, Xuan Yang of Qing Feng Quan is here to deliver a sweet deal. Only then did the woman squint her sleepy eyes, grimacing, huh? Nun Miao Yu clumsily hauled her fat belly up, staring blankly and barking out a stupid sentence. Is it time to serve the meal yet? Upon hearing the word eat, the whole pile of nuns nearby immediately woke up with a start. Can we start eating the meal yet, sister? He immediately wrinkled his nose and held his breath, his face showing troubled dismay. This scent really punches straight into the olfactory nerves. The whole fat gang scrambled and shoved each other as they rolled away. Oh my God, let's go eat. The rice is served. He stood blankly, his mouth agape, letting out a choke of humiliating helplessness. His mouth still awkwardly shouting after them. Hold on, master, Taoist priest Xuan Yang of Qing Feng Quan has truly brought precious gifts. If you like worshipping Buddha, then drag yourself to offer incense. Don't bother me while I attend to my stomach and stuff food in my mouth. Suddenly, the fat woman sniffed the air with her nose, her face looking inquisitive. Sniffing it out, Miao Yu immediately rushed over, her eyes shining as bright as halogen bulbs. Hold on, you little brat, did you marinate yourself in gold or what? It smells so strong. He backed away in horror. You, this sour smell deals too much damage. The woman shoved her nose right in his face. Did you drag yourself up here to bargain for pigs, or do you want to eat vegetarian food? The pigs are stuck in the pen, and a vegetarian meal is 200 coins a pop. He awkwardly pushed her away. Help, don't get your face so close. Are you trying to choke me to death? He decisively reached into his armpit to dig out a solid gold ingot. He used his internal energy to flick the gold ingot flying far away. The woman screamed at the top of her lungs, oh gold. Put the bowl of vegetarian food aside. This humble one has heard rumors that the senior sisters at NCIAM hide your true profound powers. So today, I climbed mountains and waded through streams to ask for master's help in exterminating demons. She giggled sarcastically, hunting demons, huh, sweetheart. The loud crowd of fat nuns suddenly fell silent as clams. Ha ha ha, a Taoist priest in full gear coming to ask a nun to go do 8 trigrams demon hunting. Isn't that a laughing stock? He cursed himself in his head. Well, it is ridiculous indeed. A handsome Taoist priest bowing to a nun to ask for help catching ghosts. The whole pack burst into refreshing roars of laughter again. He gave up, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. But what a tough spot. This is a bad omen. Why am I following the trend of laughing with this pack of pigs anyway? Cough cough, your majesties, please do me a favor and lock your mouths. This trash is about to cause deadly fires. Moving a step too slow will cost lives instantly. The bribery fee for leading the way is 2 pure gold sices. Spit it out for mommy. I will escort you to talk with the abbess to see how she reads the situation. He clasped his hands and inquired, this humble one is Xuan Yang of Qing Feng Quan. May I ask what your esteemed name is? Ah, the girl replied bluntly, Miao Yu. This title sounds quite catchy to the ear. But wait, why do the strokes on here look exactly like the writing carved on the main gate? He spoke up with immense curiosity. May I ask, master, what exactly do the words carved on that sign mean? She replied indifferently, that thing is called nu shu, a special type of writing only passed down to women and absolutely never taught to men. She suddenly scowled and snapped. Stop being so nosy about these complicated words, or if I am delayed for a moment, I will go hungry with a rumbling stomach, without a single grain of rice in my belly. The room right in front is where the abbess is in secluded meditation. You better stick close behind me. passing breeze carried a few pure white petals falling gently in the quiet space. Here we are, the abbess is sitting inside. As for me, I humbly declined to step in. Miao Yu timidly confessed with a hesitant look, I won't hide it, I am a bit chilled by the abbess. He just nodded slightly, oh, understood. Finishing her words, she scrambled away on all fours, but still turned her head to salvage one last sentence. Oh right, the abbess's dharma name is Jing Xin, you Taoist priest, pray for your own good luck. He was speechless, helplessly watching her figure disappear without a trace. This girl Miao Yu at an CIAM is quite funny when you think about it. The catch is, it is unclear how formidable this abbess Jing Xin is to make Miao Yu scared out of her wits like that. What kind of background does she really have? Ending his train of thought, he gently pushed the wooden doors. A dull creaking sound echoed, tearing through the quiet space. He immediately grimaced and pinched his nose tight. The foul stench hovering in this room is even times more disgusting than Miao Yu. At that very moment, crispy chewing and smacking sounds echoed right by his ear. He instantly narrowed his eyes in high alert, looking all around. Wait a minute, what exactly is making that creepy munching and smacking sound? Before he could react, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a bang. A massive, pitch-black figure with its head down, chewing ravenously, suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Put your lamp away. I am half blind anyway, those lights are useless to me." He tensely slipped his hand into his pocket, secretly assessing if the person who just spoke was indeed Abbess Jing Xin. Then he replied, "Yes, as you command, Abbess." Li Huowang pulled out a luminous pearl, radiating a blinding light. His eyes bulged as he froze at the horrific scene just revealed. This is clearly her casually picking up a bloody chunk of meat from the filthy ground and gripping it tightly. As she chewed noisily to savor it, she grinned a wide, demonic smile. Haha, what a rare occurrence. Who would have thought a Xin Su like you would take the initiative to drag yourself right to my door? The male lead lost his soul in terror, hastily stumbling back several steps. What did you say? How does this old hag know the origins of Xin Su inside out? Could it be this place also? What the hell are you panicking for? Just a quick glance, and I know well enough that a clueless little brat like you hasn't figured out the ways of the world. Since the beginning of time, when has our CIAM ever lacked ingredients to the point of having to use something else? Finishing her sentence, she gave a light puff, and the luminous pearl instantly melted into a mush. A blinding light erupted from it, illuminating the entire dark room. Truthfully, the son born from my very own womb also carries the fate of a Xin Su. The catch is that he has gone completely insane now. Li Huowang frowned, his mind in a tangled mess. Could there really be another Xin Su left in this world? Overflowing with doubt, he didn't know how much truth there was in the story about Jing Xin's son. This matter definitely had to be verified. He cleared his throat and probed tactfully, Abbess Jing Xin, in the past I used Hai Tai Sui to cure illnesses and found its effects to be incredibly miraculous. I wonder if in the past, you ever let your son taste this thing? Dan Yangzi once used his own body as a guinea pig to test this Hai Tai Sui. If Jing Xin dares to open her mouth and say Hai Tai Sui is harmless, then this old hag is definitely talking out of her ass to deceive people. Let me see what the hell she answers. He used it all right. As a mother, I obviously let the boy taste it, but that Hai Tai Sui is strictly forbidden to be eaten recklessly. Eating a tiny bit is barely manageable. But if you are foolish enough to eat too much, it is more than capable of swallowing your internal organs whole. So that in the end, it will wear down your guts and tear through your stomach to crawl outside. It was exactly as calculated. Since when did Dan Yangzi ever have a bodhisattva's heart? Even the prescription the old man forced on me buried countless deadly perils. So what are you trying to use Hai Tai Sui as an excuse to dig the truth out of my mouth? Ha ha ha, all right then I will open your eyes to the hidden secrets of Xin Su. Let me guess, at the very bottom of your heart, you are absolutely certain that you don't belong to this place, right? You firmly believe you are a passing traveler from some great cosmos. A mortal world completely alien to this vulgar, mundane land. How do you see right through this massive secret? Don't tell me it was all blabbed by your son. Could he also be a time traveler from the modern world coming here? What are you doing being so shocked that your jaw dropped? You little brats whose noses aren't even wiped clean really don't have a shred of mental fortitude. At the very beginning, my son indeed had the exact same misconception as you, but it is clear as day that he came out of my belly. This is an undeniable, obvious truth. Oh young man, Yangzi dreaming of a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming of Yangzi. Don't put the cart before the horse and think everything in this world is the truth, even the concepts taking root in your head. He knitted his brows tightly, coldly retorting, "What exactly do you mean? Have you never had a fleeting thought that, what if the real world you have worshipped all this time is actually just a phantom play? That brilliant great cosmos out there, along with all its vast creations, why couldn't they be a product woven from the imagination of yourself, a living being existing right in this realm?" He stood numbly, his mind spinning in extreme chaos. Could it be that I am not a transmigrator? Was I inherently a native of this place, since ancient times, where the hell has there ever been a modern world? Don't tell me all the modern memories in my head are entirely self-directed and self-acted. Impossible, this sounds too fake, there is definitely a loophole somewhere. Li Huowang clutched his head tightly in a splitting headache. In his subconscious, Yang Nu's cheeky smile suddenly flashed by, "Ta-da. This is the study guide personally compiled by the professors you know." He muttered to himself, "Exactly, a human might at best paint a phantom society in a dream, but absolutely no one could create a whole system of scientific knowledge barehanded." Li Huowang collapsed onto the ground, howling and raging in utter loss of control. Knowledge, yes, it was knowledge. E equals mc squared. Scandi, titanium, chrome, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc. Precise. Exactly that. The old nun witnessed this and let out a long, weary sigh. Hayes, truly a blockhead. He struggled to suppress the surging waves within his heart, speaking in a low voice, H letter 1E5, "I hope Venerable Jingzin can summarize it for me. Just spell it out plainly for me. What on earth is Zinsu?" She jabbed a finger straight at his face. "Zinsu is you yourself. It encapsulates all the tangled chaos and confusion deep within your heart, the evil karma you bear, and the entire chain of cause and effect binding your body." He grimaced and pressed further, "But what does all that theory actually mean?" The old nun calmly decoded it. "I can smell the stench of that stuff on you. I reckon you have some understanding of the art of formless cultivation. Regardless of the sect, once you strip away the superficial trinkets, the core essence of survival is still one's own state of mind. The confusion and karmic obstacles rooted in Zen Su possess a purity and solidity that surpasses that of ordinary mortals by 10,000 times. When certain sects practice methods to calm the mind, they crave this confusion of Zen Su immensely. Even if they don't want to use it themselves, just selling it to those who are desperate for it can earn them billions." He struggled to his feet, muttering to himself with deep skepticism, state of mind, and that confusion. Don't you even think about it. Right now, I am perfectly clear-headed. I don't see any confusion at all. I dare bet my life on it. Even if I fall into an illusionary maze again, I can still distinguish what is tangible reality and what is fleeting illusion. Venerable Jingzin sneered, "Oh really? Suit yourself, believe whatever you want. I can't be bothered to argue with you anymore. Go back." He froze, then blurted out in surprise, "Go back." "Well, Venerable Jingzin, the real reason I made the trip here is to beg you to exorcise demons and eradicate evil." "So you came here not seeking a way to dissolve Zinsu? Then what was the point of all your rambling just now? Why didn't you get straight to the point from the start?" H letter 1E5, "I am deeply sorry. I will explain everything now. Here's the situation. I am currently staying at Qingfeng Guan. Send to Immortality. In this chaotic age, there are still people deluded enough to think they can attain the Tao and become immortals." She hurriedly reached deep into her voluminous monastic robe, rummaging around, and pulled out a prayer bead of the most bizarre shape. In the blink of an eye, she flung it high into the air. Huowang watched intently, curious, muttering softly, "Is this some kind of divination ritual?" The two divination pieces fell to the ground, making a crisp, clattering sound. The nun froze for a moment, then let out a short sigh. Seeing this, Huowang grew uneasy, asking anxiously, "What's wrong, Venerable One?" She suddenly shoved her face close to his, pressing relentlessly. "On that day of ascension, you didn't happen to gobble up your own master, did you?" Huowang was shocked, yelping, "What?" He scrambled backwards, shouting hoarsely, "I swear I didn't eat him, I." The nun waved her hand to cut him off. "Enough. Why am I wasting my breath asking someone with Zin Su like you anything?" In a flash, a sphere of dazzling golden light exploded, blindingly bright. Huowang stared blankly at himself, bathed in the radiant glow, utterly astonished. "What kind of sinister spell is this? Why does my whole body feel like ants are crawling all over it?" The nun immediately soothed him. "Don't you dare move, grit your teeth and bear it." Before he could react, his body was suddenly lifted high into the air, suspended midair. The nun said coolly, "I do have the means to clean up your master, but the price to be paid in merit and magical artifacts is extremely steep. So why should I bother saving you for nothing?" He calculated silently, could this nun be trying to squeeze some commission out of me? He felt around his body, intending to take something out, then decisively concluded, as long as we can uproot Dan Yangzi completely. All the belongings I have on me today are yours for the taking. The old nun sniffed the air around him. She barked, "What is this low-class rubbish? Go throw it to the dogs. Especially that eyesore of a great heavenly record, get rid of it as far away as possible, don't defile the pure land of our NCIAM." Her ruthless action left him speechless. This was truly a dilemma. The old woman took a deep breath and nodded in approval. My nose seems to have caught the scent of pure gold hidden on you." He smiled with relief. As long as she desired something, things would be much easier. He generously agreed, "That's easy. I will soon donate all this pure gold to the Bodhisattva statue at NCIAM to recast its majestic golden body. But setting aside those worldly possessions, I still need you to go collect a certain strange object for me." He looked stunned. "Fetch something for you." She lowered her voice. "Head 200 li east of Flower Mountain. There's a dense forest. Inside lurks a demon calling itself Yue Shiba. Get going, dig out its eyes, and bring them back to me." The scene shifted to dawn the next day, the gentle morning sunlight casting a golden glow over the green valley. The group trudged along the rocky path, the gravel crunching under their boots. Li Huowang walked silently ahead. Bai Ling Miao, full of worry, turned to ask Cao Cao, "Do you know what Li Shixing actually went up the mountain for?" Zio Man couldn't contain her curiosity either. "That's right, what's wrong with Li Shixing? Why did he suddenly turn back?" Cao Cao was covered in tears, sobbing. Li Shixing said he had to drop by a place to pick up something. Gu Wa, what the hell are you crying for like your father died?" Cao Cao wailed, "My name is Cao Cao." Chun Zio Man sighed in exasperation. "Fine, Cao Cao, just spill it. What exactly happened?" Cao Cao held up his fingers, recounting the story between sobs. Li Shixing said he needed to go to a forest 200 li east of Flower Mountain to get something. Once he gets it, he'll take us all home. Bai Ling Miao asked curiously, "Get what in the forest?" Cao Cao could only shake his head helplessly. "I have no idea. I wouldn't know even if you twisted my arm." Li Shixing has never bothered to discuss anything with us since the dawn of time. The fact that he said a few extra words to me today is already a blessing on 7 generations of my ancestors. Sai, if he wants to go, let him go. Why are you standing here wailing? Cao Cao raised his hand to the sky in grievance. "I'm crying because Li Shixing gave away all that precious gold and jade to those nuns." Chun Zio Man was flabbergasted. "What?" Cao Cao continued sniffling. "Knowing this would happen, I should have just used that gold to get married first. Wouldn't that have been better? Gave it away for nothing. Such a monumental matter, why did you just stand there blind, not stopping him? You know perfectly well that Li Shixing's mind is wired differently." Cao Cao drooped his head in dejection. "I did try to stop him, didn't I? I pleaded with him when he was pulling out the gold, but in the end, I couldn't hold him back." Bai Ling Miao could only gaze silently at Li Huowang's lonely back, whispering softly, "Li Shixing." The scene shifted to a quiet late night, the peaceful lake surface trembling gently, reflecting the shimmering moonlight. Zio Man sighed heavily. "Haze, why did Li Shixing foolishly give away all that gold to those nuns?" Suddenly a voice from the darkness asked, "Zio Manjai, were you just muttering about that?" She turned her head and replied softly, "Yes, it's me." He grinned gently and whispered, "Just rest easy, Bai Shimei. As long as I'm here standing guard, those filthy men wouldn't dare to act rashly even if you fed them candy." She paused for a moment, then stammered, Beneath the icy water, Ling Miao was gently washing and scrubbing her deadly attractive body. Ling Miao slowly stepped onto the bank, calling out, "Zio Manjai, I'm done washing, do you want to take a dip?" She quickly shook her head, waving her hands in refusal, "No thanks, I'm not interested." "Zio Manjai, if you really want to bathe, I can stand guard carefully for you." She hurriedly brushed it off. "No, let's just hurry back. My whole body is covered in a layer of black fur. What's the point of washing? Even that bald old man in the village last time was too creeped out to touch me." Ling Miao playfully pounced on her, giggling, "But I love Zio Manjai the most in the whole world. Your fur is so soft, it feels great to hug." She blushed with embarrassment, scolding, "Grate my foot, don't talk nonsense. Chun Zio Man glanced back at the girl beside her, hesitating for a long time before saying, but, Bai Shimei, do you truly intend to marry Li Shixing? Or maybe you should calmly reconsider this lifelong matter once more. Although Li Shixing has indeed been a great benefactor to us, to be blunt, he is still a very strange and eccentric person. She tugged at her sleeve, shyly confessing, he is like that, but then again, what makes me so much better than him? My appearance is always so pale and ghastly, scaring everyone who sees me. But only Li Shixing has never shown disgust or looked at me with contempt, and he has risked his life to save me many times. Deep down, I have always believed he is a wonderful person. After that confession, the entire space fell into a deathly silence under the dark night sky. She tilted her head, whispering softly, Zio Manjai, you go ahead back first. I want to enjoy this place alone a little longer. She nodded slightly in reply, all right then, be careful. She gently ran her slender fingers through her flowing white hair. At that very moment, from the icy depths of the water, a ghostly figure in a bright red wedding dress suddenly surfaced. The shadow lurking beneath the water smirked coldly, muttering strange, piercing sounds. She frantically tore at her hair in agony, but still growled through gritted teeth, you cannot take her life. I beg you, don't force me. The scene cut to the group huddled around a giant stone playing cards, with Cao Cao in high spirits shouting, come on, whose turn is it to play? Gao Zhai Jian, sitting opposite, craned his neck and stammered, it's your turn, Cao Cao. Sun Baolu stared intently at his cards, then asked curiously, strange, why haven't we seen Li Shixing all day? Just a few days ago he was rushing to keep up, and now that we're almost there, he's planted himself in this godforsaken place. Cao Cao laughed heartily, slapping his card down with a thwack, ha ha, Li Shixing went to see the village blacksmiths, heard he wants them to forge some kind of object. 7 of Wands. Zio Man arrived and immediately scolded, right, Guhua, didn't Li Shixing ask you to personally go into the village to gather information? Yet here you are, calmly playing cards, aren't you afraid he'll come back and skin you alive? He jumped up and retorted fiercely, Guhua my ass. I told you to call me Cao Cao. This tiny village is as small as a nostril, is gathering information that hard. I got all the info ages ago. Suddenly a voice called from afar, Li Shixing is back. Hearing that, he bugged his eyes out in terror. Cao Cao waved excitedly, Li Shixing, did they finish forging that precious item you ordered? He walked calmly towards the crowd, nodding indifferently, everything is settled. Li Shixing, what exactly are these things? They don't look like weapons at all, they look more like torture instruments. Like these pliers, for example, they're useless for killing people. But for pulling teeth, they'd be fantastic. At that moment he shuddered, remembering the sea bandit who had once broken his own tooth to perform sorcery. His eyes widened in terror, he shrieked, did you gather the information I sent you for? Did you find any leads? He hurriedly reported everything, saying deep in that forest there's a long worm that eats people raw. The locals are all too scared to go near it. However, that long worm is also somewhat sensible, never leaving its territory. He stared thoughtfully at the tool set, muttering, a long worm, could it be a giant python? If so, there shouldn't be much danger. Li Huowang decisively flicked his sleeve and issued a firm command in a stern voice, move out, let's go. The group trudged into the dense, dark bamboo forest in the dead of night. At that moment, Li Huowang leaped high onto a towering bamboo stalk, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. This forest looked superficially normal, without any sign of abnormality. Suddenly, a piercing, ear-splitting sound rang out, causing his head to spin and reel. He was horrified to witness the surrounding bamboo stalks twisting and transforming into countless huge, ghastly eyes. What's this, La Yue Shiba? That's impossible. Since when did it show itself? Wait, something's wrong here. In the midst of the crisis, a leaf casually passed through his hand as if it wasn't there. He muttered to himself in confusion, fireflies, or bamboo. It turned out this wasn't the real La Yue Shiba, but merely an illusion conjured by his own mind. The medicinal properties of Hai Tai Sui were deteriorating rapidly. This situation absolutely cannot drag on any longer. Otherwise, the coming time will surely invite even more troubles and headaches. Under the quiet moonlight, beside the crackling campfire, hey Cao Cao, do you know what that thing called La Yue Shiba that Li Shixing mentioned actually is? La Yue Shiba, even my grandfather wouldn't know about that demonic stuff. Bai Shijai, are you worried about Li Shixing? It was so hard for Li Huowang to finally allow us to tag along. I wonder if I can be of any help to him. He glided over, coldly saying, "Don't meddle, just stick close to me, got it?" They all raised their hands in unison, shouting loudly, "Yes, Li Huowang." He fell silent, casting a glance full of emotion at Ling Miao. "However, once we go deeper, you all can actually be of some help. For instance, just hypothetically, if my behavior shows any sign of going haywire, you must restrain me immediately, don't let me run wild." She smiled brightly, nodding in agreement, "Yes, Li Huowang, don't worry." The scene shifted to the dense, pitch-black bamboo forest, where strange and mysterious sounds suddenly echoed. Cao Cao looked terrified, shouting, Li Huowang, are you sure this is the place? This bamboo forest looks completely empty, did we get lost? He frowned thoughtfully. Venerable Jingzin said La Yue Shiba is about 200 li from NCIAM. I'm not a god to be so precise. A slight deviation in distance is no big deal. Suddenly, a bamboo stalk snapped in half in a very bizarre way. The remaining bamboo stalks shot straight towards Huowang. He reacted with lightning speed, leaping back to avoid the fatal strike. Li Huowang's face contorted violently. He roared a warning, "Watch out." Countless sharp bamboo spears tore through the air, raining down from above. They furiously impaled themselves into the ground, creating a series of crisp, explosive sounds. A cloud of thick smoke and dust billowed up, instantly engulfing the entire ravaged battlefield. At that critical moment, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted fiercely. He stood proudly between heaven and earth, holding a bronze bell aloft in one hand. "Are you all okay?" Cao Cao stammered in fear. We're fine, Li Huowang." At that instant, a dry sound made Li Huowang jump, his entire body on high alert. He spun around, shouting with full caution, "Who's hiding there? Show yourself." Suddenly, a dark figure carrying a lantern shuffled closer, moaning with distress, "Ai Cha, my bamboo forest." Old Wu Qing, the village chief of Wu Jia village, walked up and scolded angrily, "You brats, why are you cutting down our Wu Jia village's bamboo?" He carefully observed the man opposite, calculating silently. The lantern wasn't red, and there wasn't a trace of red on the old man either. He doesn't seem to be La Yue Shiba. Could I have truly gotten the wrong place? Not at all. The attack from the bamboo forest earlier was definitely a warning from La Yue Shiba. He quickly scratched his head and ears, showing great remorse. "Old man, I am truly deeply sorry. We accidentally wandered off the path." But the other party still grumbled, "Getting lost doesn't give you the right to chop bamboo." With that, he reached into his robe to search for something. He held out a few shiny silver ingots, lowering his voice to negotiate, "Please take this silver for now. It's getting dark, and we have urgent business. Would it be possible to stay at your place for the night?" The old man stared intently at the glittering silver, unable to hold back a moment of silence. He quickly scooped up the silver and stuffed it into his pocket, clearing his throat. Well, I suppose it's acceptable. But our Wujia village has strict rules. If you want to stay here, you must strictly follow all the customs." That moonlit night, the full moon hung high, casting its brilliant light upon the world. The old man walked along, muttering, "In our Wujia village, the first taboo is absolutely no disrespect or backtalk to your elders, especially to me." Huowang looked utterly bewildered. "That's the only rule." Cao Cao also scratched his chin in confusion. "Is this a family rule? Are you going to enforce your family rules on outsiders?" Seeing this, Huowang quickly clamped his hand over the boy's mouth, then eagerly said to the old man, "Please continue, we're all ears." "The second rule concerns the creatures living in this bamboo forest. They all owe a great debt of gratitude to Wujia village, so whether it's a mouse or an owl, you must not harm or trample them. If you happen to encounter them on the road, you must proactively step aside and let them pass first." Li Huowang remained silent and pensive, his gaze fixed on a white rabbit that had just darted past his nose. Old Wu Qing raised a finger, pretending to lecture solemnly. "The third rule, any male traveler is strictly forbidden from having any contact or conversation with the women of our village. Because a few years ago, a philanderer ran off with 2 young girls from here." The old man walked on in irritation, "Ai Cha, just mentioning this gets my blood boiling." Chun Zio man frowned, muttering, "What a hassle, this wretched village has so many rules, maybe we should just go somewhere else." Bai Ling Miao quickly stopped her, "Zio man, let's not let small matters ruin Li Huowang's plan." Time passed slowly. Cao stretched lazily and yawned loudly. Is he still not done rambling? Old Wu Qing spoke in a hoarse voice. There are two more crucial rules. Rule number 11, once you set foot in the village. At night, lighting lamps or candles is absolutely forbidden, and don't even think about sticking your head out the door. The old man's footsteps stomped heavily right next to the stone slab, engraved with the words Wu Jia Village. The final rule, under any circumstances, once you enter the village's territory. You must wait for the other person to turn their back before you speak. Absolutely never talk with your back turned to someone. He pondered deeply, judging that these last two rules reeked of the supernatural. He then asked, "Hey, old man, what happens if I accidentally break these rules?" The old man chuckled dryly and replied nonchalantly, "Break the rules and you pay a fine. Every violation costs you a silver ingot. Repeat offenses mean more fines, until you're so scared you never dare to act up again." He pointed, "Don't complain that us locals are bullying outsiders. Even the villagers are fined the exact same way if they break the rules." He was left speechless upon hearing this. "HMPH, scared now, are you? It's thanks to kind-hearted folks like me, who can't bear to see others bring disaster upon themselves, that I've been wasting my breath on you all this time." After saying that, he blew out the candle in the lantern. He waved his hand, "All right, follow me into the village quickly." Soon after, at the Wu family's lair. By now, all the Wu family members, young and old, were bundled up in a corner. Zio Man whispered cautiously, "Li Shixing, exactly what treasure are we looking for in this house?" He shrugged and instructed, "Start with anything that has writing on it, then gather all the stuff that looks weird. The more sinister and heretical it looks, the more carefully you should examine it, like Buddhist charms or spirit tablets." The patriarch, now tied up like a Yangzi, could only roll his eyes helplessly, making pitiful muffled sounds. Under the bright moonlight, Li Huowang sat still as a statue, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. He leaned in, speaking in a low rumble, "Well, did you find anything?" Gao Zhaijian looked up, sniffling and reporting, "Li Shixing, we've searched everywhere and found nothing." He frowned, scratching his head and thinking, how can he hide his tracks so skillfully? Could it be that Li Huowang is still playing hide-and-seek in this crazy village? But thinking it over, the whole place is sealed off by bamboo forest. If Li Huowang wanted to vanish, it must be lurking around here. "Li Shixing, what's our next move? If we can't find anything, we'll have to interrogate the village chief." The village chief was curled up in the dark corner, trembling like a leaf, still emitting a terrifying symphony of muffled sounds. Suddenly, a hand reached out and yanked the rag from his mouth. Li Huowang leaned in close, offering a frozen, chilling smile. "Hello, old sir. I have a few private matters I'd like you to clarify." The old man widened his eyes, blazing with hatred, coughing violently before roaring, "Cough. What the hell do you bandits want to interrogate me about? I'm not scared of a bunch of snot-nosed brats." The smile on his face vanished, his eyes sharp as a butcher's knife. Though terrified, the old man still tried to act tough. I warn you, this is Wu family territory. If you dare lay a hand on me, you better consider your own fate first." Before he could finish his bluster, he reached out and gripped the other's throat tightly. "Confess and you'll be spared. Where is Li Huowang hiding? What's your relationship with it?" "What the hell is Li Huowang? What kind of pest is that? We just had Tangyuan, we'll only get to eat those again in December." Li Huowang was stunned, the atmosphere suddenly freezing into dead silence. He threw the old man to the ground unceremoniously, sneering, "You're a good actor trying to play dumb with me. Boys, get the torches, let's light up this whole yard." Bai Ling Miao anxiously tugged his sleeve and whispered, "Li Shixing, the village rules forbid fire and lights." He scoffed, "Rules are made to be broken. I'm dying of curiosity to see what show unfolds when we light them up." Glancing at the terrified old Wu, Li Huowang thought to himself, if there's anything shady about this village, it must stem from these ridiculous rules. Very quickly, the lanterns hung under the eaves were all lit up. The night wind howled in chilling gusts, seeping through every crack of the dilapidated house. Bai Ling Miao hurried over to report, "Li Shixing, the yard's lighting is fully activated." He nodded in acknowledgement. She asked carefully, "Should we do anything else?" He pondered for a moment, then calmly replied, "Your job now is to sit back and watch the show." Time dragged on slowly. Cao yawned widely from drowsiness. Perched on the rooftop, Li Huowang began to grow impatient, biting his nails. "Wait until I'm moldy and not even a fly has passed by. Could it be I went to the wrong place to catch the monster?" Bang, a laugh with a distinctly ghostly tone rang out, hee hee. He almost fell off the roof, hurriedly peering down at the shady figure below. A little girl with bright red eyes like a fox's was looking up, grinning, nah. Big brother broke the rules. His gaze locked onto her pigtails. His eyes widened like saucers. He stammered out a word, red. He shot down to the ground, his mind racing. No idea if this brat is Li Huowang, but I have to grab her first and ask questions later. So what if I broke the rules? You're not so well behaved yourself, are you? It's past curfew. What are you doing out here at night? The little girl stepped back, grinning slyly, but I'm a kid. The curfew is for adults. Us kids are free to party all night long. His mind raced. Seeing the girl showed no sign of aggression, he probed with a diversion, so what do you want? She tilted her head, giving a creepy smile and cooed, I want. If you give me some lollipops, I promise I won't tattle on you. Before he could blink, the girl's figure had shifted and vanished like a ghost. Bai Ling Miao was scared out of her wits and screamed, Senior brother Li, dodge, this brat is incredibly wicked. What kind of damn trick did this kid use to dig through the ground so fast? It glided on the wall as light as a feather without holding on to anything, as if sliding down a slope. The head clearly belonged to a toddler, yet the body was stretched out to 6 feet long. Which god created this unsettling appearance? The little girl continued to nag and urge. Hee hee, are you finally going to hand over the candy or not? If you don't, I'll scream for the whole village to hear. He subtly gestured to his accomplices, while his mouth smoothly coaxed. Of course I'll give it to you, who would be stingy with a kid. But just calm down, I don't have candy in my pocket right now, give me a few minutes to fetch the goods. Seeing his boss wave, Cao Cao looked dumbfounded like a goose, pointing at his own nose and asking, Oh crap, are you calling me? He issued a swift order. Circle around to the back door, poke your head out, and quickly see what the situation is outside. The underling had butterflies in his stomach, crying out, Senior brother Li. Before he could ramble on, he immediately pulled out the divine bell to silence his cries. Hurry up and go. Taking this toy with you means even the king of hell wouldn't dare cross out your name. He smirked triumphantly. See, I sent my underling to buy premium candy. While we have some free time, how about we sit down and gossip to kill the boredom? The kid's eyes turned into crescents as she nodded vigorously. Approved, I have a burning passion for gossiping. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately dropped a hint and asked, So whose precious little princess are you? The little girl innocently confessed, I don't really know, people rumor that I'm the kitchen god's child, but when I look in the mirror, I don't share a single gene with that old guy pasted on the kitchen wall. He dropped his jaw in surprise, muttering, What, the kitchen god? He chuckled and played along. I actually think you're extremely like him when it comes to being addicted to sweets. I remember when I was a kid, every time the kitchen god festival came, my grandpa would smear a bunch of malt candy on his mouth. The little girl suddenly bristled and snapped. Stop your lying, the kitchen god has 4 eyes and 5 hands, plus he doesn't even have legs to wander around. Look at me and tell me if I share any of those traits. He broke into a cold sweat, trying to salvage the comedic banter. You're just making this up, right? If the kitchen god sprouted 5 hands, how would he wear clothes, not to mention without legs, would he drag himself around by faith? The little girl rolled her bloodshot eyes and shouted, Who says he can't? I saw with my own eyes how he pulled his entire guts out from his belly button to use his legs to run and jump around. Li Huowang rubbed his chin thoughtfully, muttering inwardly, I see, so the kitchen god trend in this place is this horrifying. Right at that moment, Cao Cao, his face drained of all blood, screamed loud enough to pierce everyone's eardrums. Senior brother Li, Senior brother Li. The underling jumped up in extreme panic. This damn brat has turned her body invisible, She's just carrying her severed head and running around. Before he could finish, that hideous head vanished right in front of Li Huowang's nose. Cao Cao tripped and fell flat on the ground, letting out a miserable shriek that tore through the night. He used lightweight skill to fly over to his lackey, scolding him harshly. Cao Cao, take out the bell and shake it vigorously for me. The underling was scared out of his soul, hastily kowtowing repeatedly. Boss, please spare my life, please leave me a way out. He snatched the bell straight from his hand, glaring and growling. Shut your mouth and confess immediately, which alley did that bald head just slip through? He cried breathlessly, his hands trembling like a leaf as he pointed straight into the night. That direction over there. He spun on his heels sharply, throwing back a cold sentence. Bai Ling Miao, grab Cao Cao by the neck and take refuge inside the house. The girl hurriedly helped her teammate up, anxiously asking, Senior Brother Li, where are you going in the middle of the dead night? His silhouette had already darted into the pitch-black night like a tornado, leaving behind only an ironclad sentence. I have to bring that severed head back. He gritted his teeth and dashed across the dark walls, his mind racing nonstop. Where on earth is this brat rushing to? Even if she isn't Li Huowang, the two of them definitely have some deep-rooted relation. My intuition is spot on this time. Li Huowang is undoubtedly lurking around here. Suddenly flashing past the bridge of his nose was a paper-thin bamboo leaf floating gracefully. He stared wide-eyed at the leaf's trajectory, muttering foolishly, a bamboo leaf falling from the sky. How weird, did I run my ass off all the way to the border between this village and the bamboo forest? Before he could recover his wits, his head throbbed as if hit by a sledgehammer, his whole body convulsing like he was electrocuted. He groaned weakly, "Erg." A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he asked himself in bewilderment, what kind of wonderland is this? He stared blankly up at the traffic light pole that was counting down from 99, stammering, Traffic lights with jumping numbers. Beep, 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 an ear-splitting chorus of car horns roared, making him almost drop his heart out. A massive, bright red dump truck barreled straight toward his back like a highway grim reaper. The blinding headlights swept past, making him freeze for 5 seconds in the middle of the road. His pupils dilated to their limits in sheer terror as that glaring beam of light hit him right in the face. Right at that moment, the rustling sound of falling bamboo leaves pulled him back to reality. He jumped in fright, realizing he was standing all alone in the middle of a bamboo forest, surrounded by a multitude of blood-red eyes hungrily stalking their prey. Annoyed, he reached into his robe to fumble for his tools, cursing inwardly. What the hell is going on? Just a bunch of idle fools playing at being gods and ghosts. Saying that, he decisively drew his sword and took a defensive stance. He gathered his strength and slashed forcefully right in front of him. His face scrunched up in extreme agony, trying to grit his teeth and letting out a sound. Erg. He ruthlessly used his weapon to pry off his own fingernail without even blinking an eye. Channeling all his power into his profusely bleeding arm, he swung it hard forward and yelled, "Get lost." A streak of red silk bursting with evil energy erupted frantically, mingling with a mournful shriek. Ah 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 ha. Li Huowang lowered his head, freezing at the sight of a blood-soaked rabbit corpse lying stiff right under the tip of his shoe. He looked around frantically, full of suspicion, as he muttered to himself, "Don't tell me all those lingering ghosts haunting me just now were all stray wild animals." Glancing at the mutated rabbit sneaking a peek over there, he suddenly remembered the wildlife protection clause that the village head had warned him about, naturally feeling a bit pitiful. Phew, what a bunch of nonsensical rules. If you have the skills to solo me, why the hell do you need to sneakily bait me like this? The silent night sky embraced the poor countryside village under the clear moonlight and cool breeze. He quickened his pace into a sprint, calculating in his mind. This forest is her hunting ground. If I keep stalling here, it'll take forever to get things done. However, despite all the wild thrashing just now, I haven't dug up a single decent clue. Nevertheless, he had now nailed down one thing. That little brat must at the very least be blood sisters with Li Huowang, not just some total stranger. My scent tracking is dead on. Li Huowang is definitely camping around here. As soon as he thought of that, he whipped his head back and roared, "Who is it?" Sadly, when he turned around to look, there was only a piercing cold wind blowing past his exposed backside. The chronic headache struck again, making Li Huowang groan resentfully, his mouth muttering soundlessly, "Oh boy." In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing blankly in the middle of a hospital corridor, as empty as a ghost town. "I'm screwed. Hai Tai Sui's medicine is expiring. I need to speed up the progress. Li Huowang." He spun around, bristling like a hedgehog, and yelled, "Who's got the guts to shout your grandpa's name?" As he backed away, he aggressively twisted his words. "Are you guys ganging up to jump me?" The doctor hurriedly waved his hands to put out the fire. "Mr. Li, tone it down. Don't throw a violent fit here." He stared blankly at the blurry shadows hovering in front of him, wondering to himself how a doctor popped up in this place. His mind flashed with Jing Zin's philosophical quote, "A Zin Su is inherently the tangled mess within your guts, from foolish delusions to piled-up karma, and even the karmic retribution crashing down on your head." Nonsense, I am extremely awake and handsome right now. With my mind this clear, even if you stuff me into an illusion 10 more times, I can still see clearly what is truth and what is a scam. He trembled, desperately clutching his chi-deviated head while howling madly, trying to draw a line between the real world and this cheap illusion. Right then a mushy voice echoed faintly, "Little Li, be a good boy and follow us back to the ward, darling." Dr. Li ran his mouth, coaxing him to sit down on the bed, but his brain was violently protesting. Reality here is a hoax, the other side is the true love. Li Huowang screamed at the top of his lungs amidst the blurry bloody mist. The reality on this side is a knockoff, the other side is the real deal. Suddenly, from the dark void, a pair of faint, patched-up hands reached out. He just stared blankly at his own hands, directing a scene in his own mind. Absolutely flawless, I am back and more formidable than ever. Boom, a whole crowd of people appeared blocking the way, accompanied by a hee-hee laugh that gave him goosebumps. He dropped his jaw and exclaimed, "You guys." When that bunch of thugs turned their faces around, a mind-blowing sight hit his eyes. The whole gang bore the exact same face of that kid from earlier. They opened their mouths wide and mocked. "Hi, big brother broke the rules again, broke the rules, nya." A few minutes passed. Li Huowang pulled out from his body a toy resembling a knife covered in bristling, razor-sharp thorns. He lunged forward, launching a kick that sent the door flying with a bang. Striding aggressively into the house, he glared and demanded, "Which corner is that old village head Wu hiding in?" Village head Wu curled up and hid in a corner, stuttering wordlessly, Great king, what kind of stunt are you trying to pull here?" He growled, threatening the old man with the voice of the Grim Reaper. "That guy Li Huowang holds my life in his hands. If you stubbornly continue to cover for him, don't blame my blade for not having eyes." The old man was scared out of his wits, snot and tears smudged all over as he groveled. "What Li Huowang an incense bowl? This old man is completely clueless and knows nothing at all. Villagers, please save me." Witnessing that morning scene, he had to use his other hand to grab his own arm to stop himself, muttering to comfort himself, "Never mind, it seems this old guy is truly clueless, no joke." How can you know he's playing dumb without thoroughly interrogating him? The moment this guy showed his face, he whined about some rules. He must definitely be colluding in the dark with Li Huowang. Restrain yourself, brother. You were never this cold-blooded in the past. At this rate of indiscriminate killing, you're about to reincarnate into a second Dan Yangzi. Hearing the warning, he seemed to wake up from a drunken stupor, hastily letting go to allow the sword to drop to the ground with a clank, mumbling in his mouth, "Dan Yangzi. Right, I can't let Dan Yangzi's ghost jinx me and ruin who I am. Thank you, senior brother Li, for enlightening me. If I hadn't heard your scolding, I'd probably be suffering from chi deviation by now. We're all family, why be so polite, junior brother? Your task now is to rack your brain and figure out what our next move is now that the rope is snapped." He obediently nodded. "Yes, senior brother Li." The scene panned to the dawn of the next day, when the sleepy sun cast its rays through the lush green bamboo grove. "Old man, youngsters these days just like to talk big to show off, but my junior brother's true nature is as gentle as a lump of earth." The old man pursed his lips and let out a long scoff. "HMPH, as if I'm not familiar with those empty vessels making the most noise." He smacked his lips in regret. "Sigh, senior brother Li just loves to play the role of Miss Congeniality, but now that all the clues have vanished, where can we dig them up to keep up with the schedule?" The monthly headache tortured him again, making his face wrinkle like a monkey eating ginger. "Oh my God, my brain is freezing. Wait a minute, what was our initial goal in the first place?" Just then, a silhouette crept over, turning out to be a little monk. Bai Ling Miao found it strange, so she bent over and looked down, asking curiously, "What are you doing squatting here, kiddo?" Looking into Ling Miao's large round eyes. He turned pale when he saw the reflection inside was actually the little monk. "A monk? Oh yeah, that's right, I was originally a person who left home to become a monk." The little monk hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed low. "Amitabha, this poor monk is busy meditating, dear patron." Bai Ling Miao burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, this little monk is a total comedian, sitting there watching ants move house, and you dare call it meditating." The little boy's face flushed red with embarrassment. The girl cheerfully waved goodbye. "All right, kid, just stay there and continue achieving enlightenment, I'm off." The boy clumsily stuttered, "Why yes, goodbye, female patron." Who would have thought she would turn right back, quickly slipping into the waiting crowd? Looking closely, it was bizarre. Everyone had a bright red ribbon stuck to their backs. Is old man Wu's house throwing a party today or what? Where did they gather so many heretical guests from? Oh crap, why am I being as nosy as the fish-selling aunties at the market? A cultivator's greatest taboo is being greedy and envious of worldly affairs. It's better to just head back and knock the wooden fish to chant sutras for peace of mind. After talking to himself, he turned his back and walked straight away. Suddenly, the entire choir behind him began to writhe, their faces distorting terrifyingly in the bloody mist. The camera angle shifted to the quiet night, a chipped moon lying lonely amidst the pitch-black, bone-chilling sky. The dim, sickly yellow lantern light flickered along with the freezing north wind blowing past. Amitabha, did I take the wrong path back to the old place just now? Oh look, whose cow dropped this landmine here? My luck is as red as lipstick. Picking this piece up to dry and bake will make a roaring fire for the stove. While he was overjoyed, a brat dashed over like a galloping horse, snatched the cow dung and screamed, "My cow dropped it, so it falls under my sovereignty." Nya, you old geezer with one foot in the grave, still fighting over cow dung with a child. Wait, what old geezer? Is this little shit subtly cursing me? The old man clenched his fists in frustration, roaring, "So what if your cow dropped it? Didn't you learn about respecting your elders in civic education? Spit out that cow dung for me right now." The kid ran for his life while turning back to sneer. "Ha ha ha, if you're so good, bring your cane and chase me. If you catch up, I'll give you 2 whole pieces." Oh my God, my poor old back. But thinking about it, I'm quite foolish too, who at this old age would ever compete over a piece of dung with a kid. Whatever, better to pack up and head home. Going to bed early is good for the body. Hiding behind the edge of the wall, the little girl silently watched the old man's hunchback with eyes full of malicious schemes. She resumed her familiar, chillingly demonic laughter, hee 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 hee. The frame glided to the poor thatched cottage under the dim moonlight as a long, mournful sigh echoed out. Sigh. I merely dragged my carcass out the door for a bit, yet my bones are already falling apart like a rag. Could it be that I've reached my expiration date? Wait, ultimately, which birthday is this old man celebrating this year again? Right then, a sarcastic tone dropped heavily from the ceiling, making the old man's heart skip a beat. Hey old man, you've hit the milestone of 84 springs this year. The random guy crawling on the mud wall laughed uproariously to mock him. They say it's 73 or 84, even if the king of hell doesn't call, you pack your bags and leave on your own. So when do you plan to book your ticket to transfer your residence to the underworld, ha ha ha? The old man was infuriated, grinding his teeth loudly before jumping up and swearing. HMPH, you little shit, you curse me to death at every turn. Let's see how I use my trash-talking skills to zip your lips. Who would have expected? A burst of muffled thunder exploded in his ears, making the old man's vestibular system spin like a pinwheel. He collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony, helplessly lamenting in his heart. Am I really going into the grave? The camera panned sharply to the recovery room, where 2 nurses were staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed down at the massive hospital bed. What the hell is this damn place? And what kind of monkey tricks is that chick playing over there? In short, where the heck do my origins trace back to? The curtain shifted again to a bright, glaringly sunny morning. I am on a completely different level from you lot. My nerves are just a little short-circuited. I am not some lunatic who escaped from the asylum. Neuropathy is just the blood vessels in the brain going on a little strike. The concept of mental illness has wrongly blamed my condition 100%. It's that kid little Li over there who is the absolute definition of a genuine psycho, muttering day and night like a sorcerer and always scheming to free himself. Li Huowang groggily cracked open his exhausted eyes, his mind still floating in the clouds as he told himself, who the heck is this little Li guy? He lay sprawled out, listening to the neighborhood broadcasting station blaring out in the hallway, with someone's voice advising, just shut your mouth, will you? The kid little Li is quite pitiful, being so young yet cursed by heaven with this miserable disease. However, the other guy stubbornly argued back, so what if I hurl insults? Is that brat Li Huowang going to rise from the grave and slap my mouth or what? He moved his parched lips, silently calling out the name that sounded as familiar as family, Li Huowang. Floating in the pitch-black void, Li Huowang was tied up tight like a spring roll right in the middle of a blood-red sky, a place entirely covered with blood-colored texts and thousands of incessantly blinking eyes. With both wrists squeezed tight, a definitive sentence shot out from his mouth. Spot on. he struggled, clutching his head and howling loudly in extreme rage. Your grandpa's given name is Li Huowang. That bastard Li Huowang dares to play the game of stealing my name's copyright. Oh my gosh, my precious gold and silver little Li, have you finally recovered your soul? The nurse hurriedly measured his blood pressure and heart rate, then breathed a sigh of relief. Why did your trip to Dreamland take so long this time, my God? I thought you had logged out for good. Lying motionless on the mattress, he broke into a cold sweat while scheming. This guy Li Huowang has absurdly overpowered psychological manipulation skills. What if when I turned into an old man and firmly believed I was ascending to heaven, I might have actually kicked the bucket right then? And if I ended up with cold feet in this place, even the great-grandfather Dan Yangzi would be dead helplessly trying to save me. If I just sit around waiting for the illusion to fade, Li Huowang will definitely spin me around like a cricket for another round. His facial muscles tensed up with full determination as he silently finalized a blatant truth. This is bad. I can't just lie here exposing my corpse waiting to die like this. He winked toward the door, whining and begging, "Beautiful nurse sister, please unchain me so I can go relieve my sorrow. I can't hold it in anymore." Sensing the urgency, the nurse waddled over to comfort him. Here I come. Just hold your breath for a bit, darling." A few minutes of break later. "Mr. Li, you don't know a damn thing. Back when you were sleeping like the dead, your little girlfriend cried enough to flood the whole hospital. If she finds out you've woken up today, she'll probably jump for joy to celebrate." The lovely figure of Yang Na vividly crashed into his brain as if real. "Huowang, promise me, even if the sky falls, you cannot collapse. You have to strive to survive at all costs, hear me." He was dazed as if he'd lost his soul, mumbling, "Nah." He chewed over Jing Zin's philosophy again. A Zinsu is your guts. It contains all the chaotic delusions in your heart. Karma is molded by your head, but the bitter fruit smash straight down onto your physical body. His eyes bulged like a frog's, his pupils heavily laced with frantic bloodshot veins. Chaotic delusions? Right, this cage is filled with nothing but magical illusions. Where would Yang Na pop out from here? It's all the scam of the century. Everything here is pulled out from the chaotic delusions in the heart of a Zin Su like me. Just in time, the nurse sister turned her head and sweetly reminded, "Mr. Li, once you're done using the restroom, remember to give your girlfriend a call." But who would have guessed? He gathered momentum, launched a kick off the floor, and darted away as fast as a rocket. The nurse dropped her jaw, staring at his shadow sneaking away out of sight. "Oh my little Li." Screaming and blaring alarms echoed deafeningly throughout the building. "Somebody help! The patient little Li has broken his cage and escaped." He sprinted like a madman out to the highway jammed with traffic, howling like an ape. "Dodge out of my way, everyone move aside." Li Huowang ran for his life, leaving a trail of smoke across the crosswalk, panting heavily like a stranded fish, his chaotic brain continuously roaring. Which corner is that guy Li Huowang hiding in? As bad luck would have it, he critically crashed right into the shoulder of a civilian crossing the street. That violent collision made him brake abruptly and plunge headfirst forward. An overly eager guy immediately pulled out his phone to record, blabbering, "Oh my God, guys, there's a madman who just broke out of the mental asylum." He stood blankly in the middle of the crowded street, his head spinning from the endless loud and soft whispers of the nosy crowd. Should we call the cops to cuff him back to the station? What's wrong with this person doing martial arts barefoot in the middle of the street? Or is it another staged video for views? These brats nowadays would do absolutely anything for fame. But Li Huowang grinned widely with utter smugness, the truth exploding in his heart. "Fakes, everything here is fake. It'll be a cold day in hell before I ever bite into this elusive garbage as the real world." Right at that intense moment, the guy who was bumped into earlier suddenly tilted his head up to look at the traffic light and yelled, "Oh crap, it's bright red, back away everyone." Li Huowang glued his pupils to the glaring red light in front of him, his chest dancing as he told himself, "That's it. This red light is 100% Li Huowang blending in, so it turns out this magical illusion and the real world still cross-interact with each other." He channeled all his inner energy, straining his neck and howling to the heavens. "Bai Ling Miao, shake that bell vigorously, summon Elder Do straight up here to crush this fake bastard wandering around next to you guys." After screaming, he dropped his head in exhaustion, his arms dangling down in surrender to fate. All around him, the environment continued to perform a glaring, ear-deafening symphony of car horns. A grumpy driver poked his head out and cursed, "Good heavens, are you standing stubbornly in the middle of the road sightseeing? Are you sick in the head?" Huowang gave a dominating half-smile smirk, communicating in his brain. Bai Ling Miao, just blindly follow my words. These trivial car horn sounds are actually just the bell's sound distorted. Thrilled, he spread his arms wide and screamed. Flailing around in the illusion can actually deal direct damage to the real world. This move works like a charm. A rich, bald guy wearing sunglasses spat out a curse. Wanna go see your ancestors, huh? Move your body aside or I'll run you over right now. Huowang's eyes flashed with two bright red irises heavily reeking of wicked gunpowder. He death-glared at the car in front of him, muttering words out, "Here's red for you." Huowang launched himself up and stomped furiously on the car's hood, hissing deafeningly. So the core inside this illusion is made of flesh and blood. Li Huowang, today I've caught you alive, kid. The bald guy trembled in fear, stammering, What? What kind of play are you trying to stage on my car's hood?" He lifted his smug face on the hood, pointing his chin to the sky and commanding, "Brothers, get in here. Regardless of what abomination is in front of us, just fight it to the death for me. This guy is truly Li Huowang." At that exact moment, a passerby hurriedly pulled out a phone to snap photos. A delivery boy suddenly braked his bike, displaying a dumbfounded face out of confusion. When he swept his eyes to the other side, had the red streak evaporated and fled without a trace. He galloped after the speeding car, yelling bitterly, "Aha, running for your life, huh?" He turned his head and barked at his underlings, "Everyone tail it for me, that sphere is shrinking, it definitely took a hit." A long period of time dragged on. He stood frozen in the middle of a bustling intersection, muttering to ask himself, "Where is the red?" Li Huowang, this time I've grabbed you by the neck and bagged you. Suddenly there was a call from behind. Is that Li Huowang? Surprised, he whipped his head back to investigate. Who's calling? The middle-aged man gently pushed his glasses up his nose, tilted his head to peer, and asked, "Little brother, are you Li Huowang from class 11A4? Have you forgotten me? I am your homeroom teacher, and where are your shoes? Why are you walking barefoot like this?" He was stunned and taken aback, waves of memories crashing in to scramble his brain, stammering, "Mr. Dong." Li Huowang's skull suddenly hurt like someone was smashing it with a hammer. He groaned while clutching his head. Ouch. The teacher hastily pulled out his phone and dialed. "Hello, is this Huowang's mother on the line? I am his 11th grade math teacher. I've just caught your son red-handed on Lion Hua Road, somewhere around our school. Yes, all right." Out of options, he gathered his strength and bolted to save himself, hoping to escape this chaotic mess, howling inwardly. The script is wrong, this place is still a magical illusion. Don't even hope to trap me one more time with your few moldy illusion tricks. The camera shifted its angle. He dragged his bare feet, plowing through several streets to scour. Gripping a razor-sharp broken glass shard in his hand, his mouth constantly chanting, "Where is it hiding? Which corner has it holed up in?" What a real pain. Who knows which horizon Li Huowang has sneaked off to? Right at that moment, cheerful aerobics music echoed vibrantly. Shake your hips 3 times, turn left, turn right. A bunch of energetic kids were wiggling to the beat. Rotate your wrists and ankles to stretch your muscles. The little girl wearing a red polka dot dress opened her mouth wide and cheered. "Early to bed, early to rise, let's all exercise for a healthy body." Meanwhile, he just stood there blankly, staring fixedly from afar. His eyes bulged out, glowing red with bloodshot veins, mumbling, "There's the red figure." Li Huowang bent his knees and leaped straight over the barricade fence. Roaring with full fury, "Li Huowang, I have found you." He landed super stylishly in front of dozens of shocked, bulging eyes of the onlookers. Gripping the broken glass shard tightly in one hand, he lunged like a madman toward the little girl in the red polka dot dress. The kid was scared out of her soul, scrambling frantically as she turned her head to look. He pounced on and pinned the little girl down like he'd lost his mind, howling in extreme ecstasy. "I've finally chained your neck, Li Huowang." A panicked woman rushed over to stop him, screaming, "Stop right now, what? What are you trying to do in broad daylight?" His face scrunched up in bloodthirsty madness, yelling, "Step aside for me." The terrified little girl burst into tears, whining and begging weakly, "Mister, I'm so scared." He glared with his blood-red eyes reeking of bone-deep resentment, hissing sarcastically, "Even at this point, you still want to win an Oscar by showing off your tricks in front of an expert. Even if you put on this circus act 1,000 more times, you won't be able to deceive me."